was fun. But here's the new setup, guys. Look at I got these big Mickey Mouse lights. So now there's no shadow over or under my hat, right? Everything's nice. I got all the lighting that's giving us this red blue effect because it was before it was kind of purple. I got new this right here. These are new pole lights that I can now control independently because the last ones I would have to, if I click the button, it would turn both of them the same color. Anyway, that was the ADD. We just did that for ADD. Well, let's go back to the actual show. Let's go back to the show because I just made everybody cry. I just I got I got a little carried away. That song is really good. Steven Wilson Jr. is somebody asked me who is that Steven Wilson Jr. He did a remix of Stand By Me, or a cover of Stand By Me, and it's awesome too. That guy's really good. He's like really really good. So if you didn't get choked up there, you have no soul. You are a soulless person. Anyway, happy Father's Day to everybody, whether your dad's here or not. Cheers to all the pops, Buckies. If you're listening on audio, then I just held up my cup of Buckies. Anyway, here we go. Queer queer Starmer. I didn't even, guys. I have never even heard him called Queer Starmer. I just did that by accident. Freud would be proud. I've never heard that. Zach, what is behind your head? That's it's a painting. I got the paintings. Hold on. Are we gonna AD? Are you gonna make me ADD? So, fun story. I think I've already told this on here, but this right here, okay, this Jesus, neon Jesus, right? I was out to eat. I was out having dinner with my friends, and this was in a place in San Antonio, and they had this on the wall, and I was just like, it reminded me of my dad. My dad had a tattoo on his forearm of Jesus, and we had this Jesus felt or velvet painting that he did in my old house. It just reminded me of it, so I was like, I need that. I gotta have that. And I go to the waitress. I go, I gotta have that. And she goes, oh, it's not for sale. I go get me the owner. I don't care. Go get me the owner. So I got the owner came over. He was there. He came over and I was like, I need that. I go, I'll give you $500 for it. I don't care what it costs. I go, give me that. I need that. And he was like, you don't have to buy it from me. He's like, here, I'll tell you where I got it. So he did, and I got that. And then there was a whole line. There was a the wealth and success, the crown, which unintentionally worked out this way where it's over my head, right? Like I actually wanted to move the Jesus just because I wanted the Jesus to be more visible. And then I had the crown over my head. Then there's the bull, and then there's a bucking Mustang, and I like them all. So I got the whole line. Anyway, that's more ADD. Queer Starmer is resigning. Um, Coincidentally, right after the rape gang inquiry report came out that Medhi Hassan called fake. Did I save that? I think I did. Yes. Yeah. Huh. The same week that Rupert Lowe put out his bull hold on. His bullshit rape gang report falsely claiming Muslims raped 250,000 white girls in the same week, Elon Musk amplified it on here. This happens. Is anyone surprised? They're inciting violence against Muslims and emboldening extremists. Now, Mehdi Hassan is talking about the story where there was this guy who ran around with a knife and was like attacking Muslims. Sometimes people hit their limit, man. But how many times have we seen that situation from a Muslim, right? So it's Mehdi Hassan. First of all, wow. Second of all, bullshit. The rape gang inquiry report is bullshit. I don't think it's bullshit. I think it's real shit. I think it's very real shit. You fuck. You son of a bitch. All right, I'm playing with the button too much. I know. I got it. It's new. I finally got it working. I want to test it out. I gotta break it in. All right. I won't do that all the time. Wow. Wow. The rape gang inquiry report is not fake. It's pretty much just a whole bunch of facts with all of the receipts. And go read it because it's insane. There 250,000 women and girls were raped in the UK because of queer Starmers. I would say I would say the evidence is that there is a lot of intentional um, mishandlings. So I think that this resignation is to capitulate so that he doesn't maybe get indicted. I don't know, but I hope he does get indicted. I hope that he goes to jail for a very long time. I hope he is drawn and quartered because I have read the Rape Gang Inquiry Report, and one of the details in there from we shared it on the show. A 12-year-old girl raped with a glass bottle broken off inside of her. There isn't a deep enough cell in hell for you if you allowed that to happen. And Keir Starmer allowed that to happen. Did I try to use it at the right time? Am I missing? My timing is off with the button. Okay, we heard that last naughty word. All right, I'm sorry. I'll try to hold the button down a little bit longer. All right. Um, he soon came to be seen by many voters as party as lacking conviction. Turned to his wife for counsel. His policies often unraveled. Fear of Farage. I would do anything to stop Farage. I'm looking for the Rape Gang Inquiry Report because Blame Game tainted the end of Starmer. I'm reading all of the reasons why this article in Reuters is saying he resigned. I am not seeing Rape Gang Inquiry Report because that's why he resigned. All right, let's go and let's go over this together again. I just did a quick skim, but let's actually try. Okay. When he quit as prime minister on Monday, the very lack of ideology that propelled him to power drove his downfall. Okay. After guiding the Labour Party in 2024, Starmer focused on what he believed was possible to achieve. Okay. He turned to his wife for counsel. That's what they're saying. Look, I don't know why Reuters is covering for him, but unless I missed it, there's a bunch of reasons in here. Fear of Farage, relying on his wife, frustration set in overachievements. Yes, he was bad on all of these things. But let's not pretend that the Rape Gang Inquiry Report that just came out, um, let's not pretend that this had nothing to do with his resignation. Let's see here. I should have probably just typed in Rape Gang Inquiry Report. And if you haven't read this yet, I think you should definitely um, go check it out. Rape Gang Inquiry. This is a page that I didn't know. Mother of Rape Gang Survivor. I heard the police officers' radio go, and I heard them say that they were taking my daughter to Muhammad's brother's address. I begged them not to take her there. I was like, they're the people who are doing this to her. You cannot take her there. They're going to kill her because I did believe they were going to. And they didn't listen to me. They did take her there. And like I said, she was abused there by them, by Muhammad. Yeah, I didn't even know this page existed, but go to this page and go read the entire Rape Gang Inquiry Report. You can find it on Rupert Lowe's page, or you can just type in Rape Gang Inquiry Report on X, or just type it into the internet. It's available, and it is wild. Austin Gold, I think his name is. I think he read the entire thing. Um, and I think it took him 8 hours. Do I have that correctly? I think I do. Um, Is it Asmongold? Is is that him? Yeah, I think it is. Yeah, that's him. Yeah, that's him. Um, yeah, this guy went and I think he read the entire. I'm pretty sure. I heard. I didn't watch it, but I heard he read the entire thing, and I think it took him 8 hours. That's how long the report is. And if anyone thinks that this resignation isn't related to that when it coincidentally happens a week after it drops, I have a bridge to sell you. Somebody in the chat, smelly Asmon. I'm not saying I like Asmongold. I'm saying he read it. All right. Next story. Oh, you know what? Let's pay the bills. Patriot Pouch. This episode is brought to you by Patriot Pouch. Why isn't that popping up? Probably because I did not put the Brave browser under the promo. Give me one sec. Should pop up right about now. There it is. This show is brought to you by Patriot Pouch. Better hit, better buzz, the nicotine-like ritual and buzz you expect, powered by better ingredients, American values with fewer downsides, made in the USA. You can head over to patriotpouch.com. Oh, no, sorry, patriotpouchusa.com and grab the Sovereign Sample 4-pack, or you can grab my favorite flavor, Orange You Glad You're an American. These are Nixodine pouches, not nicotine pouches, but they're very similar. I was taking them for a couple weeks and I didn't even know that it was Nixodine. But what is Nixodine? Nixodine is a cleaner compound that binds to the same receptors as nicotine, delivering a better, cleaner effect. It's nicotine-free, tobacco-free, same sensation, smooth, and more enjoyable. With unlike my dictation, with a sustained hit and buzz. All right, so head on over to patriotpouchusa.com and make sure you use my code MISFIT10 for 10% off, because then they'll know I sent you, and I don't know, maybe they'll give me money or something. I don't even know if I get anything for this promo, but you know, they wanted to be on the show, so. No, the great guy over at Patriot Pouch. They are great people. Alex Duncan. So I always try to promote products for good people. Anyway, next story. This whole U.S.-Iran talk thing, here's what I'm going to tell you, okay? If you guys don't watch Bongino, if you should, but if you don't, maybe you've never heard of the Bongino rule, but there is a Bongino rule, and it is wait like 72 hours before you talk about a story when it breaks, because it could be BS, it could be, you know, just incorrect, inaccurate, like, you know, whatever, right? Every single thing that comes out about the MOU deal, right? MOU, the deal, what have you, anything that's involving negotiations with Iran, Bongino rule it, okay? Bongino rule it because it's Iran. All right? It's Iran. Have you not learned anything from this, right? So basically what's been going on is Iran comes out and they're like, Israel broke a ceasefire that didn't exist with Iran, right? Like and the Strait of Hormuz is closed again, and we're and this and that, and it's like, and then it's not true. Like Iranian state media, they lie. They lie to their own people. They have to, well, not have to, they want to, because they need to control the narrative, all right? So when Iranian state TV says something, it's most likely just not true. So we have a bunch of people in America, these morons in Podcastistan, who are just pumping these Iranian state media TV sources and saying, "Oh my God, look at this, look at that, look at this." It's like, shut up. And yeah, look, there's a thing going on with JD Vance. He's not great. but he's not the devil. And I'm seeing like people go, there's a coordinated attack. It's like it's a lot. It's pretty organic actually. It's organic because JD put himself into a couple of situations between Tucker Carlson and Theo Vaughn, and that's the way the internet works. You got a tribalistic people who are very pro Israel seeing JD Vance, and they're going guilt by association. Now, JD Vance himself hasn't really done too much, but he was also on what's her name? Ali, I think it's Ali Stuckey, I think, and he said some things that are like, all right, it's giving me Tucker 2024 vibes, right? Or 2025 vibes. It's giving me Tucker 2020, late 2024, early 2025 vibes. And yeah, there's a good reason to be concerned. I don't believe that there is an actual coordinated effort, but I do believe that our enemies, when they see any type of internal conflict, they will start pumping bots and engagement into accounts so that it is exacerbated. I would say that it's a little bit of both then, in case. But I think that there's a big difference between what the woke right is doing, where they're literally probably most likely being played to push a narrative or being paid to push a narrative, or played, versus a bunch of pro Israel people criticizing JD Vance. And maybe some of them are doing it a little too much. Like, and maybe they have their own reasons, and I don't know. I just think that the way when I see JD Vance being attacked so much, it's just like I go, okay, well, if they're attacking him so much, then that kind of means that he's probably not the guy that we want. Like, you ever see them attacking Massey? And I'm talking they, I mean the woke right. You ever see them attacking Massey? Do you ever see them attacking freaking MTG? You ever see them attacking? No, they only attack people that they don't like. And so now JD's being hit on both sides, and I would feel more comfortable if he was being hit on just one side. Even if it was our side, I'd be more comfortable with that. So I'm still reserving. I am cautious with JD because, like I said, he has come out and sort of given me the a couple of times. I'm much bigger fan of Marco Rubio as of right this moment, but it could be neither. You never know who's going to be 2028 candidate. We're going to have a primary. So everyone chill is all I'm saying. But let's check out this story. High level US Iran talks conclude with roadmap for peace. See, I mean, if you listen to Iranian state media a couple of days ago, then this whole thing was over. But now all of a sudden it's not. Bongino rule. That's the thing. Bongino rule. Do the Bongino rule, okay? Anytime you hear anything about this whole deal, Bongino rule it. That's how you got to deal with it because they're just going to keep it's. Imagine like jumping on, like, remember Nancy Guthrie? Okay, it happened to her, by the way. But Nancy Guthrie, every 5 minutes, there was a new thing, right? They caught the guy. They didn't catch the guy. They caught the guy. They didn't catch the guy. They caught the guy. They didn't catch the guy. She's alive. She's dead. It was a bunch of people who wanted to be first. They didn't care about being right. Okay? So, what I'm seeing people do with the MOU, the Iran peace talks, whatever you want to call them, the deal, the negotiations, what have you, I'm seeing people just jump on every piece of information that comes out, and we're just getting a bunch of people that go this, and it's like, dude, can you guys chill? Can you guys chill for 1 minute? Can you chill, please? Because it's aggravating. I had to shut my phone off yesterday. I literally was like, I can't today. I needed to wake up today, and I gotta go to work after this, and I gotta do a bunch of stuff. If I was doom scrolling and watching all the nightmares, I just was like, and yeah, it felt really good actually. I think Sean did the same thing this weekend. You should turn your phone off. All right. The two sides agreed on a roadmap. This is from the Washington Post, aimed at reaching a final agreement within 60 days. Okay. Communications channel was also established to prevent, quote, incidents and misunderstandings. Okay. All right. That's good. JD Vance, Vice President JD Vance began talks Sunday, expressing hope that the two sides could turn over a new leaf. Okay, Iran's lead negotiator responded by accusing the United States of being desperate and warning of retaliation against any U.S. aggression. Okay. Keep talking shit. All right. Along with mediators from Pakistan and Qatar, held about 18 hours of intensive talks and consultations, according to Iranian media. Okay, that's nothing. You throw that whole paragraph out. According to Iranian, if it ends with according to Iranian media, throw it out. Afterward, Iranian Foreign Minister Arag- Aragachi, all right, praised tireless Pakistani and Qatari mediation. Blah blah blah. All right, let me do this, okay? Let me take. I'll take over from here, okay? You cannot trust anything that comes out of um, any. Let me try to think of the word for this. All right, if there's any mediators, any negotiators, anybody, if they're on the Iranians, if they're like we're cool with Iran, you can't trust them. So that includes Pakistan, Qatar, and Iran, and anybody in it, or anybody that's kind of like chill, anybody that's kind of chill with them, right? You can't deal with them. Um, the Qataris funded October 7th, which means that they are sort of they're a business partner of Iran. They're also a strategic partner of the U.S. That sounds weird, right? It's like, wait, they're what? They're both? Yeah, yeah. That's how geopolitics works, right? Sometimes we have partners with people who also are partners with our enemies. It's weird, but it's true. Pakistan, same thing. There's people that think that we, the U.S., have these allies in the Middle East. We don't, right? They are doing this to save the IRGC. That's what they are doing. We, America, the Trump administration, Trump, J.D. Vance, and all them. The reason we are doing this is because of the midterms, right? That's what's going on. We can't have gas continuing to rise. We can't have the continuation of the woke right, isolationist, massy murder crowd constantly screaming about no, no wars. Trump understands that. Trump also didn't want it to be a forever war. He didn't want it to be a boots on the ground war. So those actually overlap and align. However, please do not think that there is anything that I haven't figured out that Trump and them have also not figured out. I am a contractor. I can figure this out based on common sense and critical thinking, and there are smarter people than me in Trump's inner circle, let's say. All right? And I don't know about you, but I do trust Trump. I trust his critical thinking skills, and I don't think he's being played like some other people do. I think that that's just so weird how there's so many people that are like so pro Trump, yet they think he's an idiot, right? I don't. I think he knows what he's doing. So, we need 5 months. That's what we need. We need 5 months for this deal to sort of hold or stabilize. And then, so this is to all the people that are freaking out, by the way. All the people that are like, oh, Trump's going to give them all the. I think after the midterms, we're going to see a very different posture. Right? I think we're going to see, and the Iranians know this too, right? We're going to see Trump going, Hey, remember that deal? You broke it. All right. Bye. So maybe I'm wrong, but I just think that all of the people that are sort of, screaming from the rooftops like this or that, and jumping on board with the instant gratification of being first, not being right. I think you're doing more harm than good. I'm not saying be a cheerleader. I'm not saying don't be concerned. I'm not saying don't voice your concerns. What I am saying is stop being a panickin. Okay? Stop being a panickin. If I am wrong, I will tell you. Okay? I will eat my words, but I'm not wrong often. So, we'll see. I still all even if I am wrong, panicking doesn't help anything anyway. Right? It really doesn't. Typing a bunch of oh my gods into your Twitter doesn't do much. Okay? Calm. Usa. See a lot of that going on lately. A lot. A lot, a lot. All right. Okay. The algae. Okay, we're still talking about this. Trump says repairs to algae plagued reflecting pool will begin immediately. So I went 2 for 2 on predictions here. So number one, I said that there were most likely vandals that were causing the bottom of the new reflecting pool to come up. I did say it was possible that the top layer might have loosened up, but that's not even what happened, right? There have been, um, let's see here, 14 police reports filed. Trump claimed to use a blade. One person, Trump claimed, used a blade to put a 250-foot long gash into the beautiful facade. Um, Here, let me just start over at the top. The U.S. President Donald Trump says he inspected the reflecting pool and that work will begin immediately to repair the landmark. Despite the multi-million-dollar renovation, including a fresh coat of blue paint, historic structures continue to face issues, most prominently algae, turning the water a bright shade of green. Okay, um, they found an incredible amount of phosphates in the water, way more than could ever come from some algae that was still in the stagnant lines. All right. So when I saw that pool turn green in like a week, I was like, I go, it wouldn't shock me if somebody just dumped a bunch of phosphates in there. And I think that there was somebody that was arrested. I think that there was somebody that actually got caught with a bunch of fertilizer, and phosphates will accelerate it. They're like duck poo will also like there not enough ducks pooed in that thing in a week for that to happen. So essentially, it was sabotaged, right? It was sabotaged on both ends, right? They did the algae, and they went in and they started cutting it up and ripping it apart, and it's crazy because this is the pilot paradox that I was referring to, where it's like that's yours, right? It's like BLM, right? It's like BLM burning down their own cities, like you're burning down your own city, right? Why? Because of racial injustice. Okay, but you're burning down your own city. Yeah, but that's how you get them to pay attention. Oh, okay, they're paying attention. They're paying attention to you burning down your own city. Same thing's happening here, right? They hate Trump so much that they want more algae. They want it to be destroyed. They want it to look like crap because that's how you get people to pay attention but to what? Now that you just gave Donald Trump credibility because y'all got caught, right? Did you really think you were going to slice up the bottom of the reflecting pool and push the narrative that it was just poorly put together? No. There's so many people are being arrested right now, right? Like there's so many people that are caught red-handed. 5 people have been arrested for vandalism. 5 more were issued citations. A total of 14 police reports have been filed. It's insane. It's like, yeah, so now you guys just basically you ruined your own pool. Now there's going to be more money spent, and you're going to probably try to blame that on Trump. But no, it's your fault, right? I think anybody that was arrested for vandalism, they should go bankrupt. They should be sued for the amount, and they should have to pay the federal government the amount, right? Like, yeah, I mean, that's a weird position for me to take because I don't like the federal government, being having that much authority. But now in this case, yeah, if you got caught and if you put millions and millions and millions of dollars worth of damage into that thing, I don't care if you work at Wendy's, right? You need to pay for it. You did the damage, you need to pay for it, right? That's how that works. So I think that all 5 people, whatever the cost is for the repair, let's say it's $4 million, $2 million, $3 million, they have to pay that for the rest of their life. I don't care. No, you guys can't. We can't let this keep happening. $2 billion worth of damage in the BLM riots. Who paid for that? We did. The taxpayer did. Right? The people who burnt the buildings down, they're on welfare. They got paid on top of it. No, no. I think that the people who were arrested, who vandalized this, they should pay. The makeover cost 13 million. I don't know what the repair is going to cost, but jeez. 10 years and $1 million fine. Yeah, I kind of like that idea, right? Right here. Jenny. That's my bout. Jenny said 10 years and $1 million fine. Yeah, all right. 10 years in jail and a $1 million fine. Kind of like it. Yeah, that'll work. That'll work for me. All right. But yeah, I mean, dude, Trump's just trying to clean stuff up, dude. It's like he really is. Do you know how aggravating that is as somebody who doesn't have TDS? Do you have any idea how aggravating it is to see these terrorists, these little temper tantrum throwing terrorists, these temper tantrumists? They're just destroying stuff. It's like I don't have TDS. I think it's fine. I like it. I like that imagine if they left it alone, right? Imagine if they left it alone. What would it look like? The algae probably wouldn't have been there. The water's actually pretty clear because they've killed all the algae, right? Now you can see the bottom. A week ago, the algae was pretty murky, making the water murky because they dumped a bunch of phosphates in it, right? And I knew that it was going to be a quick repair on the algae, but now on top of that, they're literally tearing up the floor of it. These people are insane. On Sunday, Trump took to Truth Social to announce that work will begin immediately fixing the seriously vandalized reflecting pool. I just inspected it and only say to myself and those gathered around me, wow, who could do such a thing? Sick, deranged people. To anyone else, by the way, anyone who's still on the fence on whether or not this actually happened, all of the damage is on the edge. The pool is a foot deep. All right? Yes, all you need is a sharp blade, and you just dump your hand in it. Your hand will only go up to your elbow, and you just scrape the bottom of it, and then you reach in there and you peel it up. It's insane, dude. Oh, are these the people that got arrested? Champion canoeist. That's hilarious. Champion canoeist. On Friday, police arrested former Olympic athlete and accused him of vandalizing the pool. Yeah, he did it. Look at his face. Champion canoeist. That's a thing that you can be a champion at? Canoeing? Okay. David Davy Hearn told the BBC he didn't do anything wrong. He was simply touching the peeling paint. Okay. Yeah, it's just touching it. Don't stick your hand in there. At all. So yeah, you did do something wrong, even if that's all you did. Hearn told BBC News on Saturday that he didn't destroy, rip, tear, peel, or remove any part of the paint. Well, I'm sure if he said that, then it's 100% true. The condition of any part of the reflecting pool didn't change. It wasn't affected. It was the same before I got there as when I walked away from it. He called his arrest arbitrary, capricious prosecution. Okay. Officials have been using chemicals, including reportedly hydrogen peroxide, to clean the algae bloom that was also caused by vandals. That has taken over following the paint job. Over the weekend, a news photographer spotted a dead duckling floating in the pool. It is unclear how the animal died or whether it was harmed by the work being done on the reflecting pool. It's a duck. It's a duck. All right, it's okay. Ducks die. I saw a dead duck many times. I used to live in Boston. There was a the the Charles River was right across from this like place that we used to hang out. I've seen many a dead duck, and I don't think anybody is going to like open up a murder investigation for this. But really, if there was a whole bunch of dead ducks, then maybe you could say, all right, it might have been freaking. There was probably heroin needles in that pool before Trump renovated it. But oh yeah, peroxide. Wow, wild man. What are we talking about? Right wing populist El Tigre wins the Colombia election. I saw a bunch of people going crazy over this. Looks like we can't read it from the Financial Times. Let's see. Let's go pull up something then. El Tigre. I didn't know that was his name. El Tigre. I don't know why that's making me laugh. That's just funny. All right. Colombia just. There's a president named El Tigre. Isn't that's kind of funny? Right? There's a president now named El Tigre. Oh, that's crazy. Colombia just held a presidential election, and the results are a massive win for conservatives and Trump-style leadership. In the June 21st, 2026 runoff, far-right outsider oh, now I know why they call him El Tigre. That's hard to say. I'm not saying that. El Belardo de la Espriella. I took 3, maybe 4 lessons on Rosetta Stone, and I put it down. I learned how to say bicicleta and leche. And then I said, I don't need this anymore. I'm an American. Why am I trying to speak other people's language? They should just learn English. There should be Rosetta Stone for them, not me. I'm not doing that. Okay. So everybody say, okay, look, here's my take. Okay. I'm not trying to throw any cold water on it, right? But it's Colombia, right? A right-wing Colombian is still gonna be like, yeah, know what we should do? Cocaine. It's gonna be whatever, whatever. It's not my country. I don't care. But good, but good. If it's showing a trend of Trump-style leadership worldwide, then it is a counter to the rise of socialism globally, and communism, which is good, right? That's the good part. So if that's why everybody's talking about it, then that is the right way to view it, right? It's like it's a good thing when you see more right leaning capitalist leadership happening in the world. Free trade, free market, capitalism. That's just a good thing. But it is Colombia. So I'm just saying, I don't think I would recommend getting your affairs in order and get right with Jesus. What's going on in the chat? Is there something? Is there a thing? Is there a thing going on here? What are we doing? Vaccinated or triggered and dying faster than we can count. All right. I don't know what's going on in there. Bad Moon. Bad Moon gets spicy sometimes. I like Bad Moon. He's the enforcer of the chat. No, it is a good thing. As somebody else in the chat was like, no, it's a good thing. It is a good thing. It is a good thing. But it's Colombia. It's not America. El Tigre, great. I think that if there is a Trump endorsed president, then it's going to be easier to deal with Colombia. Colombia is definitely was hopefully now will be more aligned with us than aligned with China, and that's always a good thing. So that's a good thing for sure, for sure. But it's Colombia. Okay, you'll get what I mean later. All right, next up, LA superintendent resigns. Okay, I think it's time for Maha Monday. M&M's Mars Maha makeover. I should have done that. What did I say? Wait, what did I say? Mars Maha. Mars. Wait, what did I say? Wait, what did this one say? What was
Decided to make candy Maha friendly.
Mars Maha. Oh,
Maha.
Mars. I think I wrote M&M's Maha makeover. Hold on. M&M's Maha. All right, Nah, M&M. No, I like mine better. No, mine's better. Yeah, never mind. I was right. They were wrong. Okay. Now let's take a look at this story. So, M&M's Mars, to be more specific, is getting a makeover.
Decided to make candy Maha friendly.
Yes, this is wonderful news. If you're a mom or you're a dad, you have children that love their candy, this is the candy you're going to have to start buying because M&M's is on board. The Mars family has said, let's push this through. They got their researchers to...
It's the family? Is that their last name?
It's the Mars company. They're a private billionaire clan that owns the company.
Obviously not a candy eater.
It's headquartered in Newark, New Jersey.
Newark, New Jersey.
Yes. So coming soon in August, you're going to be able to buy the M&Ms without dye, but they can only make 4 colors because the blue dye is giving them some problems. So you're going to see red, orange, yellow, and green. No more brown and no more blue because the blue, whatever they're using to substitute the blue, gums up the factory, the machines, and they need a little bit of the blue to make the brown.
So if you look up there, the colors are a little bit more muted, which is good. You can see that kind of in nature sometimes. But and I understand why they might be having a hard time recreating the blue, but why are you having a hard time recreating the brown, which is the color of chocolate to begin with?
You would think that would be the
that would be the one that you want to go with if you're Maha conscious. Right.
They're making these new colors with beets and turmeric.
I just think that Maha.
I'm so excited about
it. Maha is like is infiltrating into everywhere. I mean, it's hard to push back against a movement that's just trying to make you healthier, and for the candy people to step up like this. I think at one point we're going to go to a nutritionist, and they're going to say, "I want vitamin B. You should have more vitamin C, and I think you should have M&Ms." I think we're going to get to the point where M&Ms will be part of a nutritional recommendation.
Made with chocolate and.
Okay, so. Yeah, that's that one story. I'm also going to get to this, but here's the thing. I don't know if you've noticed, but Doritos has come out with like naked Doritos, the whatever the company is, they got naked cheese puffs where they've also removed the dyes. It's not a small thing, right? It's not a small thing that this administration was the first to tackle this problem, right? I mean, the reason why we want to do Maha Monday every week is to remind everybody that they should be living a healthier lifestyle, but also to highlight the fact that this administration, Trump, RFK Jr., the unity coalition that was put together, RFK was very popular, right, on the left, and Trump united the healthy people who followed RFK for his Make America Healthy Again message. Trump didn't steal it from him. He literally gave it to him. He goes, I'm going to give you the biggest department in the government, let you run it, if you'll endorse me. And he kept his promise. And what did RFK do? He's attacked so many different things. So let's go over some wins just from this week alone. Hold on. One sec. One sec. Oh, there we go. All right. And she's not unattractive, so that's good. Also, that's also nice, easy on the eyes. Let's go.
Big wins for recovery and real food this week. I'm Caitlin Sinclair. It's time for your Maha Minute. And first up, HHS just launched a massive $96 million effort to tackle addiction, mental illness, and homelessness. The New Streets program is designed to help struggling Americans connect with treatment, recovery programs, housing support, and outreach. And another food giant is cleaning things up. Secretary Kennedy thanked Nestle USA this week after the company committed to removing synthetic dyes from its food and beverage products. Now that is a Maha win. And America's future doctors are finally learning about food. Medical schools in a majority of U.S. states have now finally adopted nutrition education requirements for all of their students. And finally, close to 500 beagles are being rescued from a breeding facility that supplied dogs for research. Thanks to efforts led by Secretary Kennedy and Secretary Rollins, these dogs will now get a second chance at life. And that's a wrap. Stay right here every week, guys, for more Maha Wins.
So yeah, I didn't know about this account. But yeah, Maha Action. Everybody should go follow this account because of that's what I'm going to now be using to reference for our Mega or Maha Mondays, right? Nestle, on top of Mars, also comes out and says they're going to remove the food dyes. $96 million for addiction, mental health, and homelessness. The beagles, dude. I don't know what's up with beagles. By the way, why did Anthony Fauci kill so many beagles? Like, and speaking of Fauci, I think I have another one here. Let's see here. Yeah. Don't know. Yeah, COVID. Yeah. So there's this one here. Let's we got 3 minutes left. Let's listen to this.
Almost from the beginning of the Biden administration, they weaponized government, aiming to control the speech around the treatment for COVID, the effectiveness of lockdowns, the harms of lockdowns, school closures, masks, you name it. High government officials, including inside the White House itself, would go to social media companies and threaten them, telling the social media companies who and what to censor. Almost from the beginning of the Biden administration, they weaponized government, aiming to control the speech around the treatment for COVID, the effectiveness of lockdowns, the harms of lockdowns, school.
I didn't even realize that played twice. I was looking. The reason why I just was distracted was because beagles are prone to cancer, so they use them in cancer research. Is that true? Is that why? Is that why they do that? That's crazy. I didn't know that. Beagles are used because they're most docile and forgiving. That's terrible. That is not okay. That is not okay. They won't bite, so we can no. Anthony Fauci here. I think the only fair and true punishment for Anthony Fauci would be if he were put in a cage with a glass box around his head, around his neck, and sand fleas. You pour a bunch of sand fleas into the box while Anthony Fauci just sits there and the sand fleas eat his face, because that's what he did to beagles, and a lot of them for no fucking reason. Did I do that right? Did I get it? No reason. He literally just tortured beagles for no reason, right? So that's what I think should happen to Anthony Fauci. I think it should be televised. I think that it should be like on TV, like a channel where you start the live stream and you don't stop it until it's just a skull, right? Screw that guy. I really hate him. There's only a few people I really, really hate who aren't like technical terrorists or pedophiles. Fauci is one of them. Anyway, all right, it's 8:59, so let's do some shout-outs. Bumba, I saw Bumba real quick. P, you're out. God Chick, Winky Winky Nod Nod, Miss Mocha Power, T Hodges, Great Guy Gary, Bad Moon, LFA producer. 2 hours of Ungoverned is coming up next on LFA TV. Stay tuned and share, share, share. And speaking of, there it is. It is 9 a.m. Central, so I am out of here. Sean Farish is coming up next. Enjoy Sean Farish. And you know what? We'll give him a little intro because, I mean, even though it's going to say the Daily Breakdown is the GOAT, Sean is also the GOAT. See you later.
From the deep red state of Tennessee on rumble.com/LFA TV. Welcome to Ungoverned. It's going to be a 2-hour show today. 2 hours. Why? Why do you get subjected to 2 hours of that torture? Jeremy's on vacation. He's out for the week. I'll be in for you today. I'll be in for you tomorrow, 2 hours. And on Thursday, 2 hours. 2 straight hours, not divided up. Here on rumble.com/LFA TV and everywhere else. So, for those of you who are in the chat, you're gonna have to be our friends today. When people are asking why is Sean on for 2 hours, please respond with the information that I just gave you. We are live. I am live in yet another episode of the great feline civil war of 2026. It's getting worse, not better. So there's that. But that's not what we're going to dwell on today. Brennan is currently right now consoling a cat. So she is not here with me once again. We'll see how long this, we'll see what happens with this part of the saga. But that is what it is. Iran negotiations. Are they on life support? I mean, like, part of the discussion to me looks like, yes, it's on life support. Part of the discussion to me looks like, no, it's not on life support. So I look at this, I ask, I look at a bunch of commentary surrounding it. I look at a bunch of, opinions and things surrounding it. And to me, it looks like the negotiations are kind of hanging on by a thread, which is something that I would say we kind of expected. I don't think anything was going to happen overnight. But I also think that you know what Iran likes to do is they like to talk big. They talk a big game. Oh, we're not going to sit here through the negotiations and Lebanon and the Strait of Hormuz is closed and then it's open and then it's closed and then it's open and then it's closed and then it's open. I'm going to tell you what's not good, though. And I get it. This is the type of world we live in. And I get it that this is the nature of the beast when it comes to commentary and opinions and the world of constantly being connected, right? Everyone's got access to information all the time. Ironically, right now, X is down, which is hilarious because now you're going to see all of these social media addicts, these pathetic lowlives. I can't post on X. I can't. Good. Maybe do something productive. Maybe get off your ass and, I don't know, take a walk or something. I don't know. But what you're seeing now is and I've noticed this really, I would say, since the beginning of the social media era, right? Where, and I remember I started as a sports guy. I loved, and I still love sports. Except soccer. I just don't like it. I'm happy that Team USA beat Australia. I'm rooting for them, but I'm not watching the World Cup. I don't like soccer. I'm not watching it. I hope the United States wins, and I hope they win without me watching. I'm not watching. I don't like it. I'm not entertained by it. I think it's dumb. Whatever. Well, the rest of the world, okay, fine. The rest of the world is wrong. I'm right. That's the way it works. Okay? That's the way it works. I grew up in the, sports radio, sports social media, all this. And it started, I started to see it happening there. Right? Where every decision was an apocalyptic decision. And look, trust me, when I was young, I would want to fire the head coach after one loss. Right? Like, you can't do that. I get it, for continuity's sake. But how many times have we seen in the sports world, if you once were a fan or you're still a fan, where like a player does a good thing and now that is the best play of all time, or they're the greatest player at that position of all time, or that's the best catch that we've ever seen of all time, or it's this, the best of all time, the best, the worst, the best, the tallest, the shortest, the strongest, the weakest, this, that, everything is always like with the hyperbole, right? With the exaggeration, with the of all time. Everything. And the reason why that happens is for attention. The wilder and more dramatic the claim, the more attention that claim, that post, that content, whatever it is designed to get. It's the same thing as, in an older era, 25 years ago, newspapers with a very eye-catching headline, right? What we would call clickbait today was, I would click, read, views, purchase, whatever. It was bait. It was eye candy on the front of the newspaper, right? The big headline doesn't necessarily describe the story, but it's a big headline. Same thing we see now. Because people need attention. Because attention is monetized, right? We've seen this. The point that I'm making here is everybody who is talking about these Iran negotiations, everyone needs to calm the down. Josh Hammer, Ben Shapiro, Mark Levin on one side. And then, your anti-Israel Owen Schroyers and Alex Jones and all the Sean Ryan, Tucker Carlson on the other side. Calm the down. Stop going crazy over every single report. You are going to give yourself a heart attack if you keep doing this. Relax. You're not going to get a deal. The MOU is not the final deal. There are people, this MOU is disgraceful. Okay, great. You have your opinion. It's not the final deal. Number one. Number two. This is not going to be done overnight. Oh, Iran's walking out. They closed the Strait. Bomb. Guys, chill. Chill. Now, my position is, just so we're clear, I don't like the Iranian regime. I want to see the regime fall. But under no circumstances do I want to see U.S. boots on the ground, a la Iraq, Afghanistan, to make the regime fall. Not our job. Our objective is to make sure they don't get a nuclear weapon, as far as I'm concerned. I am 100% behind that. 100%. I want to see peace in the region. I don't know if it's possible with the regime that's currently in power in Iran. I get it. I'm with you on that. I'm there. I support Israel's right to exist. I support the Jewish people's right to have their homeland. If that makes me a Zionist, if that's what that means these days, so be it. Fine. That's my position. I have zero allegiance to Bibi Netanyahu. I don't like him. I have zero allegiance to the Israeli government. They're not my government. They're not my problem, the government of Israel. Matter of fact, a lot of things they have, a lot of policy they have there, especially social policy, is a little too liberal for me over there in Israel. But that's fine. That's their country. I don't vote in their elections. I don't have a say. I don't want to say. I've never been there. I don't even have a passport. I can't even go there. But I ask folks on both sides of this whole this huge, shouting match, whether it's Levin and Josh Hammer or it's these other guys, Schroyer and Alex Jones and all these, Tucker Carlson and Candace, just chill out. I get it. You need attention. You need clicks. You need views. You need your audience. You need to fire people up. I understand you have opinions. That's okay. But the hyperbolics, the dramatics, the over-exaggeration, the sensationalism, that's helping nobody. Your vice president right now is in Switzerland trying to get a deal done, and you're trying to undermine it on both sides of this thing? Just relax. Let it play out. And if you want to negotiate a better deal, whoever you may be, then you run for freaking office. Get out from behind your microphone and you run for office. I raised concerns over what I didn't like in the MOU, but did I light my hair on fire and start running around and scream the sky is falling on Friday and Thursday of last week? No. I said, here's where I might be concerned. Here's why I might be concerned. One of those concerns, what was it? Do you remember what one of the concerns was last week that I had with the MOU? It was for 60 days, there's no tolls in the Strait of Hormuz. And I said, I don't really like that. There should never be tolls in the Strait of Hormuz, because that could have a really bad impact, a negative impact on the global oil economy, right? Well, a couple of days, not even, it was a day after I said that. I'm not saying that I'm taking credit for why anyone said it. It was a day after I said, I don't like this, but let's see what happens. J.D. Vance and Donald Trump announced a plan for the Strait of Hormuz in terms of, will there be tolls? Will there not be tolls? Just calm down, please. We've seen what happens when we panic. We've seen what happens when we put the cart in front of the horse. We've seen just go no further than COVID, right? Look no further than COVID. Everybody and their mother flipped out, and what happened? We wound up with lockdowns. There was no toilet paper. Everybody was wearing a mask. There was mandates and curfews and all sorts of insane stuff. Just chill. Just chill. That's all I ask. Because what I don't want to see is Iran and the United States have a falling out in these negotiations, and the next thing you know, you've got people, oh, well, now we have no choice. Time to put U.S. boots on the ground. And now we have a forever war, and now we have a problem. Just relax. Please. For your health, for the health of these negotiations, for the health of the discourse, for the health of the conversations and the discussions, in, out. I'm going to show you some examples of some of the things that are really, really getting me upset. And I'm sorry, but the super, I'm on, folks, if you are one of these people who are super, super, super pro-Israel, I'm on your side. I'm pro-Israel too. But you're getting crazy. You're getting crazy. And you're turning people like me off. Now, I'm not going to say that Israel doesn't have the right to exist. I will never say that because they have the right to exist. But my goodness, the hysterics that I'm seeing after a slightly not getting your way is just, it is, I didn't think that side of the argument, that side of the aisle, that side of the discussion was capable of such childishness. And I guess I misread that because it's getting crazy. So we'll get to that. We'll get to some updates. We got updates on Iran. We've got an update on the country and whether the country has an appetite for more with Iran. That's important too. You have to understand the American people matter in this equation. We are a very big part of this equation. Do the people want to see more conflict in Iran or not? 78% of people say they don't want to see more conflict. We'll also get to the Department of Homeland Security talking about deportations, a very encouraging thing. A former Olympian was arrested for vandalizing the reflecting pool. We've got updates there. The FBI has put together a most wanted fraudster list, so we've got updates there. We've got a ton of updates, a ton of stuff to get to, a ton of news to get to. Before we get to it, I want to get to a word from our friends at OFPFarms.com. That is OFPFarms.com. Oscar Foxtrot Papa Farms.com. They are celebrating America 250. Listen, you know me. I'm an activist before anything else. I love sharing businesses that are built on faith, family, and freedom and hard work. That is OFP Farms. And OFP Farms obviously has been with us for a very long time. So we love to highlight all the great. You saw me. I had to put goat kisses on just before because I had, I'm a lip licker. Okay. I'm a lip licking SOB. They're a small family farm making handcrafted skincare with goat milk, grass-fed tallow, magnesium, and simple ingredients that your skin can actually understand. Their products are made for the everyday person dealing with dry skin, sensitive skin, sore muscles, tired feet, cracked lips, or just wanting something cleaner and more nourishing than what you find on most store shelves. Right now, in celebration of America's 250th birthday, OFP Farms is offering, are you ready? 17.76% off of your entire order. There it is. So here's what you do. Go to OFPFarms.com and put in your order and put in your promo code Sean, and then you screenshot as a, when you get your receipt, you can screenshot that 17.76% discount. How about it? OFPFarms.com, 17.76% off, celebrating America 250, commemorative screenshot of your purchase. Be like, look at this really cool company. Share it with your friends. This is their way of honoring our heritage, celebrating the freedoms that we've been blessed with, and saying thank you to every freedom-loving customer who chooses to support small farms and family businesses. Go to OFPFarms.com and use the code Sean, SHAWN, for 17.76% off your entire order. That is OFPFarms.com, promo code Sean. You see it on your screen for 17.76% off of your entire order. Not 18%, 17.76% off of your entire order. OFPfarms.com, promo code Sean, S-H-A-W-N. OFPfarms.com, promo code Sean, S-H-A-W-N. All right, let's get into this. Iran negotiations continue after day one talks on Lebanon, nuclear enrichment, and the Strait of Hormuz. So there have been some sticking points over in Iran, right? And the sticking point, again, the sticking point in these negotiations have been my biggest issue has been this Lebanon issue. Okay? When you look at Lebanon, it's got to be a two-way street. All right? I'm with a lot of the folks on the pro-Israel side on this. It's got to be a two-way street. Okay? Has to be. Has to be a two-way street. If Israel is going to have to pull out of Lebanon, if Israel is going to have to stop bombing, Hezbollah targets and strategic targets in Lebanon, then Hezbollah has to stop too. It has to be a two-way street. You cannot, in good faith, ask a sovereign country like Israel to just accept rockets being fired from another country into land beyond their borders. You can't, within their borders. You can't ask them to do that. You cannot ask Israel to just accept rocket fire into their country. That's ridiculous. Whether you like Israel or not, whether you support Israel or not, whether you're pro-Israel or not, whether you're a Zionist or not, we can all acknowledge right now, I don't even care if you disagree with the existence of Israel. That doesn't matter. Israel is a sovereign country with its own borders. Yes or no? Yes or no? Israel is a sovereign country with its own borders. The answer to that is yes. Therefore, because they have their own borders and they're a sovereign country, they have the right to defend themselves. Period. Period. Okay? That's it. This is simple. So Israel's a sovereign country, i.e. they govern themselves. They have established borders. Therefore, they have the right to defend themselves. If someone is sending rockets into that country, who is anyone in the rest of the world to say, stop hitting back? Now, you want to critique whether the IDF and whether Israel as a nation during these strikes have been a little reckless, you can critique that. We can have that conversation another day. But if a terror group, a proxy group, a rogue group, a militarized group, whomever it might be, in this case, Hezbollah, in Lebanon, is shooting rockets into Israel, I would expect Israel to say, well, who the hell are you shooting rockets into my country? We have the right to defend ourselves. We're gonna start bombing strategic locations. Now, Trump has been critical of Bibi and the IDF, saying, well, why would you go after an apartment building? Well, we know that in some cases, these terror groups hide their munitions and their operations inside civilian targets so that, it brings condemnation when these countries who are defending themselves have to hit those targets. Oh, Israel just bombed a school. Israel just bombed a hospital. Israel just bombed an apartment building. And it's like, well, they did, but that's because that's where the terrorists were hiding. Well, are you saying everybody in the building are terrorists? No, we're not. But aside from having IDF soldiers going door to door, ripping people out of their homes in Lebanon, this is the only other way they can do it. So if you want Israel to stop bombing targets in Lebanon, you need to get that terror group Hezbollah to stop shooting rockets into Israel. That's fair. That's fair. Okay? I feel like this is as fair as you're going to get anywhere online. This is fair. If Hezbollah, and remember what the MOU said. The MOU said ending the fighting on all fronts, including Lebanon. Well, Hezbollah hasn't stopped fighting. Right? 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 Hezbollah has not stopped fighting, right? Or wrong? Let's start there. The first point of the memorandum of understanding said fighting would cease on all fronts, including Lebanon. Fighting has not ceased in Lebanon because Hezbollah keeps shooting rockets into Israel. So that part of the MOU is not being honored by Hezbollah, by Iran. And as far as I'm concerned, Israel's defending themselves here. That's number one. Number two, nuclear enrichment. All right, here we go again with the nuclear enrichment. Quote, topics of discussion have included clarifying some of the confusing messaging from Iran on the Strait and building deconfliction mechanisms to ensure the Strait will remain fully open, according to a U.S. diplomat. We have also worked through deconfliction mechanisms and enforcing the ceasefire in southern Lebanon. We have had robust discussions on all elements of the nuclear deal. We plan to continue working through each of these issues and using today's work as a starting point for ongoing technical talks going forward. Qatari Minister of Foreign Affairs Sheikh Mohammed bin Abdulrahman Al Thani, too many names, shared a photo of Vance and himself writing from Lucerne, and efforts and joint work continue. The first session of high-level talks under the framework of the Islamabad Memorandum of Understanding have concluded in Bergenstock, Switzerland, with the participation of representatives from Iran and the United States and the two mediating parties of the State of Qatar and the Islamic Republic of Pakistan. The Lake Lucerne Summit was conducted in a positive and constructive atmosphere. Encouraging progress has been made, including the creation of a mechanism for further technical talks. Building on the MOU, the parties have agreed to the establishment of a high-level committee, which will provide political oversight on the mediation. Chief negotiators will report regularly to the high-level committee and lead working groups focused on nuclear, sanctions, and a monitoring and dispute resolution group to ensure the effective implementation of the MOU and other matters. The high-level committee has agreed upon a roadmap towards reaching a final deal within 60 days, laying the foundation for the immediate commencement of further technical talks. In addition, a communication line between the parties has been formed for the period mentioned in paragraph 5 of the MOU to avoid incidents and miscommunication with the aim of safe passage for commercial vessels through the Strait of Hormuz. We keep seeing the mixed messaging coming through from Iran over regarding the Strait of Hormuz, correct? We keep seeing that. It's open, it's closed, it's open, it's closed, it's open, it's closed, it's open, it's closed, it's open, it's closed. How the hell are we going to get, how does anyone know what's going on? How does anyone know what's going on? Nobody knows what's going on from the Iranian side. To me, that sends the signal that their leadership is severely fractured. Severely fractured. Okay. On Hormuz, let's play a clip from Fox News yesterday. This is what Trey Yingst said after he had a conversation with President Trump regarding the Strait of Hormuz.
Yeah, hey guys, good morning. I just spoke with President Trump for more than 20 minutes, and he gave some new insight and reaction about the ongoing talks that are taking place in Switzerland and the threats coming from the Iranian regime. President Trump telling Fox News that the U.S. may take over the strait in the future if they have to and collect tolls. The president described this as the United States being the guardian angel of the Strait of Hormuz and the Middle East. And the president said ultimately that would involve the U.S. taking 20% of the oil that passes through the strait. Remember, this comes in reaction to the Iranians saying they will close the Strait of Hormuz in response to Israeli strikes against Hezbollah in Lebanon. President Trump tells Fox News he spoke with Iranian officials overnight and said, you close it and you won't have a country. He went on to tell these officials, you won't even make it back to your effing country. Now, earlier today, Iran's President Masoud Pezeshkian said this about Iranian enrichment of uranium. The president also reacting to that. Take a listen.
We will not give up our right to enrichment. And they, too, will be forced to accept it. You all know what the so-called President of the United States was saying. He had made a complete 100-degree turn. He was saying that Iran must surrender unconditionally. Iran has no right to do this, it has no right to do that.
President Trump, during our call, responded directly to those comments by Iranian President Masoud Pezeshkian. President Trump told Fox News he better watch his mouth, he better shape up, or we'll take over the rest of the country. And so clearly the president reacting directly to these comments from Iran's President Masoud Pezeshkian. And also President Trump talked about the broader memorandum of understanding, indicating this is just a ceasefire extension. This is not the final deal with the Iranian regime. And the president says he holds the cards and maintains a variety of options if the Iranians don't make these serious commitments at the negotiating table. He said, I have a 60-day option, and I can do whatever I want after that option. So again, President Trump leaving a variety of considerations on the table and says that the United States could become the guardian angel of the Strait of Hormuz and collect tolls itself while taking oil, around 20%, the president says. As it relates to oil, President Trump also said that 19 million barrels of crude oil exited the Persian Gulf yesterday as a result of this memorandum of understanding with the Iranians. Guys?
So, Trey, as always...
All right, there was Trey Inks giving you a little bit. I saw a comment in the chat here that makes... I saw a comment in the chat here that makes a little bit of sense. Kimberly underscore K says, Iran is simply putting out propaganda to save face with their people. Man, you would think that's a no-brainer, right? Good job, Kimberly K. Let me give you a round of applause. Thank you. You would think that's a no-brainer. You know, it's like you would believe a lot of people could pick that up and say, "Oh, okay, it's just propaganda." But what you have is a bunch of morons in this country who see Iranian propaganda that is clear Iranian propaganda, so clear. Kimberly K was able to pick it out. That's propaganda. And believe it and go, oh, there you go. Israel and, Iran and the Hormuz, the Strait of Hormuz is closed and all this. Folks, when did we lose the ability to distill fact from fiction? Thank you. Kimberly K., another round of applause for you. Iran is simply putting out propaganda to save face with their people. Yes. Yes. Thank you. It reminds me of like last year after Midnight Hammer and they like retaliated. Remember? Remember when they retaliated? And they were like, we staved off the enemy. And people were like, and there were a few like Luke Rudkowski, who's a complete and utter tool online, where he was like, "Oh, this is bad. This is gonna turn into a world war." And I see our I'm not even gonna name Negative Nancy. You know what? Negative Nancy. You know who you are. Oh, we were told they were decimated. They are decimated. Are you insane? They have no Navy. They have no Air Force. Their leadership structure is insanely fractured. That's why they can't have a negotiation without changing the story every 30 minutes. They have no air defense. They have no radar. We don't even know if their supreme leader is actually alive or some autopen is writing things for him. But you, the fool that you are, you, Negative Nancy, that's how I'm going to refer to you. You know who you are. Negative Nancy. All you do is bitch and moan every day, and I am so tired of it. I am so tired of seeing, oh, stop attacking your support. You don't support nothing. You bitch and moan every day in this chat, Negative Nancy. Every day. You could have the best day ever, and there's still something wrong. We could have deported every illegal alien. You go, well, how come it didn't happen sooner? Just shut up already with the negativity. I'm so tired of it. Shut up. Or go out somewhere else. Go away. Iran does not control the strait. The strait was never closed yesterday. They just said it was. You know why? Because they lie. Because they're a bunch of Islamo-fascists who lie. And you seem to not understand that concept. For the sake of being freaking negative. Debbie Downer. I don't want that type of nonsense in my locker room. Nonsense. Shut up. I'm not saying we have to wear rose-colored glasses, but every freaking word out of your mouth is negative. Shut up. Because it's been months of this crap. And you know exactly who in this chat I'm talking about. I'm not going to give this person's name any oxygen. Get out of here. I'm calling strikes and balls. Negative Nancy, nothing's happening. Oh, go blackpill in someone else's show and disrupt someone else's chat. You got to give these negotiations a chance. Well, we were told Iran was decimable. What is your solution? Other than whining. What's your solution? Because we're going to move on to the next point here. This country does not have an appetite for this conflict. Period. This country, can you get him out of the chat for the day? Bucklebrush Jones out of the chat for the day. I'm done with this guy. I'm done. Get him out. Nothing but a distraction. Out. Come back tomorrow when you're in a better mood. And if you're not in a better mood, we'll do it again. Out. This is what we're talking about here. 78% of Americans want the conflict. And then this guy's going to whine to me on X. I'm going to block him there. I'm so tired of the negativity. Every freaking day, I got to see this guy's comments in the chat whining about something else. Go away. Go away. 78% of Americans want the conflict with Iran to end now. Now. So this is the only way out. This is the only way out of the conflict is negotiations. Because if we don't negotiate with Iran, then we got to go back to a military conflict. Well, guess what? The country has no appetite for it, and our politicians are supposed to listen to what this country wants. 78% of Americans want this conflict to end now. A majority of Americans want the United States to end the war with Iran right now, according to a recent CBS News and YouGov poll. The survey, which was taken Wednesday through Friday of last week, asked participants the conflict with Iran. What should the United States do now? CBS reported Sunday. 78% said the nation should end the conflict now, while 22% said continue the conflict until Iran gives up more. So if you are among the people who want to hold out like Jack Keane on Fox News, that guy, whenever he comes on the screen, I'm like, here we go. Here we go. Tell me why we should put boots on the ground, Jack. Go ahead. You're in the 22 percentile. You're in the very, very, very slim minority. The poll surveyed Republicans asking what should the United States do now. 60% of all Republicans said the nation should end the conflict now, and 56% of MAGA Republicans agreed. 40% of Republicans said the nation should continue the conflict until Iran gives up more, while 44% of MAGA Republicans agreed. This CBS News YouGov survey was conducted with a nationally representative sample of 2,519 U.S. adults interviewed between June 17th and June 19th, 2026. The sample was weighted to be representative of adults nationwide according to gender, age, race, education, based on the U.S. Census American Community Survey and current population survey, as well as 2024 presidential vote. The margin of error is 2.5 points. So we're well outside the margin of error. There is no appetite in this country for this war to continue. None. Okay? So you have to take that into account. You have to take that into account. Okay? You can't ignore what the American people want. And this is part of what I was talking about last week. There's this ridiculous thought. There's this ridiculous thought that we betrayed the Iranian people. No, we didn't. The United States did not betray the Iranian people because the United States has no allegiance to the Iranian people. Well, Donald Trump posted on social media that help was on the way. Well, let's see. The United States, in cooperation and conjunction with Israel, killed their supreme leader, wiped out several rungs of their leadership structure, fractured the IRGC, destroyed the Iranian military, destroyed the Iranian Navy, destroyed the Iranian air defense, destroyed Iranian radar targets. What else? What else? What else would you like them to do? What other help would you want? Other than we going to hold your hand while you wipe your asses too? Well, they need weapons. All right. I get it. They need weapons. The Iranian people need weapons. You're right. You're 100% right. That's why we love our Second Amendment in this country. How do you suppose we get the Iranian people weapons? Let's go. Is there a weapons ferry? Can I call the weapons ferry? 1-866 weapons ferry now. Hi, this is Sean Farish of the United States of America. I'm looking for the weapons ferry to drop off weapons to the Iranian people. Sorry, she's busy. We don't have a weapons ferry because there is no such thing as a weapons ferry. The only way to get weapons to the people in Iran is what? They can't get there by themselves. We tried to arm the Kurds and have them bring the weapons to the Iranians. That didn't work out. Without putting boots on the ground, how do you put weapons in the hands of Iranian citizens? How do you do it? How do you do it? How do you give the Iranian people weapons without putting U.S. boots on the ground? Because we already saw the polling that a huge majority of the country wants the conflict to end now. Therefore, they don't want to see U.S. boots on the ground passing out weapons to Iranian citizens because that's going to result in a lot of Americans dead. That's going to result in a lot of Americans dead. The CIA will do it. The CIA, you need a massive, robust operation to get weapons into. You're not just passing out 20 guns. You're going to try and arm an entire resistance to overthrow one of the most brutal and established regimes the world has seen in the last couple decades. You're going to need a huge presence down there, and you're also going to have to make sure that the people you're handing out guns to aren't somehow IRGC operatives. You got to vet these people. Who's to say, okay, the United States gets into Iran, they're passing out weapons, word gets out. You don't think the IRGC is going to try and get in there and steal those weapons? You don't think that's going to put these people who are passing out weapons in a terrible position? Are you thinking about any of this? Or are you just sitting there in your recliner saying, we should arm the Iranians? How? Well, we could do it covertly. We could do it secretly. Yeah, maybe if it was like 10 or 20 guns, that's not going to overthrow the IRGC in this regime. How are you going to do it? Let's face it. There is no way to get the regime out of power in Iran without an uprising of the Iranian people. There's no way to do it. And if the Iranian people are afraid to rise up because they don't have weapons, which is justified, I'm not telling you they should throw themselves in front of live fire. But if they are afraid to rise up because they don't have weapons and the IRGC and the regime does, then there is no way right now, the way things currently stand, to overthrow the regime. Okay? So you have to take that part of the equation off the board. At the beginning of the conflict, it looked like, because the regime was already in a weakened position after the protests in January, and they executed 50,000 protesters, and the world was condemning them, and the nuclear ambitions and all this, it looked like the regime was on wobbly legs. And we bombed them, and we thought, hey, maybe this will chase them out of the country, and then somebody will come. Maybe it's Shah Pahlavi, maybe it's that Iranian resistance group, maybe it's another group that takes power, but the regime may fall. The regime didn't fall. You now have to take that possible solution off the board, at least temporarily. That's not realistic right now. If the Iranian people are afraid, and I get it. I get why. I'm not trying to take shots at them and say that they're unjustifiably afraid. No, they have every reason to be afraid. We know that 50,000 of their protesters were killed, and the executions have continued. If the Iranian people are afraid to rise up and try and mount a resistance and a revolution and an overthrow of the regime, then that part of the equation, for the time being, has to be removed from the slate of possible outcomes. What's the next best thing? Well, let's get a deal signed. No nuclear enrichment, no nuclear program. Defund and rein in the terror proxies and keep the strait open first and foremost. That's it. That's all you could do. That's all you could do. Here's Trump's post about the Strait of Hormuz, by the way. There will be no tolls in the Hormuz Strait for 60 days during the ceasefire period, and there will be no tolls after the 60 days have expired unless they are imposed by and for the United States of America should the deal not be completed for services rendered as the guardian angel to the countries of the Middle East for purposes of both past, present, and future reimbursement of costs. Thank you for your attention to this matter. I would prefer if we didn't have to do that. I would prefer it if we didn't have to do that. But it's looking not increasingly likely. Donald Trump is putting that out there saying we'll do it if we have to. One way or the other, Iran is not going to control the strait. I want to play a clip of J.D. Vance talking about the Iranian negotiations that took place yesterday as well, because there were reports, they walked out, they didn't walk out, they're going to walk out. And Trump provoked him on social media, and he's undermining negotiations. And Vance, folks, let's take a deep breath and watch these remarks from J.D. Vance, because this is somewhat reassuring. Listen.
No, they didn't throw a wrench in the system. The thing with the Iranians, yes, they did threaten to walk out, or at least there were social media threats that they would walk out. But we were negotiating well past 1 a.m. yesterday, so they didn't walk out. And their technical team is still here in Bergenstock working with our technical team actually as we speak, though I imagine maybe some of them are taking a break to watch this news conference. But look, what we told the Iranians yesterday is, when you guys engage in what us millennials might call trash talk, you can't expect the President of the United States not to respond and not to correct the record. So when they say things that aren't true, the president is going to respond to it. I'm going to respond to it. Americans are going to respond to it. When they make threats that aren't rooted in reality, they have to accept that the president of the United States is actually going to set the record straight. That's all that happened. So yes, there was a little bit of threatening, there was a little bit of whining, but at the end of the day, the talks continued and we made great progress.
All right. The talks continued despite all of the reporting yesterday. The talks are falling apart. The strait's closed. The strait's open. The strait's closed. Iran's got a nuke. Iran's doing this. Hezbollah's doing that. The talks continued. The talks continued. Now, I want to highlight something that I don't think is helpful either. And it is the passionately pro-Israel. Listen to me. I don't want to make it look like I'm going full woke right. So I want to be very clear. I am still a supporter of Israel and their right to exist. Okay? But just because I believe Israel has a right to exist, it does not mean that I think that everybody who is on that side is conducting themselves in their best way possible right now. And one of them is this guy, Josh Hammer. I don't know Josh. I've never had an interaction with Josh. I think he follows me on social media. That's fine. Whatever. If he sees it, he sees this. If he doesn't, he doesn't. But this is ridiculous. Trump ties his name and credibility to Vance's dubious Iran diplomacy. Come on. You've got to give it a chance. It has been 3 days or so of negotiations in Switzerland. You have got to give it a chance. And I get it. There's a lot of folks on the pro-Israel side of things don't like J.D. Vance because he's, he had a relationship with Tucker Carlson and he's a little more, of the new age type of MAGA. And, he called out Israel last week. Folks, just because he criticized Israel does not mean you get to decide that this guy's a total failure. You just have a disagreement with him. Josh Hammer says the following: Donald Trump has been the greatest, most clear-eyed, and most transformative foreign policy president of my lifetime. But, here comes the but. Trump is also the famed businessman who wrote The Art of the Deal 4 decades ago. There has therefore always been the risk that the president's novel and often unorthodox approach to foreign policy could be subsumed by a greater deal-making imperative. Prudent statesmanship on the world stage requires setting clear ends and then working backward to calibrate the appropriate means, diplomatic, economic, military, or otherwise, to achieve those ends. Because of his deal-making background, Trump, despite all of his foreign policy successes, was always uniquely vulnerable to confusion of means and ends, prioritizing a deal itself above any end that a deal might be meant to secure. That is how we got to this troubling week in U.S. foreign policy, namely the deeply flawed new memorandum of understanding between the United States and the Islamic Republic of Iran, which represents the single greatest subsumption of noble ends into politically convenient means in at least a decade of American diplomacy. This is Josh Hammer. Not even a final deal yet, and he's telling you the sky is falling. On one hand, you're saying Donald Trump is a deal maker. He's done this his whole life. On the other side, but I don't trust him in this case. Donald Trump is doing the only thing the country is giving him the option to do. Donald Trump is doing the only thing the country is giving him the option to do. 78% of the country wants this to end, so he's trying to find a way to make it end. Because he has to listen to us. He does not have to listen to anybody else but the people who he serves. He serves us. If the American people, right or wrong, say, stop the war, then he's going to feel the pressure and say, hey, we got to stop the war. And if the way to stop the war is to enter into a deal and take what you can get by getting no nuclear weapons in an open Strait of Hormuz, then that's what you've got to do. Well, he's tying his name to J.D. Vance. And J.D. Vance is not a good negotiator. How do you know J.D. Vance is not a good negotiator? It's been 3 days. It's been 3 days. To act like this whole thing is already an undisputed failure is ridiculous. I'm not telling you it's going to succeed. I'm not telling you it's going to be the best deal ever made. I'm telling you this is his only option, and we don't know how good or bad the final deal is going to be because we don't have a final deal yet. And it is one thing to have an opinion, and it is one thing to have concerns. If you remember, back when Operation Epic Fury started, I told you, I came on here and I told you, I have my concerns that this could turn into a forever war. I have my concerns that this could turn into an Iraq or an Afghanistan. I have my concerns that this could turn into another quagmire in the Middle East. And I still have those concerns. But you don't see me making declarations like, oh, this is what's going to happen, or slamming the administration when they are doing the best that they can do right now. And they are doing it on the American people's behalf. Listen, if this poll said 78% of Americans want the United States to keep bombing Iran, and the United States wasn't doing that, I would be saying, hey, the people want you to just bomb them into submission. Why are we doing deals? The people don't want that. They serve us. They don't serve Israel. They don't serve the Iranian people. They don't serve the Gulf states. They don't serve Europe. The people who are negotiating this deal serve us. The American people want it to end. I want it to end. I'd like to see the regime fall. That doesn't look like it's realistic right now. So what's the next best option? No nukes, open straight. Let's go from there. Let's go from there. Let's go from there. This Vance's dubious Iran diplomacy. This is just somebody who's being a sniveling little whiner who brings up some good points. He says here, the history of Iranian negotiations is littered with broken promises, yet this administration, with Vance as its most prominent salesman, somehow argues this time will be different. I get it. Fool me once, fool me twice, blah, blah, blah. There is zero reason for thinking that will be the case. The mullahs are still in charge, after all. As Roger Daltrey of The Who famously said in the hit 1971 song, won't get fooled again. Meet the new boss, same as the old boss. What exactly is different with the current deal? The mind reels. The new MOU with its risks repeating all the same grave mistakes at JCPOA, according to what Josh Hammer says. Yeah, it risks it. What's different? How about the people negotiating the ends of this deal? How about the fact that we've softened them up? That's different. The fact that we killed their supreme leader before entering into negotiations, that's different. There are a few different moving parts. I'm not telling you that I trust Iran. I'm telling you we got to try because it's the only option that we have. The other option is not something that this country has an appetite for. Rightly, wrongly, whatever you might. Oh, the rest of the country's dumb. Okay, fine. Then you think the rest of the country's dumb. I think the rest of the world's dumb for having an appetite for soccer. Okay? You can have your opinion. The point of the matter here is the country does not have an appetite for a prolonged conflict. The country wants it to end now. A deal is the way it's going to end now. Donald Trump doesn't want to keep bombing Iran either. He doesn't like war. He prefers to make a deal. If your argument is you can't make a deal with terrorists, you can't make a deal with Iran, you can't trust Iran, I don't disagree with you. But if it's the only option that we have, then it's the only option we could try out. And we've got to give it an earnest try and not jump off the ship and abandon ship and start hitting the panic button 3 days or 2 days or a day into talks in this 60-day period. And it's going to keep happening. You're going to get mixed messaging all the time in this next 2-month period. The strait's open, the strait's closed. The strait's open, the strait's closed. We're leaving talks, we're coming back to talks. Iran's out, Iran's in. Nukes, no nukes. It's going to keep happening, so be prepared for it. As Kimberly said in the chat before, Iran has to put out their own propaganda to save face with their people. The problem is you've got people in this country who are believing the propaganda, and it just blows my mind. Blows my mind. All right. We're rolling into the second hour here, and I want to get into some more fun stuff. Jeremy Herrell is out this week on vacation. I'll be filling in until 12 noon Eastern time. So for those of you who are coming in looking for Jeremy Herrell on Live from America, you get me, and then I don't remember the rest of the schedule. I could look that up in a second, but there will be others filling in throughout the week. You're going to get 2 hours of me again tomorrow, and then 2 hours of me again on Thursday. Doing this exact lineup. So I'll be running from 10 to noon. We'll give a 30,000-foot view on the conversation that we just had about Iran, and then we'll keep moving forward. Before we do that, let's get to a word from our friends over at Cove Pure. You know, it's America 250 season, isn't it? America 250, America 250, America 250. Cove Pure is celebrating America's 250th birthday. Folks, I love every 4th of July, I read the Declaration of Independence. I think it's one of the best documents ever written. And I am looking forward to the 4th of July this year as we ring in 250 years of the greatest country on earth. Here's the crazy part, though, folks. 250 years after our country's founding, we're still drinking whatever the government decided to put in our water. Fluoride for your teeth, chlorine to keep things clean. Well, that's not a decision I want someone else making for me or anybody in this house. That's why I use Cove Pure to purify every drop of water that flows into the cups and water bottles and bowls and everything in this house. Over 209 million Americans are on fluoridated water right now, and here's what the science actually shows. A recent study confirmed that fluoride, you guys know all about it. Fluoride exposure is linked to lower IQ scores in children. It's not a fringe study. That's from JAMA Pediatrics, one of the most respected medical journals in the world. And chlorine, that's not even the worst part. It's what happens when chlorine actually reacts with natural particles in the water from plants and soil. It creates chemical byproducts called THMs, which the government itself calls probable human carcinogens linked to disruption of your gut and cancer. Now, there are some states that are moving on it. Utah and Florida have banned fluoride, but that process takes years to implement. Your kids and your family, they're still drinking that water today. You need something that works right now. And that is exactly what Cove Pure is. Cove Pure is certified to remove up to 99.9% of contaminants, fluoride, THMs, pharmaceuticals, PFAs, anything that isn't water gets filtered out. We love our Cove Pure. The water tastes great. The machine works very easily. No drilling, no plumbing. Just fill up the tank, plug it in, and it does the rest of the work for you. Don't wait for the government to catch up. Take back control of your water. And in honor of America's 250th birthday, Cove Pure is giving this audience $250 off if you use my link, covepure.com/Sean, covepure.com/SHAWN. Don't wait. Celebrate America 250. covepure.com/SHAWN, covepure.com/Sean for $250 off. All right. Jeremy Herrell is out today, is out all week on vacation. I am filling in until noon today, until noon tomorrow, and until noon on Thursday. If you missed the first hour of the show, we've been talking about the Iran negotiations. It seems to be on life support. Is it working? Did they leave? Are they there? Is the Strait of Hormuz open? Is it closed? Do they have a nuke? Is Hezbollah stopping? Is Israel stopping? Is Lebanon an issue? All of these things are still up in the air, and I urge you to calm down. Point number one, calm down. The fog of war is real. There is a ton of just information overload out of there. JLU3 says, just received our Cove Pure on Friday. Such a game changer. Can't figure out the hot water dispense yet, though. Still love it. If you select hot, select an amount, and then you have to hit the little lock button and then press go, it comes out hot. There's probably a YouTube video or something out there anyway. Okay. So you have to give Iran and these, well, you don't have to give Iran anything. You have to give these negotiations a little bit more time before we can start calling them a failure. A bunch of people last week saw the MOU and just went scorched earth on the administration. That helps nobody. Have your opinions, have your concerns. I had mine. You remember I had my concerns last week. I said, I don't like this whole idea that only for 60 days there's no tolls in the strait. I want to hear that there's no tolls in the strait beyond 60 days. Well, then you had Vance say this.
Well, first of all, we believe international waterways should be free of tolls, and that's been our position. That's what you see, of course, in the 60 days of the MOU. And when you say it leaves it open, it doesn't really leave it open, except in the sense that, of course, the final negotiation is going to set the terms of what comes afterwards, right? You said, I think that it's the Omanis and the Iranians, but it's actually the MOU contemplates that the Omanis, the Iranians, and the Gulf Coast Coalition together will figure out a proper security framework for the straits in the future. And what I mean by that is that we don't ever want this to happen again. Right? That's not about tolling. That's about ensuring that the straits are never used as a choke point for the global economy ever again. It's frankly not what the Iranians want. It's not what the Omanis want. It's not what the GCC wants either. So what we're going to do, of course, working with our allies in the region, is to ensure that that is reflected in the final deal. And if that's not reflected in the final deal, there's not going to be a final deal. And that is, I keep coming back to this fundamental structural point of this negotiation, which is that we have all the cards. If the Iranians want the benefits of the bargain, they have to give us the things that are necessary to get those benefits.
All right. So that was Vance last week. Now he's in Switzerland, and part of the negotiations here, there are not going to be tolls charged on ships transiting the Strait of Hormuz. There are not going to be tolls implemented by Iran. So, I had that concern in the MOU and said, I don't like, remember that last week? Do you remember that? Last week, I read through it, the MOU on Thursday, and I said, I don't like that. But what did I do? Did I take it and go, that's it? That's it. This administration's a failure. Now I'm going to start screaming about how everything sucks and we're giving up everything and we got lied to. And Iran, they said we decimated them and we didn't actually decimate them. And now they're going to charge tolls and a debate. And did I go crazy last Thursday? Did I go crazy? No. I said, I don't like that. Let's see what the administration's plan is for it before we come up with an opinion. If the administration had come out and said, yeah, no tolls for 60 days, but then we're just going to settle on tolls, I'd say, that's a bad deal. I don't think you should do that. Okay? But now what we're seeing, again, Trump says there's going to be no tolls in the final deal. Vance says there are going to be no tolls in the final deal. Trey Yingst gave a report yesterday about how there's going to be no tolls in the final deal. So that's point number 2 in these negotiations. And number 3, just to round it all out, and just so I'm very, very clear on my position regarding the players on the board here in this Iran conflict. The United States of America and its leaders serve the interests of the American people, the wishes, the desires, and the demands of the American people above anyone else. That means our leaders serve Americans before they serve Israelis. Our leaders serve Americans before they serve Europeans. Our leaders serve Americans before they serve Iranians. Our leaders serve Americans before they serve anyone. Period. And with this polling that says 78% of Americans want the conflict with Iran to end right now, that is ironclad data that says there is no appetite for a continued war in the region. So, with what I just said, American elected officials, diplomats, etc., who are in these negotiations, they serve the American people before anyone else. The American people are speaking quite loudly. Get out of there. If the American people were saying bomb them, then I'd be on this show telling you, hey, we shouldn't be working out a deal. We should be bombing them because that's what the country wants. If the American people said, let's just do a boots on the ground thing, topple the regime and then leave, I wouldn't want to see it, but the rest of the people want to see it. Listen, that's the way this system is supposed to work. We can't worry about whose feelings are going to get hurt in the region. We can only worry about whose feelings are going to be hurt here at home. And the American people are speaking very loudly right now. They want this war to end now. They want this war to end now. So I know that there are talking points, and I know that there are opinions out there that say, oh, well, we should do a better job with Israel right now, and we shouldn't bully them in the Middle East, and we shouldn't do this with them and that with them, and we shouldn't say this and we shouldn't say that. And some of it may be correct. I get it. But at the end of the day, who does Donald Trump serve? Who does J.D. Vance serve? Who does our military serve? Who does our government serve? First and foremost, before anyone else, they serve the American people. And over 3/4 of the American people want this conflict to wrap up. So the American people have given this administration really no other path forward than to strike a deal and get out of there. And it may not be the greatest deal, and it may not be the most complete deal, but if it accomplishes an open Strait of Hormuz, no nuclear weapon via development or procurement for Iran, and a cessation of fighting in or around Israel, which is, I'm very cynical and skeptical that that's going to happen, then you've got at least something to hang your hat on at the end of these negotiations. That's it. And if you want the regime to fall, well, then you're asking for the Iranian people to rise up. And they currently, what I'm told, everyone says, they can't rise up because they don't have the weapons. And the only way to get them the weapons, because there's no such thing as a weapons fairy, is to deliver them. And the only way to deliver them is to put American boots on the ground and pass them out. And then you're putting people in harm's way. And how do you know that you're giving weapons to the right people? And how do you know the IRGC isn't gonna attack those services? How do you? That opens up an entire can of worms that, as we said, 78% of the country is not in favor of it right now. This is the only way forward. Make a deal, and that's it. And if the regime falls, it's going to have to be because of internal issues, whether it's the Iranian people or a mutiny between the IRGC and the folks who are in charge now. That's it. All right. All right. The war will be over when the job is done. Don't care what any poll says, period. 45-47. The dash does not mean and. This is a military. Oh, that's okay. All right. I'm going to be nice and not say anything about that, but that's one of those Derek Johnson. There's a military. That's a cute thing. That's silly. All right. Let's take. We're not going to take a break. We're going to move on. Would you like to have a little bit of fun? I'd like to have a little bit of fun. Let's have some fun at the expense of Kamala Harris. Before we have fun at the expense of Kamala Harris, let's take a look at what she talked about on the Don Lemon show yesterday. By the way, the dash on the MAGA hat does mean and. It's not a military operation, okay? I don't care how many episodes of the X-22 report you've watched and you believe otherwise. That's not what it means. This is not a military operation. That's a psyop, and a very silly one at that. And it should be one of these things where, like, you realize, like, after a certain number of times that the predictions aren't coming true. You should stop being fooled by it, but whatever. To each their own. Kamala Harris, Trump accountability, 2028. This is what she had to say with Don Lemon yesterday. So remember, when Trump talks like this, he's a dictator. When Kamala talks like this, she's a hero. Watch this.
I'm not a politician, but I think that the people who deserve to be prosecuted or whatever it is for misusing the Justice Department and abusing, I believe, American citizens and American politicians, or whether you want to say political rivals or whatever, I think that they should face, some sort of justice.
Oh, well, I absolutely believe that. And I believe that there should be there should be accountability.
But how does that look like in a legal realm?
And especially for people in the highest roles of power and authority, those who abuse their power and authority should be held accountable, and there should be consequence.
If you are president, let's just say in 2028 you are elected, will you make sure that there's accountability?
Oh, I believe firmly in accountability.
Okay, so when Trump talked like that on the campaign trail, it was like, oh, he's a fascist. He's gonna weaponize the justice system. Now Kamala Harris basically saying the exact same things, and it's like, oh, how heroic. Yeah, vote for Kamala Harris for accountability. Interesting. So when Democrats talk like that, it's fine. But when Republicans talk like that, it's fascism. Okay. Sounds good. Sounds good. Okay. Now, it's time for where is my fork? Those of you who don't know, this is the word salad fork. This is a big one. All right. Here's Kamala Harris. Here's Kamala Harris with an epic word salad. It's been a while. It's been a while since we've had the word salad fork. It's been a while since we've had this conversation about Kamala Harris making up words and trailing on and on and on and on incoherently. You know, Joe Biden at least had an excuse.
I no more think of myself as being as old as I am than fly.
Right? Joe Biden at least had an excuse. You know, dementia. But Kamala didn't have that excuse. So let us get to Kamala Harris's word salad yesterday on the word hope. This is interesting. Watch this.
I really, truly believe this. We each have light inside of us. And we need to know that that is what inspires our hope as much as anything external to ourselves. And when we feel that and not allow an election or an individual to dampen that light, and instead let that light kind of carry us in particular through moments of darkness, that we not only act on that hope, but we inspire that hope in each other. And in particular at this moment, it is so important that we not only have hope, but that we understand that that should be a verb.
Hope should be a verb? As if hope is not a verb? Is she? Okay. All right. I could just lose my mind right now. Let's go to Google. Let's go. Wait.
Google.
All right, let's go to Google. Define hope. Define hope. Let's see. Let's go to Merriam-Webster. I got along very well with Merriam-Webster. Merriam-Webster is a tremendous person. They're actually two people. Think about it. Merriam-Webster. Let's do it. Define. We're going to use it. Google is on the case. Kamala Harris. Hope should be a verb. Hope is a verb. You freaking moron. It's also a noun. It's both. Hope is a thing. It's a thing that you can have, and it's a thing that you can do. This woman, it should be a verb. We should treat it like a verb. Well, it is. Holy cow. She should use Google
what they said
once in a while. Oh, my gosh. John Yarder says, was that a new "This is your brain on drugs" commercial? I'll tell you what. Yeah, that's a that was just a total mess. That was a total mess. All right. We had some fun with Kamala Harris. Let's move into another piece of, let's do a little bit of good news. Want to try a little bit of good news this morning? A little bit of encouraging news this morning, okay? How about a little bit of encouraging news this morning from the Department of Homeland Security? The Department of Homeland Security is saying that the Trump administration deportations are at a record high. Let's dive into this because obviously, you know, all problems in this country can be traced back to illegal immigration, right? So here it is. Department of Homeland Security says deportations are at a record high. Deportations are at a record high according to the DHS, which is warning illegal aliens to self-deport or risk being arrested. Deportation flights are at a record high, DHS wrote in a post on X, replying to a post in which the Washington Examiner shared that nearly 900,000 illegal aliens have been involuntarily deported since the start of the Trump administration in January of 2025. DHS added that the American people gave the Trump administration a mandate to arrest and remove criminal illegal aliens, adding that under President Donald Trump and Department of Homeland Security Secretary Mark Wayne Mullen, the agency would continue to deliver. Data from the Human Rights First organization revealed that in May, the Trump administration carried out roughly 296 flights removing illegal aliens from the country, the Washington Examiner reported. This represented a more than double increase from the 126 flights removing illegal aliens during Trump's first full month in office. So these are involuntary deportations, okay? How many self-deportations are there? There's more than that. I would imagine the total number at this point is close to 4 million deported. Not enough. Not enough. I get it. I understand. Not enough. But you've got to start somewhere. What is part of the problem now with regards to deportations? Judges, courts, Democrat obstruction, right? Finding the people, processing them. There's a process. You can't just grab them and put them in the Trumpapult like I want and fling them over the border, right? There's a process that unfortunately has to be followed. And these rogue judges and all these obstructionists, they're making the process that much harder to follow, right? So 900,000 illegal aliens have been deported, and the amount of flights that were flown out in May have increased nearly double than what they were in Trump's first full month in office. So we are trending in the right direction. Are we done? Is this over yet? No. But again, I always hear this from the black pill crowd. Donald Trump is backing off from mass deportations. Really? Because 900,000 illegal aliens have been deported in the last year and a half. Involuntarily deported. Then you have millions who have decided to self-deport so they don't get hogtied and thrown in the back of a van and flung into another country and dropped somewhere they don't want to be. Fact of the matter is, millions of illegal aliens who were once in this country are not in this country. And it's a lot easier for everybody and a lot more efficient for everybody if they self-deport versus going in, finding them, arresting them, confirming who they are, going through the process, loading them on a plane, flying them out of the country. It's a lot easier if they just self-deport, which is why the administration is saying, hey, get out. If you get out by yourself, we'll help you leave, and then you'll have the opportunity to legally come back into the country at some point. If you're arrested and we have to force you out, you can't come back. Combine that with the fact that this border has never been more secure. Any of these illegals that are encountered on the border are not being released into our country, and you have a very promising trend developing regarding immigration in the southern border. Anyone who's coming in is being arrested. They're not being released into the country. 900,000 illegal aliens have been involuntarily deported from the country, and a couple million have voluntarily left the country. And so you're looking at around 4 million in the last year and a half that are out of here. That's not nothing. That's not the end all be all. That's not the finished product, but that is something, and we should all be very happy with that progress. If the number of illegals in this country is 20 million, 30 million, 40 million, yeah, you've only gotten rid of, at best, 25% of them. But you've got another 2.5 years. And if we do our job in the midterms and we do our job in 2028, and we have a Republican administration then as well, and we continue to build off of the work that has been the groundwork that has been laid here by the Trump administration, we could turn the tide here and get them all out. Don't listen to anybody. Oh, only 250,000 illegals have been 900,000. Okay? 900,000. All right. Where do we want to go from here? Where do we want to go from here? Let's go. Let's see. What do we want to do? All right, let's go into this story about Jasmine Crockett. While I annoy you with more Democrats. Let's get you. Let's go. Let's go to Jasmine Crockett, because Jasmine Crockett. Let me ask you a question in the live chat. See if you guys pick up where I'm going here. Who does Jasmine Crockett care about the most? Who does Jasmine Crockett care about the most? In the live chat, let me know. Who does Jasmine Crockett care about the most in the live chat? Pretty simple answer. Everyone should agree. Who does Jasmine Crockett care about the most? There you go. Everyone says herself or Jasmine. Herself. Her Jasmine. Her eyelashes. Yes. Illegals. True. Jasmine Crockett cares more about herself than anybody else. Okay? Now, what happened to Jasmine Crockett back in, I don't know, earlier this year during the primary cycle? She lost her primary, her Democrat Texas Senate primary, to James Talafrico. Well, now Jasmine Crockett is kind of not being a team player. She's kind of not being a team player with regards to Talarico's Senate candidacy. Here we go. Nick Arama over on Red State. I think the Democrat powers that be thought James Talarico had a better chance against the Republicans in the general election for the Senate seat from Texas than Jasmine Crockett. However, they may have deluded themselves with that thought as the problematic statements and issues in Talarico's past have come tumbling out. You know, Talarico believes God is non-binary. Talarico has said all these insane things. The Democrats are trying desperately. You know, he's a vegan, right? Or he was at one point. He's running a no-meat campaign in Texas. He wants the southern border to be a welcome mat. He's just a weird guy. Democrats are trying desperately to repaint Talarico as not a leftist and clarifying his past statements. They're trying to spin it. That's generally a bad look, and then he looks inauthentic. They also have a Jasmine Crockett problem. They don't have Jasmine Crockett on board to stump for James Talarico, which could do what? Could hurt his performance in the black vote. Talarico's campaign said the winning candidate recently personally phoned the lefty firebrand who lost to him in the Democrat primary in March and left a voice message inviting her to give a keynote speech at the party's upcoming convention. But Jasmine Crockett told the Dallas Morning News late last week that she didn't even listen to the message, ripping it as an afterthought invite, and indicated she does not plan to attend the convention. Kind of sounds a little bit like Jasmine Crockett got a little bit of sour grapes, doesn't it? So she loses the primary, and she expects James Talarico to show up on bended knee, wash her feet, kiss her hand, and genuflect in front of the altar of Jasmine Crockett. She lost the primary, but she apparently is demanding special treatment and over-the-top treatment if they want her to stump for Talarico in Texas and help campaign for Talarico in Texas. Well, that didn't happen, and now she's insulted by it, apparently. She's not getting enough attention. And that's all Jasmine Crockett is about, isn't it? Crockett didn't just leave it there. She said she didn't know if she would campaign for Talarico. She says, I have no idea. I'm more focused on down-ballot races in general. She also indicated there could be a problem for Talarico with black voters. Quote, I have not heard a bunch of kumbaya, she told the outlet, about Talarico standing among black voters. People don't seem to be convinced at this point, but there's a lot of time between now and November, she noted. Now, if that's true, that is a problem for Talarico. He is going to need all the votes he can to get over the top. And if he is not coming across and does not have support from Jasmine Crockett in the black community, he's not going to beat Ken Paxton. I'm not telling you if you're in Texas to take your feet off, put your feet up and put your hands back and lean back and relax. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is the Democrats are not playing nice with each other in the sandbox. As much as we hear about the MAGA divide and, division on the right. There's a lot of it on the left, too. I'm going to play for you this clip of Jasmine Crockett, who is just, well, she seems offended. You lost the primary. They didn't genuflect in front of the altar of Jasmine Crockett. They didn't wash her feet. They didn't kiss her hands. They didn't, bow down and glorify Jasmine Crockett, who's a loser, by the way. She lost her primary. She's not getting enough attention. She's not being made feel special enough. And now she's kind of like, well, I'm not going to campaign for him. Watch this.
I will say it for the record. I am not currently running for U.S. Senate, and therefore you will not see me on the trail as if I am running for U.S. Senate. I am not running for U.S. Senate. Instead, what I have always said that I would do, whether I was the Senate nominee or otherwise, is that I will be helping down ballot candidates. But y'all are still so focused on me. Bro, like, I'm not running. I'm not running. Okay? So, like, focus on the people that are in the race. So if you have this urge to be like, oh, Jasmine this, Jasmine that, maybe use that energy towards Kim Paxton this, Kim Paxton that. Because last time I checked, no matter how much I end up being a part of the conversation, there is one person that is guaranteed not to become the next senator in the state of Texas, and that's Jasmine Felicia Crockett.
She's not being a team player. Keep doing that, Jasmine. I support it. I'm all about it. You don't want to be a team player? You don't want to help James Tallarico with the black community? You don't want to say, I'm not focused on the Senate race. You had sour grapes. You're upset. You're taking your ball. You're going home. You're leaving them, to die and shrivel up on the vine. Fine. You're not going to see. That's fine. Fine by me. Don't be a team player in Texas. That's cool. She looks mad, right? She seems, I'm not running. Well, you're not running because you lost your primary, right? All right. Suit yourself. So let's say in the midterms now, let's say with the Senate race, right? So there's 53 seats. We're going to lose North Carolina, I think. I don't think we're going to lose Maine. I think we could flip Georgia. So that offsets that offsets the North Carolina flip. But let's say 53 and you lose, let's say worst case scenario. You lose Georgia. You lose North Carolina. That's down to 52 now. You lose Maine. That's down to 51. I don't think we're losing Iowa. I don't think we're losing Texas. I don't think we're losing Ohio. If you lose Michigan, that's status quo because that's already a Democrat-held seat. So you go down from 53, to 51? I don't think we're going to lose Alaska. However, if you don't lose Maine and you do flip Georgia, and I do think that's a possibility, Michigan could flip. I think that's a possibility. North Carolina, I think, is as good as gone. You could actually expand your lead in the Senate. The bottom line is, I find it very difficult. And remember, we still, quote unquote, control the Senate if J.D. Vance is the vice president, which he will be, with 50 votes. I think it's possible that the Democrats fail in one of those swing states like Michigan or Georgia. But if the Democrats don't win in Maine, and I don't think they're going to win in Maine, and they don't win in Texas, there's no way the Republicans lose the Senate. Okay? That being said, what's the best way to make sure we don't lose in November? Too big to rig. There it is. Little sneeze there for you as well. I don't think you're losing Idaho either. I don't think so. All right. Let's take another break. We'll get to a word from our friends over at Silent. It's slnt.com, slnt.com, silent.com/SHAWN. Let's face it, ladies and gentlemen, your phone is a tracking device. Between government agencies, big tech, corporate data brokers, even those pesky cyber criminals, they're all fighting for a piece of your digital footprint, and they don't ask. They just go on and take it. That is why Silent exists. Silent makes Faraday gear that blocks all wireless signals, including cellular, Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, GPS, RFID, and near-field communications. No signal means no tracking, no remote access, and no breadcrumbs. It's the same technology trusted by special operations teams around the world, used to block signals, avoid surveillance, and secure communications wherever the mission leads. And right now, that technology is available to you so you can protect your family, you can protect your freedom, and you can secure your digital footprint. Just drop your phone in a silent Faraday sleeve, and it is off the grid, completely silent and invisible to the outside world. From their backpacks to their sleeves to their crossbody, Silent's patented technology gives you total control of your privacy. Just visit slnt.com/Sean. Get 15% off and free shipping on qualifying orders. That is slnt.com/Sean. Protect your rights, secure your data, and stay one step ahead. Silent.com. Say it with me. Silence the chaos and go silent today. Silent.com/Sean, slnt.com/SHAWN. Jeremy Herrell again on vacation today. I'll be filling in for you for the next 25 minutes until noon Eastern time. And then we hand it off to the rest of the coalition that will be handling Jeremy's shows this week. Let us get back. Let us get back to some more hilarity out of Washington, D.C. Did those of you see the pro-algae protest last week? This is one of my favorite stories I've ever seen. Trump derangement syndrome is a real disease. It's a real disease. Anything that Donald Trump stands against, the Democrats are for. And on the other side, the flip side, anything that Donald Trump stands for, the Democrats are against. So Donald Trump was trying to clean the algae out of the D.C. reflecting pool and make an American flag blue and make it beautiful. And what happened? There was this. A group of idiots at the reflecting pool protesting in favor, yes, you saw that correctly, of algae. The Team Algae sign, go algae. If Trump doesn't like algae, we like algae. You know, part of me is like, oh, maybe it's a joke. Right? Maybe it's a joke. I don't think it's a joke. The left, the mainstream media, leftists on social media, they are using algae as a way to try and score political points against Donald Trump, or else CNN wouldn't have done this last week.
And we're going to scoop up a water sample to see if we can get this tested.
CNN independently took the sample of water and consulted with a pool store that regularly tests water to help read the results. It showed phosphate levels far higher than what is recommended to keep algae at bay based on estimates for a pool that holds 6.5 million gallons of water.
If there's already some phosphate fertilizer in the water, that's really opportunistic, especially for the blue-green algae that can fix nitrogen. So they are having a field day out here, probably.
The Department of Interior says they believe some of the initial problem was residual algae that had accumulated in pipes and insists the filtration system called the ozone nanobubbler is working.
All right, so there was no in-depth coverage on CNN about the Somali fraud in Minneapolis that was uncovered by Nick Shirley, or the hospice fraud in California, or the illegal aliens that are murdering Americans, or, the Irna Zarutska story, right? Or the Nowak story out there in the United Kingdom, or the 250,000 girls that have been projected to have been raped by roving rape gangs that forced the resignation of Keir Starmer in the UK. No stories about any of that. No deep dives about any of that. But we got an action shot of a lady. Look at this. Look at the algae in the pool water. Donald Trump is a failure because there's algae. And they're rooting this on. How many people in the live chat have a swimming pool? How many people in this live chat have a swimming pool? I'm curious. How many folks in the live chat have a pool? I want to see some participation here. Rumble seems to be glitching today. That's fine. Whatever. Nobody, as far as we're concerned, ain't no good days happening right now. Okay? All right, so you got a bunch of people in here have a pool. Well, here we go. Shaft had one. Cat Lover has one. Terry has one. Lulu Red has one. Bobbin has one. Look at this. A lot of people have pools. A lot of people. A lot of people have pools. Hollywood used to install in-ground pools. Okay. All right. Now, for those of you who have had pools, or you have pools right now, is algae a pain in the butt? Is it tough to deal with? Do you like dealing with it? Is it a persistent problem? Sometimes we lived at home. When I grew up, we had a small swimming pool in the backyard. We sometimes had to deal with algae. It was a pain. I remember dealing with it. It was a pain. If your levels weren't just right, the algae bloomed, and then it makes the pool green, and it's all over the floor, and it's slick and gross, and no matter what happens, it always comes back. It's a pain in the butt, isn't it? Look at that. Here, Mermaid Mills. Algae is a consistent issue with the pool. It's a pain. Do any of you guys and the gals who have pools in the live chat like dealing with the algae? Are any of you guys like, yes, we got algae. Now it's time to go in and de-algify the pool. Any of you guys in this chat who currently deal with swimming pools, do you enjoy dealing with algae? Yes or no? Any of you guys in the live chat enjoy dealing with algae? Yes or no? Shaft says, no, I don't like dealing with algae. Speak says, no, I don't like dealing with algae. Bobbin says, no, I don't like dealing with algae. Aquariums too, yes. Nobody likes dealing with algae. If you've had to deal with it in your swimming pool, you don't like dealing with it, right? Look at this, it's unanimous. It's always an issue, I don't like it. It's expensive to deal with it. Some have never had a problem. You're one of the lucky ones, as you can see. Cat lovers, I can't believe we're talking about algae. The point that I'm making here in this segment here is that nobody who has a pool likes dealing with algae. It's annoying. It's a pain in the butt. It's expensive. If your levels are out of whack, then it gets cloudy. It's not clear. It's green. It's slick on the bottom. It's gross. All right. Because as silly as this story is, Cat Lover goes, I can't believe we're talking about algae. This highlights how bad the TDS is on the left. Remember, we always talk about the 80-20 issues? This is a 0-100 issue. Nobody who has a swimming pool enjoys when their swimming pool experiences an algae bloom. And yet the Democrats, their protesters, and the media implicitly are like, we love algae. This is not going to go over well with many Americans. I'm not telling you that this factor is going to swing an election. I'm just showing you this is how out of touch they could be. When I made a bit last year in August and I said, we're endorsing oxygen. We love oxygen. We love air. Air is tremendous. You should breathe in. You should breathe out. You should continue to take deep breaths. You should do a tremendous job. We love air. Air is great. It's one of the greatest things in the history of the world. We encourage you to breathe. And we joked and said, now a bunch of liberals are going to hold their breath. That's not a joke if they actually thought that was Donald Trump. That's not a joke if they actually thought that was Donald Trump. When I made a follow-up bit to that, said, don't shower with your toaster, don't lick your wall outlets. It's very unsafe. You could get fried, you could get shocked, you could get electrocuted. It could be horrible, it could be terrible. And people were like, you better be careful or leftists are going to start licking their outlets. It's not a joke. They will take up arms, they will organize, they will take a stance on anything that Donald Trump opposes. He's trying to get algae out of a reflecting pool. They're on Team Algae. And now they've escalated it so far that because there's been vandalism at the reflecting pool, all Donald Trump wanted to do was make the reflecting pool look nice. You would say, no, they're not against. Yes, they are against it. They want to do everything in their power to make sure that whatever Donald Trump does, he fails. Whether it's Iran, whether it's the border, whether it's the economy, whether it's tariffs, whether it's legislation, whether it's tax cuts, or whether it's cleaning a pool. They want to make sure that Donald Trump fails no matter what. You cannot vote for these people because they're not concerned about you. They're just concerned about countering Trump. That doesn't help you. Now you've got the National Guard standing around the reflecting pool because people are going in there and vandalizing it. And you have, I kid you not, pro-algae protesters harassing the National Guard at the reflecting pool. Watch this.
$1.1 million for y'all to watch pond scum. Our money's really being fucking spent well for y'all to watch pond scum. Let's go, Aldi. Let's go. So the National Guard could come and watch pond scum. $1.1 million a day so the National Guard could come and watch pond scum. Y'all trying to find something to arrest me for, aren't y'all? Right? You're going to try to find something to arrest me for.
Let's go, algae. Let's go. Harassing the National Guard. Oh, you spent all this money to watch pond scum. Are you serious? Do you think you're winning over hearts and minds with this? Now, granted, I don't think anybody really cares. It's just embarrassing. But you can't find something productive to do? You dressed up in a frog suit with a Team Algae sign and harassed the National Guard? If you worked half as hard at, I don't know, a job, a real job, go play around on ChatGPT and invent something. Vibe code for an hour or two. Build something. Do something productive. This is ridiculous. You're going to vote for these people? Independents need to understand. Those people, the Team Algae, screaming at the National Guard, those are the people who are going to influence any Democrats that win Senate seats and House seats. Those people essentially will be in charge if they win in November. The Team Algae people. You can't vote for that. You can't expect your life to get better if that's what you're dealing with. What a pathetic joke. You got members of the National Guard standing by the reflecting pool because people are vandalizing the reflecting pool because they hate Donald Trump that much. Imagine being consumed, so consumed by your hatred of one man that you have resorted to vandalizing national monuments, cheering on algae, dressing up in a frog suit and harassing the National Guard, all because you hate a guy. It's a mental illness. And you may look at that and go, it's only a few of them. That's not the whole left. No. Those are the people who are driving the Democrat Party. If you are a moderate Democrat, it is not your party anymore. It is their party. It is the Team Algae People's Party. It is the Frog Suit Party.
$1.1 million for y'all to watch pond scum.
If you are a moderate Democrat, that's the party that you think you still belong to. You don't belong to that. You didn't sign up for that. You're not Looney Tunes like that. And you can't vote for that in November. I know you may say, this is such an insignificant thing, the algae thing, whatever. That conversation's going to be over. It's not just the algae thing. This is a representation of how these people think. No matter what Donald Trump does, they are going to try and stand in the way. If Donald Trump could cure world hunger tomorrow, they'd eat all the food. If Donald Trump could cure cancer and AIDS and all of these terrible diseases tomorrow, they would undermine the cure and ban it or push for it to be, push for that cure not to be made available to the American people or whine that it costs or whatever. Donald Trump could do anything. It could be for the betterment of the world. It could be for the betterment of them, and they will oppose it. You can't vote for these people in November and expect anything to get better. The Team Algae frog suit harassed the National Guard, Trump derangement syndrome, stage 5, deeply infected lunatics on the left drive that party. If you are a moderate Democrat, a Kennedy Democrat, even a Bill Clinton Democrat, you do not have a home in the current Democrat Party. You cannot trust these people with your vote in November. You can't. You can't. All right. Quick break. And we'll get to a word from our friends at goldencrestmetals.com/LFA. goldencrestmetals.com/LFA. We got 10 minutes left to go in this 2-hour marathon this morning. goldencrestmetals.com/LFA.
I'm sure by now you've heard that silver went up 160% last year, 2025. I bought this silver for $22 an ounce. It's now worth almost $100. And we and experts think that silver is going to get up to about $200 an ounce. Palladium and platinum were stuck at $900 an ounce for like over a year, or in that area. Now they're up over $2,000. Gold is approaching $5,000 an ounce. If you have ever thought about putting some or all of your retirement or nest egg or savings or just buying bullion in precious metals, now's the time to do it. goldencrestmetals.com/LFA. That's goldencrestmetals.com/LFA. Go leave your name, your email, and your phone number. Schedule a time to talk to the folks over at Golden Crest Metals. Get your free gold guide today, and make sure you tune in on Saturdays at 1 p.m. for the Crest Report, where we dive deep into precious metals, why they're doing what they're doing, and where we expect them to go. It is like insider trading. Nancy Pelosi knows about that. We don't. It's just inside information. It's not even really that. It's called knowledge. Get yours today and get a part of gold, silver, palladium, and platinum and diversify your portfolio today. goldencrestmetals.com/LFA.
That is goldencrestmetals.com/LFA, goldencrestmetals.com/LFA. I know a lot of people are looking for Brennan in the chat right now. She is dealing with the cats. I try to make light of it with this feline civil war of 2026. It's not good right now. I'm not going to share what happened this morning, but it's really bad. So again, I humbly ask, if you have outdoor pets, please control them, because this started because someone let their pet roam and it started a fight. Okay? And unfortunately, catnip and laser pointers don't help. Not with what we're dealing with right now. This is really serious. I don't think you understand. So, as much as I want to make light of it, it's not a laughing matter. It's very serious. It's not good. So, it's bad. So, anyway, let's talk about this. Back to the reflecting pool and the vandalization. A former U.S. Olympian was arrested for vandalizing the D.C. reflecting pool. So here we go again. You're gonna go commit a crime because you don't like that Donald Trump cleaned a reflecting pool? I could not imagine being so possessed by hatred for one person to bring myself to do something like this. Now, again, this is just allegations. The person in question, 67-year-old David Hearn, a 3-time Olympic canoeist, allegedly vandalized the reflecting pool and was arrested by U.S. Park Police on Friday. He's denying they did anything wrong. He'll have his day in court. Former U.S. Olympic canoeist was arrested Saturday after allegedly vandalizing the newly refurbished reflecting pool near the Lincoln Memorial as the Trump administration vows to prosecute vandals. 67-year-old David Hearn, 3-time Olympic canoeist, allegedly vandalized the reflecting pool and was arrested by U.S. Park Police on Friday. Hearn denied the accusation, telling the Associated Press he merely reached into the pool to examine the peeling new coating. "I'm a curious citizen," Hearn said. "I reached down to see what it felt like. It was very rubbery." Hearn represented the United States in 1992, 1996, and 2000 Summer Olympics. He was also named the USA Canoe and Kayak Male Athlete of the Year. Hearn has a history of arrests with the U.S. Park Police. In 96, he was arrested after canoeing in the Potomac River. Despite an emergency river closure, he was charged with failing to obey a lawful order and eventually won in court after a federal judge ruled that Park Police did not have jurisdiction over the water. In the most recent incident, Hearn was reportedly finishing a 52-mile bike ride when he approached the reflecting pool and put his hand in, only to be confronted by Park Police and National Guard troops. Journalist Emily Miller, who was the one who got the Team Algae protest footage, who was present, said that he had grabbed a hose that National Park Service workers were using to clear the algae. The reflecting pool has stoked anger. This is the craziest part. In many left-wing activists who have taken issue with the Trump administration's effort to clean up the monument. All right. You want to have a problem with how the administration handled the Epstein files? Okay. I don't like the way it was handled. You want to have a problem with how the administration has handled the Iran conflict? You want to make the argument that we never should have gotten into it at all? Fine, we can have that conversation. You want to have a problem with the government spending in the big, beautiful bill and all the pork and all that stuff that was loaded in there and the deficit and all that? We can have that conversation. But if you are going to dig your heels in and take the position that it is a problem or somehow a bad thing to clean monuments, you are a freaking lunatic. You're a nutcase. Like, you should be receiving the small room, big needle, long nap protocol. You should be receiving the small room, big needle, long nap protocol on repeat until your behavior improves. You're nuts. You should not be out amongst normal people in society. You're crazy. He's cleaning a monument, and you have a problem with it. This is not something that anybody would think is controversial, cleaning things. Well, he's spending a lot of money. Yeah, government has the tendency to spend lots of money on trivial things. Fine, we can have that conversation. You're going to dig in opposition to making something clean? This is like when he was cleaning up D.C. with the crime. They're like, no, we want more crime. What? You people are nuts. Not you in the chat. But you men and women on the left, gestating and non-gestating people on the left, you people are crazy. Absolutely insane. And maybe it takes something as trivial as algae in a reflecting pool to make people realize that. Because maybe when we go look at these leftists, they're defending criminals, but they bring race into the equation. And people go, oh, yeah, well, it does look kind of racist. And maybe, when you're talking about mass deportations and, they show an image of a kid and they detained a child and it looks bad. There's bad optics. There are no optics that the left can spin that people will look at this algae obsession and say, I kind of see they have a point. They don't have a point. And maybe this will be the eyes wide open, wake up, aha moment that many normies have. They go, wow, maybe these people really are nuts. Pro-algae and vandalizing the reflecting pool, and they don't want things to be clean. And it's like, maybe those guys on the quote-unquote right who said that the left opposes the 80-20 issues and are standing in the way of positive change, like maybe they were right about something. Maybe it is the algae. Maybe it is this stupidity that's been on display from the left. Maybe that is what'll help wake up some of the normies. I don't know. You could wish in one hand and drop a Duke in the other, I guess. Maybe. Final story of the day. The FBI has created a most wanted fraudsters list. This is pretty cool. And one of the fraudsters that was on that list, who was convicted, he pled guilty to $1.2 billion in Medicare fraud, but then he fled the country, was just arrested in the Philippines. There you go. Most wanted fraudsters list. Fugitive who pled guilty in $1.2 billion Medicare scheme nabbed in the Philippines. A Chicago native who allegedly ran a $1.2 billion healthcare fraud conspiracy targeting elderly victims on Medicare was captured in the Philippines and shipped back to the United States, becoming the second suspect nabbed on the FBI's new most wanted fraudsters list. Herbert Leon Kimball, 60 years old, was arrested in the Philippines where he had evaded authorities for nearly 2 years, according to federal investigators. In just over 2 weeks, this is the second most wanted fraudster arrested on the FBI's list led by Vice President Vance and the White House Task Force to Eliminate Fraud. FBI Director Kash Patel posted on Friday. Kimball was initially charged for his role in the healthcare fraud and kickback scheme and pled guilty to conspiracy to defraud the United States on April 4th, 2019. After years of cooperation against other co-conspirators, Kimball failed to appear at his sentencing on October 7th, 2024. According to the Health and Human Services Office of the Inspector General, from approximately 2014 to 2019, Herbert Kimball controlled and operated an offshore call center that marketed orthotic braces for pain through advertisements on television and the internet. Once a Medicare beneficiary called a 1-800 number listed in the advertisements, they would be screened for eligibility and then convinced that they needed the orthotic brace. Often upsold on other braces, the call center would then conduct a telemedicine company whose physician would issue a prescription without regard to medical necessity. The charges included conspiracy to defraud the United States, healthcare fraud, wire fraud, mail fraud, making false claims, and offering kickbacks and bribes. Kimball became the second fugitive to be checked off from the new Most Wanted Fraudsters list, which was created by the U.S. Department of Justice as a part of the National Fraud Enforcement Division to support President Donald Trump's task force to eliminate fraud. Last week, they also got Saeed Abdahali, a Reg 47 who was wanted for his alleged participation in a Minneapolis, Minnesota fraud scheme that exploited the federal child nutrition program during COVID-19. So there you go. Keep cracking down on fraud. Makes our country a better place. Thank you so much for watching and listening. Please, if you're watching here, go to any of your podcasting apps and hit subscribe. After searching for Ungoverned, it helps us reach some new people there, helps bring more folks into the LFA family. Coming up next, who is up next? I don't even know. Let me see if I could find out who is up next here on rumble.com/LFA TV. Jeremy Herrell is off for the week. I'll be back tomorrow from 10 to 12 once again. Rumble.com/LFA TV. As President Trump says, we will never give up, we will never give in, and we will never, ever surrender. And if all else fails, we'll just become ungovernable. Thank you. God bless you. God bless this one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Have a great rest of your day. Paul Herrell coming up from noon to 2 right here on rumble.com/LFA TV. Have a great rest of your Monday. We're back here tomorrow morning, 10 a.m. Eastern time. Thank you for your attention to this man.
All right, welcome to the show, everybody. Thanks so much for being with us. My name is Paul Herrell. I host the show here on LFA TV, 3 o'clock Central, 4 o'clock Eastern, a two-hour block every day. And I'm grateful to be here subbing in for Jeremy Herrell, no relation, on LFA TV. I hope he's having a great time on vacation. We'll get a lot to get to. And unexpectedly, my co-host in the afternoon is Rob Spencer, and he was not scheduled to be here, and yet here he is. Rob, welcome, sir. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I can only be here for a few minutes, but I thought, hey, if we're getting to fill in for the boss, let's see if we can stop by and spend a little bit of time with you. A lot of things happened over the weekend. Will they, won't they? Is this this deal going to happen to get Iran's signatures and all of this stuff? I don't know. So I'm interested to talk about it. I'll definitely be here for the afternoon show where I'll get to be here for the whole show.
Cool. Yeah. A lot of stuff. A lot of crazy. I mean, yesterday on my X account, and I know everybody likes to talk about how X isn't real life, but man, I mean, just the pessimism surrounding so much of what was going on in Switzerland. It's crazy. I think on the other side of it, now that it's Monday, we've actually heard from Vice President Vance, and we've got some more news on that. We'll get to, and I can get to that later in the show or in the afternoon show, because I wanted to start by talking about Keir Starmer resigning.
Big news, yeah.
I mean, because in light of the rape gang report and everything else, and I would love to say that in a perfect world, Rob, that he is resigning in disgrace because of he was one of the prosecutors during an extended period of that time when those 100 and 250,000
his hands
British
are as
girls,
dirty as anyone's.
right? But I don't. He's not. I mean, he's not taking any culpability. He's not. That's not really why he's resigning. And there are reports out there that the guy that's going to replace him is going to be him on steroids, even worse than he is when it comes to this whole, hey, in order to prove you're not racist, you have to let Muslims immigrate into your country to kill your daughters and your sons.
Yeah,
so
it's just ridiculous what we saw there. I mean, we talked about it last week on the show and had just how disgusting it was. The reports that came out. You played the video of the very graphic detail of the experience that some of these individuals had at the hands of these perpetrators, and then their government turned their back on them. So they get raped, violently raped. One was raped 600 to 700 times. And they began when she was 12. There's just a special place in hell with a burning hot seat for those individuals that perpetrate that, but also, and what I think is just almost as egregious as the act itself, is the government betraying. And, Keir Starmer here was just really at the heart of it. And, it's kind of one of those things, like, even though he didn't commit the rapes themselves, he certainly fostered an environment that allowed it to continue for so long.
Yeah, what's interesting? I mean, I'm not some aficionado on British culture, but what kind of name is Keir anyway?
I don't know.
Is it short for something?
If you see when you see this video of him, I guess, what he looks like, I think it kind of matches him.
Yeah.
If there were ever a person named Keir, it would be this.
It would be this guy.
Douchebag.
All right, so take a listen. We got a couple clips here.
But I know the question being asked now is not who was best placed to change the Labour Party, to take us into power and to begin the vital work of improving lives for millions of people. Those questions have been answered. The question my party is asking now is whether I am best placed to lead us into the next general election. I have heard the answer of my parliamentary party to that question, and I accept that answer with good grace. Every decision I've taken has been about putting the country I love first.
Oh my God.
That is why I will resign as leader of the Labour Party. I have spoken to His Majesty the King this morning to inform him of my decision. I will ask the National Executive Committee of the Labour Party to set out a timetable with nominations opening on the 9th of July and completed by the summer recess.
So I can't imagine that the discussions of the Labour Party are saying, hey, Keir, we've had a change of heart, and our country's been overrun by third world barbarians and people are dying, and we've got to change course. I can't imagine that's the reason they're saying he needs to resign. It may just be something to placate the thinking man. You think it's something like, because last week we talked about the risk equation that every father goes over with in his head. They look they look at injustice. Mm-hmm. Many of us avoid, or we will overlook injustice to a point. But then when that equation tips, and no longer the risk of acting against your government when they've sold you out, the risk is you will either be put in prison or die, and you will abandon your family.
Yeah.
When the scale tips and and the risk of dying or being put in jail, which is abandoning your family as a father, when that risk is of a lesser importance to what happens if you do nothing, so generations of my bloodline now, my family, my daughters, my grandkids, everything, if I don't act, they're not even going to have a shot. When that equation tips, that's when you see what happens in Belfast. That's when you see what happens. Open a history book and see what happens.
Yeah.
So I guess my question is that really why he's resigning? Trying to just placate people?
I think it's a great question, Paul, and I think honestly, from my perspective, it is giving the critics a pound of flesh. It's just saying, hey, we're gonna send Keir out here to although he was a huge part of it, we're gonna send him out there and be the sacrificial lamb. But we all know that this is a systemic problem. This was systemic. This was down to the police officers committing the rapes themselves in a lot of cases, reportedly, allegedly, whatever. You got to throw that justification in there. So stupid. But anyway, we know that kind of thing happened. These individuals aren't making these stories up. Like, why would you want to tell that you've been raped 600 or 700 times? There's probably you may have a lot of shame, a shameful feeling about this. And it's all in the matter of we don't want to be seen as racist. We don't want to offend someone. And I look at it and say, why are they in your country in the first place if they're not going to assimilate and coexist? We have those discussions on this side of the pond as well. We talk about this all the time. I'm so frustrated that we are allowing this third world to invade our country. Now it's obviously happening in the UK. You're seeing all of this, and the problem is at your doorstep. It's literally at your doorstep, and you're doing nothing with it.
Yeah.
So I think Keir is just being the sacrificial lamb, although he is very culpable in all of this stuff. But I think that's, unless something changes systemically, then I don't see how this is anything other than just a bump in the road for the rape gangs.
Yeah. And on the assimilation side of things, Rob, at this point, assimilation is the exception, not the rule.
Oh, yeah.
When it comes to immigration into first world countries, generally speaking, assimilation is the exception. I mean, it does happen, and that's why these first world countries need to completely shut down immigration until you figure out, including obviously America, until we figure out what the heck has gone on and is going on.
Early 1900s, Ellis Island, immigrants coming here and can't speak a lick of English, and by the within a certain number of years can speak English, and then passing down and they're bringing parts of their culture here, but it's Italian Americans and Irish Americans and all this. They're Americans. Mm-hmm. They've assimilated to American culture. Now they've kept some of their parts of them, like you can't outdrink an Irishman and all of that
you
stuff.
can't outdrink a Scotsman either, because what they did to Boston, they literally drank all the beer in Boston.
They drank all of Boston except for what? Do you remember what the report?
Bud Light.
Bud Light was the only beer left. They drank it all. They drank it all. And there was a guy on there that was he was in Scotland. He was like, "Oh yeah, my brother." I guess I can't do a Scottish accent, but anyway, he's talking about his brothers are over there. Like not literal brothers, but over there in America in Boston. He's like, oh, yeah, that's not surprised there that he's like, but you better not run out, because if you completely run out, you're going to have a mutiny. Yeah. He's like, but they drink this stuff, and he would just name some beer, and it's just off, whatever. So he's like, you can pretty much just piss in a can and sell them that. They won't know the difference.
Oh, my goodness.
I was like, okay.
Well, I was a big white pill. I'm going to get into this later in the show, folks, but a huge white pill for me over the weekend was listening to all these Europeans and their reaction to this country and who we really are. Right. Like in the day-to-day, how we interact with each other. And I immediately made it political in our group chat with you and Eric. I was like, we've got to get these urban city folk out of our government, because we are effectively a nation of good old boys. And when you hear those Europeans start to sing, and if there are any Scots in there, somebody made this, when they start to sing, country road, take me home. It was just this incredible moment where they're embracing our culture, but specifically the Scots. So somebody said that if you go back and you look at Pangea, where back in the day when all of the continents formed one massive continent or whatever, and obviously there's people that think that happened at different times. I'm an outlier because I actually think it separated during the 40 days and 40 nights of the flood. That's just me. And other Christians believe that, but that's what I think. But anyway, the Appalachian Mountains and if you look at the map of Pangea and how it was separated, the Appalachian Mountains and the Scottish Highlands are the same mountain range. And somebody was saying what a coincidence that you've got all these Scots singing a West Virginia song when the topography is identical. It's just different vegetation now because the climates have totally shifted. Anyway,
it was so cool, Paul, for me to see them at these stadiums and they were singing all of these songs that we would consider, an American song, and they're singing it, and then the music cuts off,
and they keep going,
and it was roaring. It was so loud,
and I can't stand soccer, but this is cool. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, so it's a really cool environment, and it's just a reminder here of how good our country is, but we just can't lose it because the UK is gone. The UK is gone. And can I say a couple other things here too? I've said this before, but to me, there's nothing more beta. There's nothing more beta than an English accent. I can't stand it. I love an Irish accent. Sounds cool, but none of them are as cool as the Scottish accent. It's like, you can barely hear them, barely understand them. That's the only accent other than the Indian accent that just pisses me off to hear it, and I don't like an English accent. And of course, there's two very distinct English accents. There's the very proper English accent, which is really beta, right? And then you got a little bit more of a Cockney accent. It's kind of sounds Australian.
But which I see what you're saying, but I would wonder in the dialect, like even the ones that sound proper, is there a version of that is considered masculine, more masculine,
gay,
by the women there?
It's gay, Paul. It's gay. Even the dudes that are straight are gay with that voice. Okay? Let me just say it. And make fun of my Southern accent.
Yep, that's fine.
That's totally fine.
Welcome.
Make fun of my Southern accent. It's not as thick as some places like Georgia, where you can barely
Hey, so I know you've got to go. You could only hang around for 15 minutes. But I found out I was listening to Sean Farish, his show.
I love his show.
Before we came on, and I learned something new. I did not know that Jasmine Crockett's middle name was Felicia.
Oh my!
And I'm just like,
bye, Felicia.
That's one of those things where just like you just gotta savor it. It's just incredible that is her name.
Bye, Felicia.
So stereotypes exist because people reinforce them every single day.
Well, glad to be with you for the first few starts of the show. Folks, if you normally just watch during the day, then pick us up at 3 o'clock Central for our full 2-hour time slot. And we get a little crazy, and it's usually by the end of the day, it's we're finding out what Rob's mad about. And then Paul trying to give us this history lesson of all this. Well, you got to think about this. Paul's very knowledgeable about all that stuff. But we love our LFA audience, and glad to fill in for Jeremy today.
Yeah. All right, brother. I'll see you later.
We'll see you later.
Afternoon. All right, cool. A few of your comments. We've got Lem1 writing, "We Scots Irish are very loyal in nature. It's very deep in our culture. My heritage is Scottish, Irish, and Native American, and my Scots great-grandpa taught us loyalty first, so they're great allies." Yeah, I mean, I totally agree with that. They are great allies. They're also, as somebody who is a Presbyterian in terms of a specific denomination, not the gay kind, guys. You have to kind of preface that. Not the kind that hangs rainbow flags out of their church. Not that kind. But if you know the history of where that started, Scots-Irish, right? And so I'm fascinated with some of that history because they also don't mind a fight or two. We obviously know that, right? So I was tracing my ancestry back. This was, I don't know, one of my sisters was doing this, and I found out that I have an ancestor on my mother's side that signed the Pennsylvania Charter His name is there, and I'm related to him, named Valentine Hollingsworth. And he signed the Pennsylvania Charter with William Penn, right? Well, so then you start looking at, like, William Penn, and I'm interested in that. Like, what, so I found out, okay, my ancestor, along with William Penn, they were Quakers. Now, the thing about Quakers from a religious standpoint is though they were pacifists in nature, right? Well, they had a problem, though. William Penn had a problem. Because the southern border of Pennsylvania, they had some border disputes. They had Indian problems. They had, other disputes with other colonists, crime, that sort of thing. Just everything that you would expect at that period of time. The problem was that the Quakers that were dominating Pennsylvania, they were pacifists. And that was their conviction. And so they didn't really know what to do. And so, you know what? We were just talking about Ellis Island. What did William Penn do? He said, you know what we'll do? We'll import another group of Christians that we disagree with, but we think they're Christians. We'll import the Scots-Irish Presbyterians who are not pacifists and have no problem popping a cap in somebody. And so that's what happened. He immigrated a bunch of Presbyterians and gave them land down in the southern part of Pennsylvania, and border security was a thing all of a sudden. So anyway, just a little history lesson there. But back to Keir Starmer, okay? So let's get back to Keir Starmer for a minute. I've got another audio clip of him resigning, and I've got more to say on all of this. Take a listen.
But I know the question being asked now is not who was best placed to change the Labour Party. The contest, this will ensure a new leader is in place.
Never mind. Sorry. That's the same clip from the Twitter post earlier. So, but I did see this. I saw this over this headline here. Let's see. Who was this by? Daily Wire. Somebody named Joseph Dinage says, is it new boss? Is it new boss same as the old boss? Is the new boss same as the old for Britain's Andy? So this is the guy. Andy Burnham is the guy they think is going to replace Keir Starmer. Now you say, Paul, why are you starting the show with this? Well, I'm starting the show with this because I got to be honest with you. What's going on in the UK right now, as I was kind of alluding to earlier, is absolutely fascinating to me. Because they are at a situation. I mean, if we want to look what we're going to face, if we want to look at some foreshadowing about what our reality could be very, very quickly, go look at what's going on in Western Europe. But let's specifically look at the UK. Let's look at Scotland. Let's look at Ireland. And they are now in a place that I guess Western governments haven't been in. The people of Western governments haven't been in a very, very long time. They are at a place where the only way to correct the problems they're facing is a revolution, in my opinion. Is a revolution. I don't know how that would happen. Somebody on X last week said it would only take, some rogue submarine captain around there that could actually get the government under control or get them to resign. I have no idea how it would happen, but I mean, if you look at the state of their freedom, obviously they've been disarmed. And that was the biggest mistake that they could have possibly made. So if we ever needed I don't think anybody in this audience or really anybody on the right really needs any reminder of why we should never give up our guns, because if you do, you're just a generation away from your kids being, in this case, murdered by third world barbarians or raped or whatever. But, I mean, that's the first point. Never, ever, ever give up your guns, ever. Okay, that's number one. I mean, I live in Arkansas. I affectionately call it the Shire, okay? It's a pretty good kept secret. But if anything like happened in Belfast ever happened here, it would never even get as far. You would never have gotten as far as this guy almost lost his head. Because the second anybody saw something like that, whether it was a police officer or whether it was me or just some average Joe here in Arkansas, they would have pulled out their gun, because we mostly carry guns here all the time. We have constitutional carry. We can carry open. We can carry concealed without a permit. It would be over in a second. And I've been seeing some of these Europeans, or at least there was this one video, and I don't know if I have it pulled, but I got lost on Friday night, and it was so positive. I was so encouraged by the amount of these Europeans who are just like, I can't believe this country is so great. But one of the guys was from UK, and he was like, we're not free. We gave up our guns, and our women are being raped, and you go over here to America, and it's so polite. And look, from a Christian standpoint, there's a lot of politeness that goes on. That's commanded, in fact, right? Love your neighbor as you would love yourself. Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. That sort of thing. There's a lot of that. But you know what happens when you're an armed society? You have a little bit more leeway to be a polite society. That's that phrase, right? An armed society is a polite society, and so I would just posit to some of these folks from Western Europe and these European countries and the soccer fans. Again, I don't really understand soccer, but whatever, to each his own. One of the reasons we're so polite is because we can afford to be. We can afford to be vulnerable with people, because if they were to get violent, most of us are packing and we can defend ourselves. And not only can we defend ourselves, we train to do it. In the state of Arkansas alone on opening, this is what's so crazy. Do you realize, and this is just Arkansas, my state, we are a small state. We're a state of 2 million people. So extrapolate this out from, to larger states like Alabama or Texas or whatever. But you realize in the state of Arkansas alone, on opening weekend of modern gun deer season, right? This is when everybody's like, okay, we've had bow in Arkansas. Bow season opens in like September and closes in February. You can but around when the first full moon in November, that's when for a couple of weeks you can use modern guns. So you can use your high powered rifle, and on that opening Saturday, there are 300,000 Arkansans sitting in trees with high-powered rifles, trained to use those rifles. Okay, so there's literally a gun around every corner, and the people in the UK are now figuring this out. They disarmed themselves. They didn't think the government would turn on them. Now that the government has turned on them, they're defenseless, and so what are they doing? Well, in some instances, they are arming themselves. There's a strong argument to be made that if the U.S. wanted to get engaged in any proxy war, we would be better served our own interests, even though I don't know if I would support it, because I just want to focus on domestic issues at this point, because I've got Middle East fatigue, but or I've got nation-building fatigue or whatever. The thing is, and I know we haven't nation built yet, but anyway, I'm going to talk about that later today at 3 o'clock. The point is, we should arm the Irish. The point is maybe we should at least debate arming the Irish. Okay, arming the Irish. So there's a Scot who's taken matters into his own hands. Let's throw this up there. A Scottish man has been arrested after carrying out a stabbing against Muslims in Edinburgh. And this is, I think you can hear him talk about this.
The country and these fucking little bastards raping our young daughters, raping our kids. Enough is enough. I have had enough.
Okay, he's got a Scottish accent. The video's not great quality, a little bit difficult to hear, but this is what he's reportedly said. I'm protecting the country from these Muslims for our young daughters, our kids. Enough is enough. I've had enough. So here's the deal. Now people are going to watch this guy, and they're going to follow him, potentially. They're going to watch the guy that speaks out, or they're going to watch what happens to the people in Belfast that burned down the immigrants' homes. By the way, that's a practical solution. You may not like it, but if the solution is, it may not be, clutch your pearls, polite society. But if the British government, if the government of Ireland, if they have sold out their own people under the guise of a pagan religion, and when I say pagan religion, I'm not just talking about Islam. I'm talking about their own religion that they've created. Over here in America, it's a woke sex religion, and it's the same over there. It is a woke sex religion, and the wokeness encompasses, hey, there's no such thing as superior cultures, and we've got to let other cultures in and give everybody a chance because no, you're literally letting the barbarians in to your cities, and now they're doing. You've allowed them to amass wealth, generational wealth. You've allowed them, just like over here, to just sit around and collect welfare, getting ready to become violent. They've gotten increasingly violent because they want to take over, and they don't want Europe to be Christian. They don't want Europe to be white. You might even say that, Europe actually hasn't been Christian for a very long time. You can make the argument, very strong argument, that as we saw Western Europe become less Christianized, de-Christianized, now they're being overrun by third world barbarians. Isn't it funny how that works? Seems like there's like a pattern, almost like a built-in mechanism that God creates as civilizations rise and as civilizations fall. No, but the religion that I'm really talking about are the religion of the people who are in charge in government, who somehow think that they are more compassionate than God himself. The ones that say borders are racist, even though we can read in the Bible that Christ inherits the nations. Not a singular nation. These are the types of people, by the way, that would look at God, if they had a chance, and would call him racist for enforcing the border at the Garden of Eden and kicking Adam and Eve out. Okay, that's what's going on here. It's a complete challenge. It is akin, like what we are, and you talk about globalism versus nationalism. Yeah, I mean, the globalism is like a blip on the radar for how we've normally thought about man's relation to each other, how we form countries, all of this stuff. Calling things racist that aren't racist at all. And if you really think about it, it's such an affront to the natural order of the way the Lord set things in motion, and it reminds me of the French Revolution, quite frankly. The French Revolution was so bloody, but it was also so pagan, and there were little things that they did that really put into context just how opposed they were to the idea of a higher power having any say in their lives at all. To the point where it's like, yes, I mean, all of us can admit, we should be able to admit that, hey, our main temptation is to be selfish and to say, I'm my own God, I'd make my own decisions, when that's actually, just a form of rebellion. But when the French in the French Revolution decided to abandon the 7-day calendar and go to a 10-day calendar, there's only one real reason they decided to do it. And that's because the 7 days is a biblical concept, that we have 7 days in a week because of the creation story and because of the day of rest. So it was like, we're trying to rebel. We're trying to erase literally everything that we've been. And it ended in a complete disaster. Likewise, on that's the way I feel about these Karens, and many of them are, many of this is just because the men have been feminized, like Keir Starmer, obviously, he's a big feminist. But we're being ruled by a bunch of women on a lot of these instances. And I say we because that's also true here in America. It's certainly true for over there in the UK. And yet you've got this guy who just killed or stabbed a bunch of Muslims to protect, he says, the sons and daughters of, in this case, Edinburgh. Now, somebody named Lizzie over on X says, men used to protect their countries like this. Is it wrong now? We are done being invaded. This is really true. I was having a conversation with some family over the weekend, and we were talking about what was going on in Belfast. And I was saying, I was talking about this equation that, for whatever reason, I've become obsessed with over the last 2 weeks, ever since this whole Belfast thing kicked off and they started burning immigrant homes. By the way, a practical solution, might not like it, but I mean, if the issue is, hey, migrants are here, and their solution is, well, let's burn the houses down so they'll go home and they won't have a place to live. You know, if the government won't deport them, they're like, well, maybe we can just get rid of their homes. And again, I understand how this makes polite society really uncomfortable. But you explain to me what they're supposed to do, because, well, organize politically. Well, okay, they can. Let's let these people organize politically. If they go on social media to organize politically and talk about how bad the Muslim scourge is on their country, they get arrested. So you've taken away their freedom of speech and, by extension, their ability to organize politically, any sort of meaningful political resistance. And so if that's the case, they have no other choice. They have no other choice. They can either allow the suicide, this government-enforced suicide of their own people to continue, or they have to fight. And I was talking to a family member and talking about how, the Belfast situation with the burning of the homes, and he was basically like, yeah, that's actually the tame solution. Go read a history book. I said, what are you talking about? And he said, well, it's the tame solution. Go read a history book, because, the actual solution, historically speaking, is much, let's just say, it's much more final than just burning down a house. Okay. And obviously, we're talking about open war. And that's what I said earlier, like an open revolution. And I don't see how they have any other choice. And, the resignation of Keir Starmer is essentially a placeholder, just placating, trying to get, I was seeing somebody the other day saying, if they'll just start deporting people, it'll calm everybody down. I mean, it might. But at some point, the people that would make the decisions to deport are the ones who are responsible for the rapes and the murders in the first place. So at what point does the Belfast mob go start burning the politicians' homes down? Is the question. And again, I'm looking at this from more of a case study in what is waiting for us if we do not get our own house in order. And one of the ways you have to get our own house in order is by making sure every member of the intel oligarchy who did anything illegal in weaponizing the vast surveillance state against the American people and against President Trump go to jail for a very, very long time. Not just for the 8647 and the Seychelles. By the way, go get after people like Comey however you want to go after. I'm to the point where I don't even care if you have to get them for tax evasion like we did Al Capone. I'm fine with that too. But at this point, and again, I hope the Democrats never take back control of anything, but I think we all know that logic suggests that, you won't be able to plug that dam forever. So this is a game of incentives. And the modern iteration of the Democrat Party, I say this all the time, and it makes people uncomfortable, I feel like, but certainly it won't make you. The modern iteration of the Democrat Party, the way the Democrat Party is expressed today, has got to be made illegal. And what I mean by that is transing kids and calling it healthcare, illegal. Taking kids to drag shows, illegal. Like, we've got to get back to a place where we hold up a behavior, and who cares what party does it, but in this case, it's the left. We're able to hold up a behavior as a society, and we're able to say this is evil, this is wrong, and we're going to ban it, and that banning things is good sometimes. You answer me this, and I've asked this question on my afternoon show till I'm blue in the face. President Trump's executive order banning the genital mutilation of children was excellent. It is excellent. How come Congress hasn't passed a law banning genital mutilation? How come they haven't codified it? How come it hasn't passed the House? How come it hasn't passed the Senate? How come it hasn't happened? Stand alone. And the answer is the donors do not want it to happen. The donors do not want it to happen because this is a giant attack on the middle class. The longer the trans sanity goes. And by the way, the pendulum has swung back, but there's still plenty of people who are still, poisoning themselves with hormones or getting their bodies mutilated, and there's so much money involved. But I just want you to consider that the middle class is the last portion of the population in the entire world that actually believes in privacy, in the right to freedom of speech, the Bill of Rights, and virtually all these other societies. Now, maybe Great Britain, they start waking up and figuring out, but look, they voted themselves in to a lot of this mess. And I'll give myself an out, assuming their elections aren't rigged. And I think if our elections are rigged, and they have been, I would say that Europe's elections are probably even greater, are rigged at even greater notion. And I actually think that's what Ukraine money laundering is all about, too. I just have this theory. I think a lot of the money that's generated with the money laundering depot, that as Ukraine goes to make sure that Europeans don't actually get the representation that they want. Just a thought. Let's see, what else do we have? A few fallouts from this. Oh, yeah, this was pretty funny. Everybody is comparing this to Braveheart, this Scottish man that went on a rampage against Muslims. Breaking news, authorities in Scotland released the mugshot of a 36-year-old man, Scottish man, investigated by counterterrorism police after 5 Muslim men were stabbed in Edinburgh. Of course, this is the actor who played one of the barbarians, or one of the Scots, I should say, not barbarians, Scots, in Braveheart. Pretty funny. You know, I'm mad. I'm mad at myself as I'm reading this headline. As I'm reading the headline of the Scottish guy, frustrated with myself because I'm sitting here and I have this allergy to the story. I have an allergy to this story, just like down in my gut. You know what I mean? There's a part of me, because because I've been conditioned. I just, like many of you, maybe you agree or disagree, but I think all of us to some extent have been conditioned and have accepted false presuppositions of the communist left without even realizing it. Because we would say, most of us would say, or especially, 20 years ago, if this would have happened, even among the same conditions of Britain being overrun 20 years ago, we would see this and be like, oh man, there's never an excuse to become violent. There's never an excuse to be violent. That's what we would say. And this is the part of me in there. It's like, oh man, I mean, and I do think I hate that any blood is being shed, right? This is the caveat, right? Oh well. But what do you do? All of that comes out. See, it just goes to show you, like, this modern way of thinking about the world is, we call it civilized. You could make an argument we were more civilized before World War I than we are now. Because how is it civilized to betray your own people as a matter of law and policy, and then criticize them when their sons and daughters are being raped, and then you try to do something about it? Because not only are the cops not doing anything about it, they're not protecting the innocent, they're not punishing the guilty. When you go to talk about it online, you get arrested. Oh, and by the way, the social services were in on it, where they were orphanages, according to this rape gang report, were dropping kids off for waiting cars to be abused. So, and I don't know if this guy's crazy. I don't know anything about him other than these reports. But if you go read the rape gang report, this man is participating in a reasonable action at this point. And you're not supposed to say that, right? How is it not the reasonable, the most natural thing? Hey, it was Father's Day yesterday, and I saw somebody post that clip of the father who oh, what was that? It was back in the 70s or 80s, and it was this guy's son had been molested by his karate instructor, and he waited for them to come out of the courtroom, and he was at the payphone, pretended to make a phone call, and just took care of business as far as he was concerned. And the kid, who's now an adult, I believe he's been interviewed, and he says, "Yeah, my dad's the greatest dad ever. Greatest dad ever for doing that." So our civilized way of thinking is actually just barbarism with extra steps. It's we are not civilized. The Western governments are becoming less civilized, but because you sign a piece of paper or you pass a law, it's somehow considered tame and peace, and it's absolutely the complete opposite of that. Sound off in the comments. Let me know what you guys think about this. Hang on, let me check these comments real quick and get rid of that. Sorry, it's a busy thing running the entire board here. Let's see here. So we've got Sophie 1916. When you mess with little kids, you rip out my heart. We've got Lemon One writing. When one is left with no other out, this is what occurs. I cannot shame him. What did Wilson say? Hang on, mention Wilson here. Oh, okay. It's talking about Rob being there a few minutes ago. We got Logue 23. This is crazy. Hey, Paul, how are you? I'm doing good, Logue. Thank you so much. Thank you for the warm Father's Day wishes. It was a good Father's Day. Hope everybody else out there had a good Father's Day. Cree, Q707 says it's called Savage. Yep. So, anyway, just keep sounding off in the comments, guys. I'm going to get to them as much as I can. Sophie 1916, they've done it to us, Paul. People can only take so much. That's exactly right. And again, this is America's future if we don't make some really big lasting changes, right? And I get it doesn't happen overnight, but long-lasting changes. There's a poll. We got the 250th anniversary of this country coming up, July 4th, in just a couple of weeks. And you just think to yourself, the people are running polls, do you think that America is going to last another 250 years? Just kind of based on how you feel the country's going now. Right now, what do you got? Does America? That's a great question for the chat. As things stand right now, does America last another 250 years? Does America last another 250? Now, so in order to answer this question, because I know some of you out there are going to probably answer no, and from an eschatological reason, like you think Jesus is going to come back in the next 250 years. That very well could happen because, right, no man knows the day or the hour. But I'm saying to answer this question, take eschatology out of it, okay? And just in terms of like just a straight nation-state mentality, this country, the way it exists now, obviously you got to assume over the next 250 years the technology is going to be crazily advanced, everything. Does this country in its current form, now that doesn't mean that we wouldn't expand, but I mean like the Constitution and the Bill of Rights, that's a better question. In the next 250 years, does the Constitution and the Bill of Rights remain intact? Yes or no? What are your thoughts? So I'm going to say it again. In the next 250 years, does the Constitution and Bill of Rights stay intact? Yes or no? See, Hazel Kitty 57, I think Jesus will be back in the next 10 years. See, that may be true, but for the purposes of this question, I'm considering end times prophecy a cop-out, okay? Forgive me, but I'm considering that a cop-out. Okay, so Sly 57 says, no, not unless they change our education system. Okay? Glenn Dean says, within the next 250 years, the Constitution will be a museum piece. Let's see if I can throw this up on the screen here so that you guys can see it. What do we got here? America will look like the... Okay, Amy CM 1019, America will look like the movie Idiocracy. Amy, that is so good. You guys need to go watch Idiocracy if you haven't. It is already prophetic. We had a UFC fight on the White House. Now, granted, the production value was great, but when I first heard that we had a UFC fight scheduled on the White House lawn, I immediately thought, oh my goodness, this reminded me so much of Idiocracy. And for those of you who don't know, 30,000-foot view of the plot. Guy goes in for a military experiment to get cryogenically frozen. Then, like a hurricane or a tornado or a bomb or something. Anyway, he gets lost, okay? They lose him. The army loses him. So he gets revived, 100 years later or something like that. And that's why it's called Idiocracy. So he gets to see what the government is like years in the future. And the president is a professional wrestler. Everyone's IQs are, really, really low. They all drink basically this type of soda that has no nutritional value at all, but all the water's gone. They can't grow crops. And everybody's an idiot. Everybody is literally an idiot. And the only way they're alive is because the corporation that was, that had built up, they're being sustained on the remnant of like corporate infrastructure. Anyway, it's hilarious. Check it out. Probably don't want to watch it. I can't remember if it's raunchy or not though. It's been a long time since I've seen it. So you might want to maybe I don't know if it's a family movie, but it is incredibly interesting. So, what else we got? Anybody else? Let's see here. America will look like Idiocracy. Let's see. The country will not remain intact in the next few decades, in my opinion. Okay, that's pessimistic. And I share your pessimism, by the way, but we're going to go black pill, white pill. So feel free to black pill because we're going to go white pill. And again, these Europeans coming over for this soccer stuff, man, I'm telling you, it is the best white pill out there right now. Glenn Dean, better than topless trannies on the White House lawn. I totally agree. And again, like the UFC I'm not a big UFC guy. But the event was a spectacular, it was a spectacle. It was a good spectacle, very patriotic. I don't have a problem with it. I'm just saying that the movie made me think of it. But yeah, 100% better than Joe Biden and having trannies there with the topless. Yeah, it was really bad. Okay, Mustache 49 says, no, America will not last long. He says, if you know the Jewish timeline, what is this? The rapture is to take place about. Okay, so this is an end times. I'm respectfully, I get it, but I'm trying to say, just in a vacuum, taking eschatology aside, taking supernatural, the second return of Christ or anything like that. Okay, he says you cannot remove eschatology. God will not allow man to destroy the earth. That's his job. All that bad stuff happens in the tribulation. No way to figure this out without the Bible. I'm just wanting an estimate because we don't know when any, assuming that interpretation is correct, we don't know when any of that's going to kick off. So assuming none of the markers kick off and things go on for another 250 years without eschatological end times things happening, that's my question. Do we survive that? You think that the topless trannies that celebrated on the White House lawn would have been thrilled to see topless men in the UFC? I don't know. That one makes my head hurt. That makes my head hurt. But, okay, so what we can take from this question, though, is that most of you, I think, believe that in the next 250 years, we will have had some sort of eschatological resolution, Christ's second coming within the next 250 years. I think most people kind of feel that in their gut, in the chat at least. I would just say my answer to that question at this point is no, unless we make big changes, of course. Unless we make big changes. And one of those things is, I was just talking about, we talked most of the hour about Europe, and I would just say that, again, when you abandon those things that make you great, and you recognize that America was intended to be and was a Christian nation, and you realize that all of the greatness that we are experiencing right now are the derivative fumes of the greatness that God blessed us with through the Christian men that fought for and built this civilization, you begin to see that as we have become more secular, which is really another word for pagan and God-denying, at least from our institutions. You can argue that in 1973 with Roe v. Wade, the Christian consensus of the country was lost, and now we're just trying to figure out what to do. So unless you fix that, right? And I'll give you a practical example of how and it's got to be tough, and you may lose. I mean, right now I get that. Let's just take abortion for example. I get that abortion rights are now left to the states, which is exactly the way it should be, because that's the way it was before Roe v. Wade, right? Abortion's back to the states. Let the abortions do what they want to do, and that would have been great had the Supreme Court allowed the states to have these debates the way they were having them in 73 without coming up with this top-down approach. And now all of a sudden, the states don't get to have the debate anymore, and we're going to impose on them a tyrannical, you have to accept this. All right. Well, the problem is, okay, Roe v. Wade, never thought it would be overturned. Many people in the pro-life movement never thought it would be overturned. Now it was overturned. And now we're watching the pro-life movement in many cases become pro-choice, because even at the state level, they won't back criminalizing abortion or equal protection bills or abolition. I love J.D. Vance, but even he commented on how it's just not realistic. He was on the conservative millennial Allie Beth Stuckey show, saying, it's not really practical. Okay. So it got that one issue alone got me thinking. We're the United States of America. Okay, great. How united can you possibly be if you have a state like Arkansas that thinks abortion is murder, but then you have a state like California that thinks abortion is not murder, that it's not even a baby at all. It's not even a life at all. Okay? Now, we get back to our, pre-World War I mentality of things, you would never think a nation like that would ever be allowed to coexist or cooperate together in anything else if you can't agree on the most basic thing. Likewise, if I have to sit across the table from some Democrat who thinks that men can be women and men should use women's restrooms and vice versa, I'm not really interested in having a discussion about tax policy or the national debt or whatever. By the way, Alan Greenspan passed away today. He was 100 years old. So that's why I would say I doubt, unless those things are fixed, like the United States of America, united on what? United on what? Well, the Constitution. Well, they say the Constitution means the complete opposite of what I say it means. So yeah, another 250 years of that. It's not a thing unless there are. And honestly, I think I only think it happens with true, individual repentance that just leads to the Lord blessing the country again, if that makes sense, right? Just my opinion. And you know what? I say all that, and I am going to celebrate America's 250th anniversary all the more. The reason I love Independence Day is because I am fascinated with the Revolutionary War. I'm more fascinated with the Revolutionary War than I will ever be fascinated with any of the other wars that our country has fought. I don't really, it doesn't get talked about enough. It doesn't get talked about enough. What the American Revolution was actually fought for, why it was fought, how tremendous it was that we won the war, the government that we set up after the fact, the laws that were on the books at the time that were considered perfectly legal and constitutional, but today they're no longer considered legal and constitutional. See, I want to get as close back in terms of an understanding of the relationship between citizen and government, the states and the federal government. I want to get back to as close to the 18th century as we possibly can, because what we have allowed to happen has not been for our good. So that's why I'm going to celebrate it all the way. I'm going to shoot the fireworks. I'm going to barbecue. I'm going to be with family. It's going to be amazing. Oh, by the way, speaking of the Europeans, have you seen the video of the one? I don't think he's a European, actually. He's Asian, but he's at a Texas barbecue joint, and he's trying a beef rib for the first time. Which, by the way, for those of you that don't know, a beef rib, which is they're otherwise known as dino ribs. So if you're in a place that's like not Texas where you can't really get them, don't be deceived. You don't want a back rib, okay? They'll sell just beef back ribs, and you'll think, oh, these are those beef, or no, those are not the beef ribs, okay? You have to get, so if you have the ribeye right here, and then you have the bone, that comes up, you're wanting the meat that's on the you see a tomahawk ribeye, like a big one. You want the meat that's on that bone. Those are those big, thick bones that are like that thick. That's the part where you're wanting. What a lot of times they sell you in places where you can't get those, or they're selling you the rib bones that are from right behind the ribeye, and those are. I mean, you can grill them up, but they don't. The fat they're not like these other ones. If you've never had a beef rib cooked via, like a Texan would cook a beef rib, you're missing out on the Rolls-Royce bite of barbecue. It may not be the king of bites of barbecue, but it is definitely the Rolls-Royce of barbecue bites. Incredible. And so this Asian guy, soccer player or soccer fan or whatever, tries it, and it's hilarious because he goes to bite it, and because these are huge. Have you ever seen them? You go to bite it, and you can tell he bites down on that thing with a lot of force because he just assumes it's going to be a lot tougher than it is. But it's like butter, and you can just see his face, and it's all of a sudden it's like, yeah, I mean that's one of the things that makes America great. One of the things that makes America great is our people. So anyway, this hour, I didn't mean to black pill about will our country last another 250 years. Because the white pill on that, regardless of what I think, regardless of what you think, this country is still full of people who are humble and who are good in terms of reflecting Christians who are reflecting the love of God to other people. And I think that's what these Europeans are seeing, especially as they go into the South. They are singing hospitality and greatness that they never thought possible. And it made me wonder, actually, and I made a Facebook post about this. I don't know. I think I put it on Twitter, too. But the question would be, are we seeing what we would have seen if the Soviets had let their people immigrate to America to visit in the 60s, 70s, and 80s? Had that happened, would they have had the similar experience? And of course they would. Of course they would have, because, we know what the Soviet Union was like. We know how degraded their infrastructure became, and, not having, having to certain hours a day you can use electricity, others you can't. We remember that. But then that got me thinking, wow, some of these Europeans' reaction makes me think that you live in a communist country. Some of these Europeans, they're so overjoyed, and you're like, how are you guys living? And it makes me think that they're living in a communist country, which they kind of are. I mean, if you've got headlines at least that show that the UK arrests more people for social media posts than Russia does, okay? And from a 30,000-foot view, NATO, which, by the way, President Trump's not happy with NATO. I think one of the best things that could come out of the post-mortem on this Iran war and hopefully getting peace and everything else, I think one of the best things that could come out of it is Trump's like, you guys didn't have our back, so I'm leaving NATO. I think that'd be awesome. Because Europe, and J.D. Vance has said this, and Marco Rubio has said this. They've gone over to Europe and been like, what's wrong with you? You don't believe in freedom of speech because you don't want your citizens to criticize you for allowing your countries to be overrun by third world barbarians? So it got me, you look at NATO, okay, look at NATO, and NATO was created to secure Europe, Christian Europe. Keep in mind, Christian Europe from the Soviet Union. And the Soviet Union, they were a totalitarian country they were mostly godless. I don't believe they are now. I don't believe Russia as it stands now. They're very much led by that Orthodox Church. I'm not Orthodox. I have theological problems with Orthodox, but they claim Christ. They claim Christ as their Savior and their Lord. And that was not so much the case in the Soviet Union. That's actually why, Reagan even would say, let us pray that one day they would know God and they would come out of totalitarian darkness. It seems that Europe is entering totalitarian darkness. Who are the communists now? Who are the godless communists now? And I think you look at how Europe has been unchristianized. And what are they doing? Their leaders are putting policies in place to enslave their people and make them suffer in the name of a woke sex religion that says all cultures are equal. Actually, no, it says we must make the whites and their culture, that we must make them admit that their culture is inferior to these third world countries. That's what's actually going on. That's the feature of all of this. It's not the bug. It's not the mistake. It's the feature presentation, folks. The feature presentation. All right, I'm going to, real quick, I want to tell you about a sponsor that I have. You see it on the top of your screen there, Redvive Health. And if you call 844-REDVIVE and you mention my name, Paul, you will save 35% off of these amazing red light panels. And for those of you in my 3 o'clock show, you guys hear me talk about this all the time. But red light therapy is a scientific proved concept. It's called photobiomodulation. It is a body hack where the red light does amazing things for your skin, the healing power of light. The red light, things like anti-aging, improves collagen production. It makes you look younger. It can help regrow your hair because this is increasing blood flow to your vital organs. But these particular panels, folks, don't just have the red light. They also have the near-infrared light in the panels, and you can toggle between the two, but it's best to do them with both of them on at the same time. The near-infrared light is where the help really comes in. The near-infrared light penetrates your body, hitting your bones, hitting your organs, hitting your subcutaneous fat, and that's where the mitochondria of your cells is stimulated. And your body basically thinks you have a workout without having a workout. This is a great tool if you have chronic pain, chronic arthritis. If you're trying to, if you're doing your best to not do surgery, but you've got a doctor that says, hey, we think you need to, have surgery or whatever. Some orthopedics are upset with these machines. Some orthopedic surgeons are upset with these machines because people are using these and not needing the surgery. I'm just telling you. There's a 60-day money-back guarantee and 0% financing. I know these are not cheap, but with my code Paul, you receive 35% off. You can go to redvivehealth.org/Paul. That's redvivehealth.org/Paul. And we're going to take a quick break here. Do not go anywhere. We're going to be back here in just a second.
For centuries, light has been used to heal. Awaken the body with Red Vive.
I had 5 units that I purchased for the practice right out of the chute. Well, those went the first week that I got back to Houston. So then we ordered another 5 and then another 5. And I think over the next, 6 to 8 weeks, we had ordered like 35 units. And they're gone. They're still gone out of the practice. So we're excited about moving more of these units for our patients because they need them. And so when you bring in new technology and your staff's thinking, oh, this is another thing that I need to handle during the day, I think it's a good idea to give them a little incentive. And I do it as a team. So if one person does well, the whole team does well. So they all support each other. And they got really excited about that. They love it. They'll bring a unit in, turn it on, put it on the patient's foot or leg, and they'll tell the patients, be sure to talk to Dr. Parker about red light therapy. And the patient will say, red light therapy, yeah, I've heard of that, And so I'll walk in and my nurse is she'll tell me, I've spoken to Mrs. Jones about this red light therapy, and she's really excited about it. So Red Vive has been fantastic for our bottom line.
My name is John, and this is my beautiful wife, Lori, and this is our Star Wars Ewok. His name is Scout, and we have Scout for about 11 years now, and we started noticing about 3 years ago he started slowing down. He was unable to jump on the bed. He was kind of a little bit grumpier. And when my daughters, Macy and Mariah, would take him on walks, he would walk for about, 30 yards, and then he'd lay down, and they'd carry him the rest of the way. So I heard about Pet Club 24/7 and about the products from a gentleman that I really trust and share a friendship with. And he mentioned to me that they have products that are going to help him with his arthritis, help him build his immune system. And I said, okay, no problem. Let's try them out. And I kid you guys not, within about 2 to 3 days, we started noticing a little difference. And then we took Scout on a walk probably about a week after we started using the products, the mush puppies, and he would walk the entire way. He would walk at least a mile, and it's just been completely amazing. He's a new dog. He's 11 years old, which is around 80 years in dog years, and he's just happy. He's more energetic. He's not the grumpy old man he used to be, and we're just so thankful. And it was perfect timing because we lost our boxer Yankee about a year and a half ago, and it was really hard on us. So I'm so thankful for Pet Club 24/7 for the products that they offer. Imagine if you could have your best friend around one more day or one more week or even one more year. I'm so blessed and thankful that we were able to find this company and find these products for Scout. So thank you guys. Give it a shot. We appreciate you. God bless everyone.
The Paul Merrill Program.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. It's just me. Normally in the afternoon, we have Rob, my co-host, with me, or we got Eric Haynes in seat number 3, so that's kind of the imagery you're seeing here. But I'm happy to be here, subbing in for Jeremy Herrell, no relation. I hope he has a restful, relaxing time wherever he is on vacation. But I know he works really hard, and I hope he enjoys it and gets refreshed, ready to go. So I'm going to be doing his program today. Obviously, we've got, about 45 minutes left in the show today. Then I'm going to do my show at 3 o'clock, have a little bit of a break. We'll do my show at 3. We're going to talk more, I think, about the Iran situation. And then I'll be here tomorrow. I'll be filling in for Jeremy Herrell again tomorrow at 11 Central, 12 Eastern for another 2 hours. And then I believe that's all for this week. I think there's other people, because I actually am going to be going out of town on Thursday, but I will be doing my regular show on Wednesday. So, yeah, it's going to be good. It's going to be really good. Real quick, the last thing I'm going to say, and this is just absolutely infuriating, the guy that took matters into his own hands in Edinburgh and started stabbing Muslims to protect, he says, the women of Scotland. Keir Starmer says, absolutely appalling. No one should face violence on our streets. The suspect appears to be motivated by anti-Muslim hatred. I will not tolerate this. He will face the full force of the law. So, of course, Keir Starmer has resigned today, as we mentioned in the show earlier. But this is what's going to just enrage people even more, and this is not the last that you're going to see of this. Dale Partridge says, silence on the rape gangs, appalled by white vigilante justice. This man hates England. Also, Harrison H. Smith says, read the rape gang inquiry. Notice what actions actually caused the rape gangs to stop abusing women. Calling the police didn't help. Calling social services didn't help. The only thing that worked was when male relatives of the victim showed up in force. Male relatives of the victim showing up in force. Which, by the way, not too far off from what would happen in the South. I don't know about you. Probably not too far for what happens if somebody in the, and I'm sorry, I'm born and raised in Arkansas, so this is my context. I've never lived anywhere else. My dad said I could go to school inside the county where the Arkansas State University is. Like I can go anywhere I want. You can go anywhere you want, son, inside this county. Oh, okay. Which I'm grateful for, by the way. But that's my frame of reference for the world is admittedly the Mid-South and the culture around here. And, it's not far off from what would happen if, you got wind that, I don't know, so-and-so was roughing up, his wife or something, and you knew them, and you're like, wait a second, he did what? Bob did what? Bob hit Sally? Bob is habitually hitting Sally? I mean, I think the cops get involved too, probably, because the cops here are generally pretty trustworthy. But, Sally's brother finds out what's going on. Sally's dad finds out what's going on. And guess what's going to happen? Guess what's going to happen? So what Harrison Smith here is saying is true. And, it's very sad, too, because what you're actually seeing, oh, man, this is just pathetic, man. These politicians they've got to be tried. They've got to be. And I'm speaking for all of these Western politicians that have done this, Anthony Fauci, all of these people. It's just insane. But back when I was in radio 15 years ago, and we were talking about Great Britain, we were hearing the whispers of the Muslims taking over. And we were hearing those whispers about the no-go zones. That police wouldn't go into certain Muslim neighborhoods and they would let them do their Sharia, they would let them do their female genital mutilation, they would let them do their honor killings, they would just let them do it. And now finally the result of that we're apparently seeing is white British people are going to start doing the same thing. The difference is the government is going to come after them with a hammer. I mean, they're gonna try to put this down as fast as they possibly can. They're terrified of their own people. The citizens are actually terrified of the Muslim rape gangs. The government is terrified of native British people actually doing something about it. And again, it's not just the UK. It's also in France. This is from the Liberty Daily or WND, via WND. A woman facing prison for daring to say on French TV that the main danger to women in France... Sorry about that, folks. Programming error. Let me show you this. The main danger for women in France comes from black, African, and Arab immigrant men, has been found guilty, but is receiving no jail time despite a fine of €1,000. Anne, let's just call her Anne. I don't speak French. A 26-year-old who uses the pseudonym, let's just call her Anne, is thanking the public for its worldwide support for her, as WorldNet Daily reported her plight last week. Quote, before your incredible mobilization, the judicial system had set out to crush me, she said in a new video. This time, I think the goal was to finish the job by sending me to prison. Because of the strong financial support, Anne has decided to appeal the conviction. So, yes, it is a risk. I could receive a harsher sentence, she admitted, adding there's no longer a reason for cowardice. Now, is she going to say this in French? Surely it's...
Hello to all
it's
my
in English.
European and American friends. I just got off the phone with my lawyer and the verdict is in. The prison sentence has been ruled out. However, I am still convicted to a fine, but I'm going to tell you everything. For those who may not know, I was facing 4 months of unsuspended prison for stating that the main threat to women in France comes from black and Arab immigrant men. And I was sued for these words, despite the fact that I was myself the victim of a sexual assault committed by a Tunisian migrant in 2022. Before your incredible mobilization, the judicial system had set out to crush me. I had already been sentenced to 6 months suspended prison and a 3,000 fine for denouncing human trafficking across the Mediterranean Sea. And this time, I think the goal was to finish the job by sending me to prison. But something changed. Following the advice of those close to me, I decided to stop staying silent. I shared my story with you in the hope that it would resonate. And honestly, I still don't know how to thank you. What happened feels almost unreal. Your support exceeded anything I could have imagined. The mediatic pressure became international. Italy, Germany, Austria, Sweden, Great Britain, Spain, Hungary, the Netherlands, Flanders, Switzerland, and far beyond Europe. The case reached the United States and even reached Japan. Because of you, this absurd injustice was forced to back down. I went from facing 4 months in prison to receiving a 1,000 euros fine. The moment we shine a light on what they are doing, they can no longer hide. We force them to answer for their policies. Recently in France, there was this Liana case, a pedophile reported repeatedly over the years, victims ignored and predators protected. Politicians only react when a scandal makes headlines. Yet, when it comes to prosecuting speech, the justice system moves back. When it comes to saving lives of the French native people, suddenly it is no longer a priority because it conflicts with their immigrationist agenda. So once again, thank you. Without your mobilization, without your support, God only knows what they would have done to me. You showed me that I was not alone despite what I had come to believe. You gave me the courage to keep fighting and never to give up. More importantly, thanks to your extraordinary generosity and the support you've shown me on Patreon, I have decided to appeal this conviction. So yes, it is a risk. I could end up receiving a harsher sentence, but after everything you have done for me, I simply do not have the right to be coward. In the past, I stood defenseless against what I see as a corrupt justice system. You have now given me both the financial and the psychological means to fight back. I know I will never be alone again, because accepting this ruling would mean surrendering to the dominant narrative. It would be admitting that I was wrong to speak out about what I believe threatens the French people. It would mean accepting a criminal record like an ordinary offender when my only crime was speaking out in what I believe was the public interest. And while I am prosecuted for words, look at what is allowed to flourish elsewhere. In the United Kingdom, the recent reports on the grooming gang scandals have confirmed what victims had been saying for years. Young girls were exploited by organized networks, while the institutions looked the other way, and information about the perpetrators' backgrounds was deliberately downplayed or omitted for fear of accusations of racism. That is the reality many would rather suppress. That is what we are told must not be named. And today I am being convicted for pointing to facts. I say it again, accepting this would make me complicit, and I refuse. Victims should not be punished for speaking while the society protects the silence of those who harmed them. So thank you so much. You have given me a second wind, and I will not let you down. You know, for years I was simply fighting to survive economically, crushed by mounting legal costs, and endless proceedings. My bank accounts were closed, my social media too, but for the first time, thanks to my Patreon, you have given me something priceless. Independence. The freedom to speak without fearing that my voice will be silenced. The freedom not to depend on media outlets that are too afraid to amplify the concerns of ordinary citizens. From now on, I will be your direct correspondent on what is happening in France. I will continue to expose what our institutions, media and political class would rather keep out of the international spotlight. The world stood with me when I needed it most. Now I intend to make sure the world knows what is happening here. What worries me now are all the others, the people who do not have a community behind them, those who are quietly crushed by this system, just as I nearly was. So it is for them, for the invisible, that I want to keep fighting. And I promise you this, even if I'm too radical for the right-wing politicians in France, my determination and my radicality will not move an inch. Thank you so much. Thank you. I would like to thank each one of you personally, but I just can't because you are too numerous. Thank you again for changing my life. Hello.
I mean, this is the first I've heard of this story. The first I've heard of it. I'm going to try to pronounce her name. Anne D'Escoffant. D'Escoffant. So you've heard it there. She's going to parlay this into some sort of, media person. Good for her. Good for her. And you just hope that, she appeals and she wins, but you also hope they don't try to, because you appealed, you may beat the charges, but you won't beat the ride. And then if she appeals, I don't know, could they impose the prison sentence if she does appeal? But she's saying, hey, I don't care. I don't want to cop to something I didn't do. You get to a point. And I know there's practical considerations. Like if I was that girl's father, I'd be like, honey, like, I don't want you to go to jail. Like, right? But at the same time, if you're personally convicted, when I say convicted in this sense, I'm talking about your conscience, admitting you did something that you didn't do is false witness to some. To some, you say, I can't admit to this if I've got a path forward to appeal, so I'm going to appeal. I know how that feels. And, the appeal process is one of the ways you can seek justice, especially when you have something like this that's politically motivated. And you're talking about, in a way, what you're seeing there is actually an act of love. Like, no, I'm going to keep speaking and I'm going to appeal this for the good of my neighbor. By doing this, I'm actually loving my neighbor to get the truth out there and to establish that I can say this, other people can say this, and maybe we can actually solve the problems. And by the way, these people, you don't know if you crack down on speech, especially in Western governments, expect violence, because if you're going to continue foisting these policies on them that are, again, she's a victim of a sexual assault herself. It's just the same equation that's been going on for a very, very, very long time. In other news, Austin Metcalf, one of the 911 calls has been released. The second 911 call has been released. In this, of course, speaking of appeals, Carmelo Anthony thinks he was wrongfully convicted, and so he's trying to appeal. Also, I saw a report where he is complaining of sexual harassment while in prison. Funny how that works. But here is one of the 911 calls. Viewer discretion is advised.
I need paramedics at Kirkendall Stadium right away.
Okay, what's going on?
I have an athlete that was stabbed.
He was stabbed?
Yes.
Okay, where's the person who stabbed him?
I don't know.
Okay, where in the stadium is he?
We are on the visitor side bleachers. We have Army veteran that's trying to keep compression on the wound.
Okay. Are you with him now?
He is laying here.
How old is he?
Starting to go unconscious.
How old is he?
High school age, so maybe 15, 16, 17.
Okay. Is he awake?
No, he's going unconscious.
Okay. Is he breathing?
Not right now.
Breathing?
No, he's not.
He's not breathing at all?
No.
Okay, where was he stabbed at?
In the chest.
Okay. I've got them coming, okay? Stay on the phone with me, all right?
Okay.
Is the assailant still nearby?
Okay. I'm here.
Is the assailant still nearby?
Stay with me, Austin. Come on. Every once in a while, there's a breath that he's here. Come on.
I'm going to keep you with me, okay, until they're with you. Is he breathing still?
He's trying, yeah. We're doing compressions and giving him mouth-to-mouth.
Okay.
Come on.
Hey, they're doing CPR on him.
Fight through.
Okay, just keep going, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
The medics are coming as fast as they can. Just keep me updated, okay?
Come on.
Yes, ma'am.
Fight through, baby. Fight through, Austin. Come on.
A few of your comments, Maddox 12679. All this diversity isn't working. So much evil. I talked last hour about not being united, the United States. The whole concept, the definition of the word united. It's incredible that we had something to us that's so black and white, right? That this was clearly a murder. This was not self-defense. But then you have many people, not all, but especially around there locally, and celebrities. Did I see where was it LeBron James said he wanted to help with the appeal or something that are saying, no, this was self-defense. This was some sort of self-defense exercise. Har2 says this is heartbreaking. Yeah, it absolutely is. It is heartbreaking. Because we don't have to live like this. And last week I attributed this. There's so many things that you can do. You can do, but it's the little policies that were put into effect. Like back during the Obama administration. The Obama administration started looking at the numbers of suspended kids in our public school systems. And you know what? They just hated it. They hated the fact that more black kids were getting suspended from school than white kids. Way more black kids were getting suspended from school than Asian kids. And so they didn't like that the suspension rate looked pretty similar to the incarceration rate in this country. They didn't like that. They didn't appreciate that. They didn't comport with their worldview. Well, their worldview was, that's the prison population is what it is because of racism, institutional racism, and white supremacy. And so is the suspension rate. These public schools that are suspending black kids at higher rates, lower percentage of the population, higher rates. It must be because the teachers are white, the principals are white. So the Obama administration, they put out an edict, wanting to dangle funding. Hey, if you keep suspending black kids at a higher rate proportionate to the population than white kids, then, we're going to take your funding away. We may take your funding away. So, fundamentally, we have obviously we've got a lot of fatherless homes that affect black Americans way more than any other demographic. We know that, but even so, you're already fighting an uphill battle. But then to say, hey, when the school system that is unfortunately increasingly tasked with raising children instead of educating them, what a terrible little experiment, by the way, public education has been on this country, if we really want to look at it. So now, yes, like you got to raise these kids, but you got to raise them like Dr. Spock would raise them. Can't discipline them. When I was growing up, and I'm about to turn 42. Even I grew up where you could get a spanking at school. If you messed up enough, you'd go to the principal's office and you would get a paddling. You would get spanked by the principal if you messed up enough. Can't do that anymore. That's not a thing. It's true. You spare the Bible says it. You spare the rod, you spoil the child. The Bible says that if you don't discipline your children, that you actually hate them. Do you know why the Bible says that? That not disciplining your child is actually an act of hate against them. Now, it may be inconvenient. I mean, as somebody who's had to discipline, has disciplined my child, and, it's inconvenient. You have to, okay, I'm going to fight this battle. I'm going to actually do something about this. It's frustrating. But as a parent, and so we're talking about principles that can be emulated in different institutions. I mean, fundamentally, it starts at the family. Fundamentally, it starts at the home of Carmelo Anthony. Fundamentally, that's where it starts. Discipline. And what's weird, you respect the authority of your parents. You tend to respect other authorities that are out there too, but not in the black community, because they get sit down, a lot of them, and they get the talk. Which is, hey, police are out to get you, and that sort of thing. If you don't, the reason not disciplining your children is an act of hate is because your kids grow up without discipline. They grow up and they're not a joy to be around. It's your responsibility as a parent for your kids to be a joy to be around. That's a tall order, and I have definitely failed at that many times. But we're commanded to do this. We're commanded to discipline our kids. We're commanded to raise them in the fear and admonition of the Lord. Raise them up in the fear of affirmation of the Lord and what have you. So when they grow up, they will not depart from it. They will not depart from that sound instruction. Sly 57, Dr. Ben Carson had a bad start, became a neurosurgeon. Yes, you're right, he did. But have you ever heard the discipline situation that he went through growing up with his mother? His mother was a very strict disciplinarian and would not let him do the things that other kids were doing. B-Hops 1, behavioral training family, public schools gone wild, leering centers now. Yep. His parents totally screwed their kid by grifting money. That's PM Reese, yeah? Yep, corporal punishment was a thing. Treves Jr. writes, corporal punishment was a thing. It's like we've had a total breakdown on so many levels because, we talk about corporal punishment, then we can talk about capital punishment. And how with capital punishment, you don't get there's not a swift punishment. Even if Carmelo Anthony had been given the death penalty, which he should have been sentenced to death, he would have sat on death row for forever. And then when you actually do get to the point where the state says, okay, we're going to take this person's life because of what they did, they get some sort of weird lethal injection thing, and it's like everyone's debating, is it humane, is it not humane? And it's like, at this point, folks, I mean, public executions would go a long way. Firing squads, I believe, is it Florida? No, Idaho. Idaho, their law for firing squads of pedophiles goes into effect very soon. Hangings, yes, all that stuff, and I think it should be public again. Again, you think about it, but we don't need it. That's uncivilized. That's uncivilized if we go back to public executions. Look around you, Helen. To quote Clark Griswold, we're at the threshold of hell. Look around you, Helen. We are not civilized. We're no more civilized than the Aztecs that would sacrifice kids and human beings at the top of a ziggurat. Now we got Planned Parenthoods. In some cases, the buildings actually look like step pyramids. No, we mask it all. We are. Public executions, you can make the argument, at this point, society was way more civilized than it is now. Because the law meant something. More so than it does now. There's always another argument. There's always another side. And I know you can't get rid of that entirely on this side of heaven. I get it. I totally get that. But yeah, bringing public executions back, I think, is a yeah. Brian Cole says no. It is civilized to have capital. I wasn't saying it's not civilized. I'm not saying that. I'm operating under the assumption that, I know the government is given the authority to wield the sword, right? I'm saying that when you do capital punishment, we've done it all wrong now. And it's not swift. Likewise, let's just think of your local county court situation. You have these repeat offenders, and whether it's drug addiction or whether it's DWIs or whatever the case may be, these repeat offenders, and the sentence is always, okay, you're going to spend 30 days in county, 60 days in county, 90 days in county. Instead of that, and then oh, and by the way, because you have that, and this is true in the South, then you also have this constant push by county sheriffs, and I don't blame them necessarily, because they're looking at the population becoming increasingly immoral, so there's more and more arrests. And what do they say? They come back to you and they say, we've got to have that tax increase because we got to build a new prison. We got to have more prisons. We got to expand prisons. We need more beds. And you just think to yourself, what if instead of the sentence was 30 days in county jail, what if it was a day outside the courthouse in stocks? You bring back the stocks. You bring back the wooden stocks where you've got to sit there with your arms like this. What if we did a day like that? Like, now, this is your punishment now. Shame and ridicule, and you're going to stay in these stocks for a day. And instead of 30 days in jail, I just would love to know, you think that would make a difference? Because for a lot of these people, some of them, especially if they're homeless or that, they get sentenced to 30, 60 days in county jail, and now they get 3 meals a day and a bed to sleep in, a warm bed to sleep in. Some of them prefer it in some situations. So the system isn't working. Seriously, though, if we were going to entertain the idea of like firing squads, hangings, public executions again, wouldn't it also make sense to start reforming our misdemeanor punishments and things like that? Because the whole system is it's all based on some sort of compassion that is actually not yielding very good results for our neighbors and the people that actually have law-abiding citizens that actually have to live in this society. 30 days on a chain gang, digging ditches. Okay, that used to be a thing. Yeah, bring that back to where you make 30 days in county jail not a desirable thing. Most of us, it would be not a desirable thing because we wouldn't be free. But for some of these people, it's not that bad anymore. It's bad for us. It'd be bad for us. Not that bad for them. So there's got to be something where the Eighth Amendment explicitly bans public stocks and public executions. Well, that depends on what your definition of cruel and unusual. And by the way, public executions were a thing long after the Eighth Amendment was written. Hazel Kitty 57. Long after that. When the Eighth Amendment was written in, 1789, we had public executions for a long time after that, right? So public executions are not cruel and unusual. Our definition of what cruel and unusual may have changed, and I'm sure the great mighty justices of the Supreme Court have a jurisprudence explanation for why that would be cruel and unusual today. But boy, I would like to resurrect some of these debates and rehash them. I don't know about you. Rehash some of these debates. Later on the show, we're going to talk a little bit more about what's going on in Iran. He said in this Axios interview that he's lost a lot of respect for the hardliners as he's trying to get peace.
The stock market is up over the last 4 or 5 days when it looks like we're going to make a deal. Stock market's up thousands of points. Everybody's richer. Now, would you rather have that or be like some stupid people? I'd be honest with you. I lost respect for some people because
Who'd you lose respect?
I don't want to mention the names.
Oh, you can.
But hardliners. Oh, you got to take them out yet.
Well, what are you going to?
Let me tell you. And plus, I'm not looking to kill people. I have one primary wish.
Not looking to kill people. That's the President Trump that in his first term called off a strike because one of our drones was shot down, and everybody was trying to get him to go to war, and he called the strike off because he said, how many people are going to die if we do this? 500. That's one drone, unmanned drone, 500 people, not going to do it. I mean, we're going to talk more about this at 3 with Rob, but it's been very interesting to see what I think is a coordinated op to just trash J.D. Vance as much. People rooting against the peace, and yet you've got polls, Washington Examiner with a poll, 80% of the nation want this thing over. You've got other polls out there as well saying that this has got to, this has got to go, this has got to be over in some capacity. So we'll have a more in-depth discussion about this. I know Mark Levin is not happy. We talked about him on. Speaking of Mark Levin, literally, I said Mark Levin's name, and Crying Chuck 321 says, "Yeah, hardliners like Agent Levin and Shapiro." Hazel Kitty 57. Also, duels were illegal, and look at Hamilton and Burr. Yeah, that's right. So Hazel Kitty did. She also said something about it was the Supreme Court that ruled it cruel and unusual. But we've got to. Yeah, it's crazy, man. We're gonna have fun. We're gonna have fun at the 3 o'clock show here coming up in about 2 hours and 15 minutes. So you don't want to miss it. We're going to get into the latest with the Iran. I've got a few more things we can cover. This was from a few hours ago. Eric Daugherty in a massive J.D. Vance win. Iran has agreed to nuclear inspectors. I think that's the title of our show this afternoon. Iran agrees to nuclear inspections, but the U.S. has also now granted them a license to sell their oil, which is a huge deal. And my speculation on this is that the Iranians are demanding Israel withdraw from Lebanon. Israel saying we're not going to withdraw from Lebanon, last I heard. So I'm wondering if part of the negotiations was, well, what if we go ahead and let you have your oil on the open market if we can't get Israel to back off of Lebanon? I think that may be part of the negotiate, but I don't know. I'm gonna that's just my speculation. So this is Fox News' report. Let's take a listen.
Roadmap for technical talks over the next 60 days. A U.S. diplomat involved in the talks told Fox News some of the discussion was focused on clarifying the confusing messaging on the Strait of Hormuz to ensure it will remain open, adding that robust discussions on all elements of the nuclear deal are ongoing. This morning, Vice President J.D. Vance said the U.S. along with Qatar will have some oversight over the unfrozen Iranian funds and that some could go to purchasing U.S. farm goods. He also made a major announcement on access to Iran's nuclear program.
So let's listen to this.
This is probably what we're most excited about as Americans. The Iranians have agreed to invite IAEA inspectors back into their country. That is a major milestone for the American people and the first step in permanently denuclearizing or permanently ending a nuclear weapons program in Iran. And that's exactly what we wanted to do. That's exactly what we asked to happen.
So we'll have more on this again at 3 o'clock. B-Hups 1 says, I've given up on paying attention to the Middle East. Trump's got it handled. I'll say this, man. Like, I've done so. Like, I was so hesitant as I was writing the title and the thumbnail for my show, the Paul Herrell program, coming up here at 3 o'clock. When I was writing it, I broke a rule of mine because couple of weeks ago or months ago when, because we've had, the war's over, we've got peace, the strait's open, the strait's closed, the strait's open, that's great, I can't take it anymore. I mean, I did an episode called Middle East Fatigue, and I did it because I was just exhausted with this whole thing. We tried to focus on things domestically. Obviously, you guys know I wasn't a fan of getting involved in the Middle East and the Iran thing at all, but, we're here now, and we just pray our troops don't die. We just pray that this thing can end. And we can focus on domestic stuff, but But yeah, when I was writing the thumbnail and headline, I'm like, okay, I'm breaking my rule here because this thing is so fluid that by the time this goes to air, this, who knows, the whole thing could be up. But I will say yesterday on Twitter, yesterday on X, everybody was saying J.D. Vance is a fool, or at least in my feed. It was just, accounts I've never heard of, just slamming J.D. Vance, and they're saying that peace talks were over. They're saying that they're going to close the strait again, that we're going to bomb them again. I know President Trump had some colorful words on Truth Social. Then there's a post circulating that was attributed to Trump, and a lot of people fell for it. That wasn't actually him at all. He didn't actually say it. It was an AI that had made the rounds. Okay, and so and I understand now Marco Rubio is going overseas as well. So it's kind of like all hands on deck to hammer this thing out. But it's just crazy. I woke up today. You actually hear from the vice president of how things went. It's totally different than what was being put out there on X all day Sunday. I mean, all day Father's Day. I try to stay off my phone on Sundays, but I do a terrible job at it, and I certainly did a bad job at it yesterday. And I was just doom scrolling, and I'm like, okay, I guess we're at war again. I don't know. So anyway, I'm happy that things seemed a little bit chiller. U.S. Treasury grants Iran a temporary license, effectively waiving sanctions, allowing the sale of Iranian oil until August 21st. It's a big deal. This hasn't happened for almost, 8 years. Was the last time Iran was able to do this in 2018? I think. Something like that. So, tune in at 3 o'clock for more on this. Anyway, speaking of AI, see, this is the kind of AI videos that I'm here for. I want to fight Skynet. I'm a firm believer in the rise of the neo-Amish, rejecting thinking machines and the technology that's coming with them. I really am. And there's going to be a problem with the AI. There's going to be an AI bubble burst too. People are kind of pulling back. I don't know exactly why. Well, but anyway, this is the kind of AI video. As somebody from Arkansas, this is the kind of AI video I can get behind.
Evening. Where y'all coming from?
Oh, we was just out there hunting for squirrels.
Why does your friend look like that? Dispatch, I got a vehicle fleeing. I need backup. Code 3.
Also, I love golden retrievers so
Evening.
much.
Where y'all coming from?
Oh, we was just out there hunting for squirrels.
Why does your friend look like that? Dispatch, I got a vehicle fleeing.
Sorry, I can watch that all day. I said that to Rob and Eric yesterday. I said this is the greatest thing you're going to watch all day. Also, the pose of the golden retriever as he's leaving is just so like you guys. Everybody knows a good redneck that is going to drive like that pose. Oh my goodness. Absolutely love it. Love it, love it, love it. Former Federal Reserve Chairman Alan Greenspan is dead at 100. He was the Federal Reserve Chairman from 1987 to 2006. His wife of 29 years, Andrea Mitchell, said that Greenspan died from complications of Parkinson's disease. Ronald Reagan appointed Greenspan to lead the Fed in 1987, and he remained in position until 2006. He was the second longest tenure in the history of the Federal Reserve. Folks, we have to end the Federal Reserve. We have to end its grip over this country. Kind of keeping in 250 years. Will we still exist in 250 years? That whole narrative. The Federal Reserve is a representation of a economy that is not a free market. And it's kind of strange because, we operated with that left-right paradigm for so long, our entire lives, that, well, the Republicans are for the free market. The Democrats are not for the free market. But all of that was within the goalposts that the Federal Reserve is okay, unless you were Ron Paul, of course, okay? But he would get laughed off the primary stage, and nobody took him seriously in the media, although I know he had a lot of fans, and I'm a fan of Ron Paul. But it was a limited hangout, as the intel community says. It was a limited hangout, and we were only able to debate free market policies, but ignoring the elephant in the room that the Federal Reserve is the source of much of the tyranny that we're facing, and it's tyranny that we don't even really know that it exists. Being trillions of dollars in debt, all of that, you can blame the Fed, and you can blame their just communistic control. They're control freaks, and then you look. If you've ever looked at how many stock market trades are actually not people, even before AI and all this stuff, how it's all computers and everything else, you really get. It's a fake economy. It's a fake economy. Go look at what the president of El Salvador said at CPAC several years ago. We pay taxes not to fund the government. We pay taxes to promote the illusion that we fund the government. And then you really start to get into the psychological warfare aspect of all of this. All right, now it's time for the white pill. Here he is. Here's the Asian soccer fan trying a beef rib for the first time.
Japanese World Cup fans try Texas barbecue for the first time. I love this.
How big is it? Bite.
Oh, he thought it was going to have to put a lot of torque behind it. Yes. Amazing is right. Amazing is right. The World Cup has turned America into a Discovery Channel for the rest of the world, Emmanuel Quinones says. And they are not handling it well. In the best possible way, here's what they're discovering. Free public restrooms, free water, free refills, free chips and salsa, free warm bread, ice in drinks like civilized people, air conditioning everywhere. Then they found out about our grocery stores, 5 of them within 1 mile, each one the size of an aircraft hangar, burgers, steaks, brisket, ribs, pulled pork, lamb, veal, every cut of every animal ever domesticated by human civilization, available in one refrigerated aisle at 10 in the morning on a Tuesday. The Germans stood in the meat section for 45 minutes in silence processing. They finally understand why we do not have trains. We have roads. We have roads wide enough for the cars we actually drive, parking lots the size of small European countries, airports in every city worth visiting. Why would we need trains? The Germans are taking ranch home by the bottle. The Dutch found queso and briefly lost the ability to speak. The Japanese are photographing HEBs like it's the Louvre. The Czechs are weeping in West Texas. Welcome to America, the greatest country on earth. Listen to some of this.
We have literally just had the best restaurant experience that we'll probably ever have in our lives, not to be dramatic. Let me see. Put your wipers on.
Yeah.
Liberty Restaurant, Scottsboro, Alabama, has to be the best restaurant and diner experience you could ever get. And
it's just a random restaurant. It's just a random restaurant.
I bloody love driving in America. It's such a pleasure. It's such an absolute pleasure. We've had to change our car purely because we needed to, the old car had a service, but we've got this Jeep Wagoneer. It is massive. It is huge. The air conditioning is amazing. The screen is amazing. I'm even getting cold air blowing up my bottom. I love being in America. I love American cars.
I mean, it goes on and on and on.
The woman says, oh no, the man in the hat already paid for your beers. So we go up to shake his hand. We think it's probably the guy in the big cowboy hat. And he's shaking our hands as a firm handshake. And it's a proper Texas hospitality. He's like, oh yeah, he's just chatting away, asking us where we're going, where we're from. Lovely, lovely Texas man. And then he's like, hold on, wait here. I've got something for you guys. And he gave us both this heavy-duty pin from the Amarillo Police Department. And it's
heavy.
It's really heavy-duty. And he's like, this is for you guys. And then everyone's chatting away, and we're shaking everyone's hands. And then as we're leaving, somebody else is like, oh, I overheard you chatting. Everyone is so friendly.
It goes on and on and on.
How's a worldwide soccer tournament in the United States done more for foreign relations than the United Nations?
Because it's just normal people being together.
Can't take my eyes off of you.
Decades of anti-American propaganda obliterated in one summer. They love us. They love us, ladies and gentlemen. They love us.
Can't take my eyes off.
Fantastic. That bite right there. If you know anything about Texas
We have
barbecue.
the craziest thing here in America. So it's blazing hot outside. But look at this. I'm going to step into this establishment and it's chilly. It's hot outside, but when you step in, it's like a winter's day.
It's like a winter's day. Now, well, look at this, and this is funny. What does the U.S. government think? What does the deep state think of this? It's an unsanctioned version of globalism. Yeah, they don't like it. They don't like it. And of course, the Scottish are having fun. They're trying to put a cone on the top of Samuel Adams' head. This guy eventually climbs up there. Look at this. Oh man, it's crazy. So I'm going to be back on here at 3 o'clock, and I hope you guys have a great rest of the broadcasting day. We'll be back here on this channel 3 o'clock, as well as the Paul Herrell Program YouTube page. I'm going to hand it off to whoever's next. Forgive me, I do not know exactly who that is, but I want to thank Eli, LFA producer, and again wish Jeremy the best. And I will see you back here tomorrow. Be filling in for Jeremy Herrell, no relation. One more time this week. We'll see you here in a couple hours.
The Paul Herrell Program.
What's going on, everybody? Thank you so much for tuning in. It is Monday, and we are in the Culture Wars. Let's go. What's going on, everybody? Thank you so much. Oh, there we go. Today.
I can tell you miss me. I can tell it this. You're trying to be romantic. I hit it from the back. You don't get attached.
Okay, I couldn't help it. I could not help it. I had to share that. Thank you so much for tuning in, everybody. Oh my goodness, I couldn't help but to put that out there. It's, they're talking about Juneteenth. Juneteenth is all over the place. They're talking about Juneteenth everywhere. And part of the reason why I want to talk about it is because they have made this whole thing like it's about color. It's always about color with these people. Their whole entire world evolves around color. And of course, Barack Hussein Obama opens his, I call it garbage can, to the public on Juneteenth. On the 19th of June. Right? He could have done it the month before, but he wanted to wait right till the end because he wanted everyone to think about, okay, it's all about color. Well, I'm going to share some information with you about Juneteenth. Some information that the left doesn't want you to know. The left, they don't want you to know anything about Juneteenth. They want you to believe that, all this is perfectly fine. This is just the way things are. And it's not. This is not the way things are. So I do have a couple of things I want to share with you on that. This first one is a news report of what happened in Chicago. are Chirac. Chirac had a shooting over the weekend, Juneteenth weekend, and I think the last time I saw the report, it said 40 people were shot and up to 5 people have died because of the actions that took place in Chirac over the weekend. Juneteenth, mind you. Now, Juneteenth is supposed to be the time that black people are supposed to get together and celebrate our freedom. Yay, free at last, free at last. The problem, Democrats have convinced black people that they're not free. Democrats never wanted black people to be free in the first place. Democrats still have convinced black people that, hey, it's the bad Republicans. They're the ones doing this to you. They're the one oppressing you. So, of course, what do black people do? They follow the Democrats down the river of nothingness, of stupidity. We go right down there with them. Right down there with them. Well, I want y'all to listen to this report. Listen to this report where they're talking about what happened in Chirac.
This was supposed to be a joyous time. Neighbors say many people had gathered to celebrate Juneteenth when things took a violent turn.
Surveillance video capturing what appears to be a barrage of gunfire. Shortly after, you see people running for cover. Chicago police were called to 95th and Princeton after a mass shooting around 11 Friday night in the city's Princeton Park neighborhood. At least 13 people were injured.
244 West 95th Street. I need crowd control.
Chicago police say a red SUV pulled up to a large crowd. Investigators say 2 suspects began shooting from inside the car before taking off.
There's approximately 25 shell casings, both rifle and pistol rounds, from 243 West 95th all the way to the end of the block on Princeton.
The victims' ages range from 17 to 47 years old and were taken to different hospitals. A 26-year-old man was last listed in critical condition. The majority of the victims are expected to recover from their injuries.
All of a sudden, you hear this loud I can hear the rapid fire of gunfire. And I said, oh no. And next thing I know, you hear the sirens.
Michael Blount was home at the time of the shooting. He says he's disappointed it happened at a time when people were looking to celebrate the holiday.
It was a shame that it happened on Juneteenth. That's what's supposed to be about, celebration, not what just happened. You know, that was just purely wrong.
A motive for the shooting is unclear. Police have not made any arrests. Alderman Anthony Beale, who represents the 9th Ward, saying in part, in a matter of seconds, an ordinary summer night was shattered by gunfire. No one should have to wonder if they or someone they love will make it home safely.
Just like clockwork. Just like clockwork, we see this happen over and over and over again. But they're really not going to pay attention to it as long as it's black people killing black people. In this case, they're perfectly fine with it. You understand what I'm telling you? They're all ecstatic about, oh, you know what? Good, good, good. And I saw this report. Maybe I should have got it for you, but you take my word for it or not. I saw this report where they were saying that, you know, white supremacists are not trying to kill black people any longer. And this is something that's not anything new. And the reason why they're not trying to kill black people any longer, because the black people are doing the job for them. In most cases, white supremacists, the ones that do exist today, the Democrat white supremacists, they said, we've convinced black people to kill themselves so we don't have to do it any longer. And actually, they're killing them to the point to where they never could get away with it the way the black people are doing it. Black people will kill black people, and then the media were like, well, this is just normal. Because this is what the Democrats have done. The Democrats have convinced black people to live a certain way. They've convinced black people that Juneteenth was all about freedom. And it's supposed to be about freedom, but they're not free. Let me share the thumbnail with you that our great producer Eli created. And I asked Eli to create this, Juneteenth equals slave team. And you see I'm back there with the slave attire on. And look at Barack Hussein Obama. And this is how it would have been back in that time. Barack Hussein Obama would have been on a Democrat plantation. And this is the modern day plantation that you see in the background there. That's exactly what it is. And because of this type of actions that we're seeing in Chicago, and where is this Thunderdome at? Where is this Thunderdome located? Can anybody tell me where this Thunderdome is located? The one behind us, back there. Where's that located? Where all the shooting took place. That's where it's located, where all the shooting took place. Can we get Obama to come out and make a statement about it? Are we going to hear anything from Obama? I mean, this is his neck of the woods, right? It was a junior senator there before he became president. So is he going to make a statement about it? This just happened the weekend of the opening of his plantation. So why wouldn't he come out and say something? Don't you think this would be a prime time for Barack Hussein Obama to come out and say, look, this needs to end right now. It needs to stop. We need to stop killing ourselves. But he's not going to say that because this is how the Democrats are. This is what the Democrats been doing all of this time. Well, the idiot, Mayor Johnson, he did say something about it. And the idiot Mayor Johnson, no relations, this idiot says, of course, it's personal. Like he's crying about it. Have you ever known for black Democrats to be on a Democrat slave plantation to cry because it was something that happened to other black people? Not when they play his role, not when they're doing what he's doing. They like this. And let me bring something up really quick before I play this. You know, Chicago receives millions and millions of dollars for crime prevention from the federal government. Let's just say the money that they receive from the federal government finally ends all of the violent crime that they see in Chirac. What do you think happens with that fund? They no longer receive them because they no longer need them. So why in the world would they want to stomp out crime, black people killing black people, when it's profitable? And these black people in Chirac and black people across the country cannot get it through their thick skulls that they're being used by these Democrats. Can't get it through their skulls.
Yeah, it is personal. Black death has been accepted in this country for a very long time. We had a chance 60 years ago to get at the root causes, and people mocked President Johnson, and we ended up with Richard Nixon. I'm going to work hard every day to transform this city. That's what it takes to build a better, stronger, safer Chicago, and I need everybody to step up.
He's not going to do anything. He's not going to do jack. The only reason why he's saying something because the entire country, for the most part, is recognizing it. And you know what? You know why the most people across the country recognize it? Because Obama just opened up his plantation. Juneteenth weekend. 5 people, last report, like I just mentioned, 5 people have died. Over 40 people shot. During the weekend of Obama opened up his plantation. So, of course, people are going to be paying attention to any news that comes out of Chirac. That's the only reason why he's trying to, and he's acting. All this is nothing but a front. None of them actually care about Chicago. Now, talking about Juneteenth. Juneteenth. Oh my goodness. And this is really disturbing here. What do you see here? Have y'all seen this? Am I the only one to show this to y'all? I've been getting stuff together and didn't have the opportunity to jump in on the other hosts, what they were talking about today. But, nonetheless, I'm going to talk about it. What do you see here? This is in Georgia, Jefferson, Georgia, which you can see right there. Juneteenth. And of course, you see black people on the screen walking around barefoot, from what I can tell. And what do you think they're doing? Here, let me just play it for you. Look at this.
Oh, freedom.
Look at that. So they're singing the song because they want freedom. Because they don't have it. They don't have any freedom. But they're looking for freedom. And the black people that you see on the screen here, you know what they're doing? They're acting like they're picking cotton. They're acting like they're picking daggum cotton. Cotton. If Juneteenth is supposed to represent the freedom, why not set up stuff that's showing that they're being innovative? Why not do something that's showing how they have overcome? Why are they like going back showing what they want people to believe that they're still living? That's what this is all about. It's not them trying to show what history is all about. Juneteenth is not about them being on the cotton field any longer. Juneteenth is supposed to be about them being free. But when they found out about Juneteenth, you know, a lot of black people rejected it. At the time of the Emancipation Proclamation, 2 years later, black people found out in the state of Texas that they were free. And you know what some of them said? Nope, 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 not believing it, not free, not going to believe it. Well, here's another one where they're performing Juneteenth. This is just the opposite. Listen to this, or watch this. Come on, man. Come on. Look at this. And you know the amazing thing about this? It was the same party that they're all supporting today that enslaved black people. That's the only reason why we're talking about this, because it's like they cannot move forward. Look at this. I mean, really? I mean, really? They want to remain slaves. I can't tell you how many times I've had conversations with people on the street, specifically black people, on the streets of America, saying that they're still in bondage. And I remember thinking about this or hearing this the first time when I was in California, and it was from a black dude that was younger than me. He said, yeah, we're still in bondage. And so I said, so we're standing here on the street on our own free will, and you're telling me that we're in bondage? He goes, yes, yes, yes. It dawned on me right then. I said, you know what? Those shackles that you have on your hands and feet, they don't have any locks on them. You can't take them off. And I said, your problem with your thinking is that you know there's no locks on the hands and on the shackles on your hands and feet. And what do? You pick those shackles up, because I try to take them off. You pick them up, you put them on, and then you're looking for a lock. This is the mentality of black people that believe in this nonsense, this stupidity. They want the shackles on, and then they're looking for the lock to put the lock on. Because they want people to believe a certain thing. The Democrat Party was the primarily political vehicle for defending the expanding of slavery in the U.S. And we all know this. You all know this history. Facts often downplayed in modern narratives around Juneteenth. Completely. It's downplayed. Juneteenth marks the delayed enforcement of Emancipation Proclamation in Texas on June 1985. And it was by a Union Major General Gordon Granger under the Republican president of who? Abraham Lincoln. The Lincoln administration, the Emancipation Proclamation, 1863, and the 13th Amendment ratified 1865, abolishing slavery. And the Democrats have been upset about that ever since. See, even though the Civil War was won by the Republicans and the Democrats lost the Civil War, the Democrats wanted revenge ever since then. So it's been a soft war ever since then. So slavery was abolished, and it was driven out by Lincoln and the Republicans passing an overwhelming in Congress. Republicans supported the end of slavery, and of course, the Democrats wanted to keep slavery. They were the opposition at the time, still today. Just like today, President Trump is wanting to get rid of all of these illegals that are in the country because the Democrats have utilized them as modern day slaves. A white Republican today, just like a white Republican then, getting rid of the Democrats' slave labor, and they're mad about it. Democrat platforms in 1840, 1850 explicitly endorsed non-interference with slavery and popular sovereignty that allowed its expansion into territories. Now, think about this. Northern Democrats, they often accommodated Southern slaves. Their interests, the Southern slave interests, because they were like, yes, we want to keep slavery. So when they say that, well, you had white people in the North that wanted slavery, they were Democrats. Democrats only didn't exist in the South. That's not the only place that they existed. The Confederacy leadership was overwhelmingly Democrat. All of them were Democrat. All of them were Democrat. And we are experiencing the most hate that we've ever seen, me personally, since the Civil War when it comes to black people and white people. And all of this got started under Obama. All of it got started under Obama. And the reason why I say that, because let me share this with you. This is with a black female. This is with a black female on the street having a conversation with this white guy. And she getting a physical conversation with this white guy. It was a dad and her son. And while she's having this conversation, she has a gun in her hand. I want to show you what happens. And I can see it right now. They're going to riot, possibly, against the white guy.
I don't play with a motherfucking man. A man is not going to play with me. You going to play with me, bitch. You gonna pay me, bitch? You gonna pay me, bitch? You gonna pay me, bitch? You gonna pay me, bitch, now, cause one thing about it, I don't play with no mother. Don't catch me.
Whoa! Taking it down. Look at that. Empty the chainer. Check out the.
Tell police be here.
Look at that. Y'all see that right there? Now, let me show you this. This, of course, there's no need to ride over this, but look at that. He got his knee on her. They're not going to talk about the fact that she had a weapon and she pulled the trigger on it. They're going to talk about the fact that he has his knee on her. That's the only thing that they care about. Let me see if I can get a better image of this, because it's awesome that he unloads the firearm there. Yeah, that's just the camera there. Sorry about that. Right there. Maybe that's the best I can get it. But y'all can see he has his knee on her, holding her down. She's probably unconscious from him punching her. He unloads it and drops it out. Unload the chamber and drops the weapon. And I can just see it right now. You can have liberals. He didn't have to do her like that. How dare he? This white man beating up on a black woman like this. I mean, are you kidding me? Where are your minds at? I mean, you're seeing the same thing. I don't care what happened before the end. Why does she have the weapon? And he disarmed her. And he did not shoot her. The only shot took place is when it was in her hand. He took control over the matter. And according to the caption, the person with the camera is his son, 14 years old. And she's confronting his son and him with that pistol. He could have, you know what? After he knocked her down, he could have put one in her. Self-defense. Hello? He could have put one in there. Self-defense, or a couple. Pop, 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 pop. 3 of them. It's all on camera. Self-defense. But he didn't do that. He emptied the chamber, took the gun, and threw it to the side. And I guess the son picked it up.
I don't play with a motherfucking man.
And I do apologize for the language.
A man is not gonna play with me.
See, look at it. You see the gun right there? The gun is in her hand. And this is Juneteenth for you, everybody.
You gonna pay with me, bitch. You gonna pay with me,
Look at
bitch. You gonna pay with me, bitch. You gonna pay with me, bitch.
So look at it. It's in her hand.
You gonna pay with me, bitch, now.
And then what? Then she's going to lift it up and put it in his face. And that's when because he's trying to calm her down.
Now, because one thing about it, I don't play with no mother.
Right
Don't
there.
touch me.
Right there. Goes off. Look at this. And he disarmed her. Look at that. Good for him. Good for him. Now, it wouldn't hurt my feelings if he, at least, smacked around just a little bit, because she probably deserved it. Wouldn't hurt my feelings. She got smacked around just a little bit. Am I being mean for that? This type of stuff, and you know what I'm saying, this type of stuff, when it comes to the left, is going to be looked at a racial issue. You call me a B, you call me a B. And again, it doesn't matter who said what up until that point. Just because you say something to somebody black and the black person doesn't like it, doesn't give them the right to pull out a gun, doesn't give them the right to pull out a knife and stab you in the heart. Because somebody says something that you don't like. At that point, what do? You walk away. You walk away. I've said it so many times. But they don't want people to walk away. They want people to be right there, constantly taking it and be like, oh, yeah, we need to fight, fight, fight. People want to physically fight. I see it constantly. Let me show you something that is absolutely despicable. And if you don't think this is despicable, then you're probably not a human being. This is a video of a black female and a white female celebrating Juneteenth. And of course, in the caption, they put on there that they were celebrating Juneteenth. And of course, according to white liberals and black liberals, this is the way they believe that Juneteenth should be celebrated. Watch this. Did y'all see what happened? Did you see what happened? Right here, I don't know how well you can see it. The black female is snapping her fingers. The black female is snapping her fingers. And then the white female bends over and picks up a glass and hands it to her. Can you imagine if there was a video with the roles reversed on this? Even if they just, being comedians. Can you imagine what it would be like if the roles were reversed on this? If a white female was snapping her fingers and then the black female reached down and picked up a glass and handed it to her, they would lose their minds. Why is this acceptable? This shouldn't be acceptable. I hope it's not acceptable to anybody watching. And if this is acceptable to you, then you're not a human being. You're disgusting, filthy trash if this is acceptable to you. This is something that we should never see happening. But this is my whole point of them looking at Juneteenth. For them looking at Juneteenth, this is what this is all about for them. Trying to push the whole idea that black people should be catered to, and it's never enough. It's never enough for black people. Post the war, the Civil War, the Democrats largely opposed the 14th and the 15th Amendment. Citizenship, we're talking about for black people. Democrats did not want black people to have citizenship and voting rights. The 14th and the 15th Amendment, the Democrats opposed it. And of course, today they want to utilize it, trying to say, oh, yeah, this is what we're about. And the Republicans trying to take it away. The only time that it was ever opposed was by the Democrats. Reconstruction efforts and black civil rights, while the groups like the Democrat KKK use violence to suppress black Republican voters and white Republican voters. Both. All of this And this is what the Democrats don't want people to recognize, especially around Juneteenth. Oh, this is about how we were oppressed and we got our freedom. And they don't want their freedom. Black Americans overwhelmingly support the Republican Party. Did you know that? And yes, it's the party of Lincoln. Into the 20th century, Black Americans overwhelmingly supported the Republican Party until LBJ came along. LBJ said, I'm going to give you black N-words, just a little something, make you think you have something. And then these black people will think that they have something and they'll vote Democrat for within 200 years. He said all of them. And just about did it within the first 60 years. The parties evolved dramatically since 19th century. And it's not that the party changed, because there was never a change. The only thing that changed was how the tactics and how people viewed the Republican Party versus the way they viewed the Democrat Party. That's the only thing that changed. And individuals today aren't responsible for what their ancestors did. So today, you have white liberals, which disgusts me to no end, white privilege, white people oppressing, white people have everything handed to them, when in actuality, if you go look at it, the black people have everything handed to them. Black people can go out there and say the most despicable things about white people, and it's like perfectly fine. But a white person alludes or just say something that black people constantly say, then the whole world explodes. You remember those nappy head hoes? You ever remember that? There was this DJ. He was a white disc jockey, and I can't remember his name. He has a very, very distinct voice. And it's on the tip of my tongue. Maybe somebody watching right now can tell me his name. But I remember and this was under Obama, if I'm not mistaken, he said these nappy head hoes. And nappy head hoes, but in all the hip hop songs, black people constantly say, you nappy head hoes. They would constantly say this, but here he is just repeating what they said, and boom. And it's not even a racist comment. Black females' head, until they put the perm in there trying to be like the white female, they have some nappy heads. I mean, can we be real about it? The natural hair for every single person, man, woman, and child on the planet is nappy. Imagine white people, you washing your hair and you never comb it. What do you think the earth was like before the invention of a comb? Everybody had dreadlocks. Some of them were neat, some of them were not neat. But before people go, what, the invention of a comb? Yes, there was a time on the planet where we didn't have combs. Yes, there was a time. Everybody, you wash your hair, get wet. What does it do? Everybody. So yes, it was a true statement, but you're not supposed to tell the truth if you're white. See, this is the part I have a problem with. It's so disgusting. And this crap shouldn't be happening. But the raw history show Republicans, not Democrats. This is the raw history. Where Democrats were the driving force for keeping slavery, and the Republicans were the driving force for ending slavery. The only reason why there is a Juneteenth, period, is because Abraham Lincoln and the Republicans freed the slaves. That's it. Emancipation Proclamation. And then 2 years later, they're like, oh my goodness. And the black people heard about this. What do you mean we're free? What do you mean? And then they run over to the Democrat masters. Massa, this boy over here says we free. I'm telling you, this is how it went. And it's the same mentality that the black Democrats have today. Because I can go and tell them, say, you're free. And I've actually said it to some of their faces. And some of these black people today go, no, we're not. I couldn't believe it the first time I heard somebody say, they go, no, we're not. We're not free. They just want us to think that we're free. And here we are. We'll be right back.
Remember when you were younger and you used to hear stories, whether it be in Greek mythology or whatever, about the fountain of youth, people constantly looking for something out there that would help them live forever or live longer? Well, kind of got something like that with Fatty 15, and it's not mythological. No, Fatty 15, this is an empty jar right here, but that's your size that you get. That's a 1 month supply. You get a 3 month supply on this deal. Fatty 15 contains something called C15. If you don't know what that is, it's an essential fatty acid that is necessary for your body's cellular generation, meaning that if you have any damaged cells, it will repair them. It'll also change the way your cells age, and you will live longer. C15 does exactly that. Again, if you don't know what C15 is, definitely do some research, but it's Fatty 15, and in each and every one of these capsules that you get in Fatty 15, you're going to elevate your cells, you are going to repair your cells, and you're going to live longer. That's what it does. It slows down your aging process for healthier hair, healthier skin, balanced metabolism, deeper sleep, and 3 times more cellular benefits than omega-3 fish oils. Fatty15.com/LFA, promo code LFA. Save 15% now. That's fatty15.com/LFA, promo code LFA. Thank you very much. Back to the program.
This year, lights on the Acosta Bridge will not be rainbow for Pride Month, orange for gun safety awareness, or red, black, and green for Juneteenth. According to a social media post, the secretary made the move in celebration of Freedom Summer, a July sales tax holiday signed by the governor. But for those that drive over the Acosta Bridge every day, they're wondering about inclusivity.
Put some variety in there that lets us know it's red, white, and blue, but we're also acknowledging the other things that are.
What? You know, when I hear statements from stupid people like this, I don't even know what to say, to be honest with you, other than the American flag represents all of us, even the people that we don't like in the country that are Americans. It represents all of us. It represents all of the freedoms that we have. Even when people doing stuff that we don't care for, it represents that. The American flag is enough. But they don't even want the American flag because, again, they don't like that type of freedom. They don't like the fact that the American flag represents the freedom for you and I. Now, they want to have the freedom to do all the perversion, cutting up children, et cetera, et cetera. They want that freedom. The American flag is something that they cannot stand any longer. Did you know there's a lot of Democrats right now, and I think I talked about this last week, where they're contemplating whether or not of putting the American flag up for the 4th of July. On my neighborhood, I go up and down the street, and now there's like maybe two houses where they put up the American flag. At one point, I was the only one with the American flag outside on my house. I'm the only one. Imagine, how does that work? I'm the black guy in America, and I'm the only one flying, and there's a whole bunch of white people up and down the street. I don't go to the door and see if they're conservative or Democrat. But come to find out, a lot of them are Democrats, and they refuse to hang the American flag. They're not forced to do it, but you know, they would love to force us to fly a gay flag. They would love to do that. Juneteenth, according to some, they consider that Independence Day. 4th of July is independence for everybody. Just like you don't need a black national anthem. It's not needed. It's not required. The only anthem that should ever be sung or acknowledged is the one that represents all of us, not a color. Not a color. Well, of course, they got this nasty woman, Unjoyful Reed, nasty, despicable black woman. Listen to what she says about Juneteenth and about 4th of July, and of course, white people.
There's a duality to 4th of July that is hard to reconcile if you think about it too much. It's like indigenous people on Thanksgiving. Like they're like, yeah, but y'all are celebrating that, but this is actually our Nakba. Okay, you're celebrating the destruction of all of our lands, and y'all think all we did was give you corn. So they're like, it's not cute to us, but so y'all go ahead and celebrate your Thanksgiving. We're not giving thanks, okay? And the Black people feel that way about 4th of July. Whereas Juneteenth, to me, is the real thing that 4th of July is, because we really were not a democracy until we ended slavery.
Right.
Are you kidding me? For one, we're not a democracy. We utilize democracy, but we're a constitutional republic. Now, at the state level, democracy does take precedent, because at the state level, everybody, when you vote, all of those votes, the predominant votes go to the winner, right? Whoever that is, that's the winner. But we're a constitutional republic as far as the country, because we have the Electoral College. And of course, the Democrats want to get rid of the Electoral College. But again, Juneteenth, raw slaves, and she is the type of woman that is still trying to convince people that they're enslaved, or white people are still doing stuff to them.
Because in many ways, and with apologies to my dear spicy white friends, because I know that my white brothers and sisters do love a 4th of July. It is Independence Day. Everybody's barbecuing. It's a thing. I can promise you, Black folks, we will take that day off. We will barbecue because we off. But Black people, that nobody Black I know is really excited about the 4th of July, because it is what Frederick Douglass said it is. It is the celebration of slaveholders who freed themselves from having to pay taxes to the crown for their slave empire. And that is what it is. I mean,
what does 4th of July mean for you? Are you one of these people, like she just said, that's celebrating 4th of July because you as a slave owner was able to free yourselves from the European British division? No. You know where the white people in the United States of America got the idea of slavery? From a Black man. A Black man, I forget what state it was in. It was on the East Coast. A Black man owned slaves. And the white people there saying, you can't own these people at the time. And he went to court, and the court ruled in his favor. This Black man owning Black people. And then what ended up happening after that, I know the guy's name was Johnson, no relation. God, no. But he was owning Black people, and the court sided with him, saying was his property, boom, boom, boom. White people, Democrats said, oh, this is wonderful. We could actually do this. And that was the birth of slavery in the United States of America. It wasn't the people that was fleeing, coming to America. They were fleeing to get away from oppression. They came here. And just like the typical liberal during that time, the same liberal today, I'm going to show you exactly what I'm talking about. They fled, was it England, right? Britain. They fled, came here because of oppression, and then they came here, then they started actually oppressing people, Black people. So they started implementing the same thing that they just fled from. Just like white racist liberals and Black racist liberals, they flee from California, New York, and other blue states and blue cities, and they come to states like Oklahoma and Texas and Florida, thinking that they can do the exact same thing here, what they just fled from. See, I told y'all, the mindset of the Democrat Party has never changed. It's been the same thing ever since, because this is how liberals do. They hate the high taxes in California. Then they move to some place that doesn't have high taxes. And then they go, oh, I have a great idea. Let's put more taxes onto the people. For them, it's a great idea. More taxes, more taxes. While the rest of us saying, we don't want you here for that. That's not the reason why we want you here. You need to go. I'm going to show you something else when we come back.
It's finally here, our second annual mega sale. This sale only comes around once a year, so take advantage of the best offers ever while you can. For example, save 50% on our Giza Dream bed sheets, as low as $29.98. And for the first time ever on TV, My Pillow mattresses and My Pillow mattress toppers, as low as $99.98. And you save 50% on our Lux Pure 6-piece towel sets. Regular $69.98, now only $39.98. And our best-selling standard My Pillows, regular $49.98, on sale for $17.98. Wait on it, mega sale, only $14.98. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use this promo code to take advantage of our second annual mega sale. But wait, there's more. To make the mega sale even more special, when you order right now, your order's going to ship absolutely free.
And I think that there are those who are unable to see what can be, but there are many more who are able to see what can be unburdened by what has been.
Every time I hear her talk, I am so thankful that she is not in the White House. Did you hear what she just said? This woman can't say nothing original, nothing new. Did you hear what she just said? She's still burdened. Oh my goodness. She repeated that so many times. I don't think she knows. I think it's her go-to that I don't know what else to say. So I'll just say that, I'm, burdened from the past and the present. It's her go-to thing that she constantly says. I think every time they hear her talk, someone has to say, thank God this woman is not there. So of course she goes on with Don Sourpuss Lemon. Yeah, I want y'all to hear it here. I do apologize, but listen, you can handle it. You can handle it. Just remember while you're listening, she's not in the White House.
I really, truly believe this. We each have light inside of us. And we need to know that that is what inspires our hope as much as anything external to ourselves. Okay, and when we feel that and not allow an election or an individual to dampen that light, and instead let that light kind of carry us, in particular through moments of darkness, that we not only act on that hope, but we inspire that hope in each other. And in particular at this moment, it is so important that we not only have hope, but that we understand that that should be a verb.
I mean, what is she talking about? I mean, thank goodness she's not in the White House. I mean, really, seriously. Can you imagine the state of the world we dodge not only bullets, but we dodge nukes with that one. Completely dodge them. Hey, before I forget, and I got this last week, and I just want to say thank you to Mary. Mary sent me a letter. I want to say thank you, Mary. I hope you're watching. She sent me a gift, and Mary, thank you so much. Mary from Illinois. And sometimes people don't put letters in there. Sometimes they do, but she just sent me a gift, and I really appreciate you. I really appreciate you. So I just wanted to say that. I've been meaning to say it, but I kept leaving it on my other desk, and I kept forgetting to bring it in here in my studio. But I made sure I brought it this time, and I hope you are watching, because I want to say that I really do appreciate you. And actually, I just remembered this. Did it roll off? Okay, right there. Echo Bella, thank you so much for the Rumble Rant. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I really appreciate it. And there's some flags for you for that Rumble Rant. Y'all like my flags? Y'all like my flags? I know you do. It was balloons before, but I changed it. Okay, let's get back to some of this story, some of this news. And man, the time is just flying by. I mean, I have so much, and there's no way that I'm going to be able to get to all of this. There's no way. But I can get to this. So I've talked about this before, and you've all probably said the same thing yourselves. President Trump can do something positive, and the Democrats will try to do everything they can to disrupt it, to destroy it, to break it down. Kind of like the United States of America. President Trump is doing what he can to make this country greater than it's ever been, and the Democrats are working hard to try to make the country collapse. See, as far as the gas prices and everything, have y'all noticed the gas prices coming down? I mean, it's like looking really good. And the Democrats don't want the gas prices to come down. You know why? Because going into the midterm elections, they can use it against President Trump, use it against the Republicans. Vote us in, we'll make things better. But things are never better under the Democrats. Never. They're never better. Never better. Well, the pool, the reflection pool in D.C. was absolutely beautiful. Now, if you ask me, don't ask me, but if you ask me, I believe someone went and just dropped some algae into the pool because they know that's the first thing. It only takes a little bit. You can take like one little cup, pour it into the pool, and the algae will grow like crazy. It just needs that location to go. And once it starts growing, it grows. Me personally, I think some Democrat did it on purpose because they don't want the country to look beautiful. They don't want anything that President Trump doing to look beautiful. So what do? They're out here even protesting against it, right? Y'all seen some of this, right?
Algae is doing good today, honey. Team Algae, sweethearts. Everybody's proud of you. You are single-handedly doing more to fight than any American has. Yes. Let's go, Algae. Yeah, algae! Woo! Algae! Did you turn around?
I mean, is that not enough information to see that these lunatic liberals never, ever want anything that President Trump to do to be successful? They want everything, even as far as even the country. This is like the dumbest thing ever. Who does that? Oh, algae! Algae. Oh, we love you, algae. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? It's straight up stupidity. But this is where we are, and this is what they're doing. And the thing is, I don't think they're going to stop. I think it's going to even increase with their stupidity. Here's another story that I thought was pretty awesome, and this is at an ICE detention facility. And of course, you can see the leftist lunatic liberal there with the American flag upside down. This is the only time that you'll probably see Democrats hold the flag is when they want to hold it upside down. Like, oh, they're in distress. We're in distress. No, it's not distress for illegal aliens that are not American citizens. We should be in distress, if anything, because of all the illegals that the Democrats brought into the country in killing American citizens. That's the part that should be stressful, or the distress signal. But in this case, they're in front of an ICE detention facility, and a vehicle decides to come in because the vehicle is trying to go inside. And of course, they want to prevent every vehicle from going inside of these ICE detention facilities. So guess what happens? Beautiful karma.
What the fuck?
Oh, did you see it? I mean, it wasn't even like a simple tap. And apparently she's okay. It looked like she's got back up. Oh, but she got hit hard. Y'all want to see it one more time?
Oh! What the fuck?
Oh, sorry about the language. Oh, I mean, she got it right there. Right there. Bam! That's karma. What is it? FOFA? Or no, FAFO? FAFO? That's exactly what happened. And then, oh my goodness. And then they're upset with the person in the vehicle. Get out the road. I mean, that's what you're supposed to do. Did you not learn that when you were a kid? I mean, I learned it when I was a kid. If you go out in the street, you're subject to get hit by a vehicle. And I remember if I went out in the kid, I was likely to get, get your butt out the street. And not because they were hating me, because they love me. Stay out the street. I'd rather get that butt whooping, let the backside hurt, than get hit and not waking up. I would rather have that. I can't believe how fast this hour has gone by. It just flew by. Well, on some other news, good news before we get out of here too. This is absolutely great news. I hope it doesn't stop. But President Trump, they have done so much to President Trump when he was in office the first time. When President Trump was in office the first time, they did so much to him. 2 impeachments, the allegations of all these different women. It's just so much. The lie after lie after lie, the whole Russia collusion delusion. I mean, just think about it. They have done so much to President Trump. No other president has ever experienced this level of abuse and attack. Never. Not in the history of this country. You and I, we're the ones experiencing and seeing this happen the first time in our country. This has never happened like this. So then President Trump is not in office for 4 years, and because he's not in office for 4 years, and they see that he's coming back, they try to assassinate him, not once, but twice. 3 times a lady, right? They try to assassinate President Trump multiple times. They try to remove him from the ballots in various states. 4 indictments, 90-something plus charges, mugshots, 34 fraudulent counts in New York. Raided his home. How many presidents have you ever heard their home get raided? By the FBI, mind you. And they knew what they were doing was wrong. Raided his home twice. And this is just touching the iceberg of all of the crap that they did to President Trump. Well, a lot of the people that were involved in that, Obama, the Clintons, right? Not Joe Biden. Joe Biden too dumb to know where he is even right now. But there was a lot of people involved in all of the corruption that was taking place. Nancy Pelosi. All of these people should be in jail. Well, which brings me to this one here. Has not been convicted, but Comey, James Comey, is in some serious trouble. Finally.
Thank you. As you heard from the Attorney General and the U.S. Attorney, former FBI Director James Comey has now been indicted for 2 felony counts. While many of you may read this indictment and view this matter as a simple investigation, it is the farthest thing from that. Every single investigation this FBI and our partners at the Department of Justice undertake, especially those that involve the threats to harm or hurt or even kill individuals, whether they hold public office or civilians in our country, are met with the same measure of investigative prowess and tools and personnel in partnership with the Department of Justice as anyone else. As the U.S. Attorney indicated, James Comey will be afforded every matter of due process under the United States Constitution. And as the Attorney General indicated, this has been a case that's been investigated over the past 9, 10, 11 months. These cases take time. Our investigators work methodically. They are career agents, career prosecutors who work these matters. They call the balls and strikes in the field as they see fit pursuant to the facts of the case and the law. They took that information and made a presentment to a grand jury, a jury of peers in the district in which the alleged crime took place. And that grand jury spoke. And that grand jury returned a 2-count indictment against James Comey. James Comey allegedly threatened the life of the President of the United States. And as you all now know, shortly after posting that threat, he deleted that threat and then issued an apology. All of that information was presented to the grand jury, and Mr. Comey will have his day in court and his ability to speak to a jury of his peers. Thank you.
Let's go. Now, I'm not going to celebrate just yet. At least this is a step. This is a step forward. And I don't care. Comey says that he walked up on 8647. It just so happened to be there on the shore. Oh, my God. Oh, out of everybody on the planet, he's the one that walks up on some seashores that said 8647. Out of everybody on the planet. And he takes a picture of it and put it out there. And he didn't know what it was. Oh, is that an address? there's been too much violence against President Trump and Republicans and American citizens for him not to be held accountable. This is not free speech. When you're calling for violence against somebody, that is not free speech. And as a result of him putting that out there, people started trying to assassinate President Trump. They want the man dead. They want him dead because he's disrupting everything that they've done to this country and to the world. The Democrats are pure evil. They're pure evil. All right. Wow. With that said, Kevin Smith is coming up next. I think I had one more thing on here. Oh, I got to play this real. No, that's not the one, is it? I'm not going to have enough time. Oh, yeah, I'm going to play just a little bit of this, like 30 seconds of it. Look at this lame ad, and it's a total socialist ad by Mandami and his tyrant liberals, socialist liberals.
Last June, we made history, toppling a political dynasty and turning the page on a politics of big money and small ideas. While it might have been my name on the ballot, it was a vision beyond one office for a new era in our city. That victory doesn't belong to just one person, and neither does the vision. This June, the fight for a city you can afford, it's on the ballot again.
I'm running to fund dignity,
protect our immigrant neighbors,
to build affordable housing,
funding and implementing universal childcare,
and tax the rich.
You see that? And tax the rich. And tax the rich. Really? The rich people are the ones that's hiring people to do jobs, and they want to tax them. You can't make it up. Can't make it up. All right, everybody, that's it for me. Kevin, Loud Majority is coming up next right here on LFA TV, and I will see you tomorrow in the Culture Wars. God bless.
What's happening, everybody? Monday, June 22nd, 2026. My name is Kevin Smith. Thank you so much for tuning in to Loud Majority Live. We got a jam-packed show for you guys today. Keir Starmer out in the United Kingdom. Ironically enough, his resignation has nothing to do with the Lowe report that came out over the course of the last several weeks about the repeated rape of 250,000 British girls, mostly by Pakistani Muslims. Has nothing to do with that whatsoever. It has nothing to do with the revelations inside of that Keir Starmer let tens of thousands of them go with warning letters. It's got nothing to do with that whatsoever. It has to do with the fact that his party has lost confidence in his ability to be liberal enough. Who is he replaced by? Well, somebody a hell of a lot worse. This comes on the heels of the Iran war updates. J.D. Vance in Switzerland trying to get us out of this quagmire that we shouldn't have started in the first place. We'll bring you all some updates on that one. Also, go figure. Mass shootings across the weekend in the city of Chicago. Sure, none of them were busy or anything. It's not like it was Father's Day or anything. Just saying. Also, the ladies of The View turn on each other. Former New York Times reporter says that we need a demagification here in America. I've got some choice words for Paul Krugman, the guy who spent 30 years being wrong about everything. And for some reason, Democrats are now pro-algae. Yeah, that's a sentence that I said out loud. Never thought I'd be saying that. Before we get started, guys, do me a favor. Hit that thumbs up button. Share the video out all over the place. We are rocking. We are rolling here. Before we get going, guys, head on over to loudmajorityusa.com. That's loudmajorityusa.com. Sign up for the newsletter. Check out our shop. That is the best way to support this show and everything we've got going on over here. I hope everybody had a great Father's Day yesterday. I hope, dads, you got to sit in complete silence and be fed food that your doctor told you you're not allowed to have. I hope everybody had a good one. How's everybody doing, Hazel? What's happening? Yeah, Hazel, algae lives matter. That's right. Democrats have now come out in favor of algae. There are literal pro-algae protests going on outside of the reflecting pool in Washington, D.C. I can't believe we don't let these people run the country. It's pretty banana stuff. Pretty bananas. So let's dive right on in because we got a lot to do. Obviously, over the course of the last week or so, we've been talking a lot about the UK and their embattled Prime Minister, Keir Starmer. He resigned this morning, paving the way for a new Prime Minister in the UK. If you're keeping count at home, this will be the 7th Prime Minister in 10 years. That's right. It turns out England goes through prime ministers the way Elon Musk goes through baby mamas. Just one right after the next. He's like Nick Cannon with an IQ of 200. Here's Keir Starmer resigning.
But I know the question being asked now is not who was best placed to change the Labour Party, to take us into power and to begin the vital work of improving lives for millions of people. Those questions have been answered. The question my party is asking now is whether I am best placed to lead us into the next general election. I have heard the answer of my parliamentary party to that question, and I accept that answer with good grace. Every decision I've taken has been about putting the country I love first. That is why I will resign as leader of the Labour Party. I have spoken to His Majesty the King this morning to inform him of my decision.
So, that's right. Keir Starmer is out. Now, just to give you guys some workarounds on how British politics works, if the Prime Minister resigns, that does not mean you get a new party. That means you just get a new Prime Minister from the same party. But who is going to be replacing him? So it's kind of weird the way they do it over there. You don't really vote for a person so much as you vote for a party. They then get 5 years, and then they get to run a new election. So while Keir Starmer is stepping down, there will be a new Labour, a new left-wing prime minister put up any day now. And many people believe it is going to be the new Labour MP from Manchester, seen here dressed as Rachel Maddow. That is Andy Burnham. Andy Burnham. Well, who is Andy Burnham? Well, he is the current Labour MP from the greater Manchester area. But what is he? Well, he's an avowed socialist. So sometimes you have to worry. Sometimes you think to yourself, are you happy with the devil you have rather than the devil you don't have? Well, let's dig into this genius right here. He went to Cambridge, like most of the political elite in the UK. He studied English in England. Not really quite sure why he would have done that, but, whatever. I don't know what the hell that even means. I don't know how you could study English in England. Wouldn't that just be existing? He touted much of the economic success that he brought as a local minister in the greater Manchester area. And look, he had made tremendous strides on the economic front in the UK, so much so that the average weekly salary in Manchester is £634. That's right. That's the average salary, which means half the people are making less than that. Congratulations, Andy Burnham. You've done such an incredible job. But what about the big topic? The big topic that is facing the United Kingdom today, immigration. Well, he does not think there should be caps on immigration into the United Kingdom. Okay, so the biggest problem facing the United Kingdom today, this guy is against. Very nice. Very good stuff. He also thinks it should be illegal for landlords to ask the immigration status of people they're renting their own homes to. Pretty odd stuff. But it gets worse there for old Andy. Well, maybe it gets better for him, but worse for the UK more broadly. In 2010, he identified himself as a socialist, but as that term became more and more out of vogue, he has then described himself as an aspiring socialist. So he's trying to be an asshole. He hasn't quite reached asshole level yet. However, he does support collectivism, redistributionism, and internationalism. He's a strong opponent of anything nationalist whatsoever. That's really good for a country going through a spate of nationalism across the board, which is very good. Now let's look at this from a broader context. What does this mean moving forward? Next year, there will be an election in the UK. Having the Labour Party right now put an avowed socialist who believes in collectivism and internationalism front and center only means one thing. And that means that Nigel Farage is on his way to becoming the next Prime Minister of England. And that is spectacular on a global stage. Look, the only reason I'm talking about this is because a lot of people will say things like, Kev, this is America. Why do we care what's happening over there? Well, it turns out that all across the world right now, we are seeing more and more right-wing parties winning, particularly in South America. Now, this is good for the global scale. This is good for the world in general. I want the Chileans to be proud to be Chilean, and I want the Peruvians to be proud to be Peruvian, just as I want Americans to be proud to be an American. And so far, since USAID has been defunded, Chile, Bolivia, Peru, Ecuador, Honduras, Colombia, and Costa Rica have all elected right-wing governments. This comes on the heels, of course, of Javier Milei in Argentina, of Bukele in El Salvador. We are seeing more and more right-wing governments popping up all over the world, which of course bodes well for the future of right-wing populism around the world. This is why the UK matters. This is why I discuss foreign elections on this show. Because while I don't want to live in a globalized world where everything around the rest of the world matters, I'd rather focus on America. The fact remains is that with more support, with more victories, you will begin to see more right-wing governments emerging around the world. A safer El Salvador means less El Salvadorians come here. A safer Honduras, Costa Rica, Colombia, Bolivia, Peru, Ecuador means that less of those people are. I want those countries to do well so that their people stop coming here. Because let's be honest, there's only one destination in the Western Hemisphere for those from the third world. It's right here. It's right in our own backyard. So it's important to be aware of what's going on around the globe. And I think that electing a socialist as the new prime minister of the United Kingdom only helps out people like Nigel Farage and the more right-wing parties in the UK. We shall see. We shall see if anyone takes responsibility for what happened to those nearly 250,000 girls who were brutally assaulted by Pakistani Muslims all over the UK. Because guess what? While this has been going on, while we've had new revelations about Anthony Fauci, CNN and the rest of the mainstream media has covered almost none of it. None whatsoever. Out of sight, out of mind. Of course, one thing that the networks are very interested in, is the new Algaegate. That's right, Algaegate. What the hell are you talking about, Kevin? Well, it turns out that while we have an international rape gang scandal taking over the most Western nation on planet Earth, and while we have new revelations about how Anthony Fauci lied to Congress, CNN spent the weekend worried about this.
And we're going to scoop up a water sample to see if we can get this tested.
CNN independently took the sample of water and consulted with a pool store that regularly tests water to help read the results. It showed phosphate levels far higher than what is recommended to keep algae at bay based on estimates for a pool that holds 6.5 million gallons of water.
If there's already some phosphate fertilizer in the water, that's really opportunistic, especially for the blue-green algae that can fix nitrogen. So they are having a field day out here, probably.
The Department of Interior says they believe some of the initial problem was residual algae that had accumulated in pipes and insists the filtration system called the ozone nanobubbler is working.
Who gives a shit about algae? It's always funny to me because people in the press will find unbelievable befuddlement at the fact that no one takes them seriously anymore. CNN spent the whole weekend talking about this, live from outside the reflecting pool because algae accumulated in the summer in a pond. You mean like every pond on the planet? Bananas. But things have gotten even more crazy because now it turns out that the left-wingers think in their infinite wisdom that they're somehow going to get Trump. They're going to get Trump with this reflecting pool kerfuffle. Whatever. I promise you, there is nothing on this planet I care about less than the particular algae level inside of the reflecting pool outside of the Washington Monument. But naturally, well, you know, I do think to myself, sometimes I think maybe we should let left-wingers in charge. You know, maybe we should start taking their ideas a little bit more seriously. And then I see this.
$1.1 million for y'all to watch porn scum. Our money's really being fucking spent well for y'all to watch porn scum. Let's go, Arby. Let's go. So the National Guard could come and watch porn scum. $1.1 million a day so the National Guard could come and watch porn scum. Y'all trying to find something to arrest me for, aren't y'all? right? You're going to try to find something to arrest me for.
Yeah, I can't believe we don't allow that person to conduct economic policy around the world for the United States. I can't believe we don't do it. I mean, really, I think we're missing out. I think we're missing out on this, if I'm being honest with you. I would have given just about anything. I mean, I would have contributed so much money to whatever GoFundMe had gotten started if that National Guardsman had just grabbed that person and thrown them directly into the water. Obviously, I don't want to see them get hurt. It's not a call for violence. It would have just been really funny for what I assume is some fat woman inside of a dinosaur costume being thrown into a small pond. Since they're so pro-algae, maybe they could take a dip. I mean, you know, like I said, you don't want to see that, but, you know. Would it have been the worst thing in the world? Probably not. Probably not. Let's move on because there is so much more happening here. Tomorrow in New York, baby. Tomorrow in New York, we have a slew of primaries all over the tri-state area. All over New York, there will be primaries tomorrow. And a couple of weeks ago, I told you guys, I told you this, and nobody wanted to listen. Nobody wanted to listen to me, except for the fact that I've yet to be, I mean, I might have been wrong at some point, but I can't really remember. I told you that we were going to get a slew of more AOCs in Congress. And tomorrow night, we're going to find out whether or not we get at least 3 more from New York City, as Zoran Mamdani has backed 3 new DSA candidates in the Big Apple. And to be clear, they are not going after moderate Democrats. It's not like when AOC took out Joe Crowley, he was sort of like your neoliberal, you know, Nancy Pelosi type, that sort of like old Democrat who's been sucked over to the left. No. These people are true believers. And they are going after true believers. One of the people running a primary in New York who's probably going to win is going to beat Dan Goldman. Dan Goldman, you'll remember Dan Goldman. He's the guy who pretends to be middle class despite being the sole heir to the Levi Strauss fortune. And the chief lawyer in impeachment hoax number 1 for the Democrats. That is who the DSA is going after. They are going after the hard left-wingers with people who are even more left-wing.
With a preview on all of it. Hey, Alexis.
Hey, good morning. Yes, we've been watching this not just right in New York City, but across the country. And now the mayor here of the Big Apple, Zoran Mamdani, is throwing his support behind 3 Democratic socialists that he thinks have the juice and have what it takes to beat the Democratic establishment candidates. And a few of them are controversial, to say the least. I want to start with Daria Lisa there on your screen. So we've been talking about her. Daria Lisa Avila Chevalier, say that 3 times fast. The 32-year-old is an anti-Israel activist now running in a tight race for Congress here in New York. She supports abolishing ICE and says illegal migrants who commit serious crimes shouldn't be deported.
All deportation is wrong. Is that something you still believe?
I still believe that all deportations are wrong.
That would seem to also include people who were convicted of breaking U.S. criminal law. Is the deportation of those people wrong?
Yes.
Okay, that's not all. Chevalier is also known for her infamous, now deleted Twitter account. She posted F the police and wore a defund the police mask in one of them, and also wrote she would use the American flag to wipe her dirty hands off instead of using a napkin. Chevalier is trying to unseat 5-term Democrat Adriano Espaillat. He's the first formerly undocumented member of Congress, but now some people in the party think he's not progressive enough. Chevalier says beating him would trigger a domino effect, bringing socialism nationwide. And the races are seen as a test of Mamdani's influence, but really a fight over Israel when you look at all the rhetoric here. He called AIPAC the other day, Dana and Bill, a pro-Israel lobbying group. He called them monsters and backed challengers who critics say are just too critical of Israel, like Congressman Dan Goldman, who is Jewish, now challenged by Mamdani's pick, former city comptroller Brad Lander. Anti-Israel rhetoric is also a talking point for Assemblywoman Claire Valdez, a Democratic socialist backed by Mamdani. And then just ending it out here for people watching all across the country, thinking about New New York. Well, it happened too in some other places. DSA-backed candidates winning primaries outside of New York, from Maine with Plattner to D.C. and then Los Angeles with Nithya Raman and beyond. Back out here live, that's kind of the playbook. They're going to see if they can run the Mamdani campaign that they did for the mayoral race with some of these DSA candidates. Can it stick, and can it help or hurt the party in some of these other places? Some people you talk to on the trail say, I don't fit in the Democratic Party anymore. This isn't what I grew up with. This isn't what I stand for. So we'll keep an eye on it.
Yeah, but they're still going to vote for them. All of those candidates you just saw are going to win. That's right. Chevalier, who is running for Congress against the first undocumented immigrant to ever be elected to Congress, that is not left-wing enough for New York State Democrats. Now we've got to get somebody so left-wing, they want to abolish prisons. That's right. They want to close all prisons. Not just like ICE facilities, which we should open more of, not get rid of. All concepts of prisons. This happens on the same weekend that 11 people were stabbed at one juvenile detention facility in the Bronx.
We can report now that this facility is safe and secure here, and none of the injuries were life-threatening. Still, many parents scrambled, came here last night, waiting for hours for any answers on what was happening inside. We want to give you a closer look at the chaos that ensued here. Quite the scene as police and EMS swarmed the Horizon Juvenile Center after authorities say 11 people were stabbed. A source says this all started with a brawl, and then staff members, who are referred to as youth development specialists, intervene. Cell phone video shows one specialist with a bloodied mouth being helped into an ambulance. A facility source tells us the violence broke out around 5:30 p.m. and involved dozens of young people. The source says some were armed with contraband surgical scalpels and allegedly turned them on specialists who tried to step in.
Oh, specialists. Oh, you mean like social workers? That's right. Chevalier, who wants to abolish the concept of prisons, would let all of those people ride on the subway with us. Right. Very nice. Very good. Very good. I see we're really making progress here in the Big Apple. Every one of them, of course, touting the accomplishments of Zoran Mamdani, despite him not having any at all, zero accomplishments since he's been in office, so much so that now the NewYorkCity.gov website is touting the fact that they are filling potholes. Wow, you're doing the basics. The buses still aren't free. They still aren't fast. We didn't get the grocery stores. Let's see, what else? Well, I guess his accomplishment would be lowering the crimes for anti-Semitic attacks and raising the amount of calls to prayer we have in Times Square. I guess that would be good. He also took credit for the Knicks winning the championship, which he had nothing to do with, so much so that he hung the wrong jersey on City Hall for the parade. That's right. He hung a jersey with number 33 on it outside of City Hall. Of course, the name on it didn't say Patrick Ewing. That's how big of a Knick fan he is. He doesn't know who Patrick Ewing is, the greatest Knick of all time. A complete shit show. And these are the people that are going to be elected to Congress. Now, let's tie this back in with the UK. Is it, chat, I'll ask you, is it a good thing that these radical left-wingers, these radical socialists, are being elected in places like New York for the greater good? You know, we see a radical left-winger coming in to replace Keir Starmer right on the heels of a national election where it seems as though Nigel Farage will become Prime Minister of the UK. Obviously, we are coming up on midterm elections here. Is it a good thing that we kind of put these radicals front and center as a deterrent for lean red and toss-up purple areas? I don't know. If I put my political hat on, I would say it could be be used as a positive if it is used correctly. Now, I have no confidence in national Republicans to use this sort of moment to their advantage. But also, like, you know, I have to live here. And I understand that most of you live in a place that has, what the hell's that F word? What's that F word? Freedom, and don't have to subject yourselves to the shit that I choose to accept. You don't have to submit yourself to that. Because look, whoever wins these primaries tonight will go on to win the general election. That goes without saying. I mean, Dan Goldman was literally the impeachment lawyer against Donald Trump. And Zoran Mamdani has found a way to endorse somebody more left-wing. I don't know. Do we have to let the organ die to save the body? It's a question that, you know, we all have to figure out and we all have to live with. Speaking of allowing the organ to die to save the body, let's move on to Chirac, baby. That's right. Let's move on to the place that was so violent that even the Chicago Bears said, we are getting the sweet hell out of here. We'll get to that in 1 second. Before we do that, Mike Lindell.
I'm excited to announce that we're having our first ever mega sale on overstock clearance and brand new products. For example, save over 50% on this season's flannel sheets. Queen size only $59.98. Kings only $69.98. They sell out fast every year, so order now. Save 20% on our brand new My Crosses. They're designed in the likeness of the one I've worn every day for over 20 years. They come in men's and women's, and they're made right here in the USA. Get our 2025 six-piece My Towel sets for only $29.98. Our initial quantities are extremely low, so get them now before they go. And our best-selling standard My Pillows, just $14.98. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use this promo code to take advantage of our first ever mega sale. But wait, remember that $75 free shipping rule? Well, that ship is sailed because right now, every order ships absolutely free.
Guys, head on over to MyPillow.com and use promo code LOUD. That's MyPillow.com, promo code LOUD, for up to 80% off everything on the website. That's MyPillow.com, promo code LOUD. So Chicago continues to see more and more violence. The irony of this whole thing about the amount of violence we're seeing in cities around the country is that it doesn't seem to happen in blue cities with red governors. You know, this isn't happening in Tampa Bay. Tampa Bay, incredibly left-wing. It's not happening in Orlando, incredibly left-wing. It's not happening in Austin. Austin is one of the most left-wing cities in America, despite being in Texas. I mean, the motto of Austin, quite literally, is keep Austin weird. It's not happening in Philadelphia or Pittsburgh, even though they have a left-wing governor. It seems just to be in the ones that want to make national waves, in the ones that want to get national attention, whether it's Los Angeles, San Francisco, Chicago, New York. It's very odd how these things seem to happen. Well, over the Father's Day weekend, 8 people were shot and killed in the city of Chicago.
Citizens are shot during a bloody weekend in Chicago. President Trump reacting to all of this, calling out Democrat leaders, quote, "Why isn't Governor Pritzker calling me for help? I can make Chicago a safe city in 1 month. In 1 year, it would be one of the safest." D.C. went from one of the worst to one of the safest cities in the country. And he's right. Police data show this. Violent crime in our nation's capital is down nearly every single category over last year's. Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche joins us now. Mr. Attorney General, thanks so much for joining the program. Walk me through this. I know there's federal agents on the ground in Chicago, but you guys can't do your job unless y'all get cooperation from the local cops. The cops want to do it, but the politicians don't want them to.
Of course, exactly. So what you have is a situation in Chicago, and you can contrast that to Washington, D.C. So in Chicago, yes, there's federal agents there, and they're working cases, and they're doing great work. But when there's not a partnership with local leadership, it's not the cops on the ground. It's local leadership encouraging the federal government to come in and help. When that happened in D.C., as you just showed, it worked. We did it in Memphis, and it worked. And there you have coordination, you have people working together, and it is shocking It is shocking that leadership won't want nothing to do with any help from the federal government, and yet they read the same papers we do. 36, 37 shootings in a couple of days, 8 people dead, many of them teenagers. And the governor, what's he saying about it? He's probably going to come out and criticize President Trump. That's his answer. And it's, look, we're going to keep on doing our job in Chicago and everywhere else, but we wish we had better support from leadership.
Is there any way?
And the big question is, obviously, how do they get that help with Illinois and Chicago being those sort of sanctuary jurisdictions? So much so that over the weekend, 2 top leaders in Tren de Aragua were arrested in Chicago for committing a murder. But that wasn't the part. We know what Tren de Aragua does. They kill people. They do it all the time. They seem to enjoy it. They just can't stop killing people. It's almost like it's a cultural thing that we should definitely stop importing into this country. But that wasn't the part that really got people. The part that really got people was the fact that the getaway driver for this Tren de Aragua murder not only was an illegal immigrant, but was also a high school teacher.
National helped 2 alleged members of the violent Tren de Aragua gang acting as a getaway driver after a deadly house party shooting that left 3 people dead.
The 2 alleged gunmen have since been deported, but critics say Chicago's sanctuary policies allowed this suspect to slip through the cracks after local authorities released her from jail without notifying ICE. Border czar Tom Homan joins us in moments on this.
But first, senior correspondent Mike Tobin is reporting live out of Chicago. He's got the exclusive for us. Mike.
And Sandra, Immigration and Customs Enforcement now has in custody this former Illinois high school teacher who they say assisted a Tren de Aragua mass shooting, and it gets more complicated from there. Giovanna Mercedes Moreno Ochapinte, 32 years old, first entered the U.S. in October of 2021 with the visa waiver program, but she was supposed to leave January 2nd, 2022, and she overstayed her visa. Skip forward to December 2nd, 2024, when the Department of Homeland Security says she drove 2 gunmen affiliated with the Venezuelan gang Tren de Aragua to a house party in the Gage Park area of Chicago, where they allegedly opened fire. 3 people were killed, several others injured. Federal authorities say Moreno Ochapinte also helped the gunman flee the scene. Ochapinte, I should say. The 2 men she allegedly drove to the scene also helped the gunman flee the scene. Ochapinte, I should say. The 2 men she allegedly drove to the scene and helped escape, Ricardo Grandillo Padilla and Edward Martinez Sermeno, have both been arrested and deported. Chicago police arrested this former teacher December 5th, 2025. Federal authorities say she had weapons in her car at the time of the arrest.
Former teacher. What do you think it was like in her class for any right-wing young people going on? I don't know. Look, obviously, I wasn't there, but something tells me whatever Illinois high school that was probably wasn't going to be setting up a Turning Point USA chapter anytime soon. Not only do you have illegal immigrants working in our school districts, but they are assisting in the getaway car, the getaway driver for Tren de Aragua murderers. Put on an ICE detainer and then released. Democrats want to see ICE back in the streets. They won't say it out loud, but they're going to continue to run against it. Here was Tom Homan commenting on that.
Again, it's the sanctuary city policies, the dangerous policies of these sanctuary, states, sanctuary cities. Look, she was complicit in the murder of 3 people. And they didn't honor a detainer, release her back to the street. Like I say it again, President Trump has promised the American people he's going to make this country safe again. And one of the ways he's going to do that is remove illegal aliens or public safety threats. So ICE is going to continue to do their job. But let's be clear, it makes it less efficient. It makes it harder to do that job. We have local law enforcement that won't help us. And it is not the police officer in Chicago. Last time I was up there doing an operation, I had numerous Chicago police officers come up and thank us for doing what we're doing. It's the politicians. It's Mayor Johnson. It's Governor Pritzker that doesn't want. They rather see public safety at risk than give President Trump what they think a win by decreasing crime in their cities. It's ridiculous.
Absolutely. And I will tell you this, that I actually got to meet the police commissioner in Chicago while I was out covering the DNC 2 years ago. Pretty awesome guy. Many people would consider him to be the front. I forgot what his name is, but many people would consider him to be the front runner to replace Brandon Johnson. And I think if he did, he would actually get some things done in the city of Chicago. And like I said, I want these places to be better. I take no pride in the fact that 56 people were shot over the weekend in Chicago. 8 of them died. I wonder how many of them were fathers. What a way to spend your Father's Day. In an ICU ward, watching your father bleed out on some emergency room table. That can't be a great way to spend Father's Day. Just can't. It just can't happen. But let's get to the war that nobody asked for. We got to make sure we get to this because, for some reason, people keep putting Lindsey Graham on television, and I don't know why. But here are the updates from the war in Iran in 1 second. Before we do that, here's Jeremy.
Hey, everybody. If you're not familiar with, then let me introduce to you Armor Colostrum. Now, I didn't know what colostrum was up until a few years ago. I'd never even really heard of it. And then my wife turned me on to Armor Colostrum. And what colostrum does is it helps regrow your hair. Not going to lie, that's the reason that I started looking into it. But then I started noticing some other things that I could benefit from. I used to get acid reflux very badly. I used to bloat very badly. It felt like I was 10 or 15 pounds heavier than I was until I made Armor Colostrum a part of my everyday schedule. And now things have changed so very much. Let me introduce to you what Armor Colostrum actually does and what it looks like. In a study measuring immune cell response to toxin, Armor Colostrum performed 32% stronger and faster than other colostrum companies. 400 plus bionutrients activated in your life, in your body, to help regrow hair, strengthen your gut health, regrow your nails, toenails, and fingernails healthy, get rid of fungus, stop bloating, and more. And now you can get yours right now for up to $18 off each and every purchase at tryarmra.com. Promo code LFATV. Click the apply button once you've entered the code and watch your discount fall off. That is tryarmra.com/LFATV. Order now.
Guys, head on over to tryarmra.com and use promo code LFATV. That is tryarmra.com and use promo code LFATV. So let's get some updates on the war that nobody asked for. But Iran can't have a nuclear weapon. Yeah, we know, guys. Come up with a new line. J.D. Vance is out in Switzerland trying to lock down some of the particulars on the war in Iran. Here he was on his way out the door.
Well, again, I feel great about the progress that we made over the last couple of days. We're looking forward to going back home. It's been a very long day. I know the reporters had a long day as well, so I appreciate you guys. But look, the fundamental thing we got is, number one, we set up the mechanism to ensure not only the Straits of Hormuz are open, but will stay open. We think about 15 million barrels of oil come out. That's one of the reasons why oil is so low right now. Obviously, that means lower gas prices, and gas prices are going to keep coming down. Number two, we actually set up the right mechanism to ensure the regional ceasefire to manage the inevitable conflicts that will come up. We feel great about that. We're working with our allies, from the Israelis to the Gulf Arabs, to make sure that sticks, and we feel very, very good about where that is. We have the Iranians allowing weapons inspectors, nuclear inspectors into their country for the first time in a long time. We're obviously going to bolster that inspection regime to make sure they could never have a nuclear weapon. And finally, we continue to make progress on these technical negotiations. We left a lot of our team. The Iranians left a lot of their team at the resort there to keep on working at it. So all in all, a very productive 36 hours. We're going to have to keep working it. The last point that I'll make is, as I told you all this morning, this is laying a foundation for what could be a truly transformed Middle East. But we haven't built the house yet. We're going to have to keep on building, and that's what we'll do.
And I hope J.D. Vance is right. Obviously, if you've been paying attention, he is clearly the most, I guess you can't say most anti-war. He's the least pro-war person in this cabinet, which is why I'm incredibly high on J.D. Vance. But the neocons out there are losing their minds. They are losing their ever-loving minds over this. From the people like Lindsey Graham and Ben Shapiro, Mark Levin and Brian Kilmeade, the rest of the crew over on Fox News who clamors for war the way most men act at a strip club, they don't like this peace deal. They don't like the peace deal because they feel it gives up too much to the Iranian regime. Now, I want this war to end. And I am at the point now where I almost don't care what exactly comes following it. It was a war we shouldn't have started in the first place. I know I've taken a lot of crap on this show for saying that sentence, but it turns out 78% of the American people agree with me that this war needs to end. I said it when the war initially started, that if we were in this thing for a short, compact period of time, it wouldn't be the end of the world. However, it seems as though every single day we are moving more and more to this being some kind of a protracted war. Here was Trey Yingst after talking to President Trump this morning, saying now that if Iran doesn't open the Strait of Hormuz, we will control it. I don't think so.
Yeah, hey guys, good morning. I just spoke with President Trump for more than 20 minutes, and he gave some new insight and reaction about the ongoing talks that are taking place in Switzerland and the threats coming from the Iranian regime. President Trump telling Fox News that the U.S. may take over the strait in the future if they have to and collect tolls. The president described this as the United States being the guardian angel of the Strait of Hormuz and the Middle East. And the president said ultimately that would involve the U.S. taking 20% of the oil that passes through the strait. Remember, this comes in reaction to the Iranians saying they will close the Strait of Hormuz in response to Israeli strikes against Hezbollah in Lebanon. President Trump tells Fox News he spoke with Iranian officials overnight and said, you close it and you won't have a country. He went on to tell these officials, you won't even make it back to your effing country. Now, earlier today, Iran's President Masoud Pezeshkian said this about Iranian enrichment of uranium. The president also reacting to that. Take a listen.
We will not give up our right to enrichment, and they, too, will be forced to accept it. You all know what the so-called President of the United States was saying. He had made a complete 100-degree turn. He was saying that Iran must surrender unconditionally. Iran has no right to do this, it has no right to do that.
President Trump, during our call, responded directly to those comments by Iranian President Masoud Pezeshkian. President Trump told Fox News he better watch his mouth, he better shape up, or we'll take over the rest of the country. And so clearly the president reacting directly to these comments from Iran's President Masoud Pezeshkian. And also President Trump talked about the broader memorandum of understanding, indicating this is just a ceasefire extension. This is not the final deal with the Iranian regime. And the president says he holds the cards and maintains a variety of options if the Iranians don't make these serious commitments at the negotiating table. He said, I have a 60-day option, and I can do whatever I want after that option. So again, President Trump leaving a variety of considerations on the table and says that the United States could become the guardian angel of the Strait of Hormuz and collect tolls itself while taking oil, around 20%, the president says. As it relates to oil, President Trump also said that 19 million barrels of crude oil exited the Persian Gulf yesterday as a result of this memorandum of understanding with the Iranians. Guys?
So, Trey, as always...
Just to be clear, that's just not going to work. Us taking over the strait. There's no universe in reality where that's going to happen. But naturally, the same people who I thought we didn't like them, but now I'm being told that we're supposed to listen to them. The people out there that clamor for war for any reason under the sun, they're saying that President Trump should keep going, that he should keep the war going for any reason whatsoever.
All of those Republicans are seriously doubting the president here, Senator Graham. Do you agree with their concerns?
No, I don't. We're not giving any money to Iran that can change the course of history to try diplomacy. Is the MOU problematic? Yeah. I'd rather try diplomacy than take it off the table. The money Iran gets is not going to change the future of Iran. It's not enough to reconstruct the country.
I thought we weren't giving them any money.
If you don't have a diplomatic path through the MOU, then you have to go to war or some other form of coercion. Let's try this. Let's try a diplomatic solution. I think it's going to fail. What happens next? I spent 4.5 hours with President Trump Friday. Here's what I think will happen next. If this deal fails, President Trump is going to take the Strait of Hormuz over by force. The United States will control the Strait of Hormuz. We'll charge a fee for all those who go through to pay for the operation. And we're going to expand the Abraham Accords in calendar year 2026. We're going to get Saudi Arabia to join the Abraham Accords, and which is the biggest change in 5,000 years in the Mideast. And if Iran contests control of the Strait of Hormuz by the United States, we will obliterate them. So to all the people listening, if this diplomatic effort fails, President Trump is going to take the Strait of Hormuz. Yeah. We're going to run it. We're going to try to get Saudi Arabia to join the Abraham Accords to end the Arab-Israeli conflict in 2026. And if Iran continues to attack Israel and Lebanon, the new policy will be we'll hit Iran. So to the Iranians, if you're listening, when you use Hezbollah to attack Israel, I think the new policy will be we will attack Iran.
Oh, really? Keep this going. Keep this. I'm telling you, the bloodbath that is going to come in the midterms from this. Now we're into 2027. This is going to be going on for, according to Blanche Dubois from A Streetcar Named Desire over there. Of course, we all know that Lindsey Graham can only maintain an erection when we are bombing Third World Villa. I thought we didn't like Lindsey Graham. I thought we didn't like him. Now suddenly we like him. I don't know. It's getting kind of hard to keep up here. I didn't like him before. I don't like him now. I didn't like the neocon establishment before, and I don't like them now. The people who can only seem to find joy in the world when they are bombing other countries. I thought we didn't like that. But now I guess we do. I don't know. I'm having a hard time keeping up. I want this thing to be over. I said it at the start of this thing. If it was a 2-month excursion, I wouldn't really mind. Now you got Lindsey Graham going on CBS Radio, CBS on Sunday, and talking about, well, it could extend into 2020. If it extends into 2027, we are going to lose 60 seats in the midterms. We're going to lose the Senate. There will be nonstop impeachments. People you know, people I know, people you like, my friends will go to prison. It's going to happen. I don't want to be right, but I'm going to be right. So, put that in your pipe and smoke it. Meanwhile, the only guy out there who seems to be the most anti-war in the whole kerfuffle of the whole thing, J.D. Vance, somehow got stuck doing these negotiations where, I don't know. We're going to control the Strait. We're not going to control the Strait. We are controlling the Strait this way, that way, up, down, and sideways. All I know is that every time there seems to be a confusing message behind all this, it just makes us look worse. And it gives Democrats the ability to say there is no plan. J.D. Vance just told you that the Strait will remain open. And then 3 hours later, Lindsey Graham goes on TV and says, we're going to control the Strait. I don't know. I don't really know. What I do know is that every time J.D. Vance goes out in public, he continues to let his stock go higher and higher. And if he can find a way to get us out of this kerfuffle in Iran, I think he's paving the way for a 2028 victory in a very serious way. You guys know I have been bullish on J.D. Vance running for president for a number of years. And just look at what he did on The View the other day. Now, I love this so much because J.D. Vance did such a good job controlling that gaggle of ugly women that now they're beginning to fight with each other over just how well J.D. Vance did on their show. I love this so much, and that's why I'm showing it to you guys. They actually got into an argument about whether or not J.D. Vance had mind control over them.
I actually heard what you said to him, right? Because he was sitting in the middle, you were here, I was here.
Right.
And you said to him, I mean, it was a backhanded compliment. You said to him, you know, you're pretty good for a Republican.
Yes. And then I sat over here and was like, what about me? You don't even seem, because that's like a MAGA Republican.
No, but
That's because no one knows who you are, sweetheart.
He also came in, listen, he came in strategically prepared to disarm us with niceness. He came in being affable and laughing easily and being very nice. I mean, it worked on you, didn't work on me.
It didn't work on me either.
I have to say, I've
It did not work on me, Anna.
I think it did.
It did not. I respect the office. I'm a civilized human being. When someone comes on my show,
that's true.
Then you treat them like a human being.
Well, Barbara Walters did say that when someone.
I learned under Barbara Walters.
Yeah, Barbara Walters told me that when I was.
She was on top of me.
when I first started coming on the show as a guest co-host, she told me when someone comes to your house, you treat them well.
Yeah.
She did tell me that.
Yes. I have to say, though, I've been a little bit dismissive of J.D. Vance as, like, his political ambitions, because I personally think Marco Rubio is a more formidable candidate. But I have to say, after having him here, I do think that he's more of a political heavyweight. Because I watched him at our table play nice. He dodged questions. I mean, you were grilling him, everyone's grilling him. He dodged.
He didn't answer anything.
Cool for an audience that's not particularly friendly. Then he goes on Fox and a kind of different J.D. Vance comes out. So there's this chameleon aspect to him that can be helpful when running, or it can look disingenuous.
Well, and
I'm not sure
disingenuous for me.
His book reveals him, which is why.
Just like inherently on a gut level, I just like the fact that they're arguing over this. Well done, Jay-Z. Well done, JD. You went in there and charmed the hell out of the literal gaggle of the most miserable human beings that have ever lived, so much so that now they're fighting over whether or not they were too nice to you. Because he did a hell of a job. I think J.D. Vance's stock is continuing to rise in this administration, and I hope they start putting him in better positions to succeed rather than putting him in charge of this preposterous kerfuffle. Democrats also going at each other over the Obama Library festivities that was going on the other day. Obviously, every president gets to have a library for, no, I don't know why we do this, for anybody. If you want a library, go build a library. Instead, Barack Obama took $850 million worth of taxpayer funds and built himself quite possibly the ugliest building on planet Earth. And Bill Maher decided to have a little bit of fun with it.
You guys were both at the Obama Library?
Yeah.
Do we have a picture of the Obama Library? Because it looks like
Death Star.
It looks like something aliens built in Dubai.
I liked it.
Why do it cost $850 million?
Yeah.
I don't understand why progressives like this. Couldn't that, money be better spent on something else? Who's going to go to this? Why do we need a president?
Raul, what do you think?
Why does anyone need a presidential library? These monuments to somebody's ego out of office. Are you?
Yeah,
anybody here in this audience planning to go to the Obama presidential library?
Sure. There you go.
Really?
Bill, come on.
What a bunch of fucking liars you are. You're not going to the Obama library.
At a time that Elon Musk is talking about sending people to Mars, you're telling me that spending up to $1 billion, $1 billion on commemorating the first and only African American who's ever been president isn't worth it?
First of all, we don't need that building to do that. That's in our hearts and minds. That already happened.
But this is to inspire people. Michelle Obama gave one of the greatest speeches. I'm telling you, don't listen to me, just listen to her 5 minutes. And here's what she said. Racism was hurled at Barack Obama. Insults were hurled at Barack Obama. And he never lost his cool. He never gave in to a temper. And he showed that hope and patience and aspiration can overcome that.
What does that have to do with the building?
The building tells that story. The building.
We didn't know that story without the building? Unless you go to the building? Obama. Who was he again?
Well, you know the Center for Education. You know the Center for Education.
Okay, but it's not that $850 million versus going to Mars. I don't want to go to Mars either. It's $150 million going to the real causes of people who really need it. That's the money I'm talking about. We spend money on a lot of frivolous shit. I'm just saying you can't be a hypocrite about it.
I don't think most presidents need libraries. I do think that Obama's story is unique. I'm biased. I work for him, but it's a unique story of telling the possibility in this country of someone who had no shot. When I was in law school, when I interned, they said to me, "Ro, you're Indian American, you're of Hindu faith, go to the Capitol because you'll never get elected to anything." That's what I heard. And then Barack Obama happened, and he changed the direction of this nation for millions of people.
Again, nothing to do with the building, but thank you.
Again, nothing to do with the building. Also, Ro Khanna, I'll take shit that didn't happen for 500. No one told you that when you interned at the White House. That simply didn't happen. You made up that story. But you're definitely not running for president. So, you can come up with some nonsense like that, and no one will call you out on it. No one will call you out on it. You're a Hindu, so you're never going to get elected, so you might as well go visit the Capitol. Yeah, that didn't happen, bro. That story you just made that up. You just made that up. Oh, we don't have enough time to get to Paul Krugman. Damn. We only got a couple minutes left in the show, baby. Because I definitely have to get to Paul Krugman, who all but suggested that we round up Trump supporters and put them in camps so that we can have what he's calling a demagnification, which I really hope Paul Krugman does. I really do, and I hope he starts with me. I hope he begins his demagnification with me so I can insert my foot directly up his ass. Paul Krugman, of course, the man who was the famed economist at the New York Times, who spent his entire career being wrong. Because nothing says working at the New York Times like being constantly wrong and getting constantly promoted. Speaking of economists, Alan Greenspan, dead at the age of 100. Alan Greenspan, look, whatever you think of him, no doubt was chairman of the Federal Reserve during some of the biggest economic booms in this country's history. Interest rates remain low. Many of you were able to buy your home because Alan Greenspan was able to keep interest rates somewhere near 3%. We could certainly use an Alan Greenspan or a Paul Volcker today. Hopefully Kevin Warsh will be that guy so that I can buy a home sometime before I'm too old to move to Florida. Guys, it's 4 p.m. I want to thank everybody so much for tuning in. Head on over to LFATV.us at LFATV.us. That is your home base, your mothership, your landing pad for all things LFA TV related. Check out the LFA TV store. And while you guys are there, consider becoming a monthly donor over at LFA. I'll catch you guys on the flip side tomorrow. Until then, stay loud.
Hey, folks, welcome to the show. Thanks so much for being with us. Happy Monday to everybody out there. We're kicking off hour number 3 and 4 of broadcasting today on LFA TV. I filled in for Jeremy Herrell, no relation, earlier today. So we're going to continue with our conversation, but we're going to kind of dive into the nuts and bolts of the Iran deal. What exactly is going on? The United States Treasury issuing a license to Iran today to once again begin selling their oil on the open market. That is not going to make people like Mark Levin very happy at all. So we'll see what happens. Is that the trade-off, though? Is that the trade-off for not pulling out of Lebanon? Israel's still saying they're committed to being in Lebanon. Vice President J.D. Vance, though, saying that, hey, look, things are starting to calm down. Yesterday on X, everybody, at least in my feed, a lot of accounts I've never heard of were saying that J.D. Vance was a total failure, a total embarrassment. And then when we finally got to hear from the vice president, as well as the Iranians, it looks like they do have some sort of framework to move forward with an agreement, which I think is why now Iran has this certificate to say, hey, you can now trade oil. Are we a step closer to peace? Apparently it looks that way. But I think over the next 60 days, there are going to be people that want war, do anything. They're going to do everything they can to make sure we get back to the status quo and get back to bombing Iran. I'm not for that. And the polls show the American people are not for that. We're going to talk about it. Got my co-host Rob Spencer with me. The show starts right now.
The Paul Herrell Program.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, broadcasting live from the state of Arkansas here on LFA TV, as well as the Paul Herrell Program YouTube page. As of 3:04 Central Time, oil is now at $74.30 a barrel. Rob Spencer, thanks for being with me.
We just want that to go on down there. Just keep on going.
Keep on going.
Now, I learned from Landman that we needed around the $67, $68 a barrel, I believe, somewhere around in there. And that means gas is cheap enough where people are driving, without having to really think so much about, like, do I drive from here to there, or do I feed my children? I mean, that's where it was getting there for a while. So I think we're going to talk about this over the next 2 hours here, but the frustrating thing for us is as the American people, that we're suffering the consequences for something that's happening thousands and thousands of miles away. We're suffering those consequences. And even if voter ID would go into play, which it's not. I mean, let's just be honest, it's not. I like the idea of attaching the Save America Act to everything, meaning you're not going to be able to pass anything unless this is attached to it. But even if we had that, if we're riding high inflation, high gas prices, higher unemployment rates into the midterms, the Republicans it's going to be a blue wave, or at least a blue trimmer. What did they call it?
A trickle.
A trickle, yes, a blue trickle. A blue trickle, which is horrifying to me because we saw what they did the last time they went into office here. So anyway, I'm looking forward to. I know we've got a ton of things to talk about today, so hopefully we can get through there. And you've got to be getting tired now.
I'm
Paul.
a little bit. I mean, I can power through.
You're a talker. You're just,
But we are going to talk again. We're going to get this update from J.D. Vance and get the fallout, because it's really interesting now. I mean, we have accounts now that are so upset with the status quo, apparent status quo today. They're now saying Donald Trump hates Jews. So it's just really incredible how so many people were a huge fan of President Trump, but now that he's trying to get out of this conflict, it's like attack full steam ahead.
What are you talking about? Hates Jews? I mean, I listened. I think I was listening. Sometimes, folks, I'm a little bit. I don't know what you want to call this, but I will listen to replays of our podcast while I'm mowing my yards. And I'll just kind of critique us, and I'll be like, oh, gosh, Rob, you were rambling at that point, which I'm sure there's people in our comments be like, yep, Rob, you do go on some rambles there. But anyway, so I was listening to it, and I was talking about how we all know that Ivanka has always been the apple of Trump's eye. And so therefore his son-in-law, Kushner, I mean, he's always just had high praise for Jared Kushner. And so who is Jewish, and his wife has converted to Jewish, like his daughter has converted to Judaism. And so you're just like, wait a minute, why do you think he hates them? I think he pulled America into a war to protect Israel, And so I will not get behind that narrative. I think he's doing what he was hired to do by the American people, and he's serving the American people.
Yeah, I think you're right. And we've got so many tabs here. I mean, more than I don't even know if we can get through. And I do have some Tulsi Gabbard updates, because she sat down and gave an interview as well, like post-exit, that I think is really good and we need to listen to. But here's J.D. Vance earlier today saying yesterday in Switzerland was actually a very, very good day.
So look, yesterday was a very, very good day. We made a lot of good progress. We did exactly what we wanted to do, which is accomplish 4 things for the American people. First, we wanted to build a mechanism for keeping the Strait of Hormuz open. It is open. We've seen, of course, gas prices and oil prices come down, millions and millions of barrels of crude and natural gas flowing through the Strait of Hormuz that weren't flowing before. But we also wanted to make sure that we actually set up the coordination mechanism so that we could demine the Straits of Hormuz, so that when there are the conflicts that inevitably come up, we can make sure we work through them rather than that leading to escalation, and that is exactly what we did yesterday. Number 2, we also wanted to build a mechanism, a similar mechanism, for deconfliction for the regional ceasefire. As the President of the United States has himself said, sometimes these ceasefires just mean you're shooting a little bit less, but we wanted to make sure that we had the proper coordination set up so that if there is shooting, if Hezbollah fires at Israel or if Israel responds, if there are other conflicts that arise in the region, we're actually talking to each other and figuring out how to stop the shooting, how to make the region safer, our allies and everybody else. We set that up as well. Number 3, we, and this is probably what we're most excited about as Americans, the Iranians have agreed to invite IAEA inspectors back into their country. That is a major milestone for the American people and the first step in permanently denuclearizing or permanently ending a nuclear weapons program in Iran. And that's exactly what we wanted to do. That's exactly what we asked to happen. We made a lot of great progress on other nuclear talks. And that leads me to the final thing that we wanted to accomplish, which is actually set up the process for the technical negotiations that will follow. Our teams working with the Iranians, the Qataris, and the Pakistanis made great progress yesterday. They will continue to work at the technical level with the teams here in Bergenstock, and then those technical negotiations are going to continue over the weeks and days to come. We wanted to set up a structure for that so that you could have proper political oversight, but obviously, as much as this place is very beautiful, I can't stay here for the next 60 days. I'm about to go back home to the United States, but the technical teams are going to be working with proper oversight to make sure that we're accomplishing the objectives that matter for everybody. So those are the things that we wanted to accomplish. We came here. We did exactly that. The way that I think about it is very simple. We laid a very good foundation for a successful final deal. The final deal is the house. We set the foundation. We haven't built the house, but we've laid a successful foundation to get to a good place for the American people. I think it's important for all of us to appreciate how much was done, but honestly, there is still a lot to do as we continue to make progress on the nuclear talks, on the economic talks, as we continue to demine the straits and ensure that that flow of traffic continues to pick back up. A lot of progress, but still some work to do, and we're very committed to doing exactly that. So,
again, so that's one thing I left out. Iran has agreed to, invite nuclear inspectors into their, into their country and that sort of thing. And you kind of wonder if that was one of the give and takes. Nuclear inspectors can come in. Oh, and here's your license to sell oil on the open market. Obviously, China's got to be ecstatic because China buys a lot of its oil from Iran. So if they were still getting it, they now don't have to hide it. Mm-hmm. So that's interesting. And then before I'll throw it to you, Rob, one more. You mentioned Jared Kushner earlier. One more clip from J.D. Vance about what's going to happen with this money that's going to be going to Iran.
Jared Kushner actually came up with a very interesting solution with the Qataris, where basically, again, if there is any frozen Iranian assets that are unfrozen, then we have approval over that process. The Qataris have approval over that process, and then the money would actually go to buy American soy, American corn, and American wheat for the benefit of the Iranian people. And as much as I see some of the press misreporting on this, and of course, buttressed by what the Iranians are saying, or not all Iranians, I want to be clear, there are a lot of Iranians who are telling the truth about what happened yesterday, but you see some social media reporting that gets this wrong. But fundamentally, what Jared and the Qataris and the entire team here in Bergenstock accomplished is, to me, a classic Trump deal, where if Iranian assets are ever unfrozen, they're going to go to make American farmers richer and to feed the Iranian people. That's a very, very good and very classic Trump deal that's great for our people, great for the people of Iran, and fundamentally, again, will contribute to this regional security architecture that we've built and that we're going to work very hard to ensure that it endures.
What are your thoughts on that?
Well, I love that last part for sure. You know, Jared Kushner coming up with that clever idea there, that because reiteration here is needed. This is not American funds that they are potentially unfreezing here. This is the Gulf Coast Coalition, right? The GCC.
Right. Well, and these funds used to belong to Iran at some point.
Right.
Or they wouldn't be frozen. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and it's, you know, because they were obviously using their money to fund terrorist organizations and terror cells and all of that stuff, rather than just, can you just be a country and just try to do, like, interact with, have your religion, do what you got to do. But if your religion is saying, let's blow everybody up, I mean, you know, there's a certain level of just craziness. It's kind of like, you know, the folks who, you know, the Scientology folks, like, I don't want to step on some toes here, but, you know, some pretty crazy stuff that they believe.
How dare you speak that way about Tom Cruise?
Oh, my gosh.
How dare you? Who do you think you are?
Listen, I'm going to get a call if he ever gets a clip of this and be like, I heard what you said. I've heard him. He will call people out.
Oh, really?
So, yeah,
well, you know, he
he's
allegedly tried to sue Matt Stone and Trey Parker back in the day for his out of the closet episode.
Out of the closet thing. You know, and there was a whole thing about how they wanted to say, well, he's gay, but Comedy Central wouldn't let him. And they're like, well, so what if he was like literally in the closet and he wouldn't come out of it?
Yeah.
Right. Anyway, so that's how that came.
But I do have to say, I love Tom Cruise movies, in particular the Mission Impossible series. I'm a huge fan.
Well, and I'll say this: he was on the over medication of children.
Before anybody. Yeah,
long time ago.
Telling what's that NBC guy's name?
Back in like Matt Lauer.
Yeah,
there
you don't understand the history of psychology. Yeah, I mean, he was right about that. That we're basically drugging our kids.
Yeah, walking around like zombies. Yeah. Some of these kids, just because they're hyperactive. Now, some kids, like, you see some true ADHD. And you know, and it's pretty noticeable when you see it. So some kids need the medication, but some are just like, they're just rambunctious little kids here, and their parents can't handle it, so they're medicating them. But anyway, didn't want to go off on all these side tangents, but leave it to Trump through Kushner here to find a way to say, hey, yeah, we'll give you your money back if you'll buy American soy, wheat, you know, all of these farm products here from the United States, because I don't know, are they growing that in Iran? I don't think you can. I mean, I've never been to Iran, but I just feel like it's a desert. That's all that's there.
You kind of feel like that. I have no idea either, because I mean, we don't hear a lot of stuff. All we hear is they're, you know, irrationally evil, and you know,
I know that she's got a lot of painful memories of it, but our friend
Annie Cyrus.
Yeah, Annie, if she
might know. I mean, it's a huge country the size of Western Europe, so surely there's fertile land somewhere.
Sure.
But I don't know.
But I love it. I love the fact that they're thinking of the United States, and if they are, especially with our farmers, because we know that they're in a crisis situation. There's so many small farmers that are out of business right now that had to sell to these big, huge conglomerates. And let's just be honest, folks. That no matter what the industry is, if the little men, you know, the small business owner is having to sell out to the big box store, or worse yet, close down simply because they can't compete. When has that ever really worked out to our advantage, folks? Now, I get it. Sometimes, like, hey, yeah, I mean, this toy store and this hardware store and all of that stuff closed down, and you can just get all that same stuff at Walmart for cheaper. I mean, yeah, but you ever buy Walmart tools versus, you know, some good American tools? Right. I don't want to say a specific brand name because you know, people. Guys in the comments here, let me just say this. Tell people what kind of power drills you think are the best. You say that in any comment thread, and you're going to get guys just in there like, "Oh, you're crazy. No, I had 3 of those drills and they were terrible," and blah 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 blah, and all this stuff. And so it's interesting. You try not to bring up specific ones, but somebody in the comments. Sorry, my brain. I guess I'm like shiny object today. Do you remember when Tom Cruise was in Tropic Thunder?
Yes, he was basically a caricature of Harvey Weinstein.
Yes, yes. And when he goes to cussing into that phone,
yeah.
I mean, every dirty word you've ever heard comes out of his mouth there. Tom Cruise is a phenomenal actor.
Yeah,
So,
you could make the argument that Tropic Thunder was, the zenith of American comedy, and it all went downhill from there when they couldn't make anything funny anymore. Robert Downey Jr. in blackface,
you never go full retard.
Yeah, for 400 years, our people. What do you mean, you people? What do you mean, you people?
and then the movie within the movie there, Simple Jack.
Yes.
And he's like, well, just something happened to my career. And he's like, yeah, you just never go full retard.
Yeah.
Anyway,
so it's so funny. He was like Forrest Gump, a little slow, not retarded.
See, our comments are blowing up.
Won a ping pong competition. That ain't retarded.
Oh, see, look at this. Our comments are like Bosch, Milwaukee, Snap-on, Mac Tools. Like, everybody's got an opinion about these things. So I will say this. I have switched as much stuff as I can to steel.
Yeah. Good stuff. Great weed eaters.
It's expensive, but it's like, man, I bought these DeWalt weed eaters, and I bought one and it broke. So I stupidly bought another one because I already had I had so many batteries for them, and it broke. DeWalt customer service is the most ridiculous thing in the world because you're talking to Habib over here in Pakistan. You can't get an American on the phone here for DeWalt.
How do you like your drill? Do you like your drill?
I can help you. Thank you for asking.
What's your name? My name is George.
Yeah, it's George. Yeah, I'm sure it is George. But anyway, with steel, like, I go up to Ace Hardware, and it's a little bit more expensive than Lowe's or Home Depot or whatever. But you go up to Ace Hardware, you just walk in. It's like, hey, I've got a problem with it. All right, let me take it here. And he takes it back there and fixes it right then.
Wow.
There's a dude that'll fix it right there.
Well, I was wondering why. I think you've left one of your drill drivers here
That
at the
DeWalt
studio,
one?
and it's a DeWalt. Now I know why. I've always been like, why does he just have drills in his truck?
It's a $150 drill. I'm hoping somebody will steal it.
And he's left this thing. I was like, I guess he doesn't need it. He just left it up to the studio one of the days we were hanging something.
Yeah. So, but we could go on and on about all this stuff. But
so here's the deal: a lot of people. This is Donald Trump Jr. about J.D. Vance's very good day yesterday. A lot of the people who were pushing lies and propaganda about the talks failing yesterday look really stupid now. So Donald Trump Jr. saying this now. There's an attempt. Okay, this is how crazy the pro-war crowd is, or how strategic they are. I don't know.
Okay.
Now they're calling this the Vance's deal. They're trying to somehow separate. They want to criticize the deal, but they don't want to directly go after Trump. So they're criticizing Vance, trying to get us to pretend like, oh, I don't know, Vance is not doing this on behalf of the president he works for. So it's pretty insane strategy, but that's what they're trying to do right now. The pro-war crowd.
So obviously, J.D. Vance is an elected person because he is elected as the vice president, but almost every other person in that cabinet serves at what? The pleasure of the president. Okay, if any person is naive and stupid and TDS enough in their brain that they don't believe Donald Trump is in charge, You're insane. Now, could he be influenced? He's a human being that can be influenced.
Right.
We've talked about how we felt like maybe Bibi Netanyahu was selling Trump a bill of goods about how bad things were or something like that. I don't know. I'm not over in there. I'm just hearing reports, reading reports, and sort of putting two and two together. But I can say this. If you don't think that Donald Trump is in charge, you are insane. Your TDS is so bad, or your your pro-war movement is so strong that you've got to have somebody to blame.
Well, and in fairness, like, to send it back the other way, obviously when President Trump when we went into this war and everything else, there are obviously people on the right that were like, I don't think Trump's in control and everything else, and so when you don't get what you want, right? When you don't get the policy that you want, it's an easy argument to make. You know what I mean? But there is still that question, right? I mean, you had over the weekend J.D. Vance going on Ally Beth Stuckey's show, talking about. Matter of fact, we've got so much to get to. So I'm going to let this do. So here's Mark Levin.
Mm-hmm.
So Vance says that instead of Israel responding with force in Lebanon, they should respond with conversation, stresses that Israel has a right to self-defense, but doesn't want the conflict to spiral out of control. Okay, that's a reasonable statement. Mark Levin, Israel will do what it needs to do without unaligned advice from JD. I've got so many things from Levin on this.
I'm getting where okay, so I want to give one caveat to this. Not a caveat. I want to give one justification to say that 75, 80%, maybe even more of that of what Mark Levin says I agree with. I'm going to agree with Mark Levin far more than I'm ever going to agree with a Gavin Newsom type person, right? But my God, man, I understand your Jewish faith and your religion, but if you cannot set that aside and look at things objectively, then you need to sit one out. Now, he's entitled to his opinion, and he's got a much bigger soapbox than you or I have.
Yep, I mean, he's going to be on the radio here in just a little bit.
Right, and he's got does he still have that Fox show? We talk about it all the time.
Nobody watches that one.
Why in the world are they still doing that?
I don't know.
But anyway, we're just, he's just... He's constantly mad. You want to talk about what Rob's mad about? I'm not mad about anything right now. Get me talking about trans stuff, and I'll just lose my mind. But anyway.
This is the type of stuff that I was seeing yesterday. U.S.-Iran peace talks fail. This is from the Skin Doctor. Never heard of him. He popped up in my feed. The U.S. delegation led by J.D. Vance entering the meeting arena first. This was strange because the party that claims to have the upper hand typically arrives last. You had these all day yesterday. And so the peace talks failed, and then we had another. Then I got the complete opposite information. A diplomat attending the talks in Switzerland claims the Iranian delegation hasn't left, and that's what JD confirmed. That after everybody was told, hey, the talks have failed, JD Vance said, actually, we kept on talking for 9 hours. Okay, so Alex Brusewitz says bots, influencers, and pundits are in lockstep pushing a coordinated lie, claiming that Vice President Vance and the U.S. delegation were snubbed in Switzerland. This is pure BS. The op is so obvious. And here it is. I mean, you just look at all of these. I don't know if you can read all of these, but let's see. Look how these a-holes treat JD. The Qatar dude totally disses him. Then another guy named Jake Hilton. While JD Vance is busy getting embarrassed in Switzerland, Ahmad Taja says this was humiliation. Let's see. We have something called Mossad commentary. Qatar's prime minister publicly snubbed VP Vance. Then we have Eaton Fitchenberger. Look how Qatar's prime minister totally snubs and embarrasses Vance. Then somebody named Neo. I can't believe Vice President J.D. Vance of the United States of America is getting humiliated like this. Embarrassing. Jamie Meltzel. Watching J.D. Vance humiliate himself at our nation is deeply troubling. And then Stella Escobedo. Whoa, the Qataris snubbed Vance. It was everywhere yesterday, and it just seems coordinated. I mean,
yeah.
And even Donald Trump Jr. is saying it was coordinated. His opinion is it was.
So I'm going to ask for something from our chat. Now our chat sometimes goes off the rails and just starts talking about random stuff,
Well, they're a community.
They're a community.
They've got
I
other
love
business.
them.
Sometimes they vote to, open new business, which means kind of ignoring what we're. Maybe that just is a critique on us.
They're pretty much on point with us today. But I'm just saying that so I was going to toss a topic to them and see if they will sort of answer some stuff in our chat. So tell us how you feel about this memorandum of understanding versus the likelihood of us having a successful peace deal signed in 60 days. And so to simplify it, do you believe that based off of the memorandum of understanding and how this has gone so far with Switzerland and all of that stuff, blocking out all the media lies, that we are going to have a peace deal signed in 60 days that actually brings peace, whether it be short-term, long-term, or whatever? I want to see your comments here in the chat, and I will read some of them on the...
Okay, cool. I don't know what that
on the air.
Do you hear that in your ears?
I don't know. I hear it in my ears.
Sounds like
so-
Morse code. I don't know if it's coming through. If you guys have
Is it
any,
an alien?
I don't know. It's like we have a sudden grounding error all of a sudden, but I don't know where it's coming from, so maybe it'll go away. Richard Barris says to this poll here.
Bad moon is brutal. He's
the
like,
conflict with, what did he say?
Goes, wait, Paul and Rob are actually still talking?
The conflict with Iran, this is a CBS News poll, YouGov. What should the U.S. do now? 78% say end the conflict now. And then we have a Washington Examiner. They've got this poll. 8 in 10 Americans say the U.S. should end the conflict now, according to the poll. And this account called the Hormuz Letter, talking about the reconstruction plan or a petrochemical exports. I'm not really sure about that. But this is what I'm talking about with reaction, okay?
Yeah.
So on Allie Beth Stuckey's show, he said, we covered this on Friday, but I want you to listen to this because this guy who's on Fox all the time, stumping for more war in the Middle East, is named Benjamin Domenech, okay? And this was last week before the Switzerland talks. They were really upset. J.D. Vance gets pushback and says, hey, Allie Beth Stuckey says, hey, there are some people on the right who are going into full anti-Semitism. So what do you do with that? And listen to this answer. Now, keep in mind, somebody named Batya Ungar Sargon says a major silver lining of this difficult week has been the total unmasking of the vice president. Benjamin Domenech says Israel derangement syndrome with the vice president. So those are their reactions to this, and you tell me which one is more reasonable.
And so I do think that sometimes, advocates of Israel or pro-Israel people in the United States make two critical mistakes. One, on the one hand, is not delineating between America's interests and Israeli interests, because they're not always the same. But the second is always conflating criticism of a particular government with Jew hatred. Because if everything is Jew hatred, then nothing is Jew hatred. I actually think Jew hatred is very bad, which is why I think we have to be very careful about not calling it's kind of like how progressives for 20 years called everything racist. And if everything's racism, nothing is racism. And we have to be very careful not to, in order to serve a certain foreign policy objective, try to criticize somebody as anti-Semitic when they're just not.
Yeah, I completely agree with all that. And I think that distinction is important. However, from my vantage point, it seems to me like the bigger problem is I don't know exactly how I would describe it in a way that would be charitable, but almost like Israel derangement syndrome, going beyond, okay, yeah, we don't like Israeli policies. We don't think that we should put the priorities of any country first. Completely agree with that. That's fine. But the obsession that some people have, I would say on the right, with blaming all of their problems on Israel, all of their disagreements with Trump on some secret Israeli influence. And I'm not saying all of those people hate every Jewish person, but it seems to get there really fast. I see that more prominently on the right than I see true Israel first kind of obsession that you seem to be describing.
So I see both, and I think both are bad. And I'm probably particularly sensitive to the first thing because of the last 2 days I've been defending the president's decision to end the Iran deal. And I find often the arguments are, well, Israel doesn't think this is good, therefore it's bad. And my reaction is Israel's opinions matter, but fundamentally they are separate. But you're right. I mean, there are certainly people who take every frustration with the Trump administration, every policy disagreement because of Israel. And that is absolutely wrong. And again, I think that is one of those things that can bleed into some very dark places.
Yeah.
So I think that it's upon us as leaders, as public commentators, to just try to be very rational about this, to try to distinguish what is legitimate disagreement from ethnic hatred. And you just got to be careful about it. But I actually think both the Trump administration, but the right generally, is in a place of figuring this stuff out.
To figure this stuff out. So just like when Trump criticized Israel, you can do that without, hating an entire race of people. J.D. Vance essentially saying the same thing, a very balanced, very rational, acknowledging deficiencies on both sides. And yet this is how it's perceived by pro-war, pro-Israel people. He's taking his mask off. We really see him for who he is. It's
Yeah.
just absolutely crazy.
Well, so here's some of the thoughts on our comments. They have told us that they cannot hear what we
Okay,
hear. So
cool.
when it comes in, so don't worry about it. Excuse me. Bad Moon, Iran cannot be trusted. Trump needs to just turn it all over to the UN and EU. Hold on. John Yarder, terrorists can't be trusted. There's only one way to deal with Iran, and that is to Hiroshima the area. Done is done.
Now, who said that one?
So that's John Yarder.
Okay, well,
in our
Yarder,
comments.
there are, just so you know, like 7 million Christians that live in Iran. So,
Yeah, we don't. I don't know if he's a Christian or not, but I understand what John's sentiment is here.
I can easily see why you. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
I
it's just
understand
like-
people's reaction to say that. You
Yeah.
know, because you think, the whole country is evil, but the whole country's not full of evil people.
Yeah.
Okay, it's full of Christians too.
Right. Renee 756. Iran can't be trusted. Honestly, I want the conflict ended and to focus more on the United States. That's what we've been screaming here. Old Dog 1959. Actually, you can count on Iran to do the evil/wrong thing 100% of the time. And just a couple more here, if you'll stand with me. I scroll through some of the comments else that aren't about that, but so the word tells us we will hear peace, peace, then sudden destruction. I don't trust Iran. That was from Smarvel, S. Marvel. So
As a Bible verse, he's quoting.
Oh,
that's like eschatological.
the word. Okay,
Yeah.
the biblical word. Okay. Crying Chuck 321. If you keep bombing Iran, you might hit somebody else. Cough. Accident. Not sure there. Bad Moon again. He's a Bad Moon. Please don't ever leave our chat. We love you. And there's so many great ones in here. So Iran declared war on America back in 1979. Trump is the first president to end their war for them when all the other presidents were cowards. That's true. I mean, how many red lines did Barack Obama cross for really any Middle Eastern leader here that was, Assad, all of these people that were just really terrorists, and just he'd draw these red lines, they would cross them, and nothing would happen,
Yeah.
And so, I mean, I know Barack Obama dropped a lot of missiles. Like, people forget how many missiles he dropped.
the drone president.
Yeah, I mean, he was sort of famous for that. But I can say this: it's like, what good did you do? Like, what did you actually stop? Trump came in, and I think that a lot of these countries are afraid of him.
Yeah, I see one comment here. Trinka9 says it's the Iranian leaders, not the people. 97 million people. That's the idea of when you say just nuke the whole country, you're talking about losing any sort of moral high ground that the United States may have is now gone. I think forever. And again, the Christians that are there in many cases underground, a lot of them in that country.
Yeah.
So those are the cards. The Strait of Hormuz is a card. Our military is a card. Our nuclear arsenal is a card. But there's some cards that are not playable in this situation. Now it's the rag. It's a Washington Post, but they're reporting U.S. intelligence agencies have warned Trump, the administration, that Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is likely to take steps that will undermine President Trump's efforts to reach a lasting peace deal in Iran. Here's President Trump in the Axios interview talking about how he's lost respect for some people. Listen.
Everybody's richer. Now, would you rather have that or be like some stupid people? I'd be honest with you. I lost respect for some people because
who'd you lose respect?
I don't want to mention the names.
Oh, you can.
But hardliners. Oh, you got to take them out yet?
Well, what are you going to?
Let me tell you. And plus, I'm not looking to kill people. Everybody.
There you go. Plus, I'm not looking to kill people. Now here's the other. Okay, so now we have another clip here. I'm sorry, I want to try to get through these. We have so many. So more on J.D. Vance from this conservative conservative millennial, Allie Beth Stuckey's podcast. Well, I guess this is the same clip. Is this the same clip we just played?
And so I do think that sometimes, advocates of Israel or pro-Israel people in the United States make two critical mistakes.
So they assume that our agendas are the same. And so the response to that clip is, this is what, again, you just heard the full clip a minute ago. This is what losing the American right sounds like. J.D. Vance on the Iran deal. Israel's opinion matter, but fundamentally they are separate.
Yeah, I mean, Israel is not the only one it's not the only country that would be affected by Iran having a nuclear weapon. If Iran had a nuclear weapon, it is not that there is this immediate feeling that they're going to use it. Some people believe that they're just going to immediately start using nuclear weapons if they get them. But I'll say this: there's no guarantee of it, but you'll never know, because they will have the capability of it. And so what would they do? They would the Strait of Hormuz is whatever they say it is at that point.
Yeah.
Because it's like, okay, well, Israel has nuclear weapons, but they're not using it to control the Strait of Hormuz. And Hezbollah, all of these terrorist organizations, they're not afraid of Israel using a nuclear weapon. So I really don't. I brought that up last week, but I thought about it after the show, and I thought, well, you know what? If Israel is the only one in the Middle East that has nuclear weapons and everybody keeps attacking Israel, then they were really convinced that Israel's not going to use them. And if that's what they truly believe, then they're not showing any sort of respect for that. Conversely, I think Israel believes fully that Iran would use it, or at least the threat would constantly be there of nuclear war, and that they would cause this mass chaos. So that is not just a threat to Israel. That's what J.D. Vance is trying to say here. He's like, yes, their opinion on this deal matters. It matters, but it's not. They have separate goals from us.
Yeah.
And what he's trying to say is, because there was what has there been? There's been a lot of frustration over the last few months here that Donald Trump is just doing Bibi Netanyahu's bidding, right? That Bibi Netanyahu's gotten in his ear and he's controlling Trump. He's using Trump to get accomplished. And I think that, the administration has heard that. I think that a lot of that's where J.D. Vance is coming from, but I also think he's telling the truth, And then what's this, Eli Kowaz?
Yeah.
Okay.
Some
I'm assuming he's Jewish?
Yes. I think that's a safe assumption.
Yes. So, again, can we hear from a non-Jew about how terrible?
Whoa.
I don't need to hear. Listen, I get it. If you're a Jewish person here, you're going to believe that Israel is infallible. That's what you believe, okay? Or at least on certain levels, that might be what you believe. And I'm not sitting here and saying that you're wrong on all accounts just because you're Jewish. I'm just trying to say, is it possible that you have a jaded perspective, or at least a skewed perspective?
According to Mark Levin, this is really interesting to me. So on the way home Friday, normally on Fridays, I turn off all political radio and I turn it on to XM satellite radio, 40s Junction. And I listen to 19.
I love 40s Junction.
You like it too?
That is one of my favorite channels.
It's because your brain's not being rotted from
yeah.
the inside. It's just
Yeah.
like, hey, I can listen to some music and I don't have to worry about like some sort of satanic messaging like coming across.
Tell you this, Paul, whenever I'm having like a very stressful crash and I've got to go, I will come in. My wife is just incredible about like if I need to decompress a little bit, because I'm always finishing up 15 phone calls on my drive home.
Yep.
And I will come in, and if I immediately take a right and go into our bedroom, close the door, she will not let the kids come down the hall and say anything to me. Just she's like, if we want the best version of Dad.
Yep.
We want the best version of Dad. If you'll give Dad 15 minutes, he'll be out here, and it'll be a much more pleasant thing. But I found myself just getting a really gripey phone call right before I walked in, and I would snap at my kids a little bit about something, and I'm like, good grief, man. Just because kids are kids, they're going to bum. Dad, you won't believe this.
Right,
it's a little overwhelming, It's like, just give me a minute. I will go into the bedroom, and I will just lay out on the bed, and I will listen to 40s Junction or that type of music.
I didn't know that. That's crazy.
Classic jazz.
I do the same thing. That's
crazy.
Yeah.
Give me some Frank Sinatra. Give me some Louis Armstrong.
They also have some of the weirdest songs, too, that you've never heard of. And you're like, what is this? It's like there's one song about we're making concrete. You put the gravel in, and it's like, what in the world? They wrote songs about
back then.
I want to have a popsicle. Well, you're gonna have to have some popsicle sticks.
Well, here's the thing. They probably were sitting around like, all right, George, we've run out of material. what can we write about? And George's kid's over there on the side. He's eating a popsicle. Yeah. Ooh, let's write about that popsicle. That's probably how I came up with it.
It's so great though. So anyway, but on Friday for whatever reason, I was like, I got to hear what Mark Levin's thing. So I left it on, and Mark Levin was really upset that there was an Israeli media source. There was an Israel news site that said that Benjamin Netanyahu was going to leverage his relationship with Mark Levin and other American influencers to communicate his displeasure with Trump's memorandum of understanding. And Mark Levin, and then seems like another publication, the Washington Examiner, picked that up and ran with it and reported on it. So he was attacking the Washington Examiner for reporting on what an Israeli media site had said about him. And he kept saying, it was the weirdest thing. He kept saying, I don't meet with the Israeli government. I don't meet with Benjamin Netanyahu. But so what if I did? But I haven't talked with Benjamin Netanyahu in a long time. But so what if I did? But so what if I did? And then the reason he was saying, but so what if I did, is because he then flew to Israel and went to a conference about, inspiring Jews internationally to stand up and fight.
His plane was already booked.
And I'm like, it all made sense to me this weekend. I had listened to that segment. I don't meet with Benjamin Netanyahu, but so what if I did, Mr. Producer? But so what if I did? And it's like, that's because
does he? So I haven't watched one of his shows in a while, but does he always talk about? Does he always talk to the producer?
He calls the producer Mr. Producer. Yes.
Mr. Producer. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Pull that clip up,
Mr. Producer.
Mr. Producer. Anyway, so Matt Walsh on that clip says, imagine objecting to the Vice President of the United States pointing out that Israel is a separate country from the U.S. Also, the idea of the sentiment, losing the American right is hilarious, could not possibly be more out of touch. But then here is this guy. So this is another, I'm assuming, Jewish person. He calls himself a hummus eater, and he's got a Hebrew name there. Brandon Weaver, quote, J.D. Vance and Donald Trump hate Jews. Trump played us. He never loved us. He needed the campaign money from Miriam Adelson. You should be condemning Trump and J.D. Vance in the same breath. J.D. Vance works for Trump and speaks for Trump. So this is one instance where they're just coming right out and attacking Trump.
The bottom line, you got Tucker Carlson coming out and saying he's going to no longer support after 35 years. I didn't see that from him, but somebody
I just saw it. I haven't
like
seen the audio
a tweet
clip.
of somebody else to do it.
Republican. He doesn't want to support Republican or Democrat because he thinks they've sold everybody out.
Yeah, and maybe on a lot of levels, he's
right.
right.
On a general level, it's like, what is it? The middle class is like, help Democrat or help Republicans, and Republicans are like, no. Help Democrats, and Democrats are like, no. LGBTQIA plus.
Yes,
like that's we get no a lot from these people.
That's all they care about. Yeah, and so anyway, I think I just going back to one of our comments here, like just wrap this thing up and start focusing more on the United States. That's we've got people here, dude. I went and bought. So I made some cheese dip over the weekend. I made these. Steak quesadillas things. So they were really good. I can't take credit because it's not my recipe, but I made them. So anyway, I made some cheese dip to go with it. And I went to buy a little 1 pound package, the 1 pound package. And it was, 80-20 ground beef. Because I like to do, I don't know how you make, but if you make like rotel and then you put taco meat in it,
dude, this is amazing.
Oh, it's so good. It's so good. Anyway, so I did that, and that was $8, and I was like, "That's here in Arkansas. I would imagine it's going to be a lot higher in other states." And so 1 pound was $8. Now I remember you used to be able to get like the 3 pound package for less than $8, and so we've got to get beef prices down here. That's just one thing. We need these gas prices to continue to go down. If we can get down into the mid twos, low twos, I think most people, because if it's in the low twos here, it's probably mid twos 275 and some other places like that. I think most people can handle that, for the most part, as long as the eggs aren't $10 a carton and gallon of milk. Remember when milk went up like crazy?
Well, and
for a
that's the
while.
problem is a lot of these prices have continued to go up, and are they going to go down? A lot of times they never come down. The prices once they raise, that's kind of where they're going to be.
So
at.
I control my mother's money. I make sure all of her bills are paid or whatever, and I give them
That's very good of you.
I pay them. I pay them their own money, but I give them like my mom and my sister. They live together, and just anyway, it's a long story. But so I do all of that stuff, and so I pay all of their bills, and then I give them the rest of their money in 4 weekly things for the month, and that way they're good to go. So my mom is pretty severely disabled and all of that stuff. So anywho, I say all that to say, when I give them that, they go to the one trip to the grocery store, and it's just gone. Like, it's so gone. I'm blessed that I go to the grocery store, and I don't think a whole heck of a lot about the prices, but I sure did this weekend over on the meat, because it made me think about my mom and them. Like, they're not able, they're just, I pay my mom's phone bill. It's not out of her money. I give them, I bought them a car. I bought them a house, all of those things. So anyway, I'm not trying to say I'm great or whatever, but I'm not like letting my mom go hungry,
No, right.
Just giving her a
you,
little
but
bit.
you do have a process
But she's got a budget. She's got a budget, and it's tough, man. It's really tough on these people. And so I know I keep harping on this, but Trump, we've got to get Trump to be focused on these domestic issues. Let's bring these prices down here in the United States, get inflation down, get this economy booming, and then have some sort of chance of not letting the Democrats, at least, I think they're going to take the House, but hopefully we can at least hold on to the Senate.
Yeah, so just a few more of these comments. Somebody named Max Abrams, Vance ruined the Trump presidency. Matthew Feinberg, F. Vance. This was all weekend. Here's an Israeli MP from Netanyahu's party. He speaks this in Hebrew, I think. Takes off the red hat. Yeah, so I don't know what that says, but he's clearly throwing away a MAGA hat in defiance of Trump. And again, all of this is because of trying to get the bloodshed to stop. And you kind of understand now that the goal was always, no, we don't want Iran to be a sovereign country or anything. And they wanted another Iraq. They wanted an Iraq where you try to partition the country into multiple different countries, and you have we know what would happen: sectarian civil war, totally destabilizing everything.
Yeah, and I agree with John Yarder on this. In our comments, zero money to any country for any reason. They have never helped us. And I think about this, like, what did we have? One in 5 children. Now, this is an old stat, but I can't imagine that it's any better, Paul. 1 in 5 children go to bed hungry here in the United States. Okay? And I'm sure that some of them are legal citizens, are legal immigrants here and not citizens. But there are tons of American children who are going to bed hungry tonight. Millions of American children going to bed hungry tonight. And we're shipping billions of dollars to foreign countries so that they can have humanitarian aid. What the heck are we doing here?
Yeah.
I would listen, if stuff goes to a kid, I'm good with whatever we've got to spend. If it's going to go to a kid, I'm good with it. To a certain level. I mean, you've got to monitor it because we see all this fraud going on.
Yeah.
And you've got don't get me started on these videos of these, just really fat, large, massively or obese, disgusting-looking women with their video here, like, just got my food stamp haul, and she's pulling out all of the most unhealthy food that you can ever imagine, and she's showing it, and she's like, yep, I get $1,600 a month in food stamps, and we can't even get through all this food, and I'm just like, what? And my mom, I'm having to subsidize her money monthly because she can't afford food, but yet these people are. So there's problems with it. But the overall sentiment is, why are we? If we've got these problems here in the United States, why are we sending this money into foreign countries?
Yeah.
And if you're so liberals, if you are so inclined that you just really have to help, you got to help this person. You got to help Ukraine. You got to help them. The humanitarian crisis in Gaza, all of this stuff. Like if that's where you're wanting to do, then let us investigate the fraud domestically. Let us investigate. Get rid of all this. What I think, and Elon Musk thinks, is as much as $1 trillion per year in fraud.
Yeah.
Okay. You want to say you want to send some money to foreign countries? Let us investigate the fraud, balance the budget here in the United States, and I'm willing to have those conversations about foreign aid. Right? Those who have should give, but we don't have. We're borrowing money we don't have to give it to other places. What the hell sense does that make? It'll never make any sense to me. And we keep doing it. We've been doing it for, 40, 50 years? We've been maybe since...
Well, and what we found is this foreign aid is just an avenue for corruption. I mean, that's all it is. It's a way to undermine the United States of America and our own people, and because that's how it's been used. Okay, I want to get this in too. So here's a guy, by the former Israeli spokesperson. He's also head of a big think tank about Iran named Ben Sabti, and he's also a media commentator around the Israeli circuit. And he tweeted this and then altered the tweet. It was in response to a guy by the name of Jason Brodsky. The U.S. is going to regret acquiescing to Iranian demands to include Lebanon in this memorandum of understanding. The linkage is one of the biggest mistakes. And to win this guy, this kind of professional commentator, also a former official, I think, of some kind. Maybe USA needs another Pearl Harbor or 9/11 to remember who the enemy and who the friend is. Now, he then apparently he altered the tweet, or took it down rather. But this is kind of like, wait a second, yeah. We're supposed to be allies here,
yeah.
And this shows that, at least in the mind of one person, we have a disagreement, and now you're wishing a terrorist attack that killed 3,000 Americans. And I don't know how many people died in Pearl Harbor. I should know. But thousands, I'm sure, were killed there.
Do you remember how you felt on September 11th?
Yeah.
2001?
I was scared.
Yeah.
I was in high school, and I was like, I didn't know what was going to happen next.
I think I remember, I was, I'm a few years older than you, Paul. And so I was my early 20s when it happened. And I remember having just a dark, scared feeling for my home country, because all of those bombings and terrorist things that we saw on the news always happened. Every time you'd see this on CNN, because CNN was big back in the day.
Yep.
Every time you'd see this on CNN, it was always happening in some foreign country. And it happened here on our homeland. And so I remember the fallout from it, but then I also remember the rise in patriotism that occurred after. But I still would not want that ever again. And and I understand probably what his point is there, but it's just a really vulgar way to make your point.
And it's hard not to. I'm sorry. I mean, if anybody out there reads something like that and feels threatened, I don't think that's unreasonable to say, oh, okay, what is that, a threat? I mean,
yeah.
Seriously.
Yeah, and it's like, okay, well, yeah, you need thousands of people to be killed and murdered, and just this attack. I mean, they didn't just attack. They didn't fly them just into the World Trade Centers, or remember heading toward D.C. there, right?
Yep.
We made it all the way to the Pentagon, and so all of this stuff. I do believe in a lot of ways the Americans have forgotten. More specifically, some of those people in New York. We were talking about this off air, but to say that we need another one to remember that who the terrorists are, yeah. we have a damn good idea of who the terrorists are, Paul. We know. We're just not willing to send our sons and daughters over there at this point, because we've talked about it. Those are your two options. Mm-hmm. You either blow Iran off of the face of the planet, okay? And what you mentioned earlier, killing 7 million Christians in the meantime. So we either blow them off the face of the planet, or we send ground troops in there. Those are the only two ways. I mean, you can try a drone war and all of that stuff, but it's always going to have limited results.
And the strait stays closed.
And the strait stays closed, and the world's economy is just held because oil is what makes the world turn. We all know that. And so those are your options. I'm not good with either option here. I understand the sentiment of wanting to blow Iran off the map. I do not believe that Muslims, at least devout Muslims, certainly jihadists, have any sort of value at all to the world. They're a destruction to the world. I would say the only value that they do have is just a reminder of what evil looks like, in certain respects. But anyway, I'm rambling. I will say this, just kind of to wrap it up. I don't want to send ground troops in there. I don't want to blow a country off the face of the planet. And other than those two options, you really just have to negotiate a peace deal.
And that's what's going on.
And if Israel is going to stand in the way of that, then that means that they're trying to go bad. They're trying to go for option one, and that's to get rid of Iran. Now, if you believe all the, I'm just going to keep talking, Paul. Sorry. If you believe all the reports and all of that stuff, then if Israel's version of what's happening there, then you say, okay, we're tired of you attacking us. We're tired of all of this stuff. We're tired of it. We've got a chance. We're seizing this opportunity for regime change. And this peace deal does not call for regime change, which is why I believe Israel is against it. They want total. They would love to see what we did in Iraq, and go in there to try to, create some sort of democracy and all of that stuff. And we'll see. We saw how that turned out.
Yep.
So I'm not down with that. But anyway, I'm over this war. I want it to be over.
All right, let's take a quick break and reset here, and hopefully we'll find something else to talk about. I do want to kind of continue our conversation. I want you to see some of these videos of these Europeans reacting, Rob, to the greatness of this country, because it really was fascinating and gave me a lot of hope. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back here in just a moment.
For centuries, light has been used to heal. Awaken the body with Red 5.
The other things that we're seeing, more and more use for is even vascular issues. So one of the mechanisms that red light, near-infrared light, or Red 5 works is stimulation of the mitochondria and stimulation of nitric oxide production. So when nitric oxide is released in cells, it vasodilates cells. It reduces inflammation. It moves blood. It brings blood flow to areas. So folks that have issues with ulcers or burns or wounds, it can help stimulate increased blood supply, and you need blood to heal. So that can open up different avenues for peripheral artery disease, for neuropathic pain syndromes. And so that's one of the other areas for nerve injury or nerve pain that we can leverage this type of medicine.
This is our family dog, Bubba. He is a Shorty Jack Russell, and he brings a lot of love and laughter into our home. We just want to thank Pet Club for making healthy food and treats for our animals. Bubba has been on Pet Club food for a little over a year now. He really likes the Sequoia dry food, and then I put a scoop of the Sequoia wet dog food in there with some hot water and stir it up, and he absolutely loves it. And he likes the mush puppies, but his ultimate favorite is the antlers. Those keep him busy for a really long time, and he really likes them. It makes us feel really good that the food and treats that we give him have healthy ingredients in them, because we want him to be around for a really long time. Our previous dog was a lab, and his name was Titus, and we fed him in bulk, and we would just get his food from the big box grocery stores. And unfortunately, that food wasn't very healthy for him, and he ended up getting cancer and passing away. So we didn't want to make that mistake with Bubba, so we were really fortunate to find Pet Club and find some really healthy food for him to eat. So we would just like to thank Pet Club, and we just really appreciate the healthy food that they make, so we can keep this guy around as long as we can.
The Paul Herrell Program.
All right, broadcasting from the great state of Arkansas. All right, we're going to get into Tulsi Gabbard. Sorry about that. We're going to get into this Tulsi Gabbard thing. Did a little bit of that the Europeans experience in America. But one more clip, because I wanted to get, I haven't talked to the Luca Brasi. I haven't talked about the Luca Brasi of politics in a long time. Luca Brasi, of course, you know who Luca Brasi is. Yeah. So the Luca Brasi of politics is obviously Chris Christie, but minus the loyalty. Maybe he's loyal to somebody, but it's not the American family. Here is
hold up, just a second. Let me say this. I think you're besmirching Luca Brasi.
You think I'm besmirching him?
Yeah, because
Chris Christie they look identical.
Yeah, but Chris Christie. I mean, I'm just saying, like Luca was a very dangerous, scary man.
That's true.
Very scary.
May your first child be a masculine.
A masculine child. And so, do you know that the Luca was over there sitting and practicing his lines because he was actually a real gangster. By the way.
Was a real gangster. Huh?
Yes.
Okay.
So he was put. The mob had a lot to do with what was done during The Godfather.
I saw a movie about that.
Yeah,
about getting it made. They had to approve a lot of it.
So Luca was put in the. He was in the movie to monitor the situation, honestly, and so the whole part where he's practicing what he's going to say to the Godfather.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. He was literally doing that in real life.
He was literally practicing that, and so they had filmed it. So they added a line in there. Why is that man talking to himself? And that's how that whole thing started. So anyway,
come to you on the day of your daughter's wedding. Anyway, Luca Brasi of politics, Chris Christie.
Put all this in context, right?
It's not.
I give the president all the credit in the world for the June bombing of the nuclear sites. But now we get to February. He tells us this is about regime change, unconditional surrender, eliminate the nuclear threat, and eliminate their missile capability. That's what he tells us. He then does 5 weeks of war, less than what the Pentagon wanted him to do, and then he stops. And he stops and fills the air with a whole bunch of empty threats about when he's going to restart. Then he gets to the point where the Iranians have him in a corner because of the economic calamity that's caused by something that apparently his geniuses in his national security team didn't anticipate, that they would close the Strait of Hormuz. Mm-hmm. How they didn't anticipate that, John, I don't know. So now he has to make a deal because he feels the economy in the United States crumbling beneath him. And what's he do? He gives them the option of opening or closing the Strait of Hormuz based upon their interpretation of whether
they have to work it out with Oman.
Right. Us and Israel are complying. Us and Israel, not a party to the agreement. He gives them a $300 billion bribe offer. He unfreezes all of their assets. He gives them their oil profits back, which is $35 to $50 billion a year. On top of it, he doesn't prevent them from charging service fees to go through the strait, which JP Morgan says could be $60 to $90 billion a year. And now to end where you started, he hands over the negotiations to a naive and inexperienced vice president and two other guys who would be better buying you an office building in Alexandria than negotiating this. And let me say this, he's gone from America first to Iran first.
Luca Brasi, everybody.
Iran first.
Luca
Shut
Brasi.
up, you fat
slob. Well, look, that's what he calls him. Alex Brucewitz calls him a fat slob.
Whatever. Yeah.
Can you believe that? Can you believe somebody called Chris Christie a fat slob?
Listen, I'll say this: what a fall from grace, man. You know, he was part of Trump's transition team in 2016, his first one, and did an incredible job from all accounts. You know.
Well, and he was. It's really funny when you think about it because you could make a political argument that Chris Christie's run for New Jersey governor and then his attempted, run at the White House was foreshadowing of Trump. Here's a guy from the Northeast. Here's a guy who at least at first was known for his I'm going to be tough. I'm going to, and then of course then he had that whole bridge scandal. But then he was now he's a never Trumper.
Do you remember the video of him when he was running? This was when he was running in 2016, and he
was walking. Go ahead. Sorry.
There's a clip going around of Natalie Maines from the Dixie Chicks, sorry, they're just called the Chicks now.
Right.
We can't be racist here.
Got to get the stars and bars
Dixiecrats.
down with it.
So anyway, she's singing and it's a live performance. And of course, if you've not seen Natalie Maines,
I have not.
She's also not missed any chicken.
Okay. She's not running anywhere.
She's eating all the fried chicken. Okay. And so they've got that song, I'm ready to run, I'm ready, oh, I'm ready to run. And she's singing that part, and of course everybody's like, nope, you're not. You might be running to the buffet line. You ain't running for your health.
Oh,
and
bless her heart, as we say down here.
Oh, bless her. This is what we say in the South, Oh, she's as fat as a house. Bless her heart.
Bless her heart.
Yeah, but anyway, so there's this beta video of this fat tub, and he is giving with like a town hall style campaign stop, and I don't know what. Honestly, I bet you could find it, but it is the lamest thing in the world because he's trying to convince a voter of something. And he gets down on one knee as a promise.
Oh, yes.
It was the most.
Yeah.
It was the most cringe. Like I thought, man, it wasn't even me, Paul, and I felt like my testosterone dropped 20 points at that point. Just watching it, I was like, this is a Republican. What in the world? This is just ridiculous. And he's so unhealthy. It's kind of it would be impossible, in my opinion, to take a guy like that seriously. And in fact, I mean, we've not had this since there was the president that got stuck in the tub. Well, who?
Was
it?
Was that Taft?
Or it was Taft.
A portly man.
Oh, he was very portly. Yeah, this guy he wouldn't get in a tub. I bet if you put like gets down on. Anyway, it's just so lame. So I don't want to take people like him. Who was the Secretary of State under Trump 1.0? What was his name? He was thinking
Mike
of
Pompeo.
Pompeo, thank you. Pompeo, like just going full anti-Trump, all of that stuff. You've got Mitt Romneys of the world. These people, you are not the Republican Party anymore, Chris. You're not the Republican Party, and you need to get over it. And I think that they just don't realize that the show is over for them, and because J.D. Vance is a well-spoken, sophisticated Trump, and he's right behind him. Marco Rubio, same thing. It's just so you found this clip?
I think I did. Let's see if this is it.
Yeah.
Hang on a second.
He wasn't as fat back then.
All right, you haven't decided yet. Here we go.
And I really like you. And this is the painting point.
What do I need to do?
Explain your Social Security.
You want me to explain the Social Security plan?
I'm 53 years old, and I'm very nervous about.
Yeah, this
the wrong video.
This is not the one.
My husband works
because he's trying. That he's being tender at this moment. Like he's trying to get down there on her level and all that stuff.
Let's see if he gets back up. Hang on, Luke. Hang on. Whoa,
This
man!
is
I mean
an
that.
answer on the
I'm
debate.
sorry. That is like.
That's a huge fat.
That's like an axe handle wide, man.
Do you imagine?
That is.
Listen,
that's how. That's.
Can you?
That is an axe handle. That's a Southern measurement.
Think about this, Paul. Can you imagine how much he has to spend on toilet paper?
Here's the thing. Let me tell you about Social Security. Social Security.
All right, he
if we
did
do
it.
nothing
He got it.
different,
That wasn't
we'll
too
be in
bad.
solid-
Man, if he ever lost weight, his calf muscles would be like. Would be substantial. All right, so we don't really have it. We don't. Actually,
Yeah, we can't. It was a big build up to nothing.
Sorry, I
guys.
can't find. I'm not going to spend any more time on it.
It could be there one day. We'll find it.
Yeah.
Anyway, so
all right, so let's go to Tulsi Gabbard. She went on, I think it was Megyn Kelly's show. So you've now got J.D. Vance going on Megyn Kelly's show recently. J.D. Vance took criticism for that.
Yep.
People hated that, and now Tulsi Gabbard.
Listen, I'm going to tell you something. I got a crush on Tulsi, and here's why I got a crush on her. She's an attractive woman, I think, but also she is so bad A that it's like I'm drawn to women like that. I'm happily married. I'm not trying to say this, but not trying to say it like that. But what I'm trying to say is we've got to have more women like her in the Republican Party. These strong, well-spoken, well-thought-out, intelligent women who have an agenda here. She's been trying to crush the deep state long before she was ever in Trump's cabinet. She has been trying to expose it. And she had this agenda. Unfortunately, with this health issue with her husband, she couldn't continue it. I pray that the next DNI comes in with every bit of fire and fury as Tulsi Gabbard. This is, again, just to reiterate, a huge loss.
We got a few, and Rick Crawford agreed. So we have a few clips. This one is a poignant one, talking about how the intelligence was fabricated. Getting us into Iraq.
Way back to why this organization was founded.
My wife does not. I've been accused of saying, "Oh, dude just realized his wife. He might be watching the show." Like, my wife does not watch the show. She hates politics.
All right, so don't clip it up.
Way back to why this organization was founded. When you look at the so-called intelligence that really was used to spur the Iraq regime change war, and look at what that has cost our country in lives, in treasure. Look at what it's cost the world. Look at what Iraq is today, now essentially a proxy of Iran. When Iraq, that would not have happened had that regime change war not occurred.
That's right.
So again, this is really what is at the heart of what needs to be addressed within the intelligence community, and why leadership matters so much.
Just as a reminder to our audience, you were a young 21-year-old state assembly person in Hawaii, and 2 years after that, you signed up, you enlisted in the National Guard, and you were deployed to Iraq. Yeah. So you know firsthand about the blood and treasure.
And I served in a medical unit, and it was with a unit out of Hawaii, infantry brigade combat team. And my first task every single day was to go through a list of all of those who had been casualties the day before, those who were injured. I was the first one notified when there was someone who was killed in action, and ultimately to make sure that those who were injured either got the medical care they needed, that they were evacuated as quickly as possible, and then making sure that they were getting that care.
So yeah, I've made this observation last week, but it seems like the pro-war crowd, they only want people in office who've been in war if they thought it was a fantastic experience and want to do it again. Want to send others to do it again.
Yeah.
If you're like her, who's in war, and it's like, I don't recommend it in terms of the, for the, whether it's we don't have moral clarity or the just war theory or whatever. We don't want to listen to her voice. There's that allergy they have to it.
She's so, the people are bringing up some of the stuff, that she still serves in the reserves, that all of that stuff, and she's, a surfer, and she's just very athletic and all of that stuff. She's what a woman, is a strong woman is supposed to look like. And, she's telling you she's given firsthand experience. I'm going through a list of everybody who died the day before. I'm going through this list here of these massive injuries that we've got to get care for and all of this stuff. And it's like, you can't forget that side of war. Yep. It's so dirty.
Yeah, so she gets back after seeing all of the people maimed, and she's like, what do we do that for exactly?
Why? Because they were weapons of mass destruction. He had them, but then they were never found.
And I look forward to more of her interviews, by the way, giving us context about what she saw in there.
But the thing that we just announced today, in fact, was the closure of this Office of Human Capital, completely different part of the organization, and one that sounds like, okay, well, maybe this is like talent management. You're trying to go out and see, well, where's the best talent and where are the gaps we need to fill, which is what I thought. But it turns out that it was an office where the previous administration kind of hid a bunch of their DEI people, knowing that this action was going to be taken by President Trump. And there was a slush fund there that they would use to fund people millions of dollars to go to DEI conferences and talk to other DEI people. And so we shut that down at a savings of $150 million today. But the thing that I think a lot of people would be surprised by, when people talk about DEI and you hear, whether it's CNN, MSNBC, they talk about DEI and they criticize the president for his action and the actions that we are all taking to get rid of this, claiming that we're against diversity and all of this other crap. When I came in here, I was able to talk.
I love it. And all this other crap.
150 million intelligence slush fund for the woke sex religion.
Yeah.
And then here's one about the NSA. Listen to this one.
Well, wasn't there a group, which intel agency was it that had the people talking about transgender surgeries and non-binary this and
this is the National Security Agency.
Yeah, there's sex
the
groups,
NSA.
polyamory.
Yeah.
I mean, on and on.
This is a great example.
Okay.
So there was someone who snuck into that chat that was not an employee there, and they screenshotted what they saw and leaked it out on X. And again, this is a chat group that was created and administered by the NSA, one of the premier intelligence collection entities that we have. And it was obscene. It was obscene. Yes, it was about all of those things. It was talking about sex toys and sex tricks for people who had gone through, some kind of transgender surgery or
during the workday.
This is during the workday on an intelligence-hosted work chat group, and the supervisors. Obviously, as soon as I found out about it, I said anybody who's involved with this is getting fired and getting their security clearance revoked. Which there were some who was like, oh gosh, aren't you, like, that seems extreme. Like, no. Imagine you're in any office and you're having these kinds of sexually explicit conversations in the workplace. It is I don't care what your sexual orientation or whatever your private choices are. This cannot be happening in the workplace, and it must not be happening in our premier intelligence agency that has people who have the highest clearances that anyone can hold. Wow.
And I'm so this confirms my suspicion. When you think about the FBI, they've had decades in different administrations that overlapping ideals to basically recruit communists. And I can think of nothing more terrifying than the fact that those who are in charge of spying on Americans, that's what it is, and we're just told to trust them, that they've staffed them full of a bunch of woke trans people,
right,
that hate Christians. Let's be honest, they hate Christians, and they are the ones privy of the information to spy on all of us. It confirms what I've all that Washington D.C. obviously you think, well, yeah, Washington D.C. the offices of congressmen or maybe even the staff of certain select committees, they're going to attract these types of people, but the intelligence community, you'd think they'd be like, no, we don't need people that are like that.
Are you trying to get me mad by bringing up the trans stuff?
I'm not trying to get you mad. We're about to get to a white pill, white pill.
Hold on, I will say this about Tulsi. There's a lot of comments in the chat there. Old Dog, who's great. We love you, Old Dog. But just a reminder, she ran as a Democrat in 2020 for president. She single-handedly ended Kamala Harris's campaign in 2020. Now, Kamala would have ended it herself, but I mean, she was just out before the first primary, really, or shortly after the first primary. But Tulsi was a Democrat in 2020. Now, she was not what you would call an establishment Democrat, and she did once she was out, she supported Bernie.
Mm-hmm.
But her book, she wrote a book called For Love of Country, and she reads it. If you're an audiobook person, she reads it. She's incredible. She goes through her whole life story, and she tells about joining the military and all that stuff. And one of the things that she talked about that radicalized her, that made her, so she was Democrat, then she became an independent, and then became a Republican. So she has come full circle in 6 years, and it started with the coordinated takedown. Well, first of all, when Hillary Clinton started attacking her.
As a Russian agent.
Yes, as a Russian agent and all of that stuff.
Which Laura Loomer is still attacking Tulsi Gabbard is a Russian agent today, basically.
I agree. I like Laura Loomer on a lot of stuff, but man, she is wild and crazy and out there on some stuff. Like, I think, oh man, this woman's got some screws loose or something. I don't know. But regardless, but Tulsi talks about it in her book, and she saw this coordinated takedown of a former president, but also the leading candidate for the next presidential election. And she just within just a couple of years, it was just she had come full circle. And she talked about it when she had the podcast for a while. And I think she'll go back to podcasting. That'll probably be what she does to kind of pay the bills, and all of that stuff. But anyway, don't judge 2020 Kamala Harris, 2016 Kamala Harris, 2016, 2020 Tulsi Gabbard. Don't judge that. Trey Gowdy, a lot of people don't really care for Trey Gowdy, but I love his book. And he talks about Tulsi being one of the only people who were Democrats, she represented Hawaii, Democrats when she was in Congress, that he could actually negotiate and work with. Mm-hmm. And she convinced him of some stuff. He convinced her of some stuff, and they would vote with each other a lot. He said she was extremely reasonable, all of that. So it's not a surprise that she has turned Republican. She woke up. She saw what so many people saw. And I also want to reiterate, if you don't like Tulsi because she used to hate Trump and all of that stuff, J.D. Vance.
Yeah, I mean,
think about his evolution.
Yeah, people can admit that they made mistakes.
Correct.
X Machine writing. Let's see here. Socialism cheats in their elections, which is exactly what Tulsi exposed in Georgia. She physically went there and saw the ballots. He just said exactly what you said, Rob. Vance said similar things in 2016.
Okay. Yep.
So people are definitely onto it. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see what happens next and everything she's going to divulge. We still haven't. That's the one thing she didn't release by the 19th. Her last day was Friday, and she didn't release the voting fraud report that apparently has been prepared. The foreign interference report that's apparently been prepared since June. Will Bill Pulte release it now?
Well, I
don't know.
I wonder if there's a strategy to that.
I think there is a strategy with
because I think Trump of all people would want that out there. So
I hope so.
And if Trump knows about it, and that again the DNI serves at the pleasure of the president, like you would assume that if he wanted it out there, it's going to be out there. But I'm wondering if they're going to try to backpack it and be like, okay, maybe now this is the backing from this behind this executive order.
Yeah, and we've
and maybe Trump does that, and an executive order is going to get challenged. It needs to be a law that's passed about the voting rights thing, or the voter ID. But anyway.
So Europeans have discovered that America is not what I didn't even
This has been
realize.
Incredible.
I didn't even realize. I mean, you assume that the liberal media or the media is going to lie to them, but I didn't realize that they lied to Europeans about us the way that they're saying that we did. So that's kind of been an eye-opener to me. But people have absolutely, I've got several of these TikToks.
Yeah, let's watch some of them.
They are absolutely loving this country. And I actually think there's going to be a lot of them that want to move here. When they go back home and they realize they live in communist countries now, there's going to be a lot of Western European people that want to move to America.
You know what? And I'll take them. If they're falling in love with America and the American way, I would take them as immigrants.
Yeah, and I would agree with that generally. Yeah, I mean, look, I mean, you mentioned Ellis Island earlier.
Yes,
and this whole idea to assimilate, and obviously when we're talking about from the third world, any sort of assimilation is the exception to the rule at this point. I mean, that's just self-evident at this point. But with the Ellis Island thing, these are all people from Western Europe that had already sort of figured out how to get along. I mean, they had already fought wars with each other in Europe for, hundreds of years, if not more. So it's like, it's not really, it wasn't that big. This idea that, Ellis Island means we're a melting pot. Not really.
Not really.
we not like they're trying to say what melting pot is now. It's not the same thing, but so they would be welcome here because they value, I think, just basic Western civilization ideas already. So here's just a few of these clips.
Actually, just had the best restaurant experience that we'll probably ever have in our lives.
Keep that in a minute. The best restaurant experience that we've had in our entire lives. So what's the restaurant? What do you think? It's like a Ruth's Chris or What do you
Something
think
super
it is?
fancy.
Something super fancy.
It's not to be dramatic. Let me see. Put your wipers on.
Yeah.
Liberty Restaurant, Scottsboro, Alabama.
I love it.
Has to be
Alabama.
the best restaurant and diner experience you could ever get. And I feel like I was going to say in the South or like in Alabama, but I feel like in the whole of the USA and the world.
She's
oh
not
my gosh.
exaggerating. She's
No.
not even exaggerating.
No. So we went in and the people working there were nothing but kind and lovely and welcoming, like straight over to us with a big smile, and you know, like that southern drawl. Like the lady was calling me baby, and I was like, oh my gosh. And they were really, really friendly serving us, and then we were ordered desserts and we were talking about the desserts, and then the lady, we got none of their names either, which I feel terrible about, but the lady was like, oh, this is another dish that I would love you to try. So she gave us a free dessert. We tried that there. It was amazing. And then one of the other ladies working there came over, gave us a souvenir, which was a fridge magnet for free. And then she took our YouTube name, our Instagram name, and was like, oh, I'm going to tell everyone else here about you. And then they gave us a marker and was like, can y'all please like write on our wall, like we get people who aren't from town to write on the wall about their experience. And we were like, yeah, of course we can. At this stage, Scott and I were like, oh, we need to leave like a massive tip, like really, really pay them for their service and their kindness. And then when we were leaving, Scott was like, okay, can we pay now? And the man was like, no. I'm pretty sure he was the owner. He was like, no, I've taken care of your ticket. I've covered it, and you aren't paying. And we were like, no, please. Like,
And my jaw dropped. I was like, no, that's too nice. Like, it's too much.
Literally, we were like, please. Like, we don't even have cash to leave a tip. We were like, please. And he was like, no, like, it's covered. Yeah, it was just insane.
That's so great. I don't know if you've got this one pulled, but the guy that goes to Texas Roadhouse.
Oh,
and he's like, I walked in and they gave us these chips, or what do they give? They give popcorn, not popcorn.
They give you peanuts and
that's
rolls.
Peanuts and rolls. So they give him these peanuts, and he's like, all we wanted, you know. And then they brought us over the rolls, and they said, I'm sorry, I didn't order any rolls. He's like, oh, they're free. They're free, and you know, and when you run out of those, we'll bring you some more. He's like, and they were the best rolls I've ever had, you know. And I thought, man, we get so spoiled here in the United States because we just don't. Now, I'm sure that there's amazing food when you travel the world, like these unique dishes and all of this stuff. But, you know, the guy was like, he said, also, you know, people back home, they're going to say, yeah, but you had to tip. And he's like, no. We got to tip. We were able to. We wanted to tip. Like it was so phenomenal. Like we wanted to tip them, and so many people. We saw the Chick-fil-A people that were just like in heaven because they're. And of course, Chick-fil-A is incredible. I don't know what they that secret. It's the Lord's chicken.
Yeah,
you know the secret there.
With about 1,000 ingredients.
Yeah,
but
yeah. Let's watch another one.
Here we go.
I feel like I've been lied to my entire life about America. Like, I'm in Florida, this beach is insane. Like, just as good as Australian beaches. But if you log onto the news, everything's bad. Everyone's got blue hair. Everything's terrible. It's not. It's absolutely fucking amazing. Are you kidding me? I feel like
Okay, that's just one. Then we got this one.
Europeans are now seeing this in the US, the patriotism,
They're even flying the eagles around the stadiums, and honestly, I don't think the Europeans can actually comprehend.
Yeah, they can't even comprehend what they're witnessing.
What's going on? This doesn't happen in European countries. This doesn't happen in the UK. How cool is that? Even just an eagle flying around a stadium.
The showmanship that Americans put on is out of this world. Like when me and Shana went to our first ever college football game, one of the teams had a dog running around. One of the teams had a dog running around. Every time.
So I think these are Europeans that already live in America.
They already live. Yeah. So
then we have. Hang on one second. I didn't. We got. Here's a montage real quick, and then I want to get to this last one. Can't take my eyes off of you. That guy used to be the Buc-ee's, the Bass Pro,
the ranch,
the roads, the highways, milk. They just can't comprehend it, Rob. And the apparently, some posts said that the Germans stood at the meat section and just had to process the fact that we have access to every cut of meat, basically, that you can imagine.
Yeah, and I think, again, it's just the lies of Sky News. It's the lies of the BBC. When you're painting a picture of what the United States is, the only people that hate the United States are people who have never been here before, and the liberals that are living here currently. Those are the only ones that really hate us.
Yeah.
Because the blue-haired liberals hate America. And there was a video here, and it doesn't look like any of these thumbnails. There's a person that was saying, like, we were asking someone, like, why do so many people in the United States hate their own country? And this person was obviously a liberal. Of course, they didn't say that, but they're like, well, they started talking about oppression and privilege and all that stuff, and we're just like, what are you talking about, right? And that's exactly what we were seeing there, is that what we see as conservatives here, they're trying to destroy the country from within, and we have an amazing country with so many amazing things here. We talked about it earlier when we were filling in for Jeremy about the Scottish people drinking all the beer in Boston. How cool is that? They just came and they're just having the time of their life, and the Bostonians loving them, except unless you're trying to look for a beer and you're like, well, the Scots all drank it all, but it's just incredible. And sporting events, you've got a clip of that.
Yeah, let's do this. This is happening in all of the different stadiums.
Yeah.
I didn't know soccer was such a big deal. I mean, I knew the World Cup was a big deal, but I had no idea.
Worldwide it is.
I had no idea that it was so popular. It was going to mean just people are spending. How much money do you think these average Europeans are spending to be here for the next 60 days?
Oh gosh, I can't imagine.
And traveling around, and yet this is their holiday. This is their vacation. And they do it once every 4 years, right?
Yeah.
So I just think I didn't understand. I didn't realize it was so as big of a deal as it was.
Yeah.
But it's bringing people together in a it's something unique is happening. This is the last clip, and then I know you got to run, Rob.
How's a worldwide soccer tournament in the United States done more for foreign relations than the United Nations? I mean, watch it. They're dancing in the streets. They're singing Country Road by John Denver. They're playing bagpipes at Fenway. They're eating barbecue. They're going to the Grand Canyon. They're praising America. Unity. Community. We need to break bread at the same table without politics being somewhere in the middle. We need to embrace humanity when we can.
I mean, the music makes it certainly melodramatic or whatever. But I on Friday night I was scrolling, Rob, and I was like, wow, this is so positive and uplifting, and I'm totally here for it. And who knows what's going to come as a result of this? That we're not who the media says we are.
Yeah.
And specifically with Western Europe, and they're going to go back home and realize that they're living in communist countries. Mm-hmm. It'd be like if the Soviets let their people visit us in the 60s, 70s, and 80s.
So. Two things there, Paul. It is the liberal media, right? And there's conservative media propaganda on the conservative side, as well. But the liberal media that wants to just destroy, and then the little thing called the algorithm.
Yeah.
I was watching a video, and it was a girl that was talking. She's like, I never really understood algorithm manipulation. I never understood it until we were at a national park, and me and my friend, we were at this national park, and we saw a black bear, which black bears are typically smaller. They're a lot smaller than grizzly bears and all of that stuff. Now they can get big, but most of the time a black bear is kind of small. We have a lot of black bears here in Arkansas. Well, anyway, she said, we saw this, and she's like, oh my gosh, it's kind of a smaller one. Oh, I just want to go over there and hug it. I want to go. They're so cute and cuddly. I just want to hug it. And her friend was like, are you insane? No, like they will maul you to death. Like you will die. Right. And she's like, I don't know, and she's the one who wanted to hug the bear, was the one telling the story. And she said, well, we left the park and we're just at home chilling. We were there chilling. And she was scrolling on her phone, and I was scrolling on my phone, and we were in the same room. Her algorithm was showing her videos of bear attacks, people getting attacked and mauled by bears. Mine was showing me videos of people hugging a bear and all of that stuff, like pet bears and all of that. So the algorithm for each of their phones, even though they experienced the same thing because they had a different perspective and the phone was listening to them, is showing them what they wanted to see, what they believed. They were manipulating it to say, yes, you're right. And we see that a lot, certainly in these deep, dark rabbit holes. How much algorithm manipulation has to happen for you to believe a man who puts on a dress is a woman?
Yes.
You have been manipulated by the algorithm if you believe a man who puts on a dress is a woman, or doesn't even put on a dress. He just says he's a woman. He's got a beard and male anatomy, and he says he's a woman. Something has happened here, and it's all in the name of algorithm and sales and knowing and manipulation and the media. The media is so guilty of it. With all of this stuff going on, the 250th anniversary, the World Cup, possible peace deal with Iran, all of this stuff, CNN, MSN Now, all of these liberal rag stations are doing reports on the reflecting pool.
yeah, and all the algae.
And they're like taking water samples out of there, and you're like, we're on the verge of a peace deal to end this war. We're celebrating our 250th year. One of the coolest events just happened at the White House. And the World Cup, the United States, is being, infiltrated here with all of these fans from all over the world, and they're loving it. That's your story.
Yeah.
But we can't do that. We got to have something to punch at Trump with.
Trauma-based mind control.
It's ridiculous. And we've got to see it and call it out when we see it.
Man, I totally agree. Rob Spencer, I appreciate it, sir.
I'll be with you back tomorrow.
Okay, so we'll see you here tomorrow, and appreciate it.
All right.
Folks, we're going to take a quick commercial break and kind of reset things here. Don't go anywhere. This is the Paul Herrell Program, broadcasting on LFA TV, as well as the Paul Herrell Program YouTube page. We'll see you in just a second.
For centuries, light has been used to heal. Awaken the body with Red 5.
I had 5 units that I purchased for the practice right out of the chute. Well, those went the first week that I got back to Houston. So then we ordered another 5 and then another 5. And I think over the next I don't know, 6 to 8 weeks, we had ordered like 35 units. And they're gone. They're still gone out of the practice. So we're excited about moving more of these units for our patients because they need them. And so when you bring in new technology and your staff's thinking, oh, this is another thing that I need to handle during the day, I think it's a good idea to give them a little incentive. And I do it as a team. So if one person does well, the whole team does well. So they all support each other. And they got really excited about that. They love it. They'll bring a unit in, turn it on, put it on the patient's foot or leg, and they'll tell the patients, be sure to talk to Dr. Parker about red light therapy. And the patient will say, red light therapy, yeah, I've heard of that, And so I'll walk in and my nurse is she'll tell me, I've spoken to Mrs. Jones about this red light therapy, and she's really excited about it. So Red Vive has been fantastic for our bottom line.
My name is John, and this is my beautiful wife, Lori, and this is our Star Wars Ewok. His name is Scout, and we have Scout for about 11 years now, and we started noticing about 3 years ago, he started slowing down. He was unable to jump on the bed. He was kind of a little bit grumpier. And when my daughters, Macy and Mariah, would take him on walks, he would walk for about, 30 yards, and then he'd lay down, and they'd carry him the rest of the way. So I heard about Pet Club 24/7 and about the products from a gentleman that I really trust and share a friendship with. And he mentioned to me that they have products that are going to help him with his arthritis, help him build his immune system. And I said, okay, no problem. Let's try them out. And I kid you guys not, within about 2 to 3 days, we started noticing a little difference. And then we took Scout on a walk probably about a week after we started using the products, the mush puppies, and he would walk the entire way. He would walk at least a mile, and it's just been completely amazing. He's a new dog. He's 11 years old, which is around 80 years in dog years, and he's just happy. He's more energetic. He's not the grumpy old man he used to be, and we're just so thankful. And it was perfect timing because we lost our boxer Yankee about 1.5 years ago, and it was really hard on us. So I'm so thankful for Pet Club 24/7 for the products that they offer. Imagine if you could have your best friend around one more day or one more week or even one more year. I'm so blessed and thankful that we were able to find this company and find these products for Scout. So thank you guys. Give it a shot. We appreciate you. God bless everyone.
Why is Red Vive different? What sets it apart? What sets us apart from the standard red light panels? This is a medical grade device, and what that means is the red light bulbs, the near infrared bulbs, have very specific wavelengths. If you think about the wavelength as the medicine, the 635, the 670, the 810, the 850, those were specifically chosen because those are the most powerful effectors of the cells. So those specific wavelengths, when they get into our body, when they affect our tissue, they spike energy production, they help with nerve pain control, they increase stem cell counts. There's very specific mechanisms that those specific wavelengths work at, and that's the medicine. So if you think of, say, medicine as an Advil or a specific steroid or a blood pressure medication, the wavelength is the medication. The other part of that, whenever you take a medication, is dose. Right? So you have the medication. So if you take 1 milligram of Advil, and the average dose of an Advil is 200 milligrams to 800 milligrams, it's not going to work. That doesn't mean the medicine's bad. It just means you didn't take enough. Right? And so even if you have the right wavelengths, first you have to have the right medicine, and then you have to have the right dose. And to have the right dose, you have, in light therapy, you have to have enough energy. So you have to have a powerful bulb. The LED bulbs, or light emitting diodes, have a specific wavelength, and that wavelength is the medicine. And the wavelengths that have been studied and published on that are the most powerful in affecting healing and the changes that we want to see with our bodies and our health are the 635 wavelength, the 670, 810 nanometer wavelength, and 850 nanometer wavelength. Those are all going to affect the mitochondria, the cytochrome C oxidase, and affect those powerful long-term changes and affect that downstream pathways. And that's what you get with Red Vive devices. The highest efficacy, the best wavelengths, concentrated to help your health.
The Paul Herrell Program.
All right, folks, welcome back to the show. Thanks so much for being with us. Broadcasting live from the state of Arkansas. So we've got to wrap things up here on the show. I want to talk a little bit about privacy. Hey, before I do, though, I'm going to take a moment, actually, to ask for your prayers. I'm on a group text with my church, and with the men of my church, and one of our members is visiting his family down in Florida. And since arriving in Florida last Thursday, my friend's granddaughter has been at the hospital, at the pediatric hospital. We are baffled, he says. We're told it could be meningitis. Now we're told it doesn't seem to have any diagnosis at all. She remains hospitalized with more tests tomorrow. So my friend's name is Glenn. And so if the entire LFA audience, anybody listening to my voice right now, if you would do me a favor and you would pray, I don't know his granddaughter's name, but if you would just pray for Glenn's granddaughter in Florida, that the Lord would heal her, that the Lord would give the doctors all of the necessary information to know what's going on. I haven't shared with you I know this audience is powerful. Just in terms, I know prayer is powerful. I believe in the power of prayer. When I first came on this network in February, my Uncle Dave was very sick. You guys prayed for him, and he has an incredible story, and he has gotten so much better. And so I just got this text message while I was at break. So if you could just stop doing what you're doing, or if it comes to your mind later in the evening, I would really appreciate it if you could pray for my friend Glenn and his granddaughter who is sick with some undiagnosed illness. Anytime a child is sick, it's just gut-wrenching to think the worst. So please do that, and I would very, very much appreciate it, you guys. And I see the comments lighting up. That means a lot. So really do appreciate that. So right before we left, Rob was talking about the obsession with the obsession with the algae. Okay, so I just got an update. Just continue to pray. So here's this. Mike Nellis, who made this? I'm dying. So here we have cousin Eddie emptying his his RV feces into the reflecting pool because, of course, you and I both know that it was full. So, but let's talk about this. Just the News. Kevin Killow writes, headline, Judge blocks Trump administration's attempt to subpoena Governor Walz. An enforcement probe. That's actually not the headline that I wanted. I wanted this headline. From Lance Johnson of Natural News. The DOJ turned Google searches into a covert dragnet, and Fourth Amendment never got its day in court. Listen to this. A single Google search for a political party's street address became enough to land hundreds of Americans inside a federal investigation with no notice, no chance to object, and no recourse after the fact. Newly unsealed court records revealed that the Justice Department demanded Google identify 311 users who searched for the Republican National Committee and Democrat National Committee headquarters in Washington during the first 5 days of January 2021. This same week, pipe bombs were discovered outside both buildings on the eve of the Capitol riot. Google fought the warrant behind sealed doors and lost, not because the request was constitutional, but because the company allegedly had no standing to raise the Fourth Amendment challenge before the warrant was executed. The ruling creates a working template for future investigations. Ask a search engine to turn its own index against the people using it. Keep the request hidden under a non-disclosure order, and win on a question of timing rather than the merits. So, just reinforcing that while everybody seems to try to debate FISA and FISA warrants, we have a surveillance state, and they can see all of this stuff anyway. The right people can, but can they get it admissible in court? That's when you need the warrant, at least. So there's that. But in other news, Wall Street Apes reports that a new audit reveals that flock safety cameras are being used as mass surveillance cameras by multiple agencies. The audit shows flock cameras in San Francisco are being accessed hundreds of times by out-of-state agencies and federal agencies. Stunning revelation from San Francisco's police chief, putting the spotlight on the city's license plate cameras. A recent audit uncovered activity that violates California law. The police chief said the city's license plate cameras were improperly accessed hundreds of times by Western State Information Network. That was done on behalf of federal and out-of-state law enforcement agencies, which include DEI, the ATF, as well as state agencies in Oregon and Washington. Now, on this one, I got a feeling that this is an attempt to arrest illegal aliens. And if that's the case, then, I mean, you know, maybe you shouldn't wire your entire, this is an instance of the surveillance state potentially working to our advantage. Now, I know that's a slippery slope, don't get me wrong, but I don't know, maybe don't. Why? See, they only want to use it when they want to prosecute, conservatives, I'm sure. So the San Francisco police chief is upset that the cameras were inappropriately accessed. So are they going to say, so it's DEA, ATF, San Francisco has more than 400 license plate reader cameras. For reference, the Western States Information Network is a regional intelligence sharing hub on behalf of federal agencies and out-of-state agencies for Oregon. Think about how much this is being abused nationwide. Think of how many states don't even restrict sharing the data. From what I could find, this is likely legal in as many as over 40 states. This is mass surveillance. But that's the thing. We've lost that battle. I mean, I hate to say this, and I don't want to renew FISA any more than you do. I don't. I mean, I want to reform or whatever, but at this point, if you just give a glance at what Edward Snowden revealed, what was that, in 2013? I mean, it was out of the bag then. It's been out of the bag even before that. I mean, we were just looking at the big stone feet of the surveillance statue. Like, that's what Edward Snowden uncovered. Like where you're just like, oh my goodness, look at this giant, and then you look up and you're like, oh yeah, this is a massive monument to our own slavery. And it's been constructed under our nose, and Edward Snowden just kind of like made us look up to see it. It hasn't gone away. There have been no reforms. If anything, obviously since 2012 it got worse because they weaponized it against us out in the open and nobody's been held accountable for it. They framed Donald Trump for treason. They did COVID. They did all of that stuff. So, I mean, that cat is out of the bag. Now, a lot of this surveillance state stuff, not to the capacity obviously we have now, but I got to thinking about it the other day. I think it basically started with the rise of the military-industrial complex in an effort to combat the Soviet Union. Soviet Union is such a threat. They don't care about privacy. And so in order for us as Americans to combat that and build up our forces to something comparable, they basically had to illegally spy on us back then. Again, not with the same technological ability they have now, but you can imagine that was their calculus. For national security reasons, we're gonna have the ability to spy. Now, is it admissible in court? Well, no, it's not. And so the whole FISA warrant aspect is just really a way to get what they already know, in my opinion. It's a way to get what they already have seen and make it legal to use against you in a court of law. That's all that it really is. And I guess it's either that or black bag somebody and just indefinitely detain them, which they can also do. But using the flock cameras to track license plates in San Francisco, that is a sanctuary city, no questions. No, are they using it in that capacity? I have no idea. But the mass deportations need to continue. That's for sure. Let's see here. What else do I have? Kind of sending things. Okay, so Mark Levin, really mad. He's really upset that Iran is now going to sell their oil after they agreed to nuclear inspections. And again, we'll see where all this goes. But what's the price? What's the barrel of oil? What's the price of a barrel of oil right now? Let me go back here and look. Let's see here. 74 $4.05 is where we're at right now. That's where we're at right now. Mark Levin, though, upset about it. Iran can now sell oil. China buys more of Iran's oil than any country. Upwards of 90%, Mr. Producer. They'll be thrilled. What are the safeguards to prevent the Iranian regime from using the money to rebuild its war machine? I see none. Does that concern anybody? And please, don't blame Israel. We're doing this with our Qatari, and Pakistani friends. Mm-hmm. Oh, man, I listen to Mark Levin far too much. I do it for you, though. I do it for you. I do it so you don't have to. That's the truth. I do it so you don't have to. More white pill stuff. Here is the Scottish trying to get Samuel Adams to wear a orange cone hat on his head. Look, the guy's even got a spotter. The guy's even got a spotter. I mean, you know, they're hooligans, but they're more tame. They're not trying to tear the statue down. They're just trying to put a cone on top of it. That's not the end of the world. That's not the end of the world at all. I want to remind everybody that you can get 35% off those red light panels at redvivehealth.org/Paul. That's redvivehealth.org/Paul. You can experience the healing power of red light, not just red light, but near infrared light, all in one panel, anti-aging properties. Also, it's going to increase your performance, men. And also, it's called photobiomodulation. You need to check it out. Go check out all the great research and the scientific benefits of red light therapy. And when you buy one of these powerful machines, I mean, it lights a room up like you wouldn't believe. People are going to think that you're running a brothel. And just let you know, that's how powerful the red light is. You turn this thing on, and people are going to be like, are you running a brothel in your house? Not that that's what you want, but it's great. It's got actual medical benefits. And so 35% off when you use promo code Paul, redvivehealth.org/Paul. That's redvivehealth.org/Paul. That is all the time that I have for this edition of the show. Really do appreciate you being with us. We will see you back here tomorrow. I'll be here at 11 Central, 12 Eastern, filling in for Jeremy Herrell in Live from America TV. And thank you guys so much, and we will see you next time.
All
Welcome to Flyover Conservative Podcast with David and Stacy Whited, where we break down current events and examine culture through the lens of conservative Christian values.
Well, Flyover family, we're excited to talk to you today because there's been a lot of interesting language around the idea of health coming on for a number of years. Some of the maybe institutions you trusted, like, hey, they're going to give me, the best information. Maybe that was, disappointing. And a lot of us, I think, over the last few years have began kind of looking like, I think I need to be behind the wheel in the driver's seat in all areas of my life, probably in my finances more than I thought I needed to be, probably in my children's education more than I would have thought I needed to be in the past. And definitely when it comes to your health.
Yes.
And we're getting different camps kind of in the world of like, hey, who do you trust, for health? Well, number one, God's on the throne. And then what has he made that can actually make us healthy versus a life of masking symptoms? There's a check oil light and taking a hammer and
no problem anymore.
Problem solved. Then you kind of find yourself on the side of the road and you're like, oh, that's what that light was all about. So how do we address those things in a great way? And you have, one thing I love, we've been married 33 years.
Yep.
You've always been very proactive on your health.
Definitely. Well, you only have one life to live, and you don't want to just survive in your life. You actually want to thrive. You want to be in a place where, hey, I feel really great that when you're in your 80s, you're still able to do things that you're wanting to do.
Like your grandma. She passed away at 103 and was, still ornery and sassy.
That's true.
Up to the last minute.
Still gardening, driving herself. Yep, that's for sure.
And we're going to introduce you to a technology today that Stacy came across and kind of tiptoed into and was like, I don't know, and then began to research. And again, beefing up this idea of taking personal responsibility for your health, looking into things and saying, hey, maybe I need to research this and weigh this out. And what can I do to help my body do the things Stacy just described with no downsides, without those
no side effects.
Nasty list of side effects they have when you're watching, a news program. May cause this and this and this and bleeding and sometimes death. And you're like, I don't know. Maybe I'll just have the athlete's foot, instead. Like, that's not as bad as all of these other things. You hear those disclaimers, it's always a tough thing. So what can we do to increase the good, eliminate the bad, and live life to its fullest? And we have somebody that has done that. She's an inventor. She's a musician. She is an amazing entrepreneur. And excited to have Linda Bamber with us today.
Yay! Welcome, Linda!
Well, thank you so much.
Welcome to the studio in person.
Yes, in person. That's the fun part.
You and Stacy's relationship goes back a couple of years now. This is my first time to meet you in person, even though we've talked and been on Zooms and different things like that. It's just such a pleasure to have you in the studio today.
It is really fun to see how you've set up everything and the amazing work that you do too.
Thank you. Our my last interview with you has gotten such amazing results. We've ended up recording some testimonies from it because people are so excited. We sent out an email saying, hey, if you have a testimony, get back with us. We would love to hear your story. We were overwhelmed with the amount of people that had such great results and were feeling so great. David and I have testimonies. I shared on the last one, I was having some problems with my gallbladder and I was in a lot of pain, and put on the watch, wore the watch, and the pain went away and it hasn't come back. And this was over a month ago, and so exciting. And then sleep, a thing for David and I, sleep at night, and we've been using the watch. I love it too because you can choose the time you're going to bed, start it, and it goes, and we've had great results.
It was so good. I doubted it because I've struggled with that literally my whole life. In grade school, I had trouble sleeping, and it's like not because of stress or you got a lot going on in your life. It's just I'll just lay there and be like, just struggle. Or I might wake up at like 2 a.m, and then just kind of be awake. And so I was like, I don't know, and then use it again, and then I traveled and didn't have it, and then came back. And so I have kind of a test of with and without, and it really works. Don't understand the science of it, but I don't understand why my car starts when I, start it either 100%. So there's a lot of things I don't have to understand to benefit from. But I'd love for the people that don't know you, don't know much about the Wave Watch and these things. How did you come to this place where we were joking earlier? So I'm not sure how to change the volume on my TV, but you also invented technology that people send in testimonies with tears.
How did I come upon it?
Yeah.
Well, lots of experience with being a deaf person. That's really maybe a way to say it. I was born deaf, completely deaf in one ear. So my whole life I've been kind of, in this frequency mode where I have to really work to hear people. I have to be looking at them or sitting on the right side or sitting in the front seat at school, to hear anything. And I just kept building my interest in that over the years and seeing that there were so many things that we were missing with frequencies. And then something changed completely when both my mother and sister were diagnosed with breast cancer about the same time. And just like you talk about how you want to have a path, years ago you changed to be interested in things that are more natural. And mine was kind of a shock because my medical doctors just told me to have a double mastectomy and forget about it. And I didn't have anything wrong. That was just their advice for me.
Just preemptively, just
Yeah,
do it. Wow.
just do it to protect yourself. It's like, what? That's your advice, you know? And so because I was a teacher, I just figured I could figure out something a little bit different.
Yeah.
So I started a business called BRAS, Breast Research Awareness and Support. And so for the last 18, 20 years, I've been teaching women how to protect their breast health. And finally, it just got so overwhelming. There were so many things I could teach them. It's like, you know, God, tell me what to do. And it would just flash all of a sudden. It's like frequencies, frequencies. And so I got the design put together. And it took about 10 years for it to all fall together because the technology wasn't there. But I had the idea and I had the patent drawing and things like that for a whole decade before I was able to get it going and get it made.
And we actually were able to purchase, the first time I met you was the very first protocol that you had. Talk about that too, because it's now changed over the years. What was that, 4 years ago? 5 years ago?
5 years ago.
5 years ago.
Yes. Yes. So the first one I had, the first wave watch that I created was a square one, you know, and a little bit bigger, but very easy for people to read. And at that point in time, that was really important for me to, to make sure, because that was the audience I was aiming at. And so
you want to make sure
what are you saying?
Nothing. It was me, that needed it. And so, just technology has improved a little bit so that we can make it smaller and a little bit easier to wear. Yeah,
that's what. That's what it looks like.
Evolution.
That's the one. So that was the original one.
So in the first one she brought home, she's with one of our.
I actually bought two.
One of our best friends and her were clients of yours, and she came home with this, and it definitely looked like a computer.
Yeah.
I don't want to probably date myself, but you kind of grew up like Dick Tracy stuff, or like these spy kind of things, from the old days. Could like do it was futuristic then. You could talk to your watch or something now. All these technologies are available, but it did look more like technology than jewelry,
right? Or a tool rather than a watch.
But it was definitely like, what's that? It's kind of an interest piece. But I was like, as a guy, I'm like, what's this? Kind of cool technology. It was kind of neat looking.
Well, it just evolved. Both of my sons actually came on board. We're a family business, and they're the ones that said, "Hey, let's see if we can get this to round and make it smaller." So
now it looks more like a Garmin sports watch.
Yeah, it's really cool. I love it. I love mine. It is really cool looking watch as well. I called it a protocol. I meant a prototype. Your first prototype there with the square, and then it went to the round. Talk a little bit about frequencies. So, we've done some interviews with people on frequencies, and, it could be used for good, it could be used for bad. And even what they experienced there with Maduro and everything there, it's like, what was happening there,
Sounds like it's a pretty impressive weapon if you hear the Venezuelan Guard talk about it. I don't know where that's all going. They just had a news break the other day recently about the, Havana syndrome, that's kind of been, that's conspiracy conversations, for years. Now they're kind of like, nah, that's a thing.
So obviously frequencies are doing something.
They're out there, and as believers, we really believe that God spoke the world into existence. We serve a God that, he didn't make the sun for a few days after he said light. And it's like he can say whatever he wants, and it is because he's God, and that's what the world responded to his words and the sound of that. So it's kind of makes sense on that level. And then we've played the clips of the white sand on the black things that vibrate and they make shapes. And you're like, that's interesting, and there's all these, I love documentaries and more conspiracy, kind of ones. And some of these stones that we don't know how to move them today from these ancient structures that we don't have the technology to move one of them now. Like maybe they were using sound and things. So people try to speculate that. So these technologies are around, but they weren't ever kind of in what I would consider the pharmaceutical line of American health that we've kind of evolved into, and it was kind of ignored. And if it's not in a pill, it's kind of these two camps. But we're kind of aware of sounds and the impact they have.
Well, I'm so glad I could say this on your channel, but really we did know a lot more about frequencies and using sound for natural health over 120 some years ago, but that was taken away from us, because they outlawed frequencies. We actually had something from Dr. Royal Raymond Rife. He had a machine. He had done a lot of testing, and there's books written about this. And he actually worked with medical doctors more on the West Coast, and they were all saying that he'd possibly found a cure for cancer, and it was using frequencies. And of course, somebody who wanted more a money route chose to help get that banned.
Wow.
And frequencies were made illegal to use. They were too woo-woo. So we could have been using them for the last 100 and some years, but no, money, pills,
Wow.
all kinds of things.
Change? When did it all come back around?
Just in the last, I'd say, well, I'm not really sure if I can say the exact date, but we have ultrasound. When did ultrasound start? That's using sound, So we have EKGs, and we have a lot of those kind of tools now. So it's gradually just crept back into our existence that we know about those.
Undeniable benefit.
Yes.
And as a tool.
Okay,
Definitely.
so what are frequencies doing in our body? Like you talk about sleep, I talk about gallbladder. I remember you shared a testimony that you were having some pain, and you got the right frequency, and then you felt like a pop or heard a pop or something, and then the pain went away.
Right. I might have been talking about a tooth. I had a tooth that happened to.
Something.
Yes.
I remember that.
So I chose to use the frequencies that are acoustical. So they're in the range of 20 to 20,000 hertz. Now we have ultra low and we have ultrasound, ultra high frequencies also. And that's more what you're talking about when you're talking about Maduro and things like that, I'm assuming.
Yeah.
Because we have never had any problems with acoustical sounds, being hard on our health, that kind of thing. So those sounds are very natural to us, and our body absorbs them through our skin and through our bones, not just our ears. We don't hear just with our ears. And I evidently figured that out as a little kid, because I guess I had this reputation to going up and putting my hands on people's shoulders, and stuff, and looking at them. So I was feeling what they were saying and looking at them, and somehow, working through the sound of it and feeling things a little bit more. So we do need to do that. We need to figure that out, that sound can be absorbed in different ways. So one of my favorite stories, and I'm sure I told it last time, was the couple, a gentleman who ordered a wave watch for his wife who had Parkinson's. And then you could tell he was all embarrassed. He was trying to figure out what to say. And then finally he blurts out and he goes, "And we sleep really close together." And I'm going, okay. And then he blurts out one more time and he said, "And I could feel her frequencies when she had the wave watch on." And then he continues, "And I woke up the next morning and my feet didn't hurt." So, of course, I'm going, "Oh, that's really neat." And he goes, "No, you don't understand. They've hurt for 15 years. I've been on medication for 15 years.
Wow.
So the rest of the story is he snuggled a couple more weeks, evidently, because in 2 weeks he was off his meds.
Wow.
Just from touching his wife, who was wearing the watch on.
And I've heard that with pets.
Yeah.
So we've gotten some testimonies from some of our flyover family members about pets, and because you said they could either take this and use the nylon strap, and put it on as a collar on their pet, or just if the pet's on their lap, as you're petting them, they're getting it. And we've actually had some people say their pets have really had really
calm
great
down,
results.
or whatever they're running on it. Yeah.
Exactly. So I'm like, wow.
That really is fun, because that's not something that we know, that you can share frequencies. We kind of have a feeling. We know how we can calm down with music, and people always have their favorite song, and they'll, turn it up, when it comes on and move to it or whatever. But we don't really go any further than that. We have not developed any tools. So really, the Wave Watch is a unique tool in that it is strictly an acoustical frequency.
And easy to use. I really like the watch because it's very simple. Let's turn it on. You can swipe, find what you're looking for. It makes it very simple to use. You can even create a favorites on your watch, so you can just let it run and it'll run. That's something our friend Cindy, she got the watch the same time that I did. And obviously Cindy. And that's what she does. She always runs it on her favorites. She has her favorites. She runs through her favorites. And it's just exciting to hear the results that people are having with the Wave Watch. Today, you're going to be talking about pain. And this is a big thing for people. Obviously, if you have pain, you want to do whatever you can to help to minimize that. So Let's talk about the Wave Watch and pain.
Okay. Well, I think on the screen you can see the first one. So if we switch to the next one, kind of the background to this is a little bit of my favorite, how I got into this. But I took this picture in Columbia. And just right out of a hotel, here's this church.
Not Columbia, Missouri.
That is exactly right. Sorry. And it just reminds me of frequencies. They've actually measured frequencies, and this is what they look like. So if you switch to the next one, when I talk about frequencies going through your skin and your bones, this is what they look like. Every frequency has a different view. This is called cymatics, and they now know what every frequency looks like. Wow. So these are just floating through the air or zinging through the air, or whatever you'd want to say. If you want to, have a visual of that, we're seeing these. We're not seeing these. We are feeling these. Move through the air, and they do have different shapes. So if you see the next one, people have known about this for a long time because look at this carpet.
Yeah.
I mean, isn't that what we've had?
Oh, yeah.
In all different places. And the next one is a completely different idea. This is showing some more frequencies, and these are from Rife. Royal Raymond Rife is the person I mentioned who really had all of his work banned and his tools destroyed and died penniless when he actually had one of the most fabulous inventions ever, with using sound. So every sound has a unique shape to it, which is really, really important because finally we're getting to the point on this screen. Stanford Med shared this with us. They showed that they could tune different heart cells with different sounds. So each one of those squares up there is a different tone that they tune the cell with.
Wow.
So there's the proof from what I was showing you to the church, from the churches to right here. We now know the difference in different tones and how they shape cells differently. So it really does work. So how the Wave Watch works is that when you wear it, it has a speaker on the back, and your body is absorbing it, again, through the skin and the bones, and it's changing every cell, according to the frequency, according to it. So if you can imagine it just going through your body very, very quickly at the speed of sound or faster. So things do change fairly quickly. Now, it's just the opposite when we talk about medicines because they go really slow through your body and your body burns them up. I think we've had the idea more that we, if I can be just really a little bit, we pee them out. That's what we say. Most people say. But that's not the truth. We actually burn them up. Okay? So those are going through our body very, very slowly, and they get burned up. And then we have to take pills over and over and over again. But that really falls into the green money-making machine. That's perfect. Where they didn't, that's part of why they banned frequencies because they work so quickly and they work for a variety of things.
And you meet people all the time that are taking medications to cover side effects from medications.
Yeah.
They begin, I'm taking this, but because I have this, it affects my blood pressure. It's a domino effect.
It definitely is
in their life.
So one of the hardest points about teaching about frequencies is that they can be used for so many things. People don't realize that. It's not in their concept because it's, a pill for one thing, a pill for another thing. So we've been taught something that's really, really backwards when God gave us frequencies. And like you said, he spoke us into existence. So that was the first thing that we really knew about and could have been using. And ancient cultures did use them. We just have to figure that out a little bit more. Just because we went the way of pills and using petroleum to put into our body, that kind of thing.
So scary.
So I see one up on the screen here, and I think this is really interesting too. So this is actually images of frequencies destroying a microbe, So this is actually a one-celled organism. I think this one's a parasite that they're showing up here. And so a frequency of 1,150 hertz actually broke this parasite apart.
Wow.
And why aren't we using that today to break apart all kinds of pathogens? You know? So that's my big thing, is that we can use frequencies to break up different kinds of pathogens, and they've got images of it right here.
Well, I think part of the problem is you have a great product, but not as good of a business model as the pharmaceutical industry because
I'm glad you finished that.
Yeah, exactly.
Because the Wave Watch, you don't have to refill it each month.
Exactly.
That's right.
You're not
You
doing a
know,
prescription.
and there's no down side effects, that are going to need to. Now, here's the problem. A Wave Watch, then you got like, hey, I got like a Wave headband to overcome the side effects you had from the Wave Watch. And like, you don't have this spiral negative effect. It just is. And there, there's not this ongoing drip.
Yeah.
In your life.
And I think that's really true. That was what I wanted to do. I'm a person that really likes bargains.
I love it. And that's what
I wanted to make it a bargain so that people would understand that you could use it for a variety of things. There's no need to have 50 some pills, or whatever you're talking about, when you can have one watch that covers a variety of things. So the watch that we're going to be talking about today, the 2.2 version, has 1,250 ideas on it.
Wow.
I don't even know if I have 1,250 problems, so that's pretty good.
People don't. That's why you can use it, and different people can share it or pass it around, or you can use it for your animals. Doesn't that make a lot more sense?
You got more solutions than people got problems.
In fact, that was something that when we were hearing from our audience from when they saw you on the first time that you had mentioned, hey, you were even sharing a testimony of somebody that was going on a vacation. They let their neighbor use their watch while they were gone. And the neighbor had, really great results. And they were like, oh, that's such a great idea, that this is something I can share with somebody else, have them experience it as well. So it's not something you can just keep for yourself. You're not all about, I would want to make more money. It's like, let's help yourself and other people at the same time.
I think so. That's what God wanted us to do, was to share with others, isn't it?
For sure.
I mean, that's why He gave us tones. That's why He gave us frequencies, because we can share that without any problem whatsoever. Just the sound of our voice can be healing to so many people.
That's so good. That's so good. So what are we looking at on the screen right now?
Well, I think I've been saying for a while that I have had the world's first frequency watch, but I don't know. When you look at some of these ancient pictures, if you are able to view a little bit closer, you can obviously see that they all have something that looks exactly like the Wave Watch.
Wow, these are real?
Yes. Yeah.
Maybe Linda's a time traveler.
I know. No kidding.
So maybe I didn't have the world's first frequency watch. I don't know. But I have just been fascinated by that and by what all technology they did have that maybe we don't understand yet.
The only people who really question in the world today, when you run into, they're don't believe in any conspiracies. I'm like, I'm not saying maybe the same ones I'm thinking about, but none.
Right.
Like nothing. Like there's not one thing you're kind of like, I don't know if they understood this completely. I mean, there's just too many, crazy things out there. I'm like, if you don't have one, you're just not thinking.
Yeah,
that's right.
You're like totally disengaged. You don't have one. You think the government's batting 1,000?
Right.
And all these, or you see some of these carvings. There's some ones that I've seen in China that clearly. Oh, it looks like, it shows somebody with a helmet on and like a tube coming out from it, that definitely looks like a modern astronaut, spacewalking around a ship. You have some of these things that's like, well, then who put it there? I'm like, I don't know. I'm not saying I know. I'm just saying we don't know. And so there's just a lot more going on. Like we kind of tend to think like, well, this is 2026. We have it all figured out. We kind of, I don't know. I don't know that we understand everything. Our son was just telling me the other day that crows actually are like very colorful creatures. We just don't have the bandwidth to see the spectrum of color.
Oh, in there.
That's on them. There was some report that came out, in that recently. That might be a future conspiracy. I don't even know because I've not got into it. But I'm just saying there is we don't know a lot. I don't think that God needs to worry about his position at this point. There's a pretty big gap.
Yeah.
There's a lot we don't know.
Definitely. I mean, it just goes on. And I found those pictures, and somebody sent me some more pictures on the watch and the ancient carvings. And there was all kinds of speculation. And somebody said, oh, it's really, they were using that for teleportation. All they had to do was touch it and teleport. I'm going, well, we don't know.
You don't know.
What did they use it for?
Exactly. I do have to ask you, you had the slide there about the parasites. So on the watch, is there frequency to help potentially with that?
Yes, definitely. So it's in the first wave folder.
Okay.
And it just says Parawave.
Parawave. Okay.
That's
perfect.
for parasites.
So,
and that's a really important one because now that it's finally coming around, you're seeing more and more information. Oh, parasites are connected to everything.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Cancer especially. They never told us that information's been out for over 40-some years.
Right.
If you listen to Dr. Hulda Clark, who they threw in jail over 100 times for what she said, and for not practicing, whatever,
Even
all
doctors
kinds of things.
We've interviewed, with protocols for stuff
Yeah.
like Dr. Jason Dean or one of my best friends in this whole podcast-based world is Dr. Brian Artis. I just love anytime I get to hang out with him or he's on our show or we're together at a live event. And he's a fanatic fan of the Wave Watch.
His wife especially likes it too.
Exactly.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes. He's been really fun to learn from also because the information he has it's amazing.
He's like ChatGPT, like just, but in his head. He's like that good.
And so we do have frequencies for spike proteins, for nicotine on the watch. So different way to absorb it rather than to have the patches or whatever. All
Wow.
kinds of
Okay,
ways.
so go
There's
through
a frequency for everything.
Okay, so I'm looking at my watch, and I think Colton had it pulled up there. So when somebody first gets their watch, you always have them go through first wave first. Talk about that too, because I remember you telling me about limes and those kind of things, and why this is so important. But talk about the first wave and why you have people start there.
This particular folder to me is what people have missed, what we have not been taught, where we need to be looking at some of the problems with our health in general. So wave relief is a different way to say for inflammation, pain, trauma, that kind of thing. So we all have that, and inflammation is one of the worst things in our health today. So that's a good starting point there. And then the other thing that people don't know about is Lyme. They do not realize how bad Lyme is and how bad the conspiracy theories are about Lyme again, But I did have a lady I knew from Lyme, Connecticut, and all 6 members of their family had Lyme disease. Well, what they don't tell you and what people are still not learning is that there was a germ warfare lab in Lyme, Connecticut,
That's why it is.
And it's spread all the way across the U.S. now. It's just not right there in Lyme. It is everywhere. So you can get on an airplane and somebody else has Lyme disease and you're in circulated air, you're going to get off with Lyme disease, and it could take off in your body if your immune system isn't able to fight it off.
Dormant, or you could slough it off, or you could be susceptible, because you started that immediately.
I did that right away. And then you recommend even when you're on a plane to run it, right?
Right, that's what I run. And sometimes I'll run a cold or, something like that. But still, after a ride on a plane, shortly afterwards, I will play Lyme disease because it is so important to me. People are not realizing that. 300 different diseases associated with Lyme that they never can figure out. I mean, when a whole family has Lyme disease, they all have different problems. So they never put it together. So sometimes it's 20, 25 years. I've had clients come in who have just now been diagnosed with Lyme disease.
Colton has on the screen there, but an episode of a show I do called Conspiracy Conversations. I've not had time to do in a while, but we did it on Lyme disease specifically in the research labs based there. We'll put that in the links down below. If people are interested in that, or loved ones that have it. And it's like, I didn't know anything about Connecticut and how this started. It's like this all goes back before Fauci.
So we all need to be protecting ourselves from it, and it's, passed in so many different ways. And I mean, people are afraid to say sexually. It is passed. So if your spouse has it, there's a problem there, and it just continues to get worse and worse. So then the next thing that's on there is Parawave. And so that is huge. I've already talked about how so many diseases now are being connected to parasites. Like one is MS. They're saying that every single person who has MS has parasites in their spine. They're not finding it, all kinds of things like that.
Man, that is so cool.
And then the next one that I put on there that I created was Wave Defense. And that's another way to talk about different things that could be connected to that C word that, again, we don't want to say very often, But that's really what it is. That's your connection for those in the defense, because certain parasites, certain viruses, certain bacteria and molds are connected to cancer. And so that's what that folder is for. I'm not saying that I have any stats on it. I'm saying I just created that to give you a defense for that, something that would be very, very particular for certain pathogens that are known to cause cancer.
The first wave setting, is that something that people should do ongoing, regularly?
I think you should, because you are exposed to something different every day. I mean, you walk out in the sand, you're exposed to parasites, that kind of thing.
You
go on an
you
airplane.
go eat some sushi.
Yep, you go. So
From a gas station.
You're around a dog or a
we just
cat
get continual exposure. So you need to keep running it, once a week or once every 2 weeks, something like that.
But nothing can clean out the colon quite like gas station sushi. So
That's true. How about the wave? What's the wave defense and the wave detox? What's the wave detox?
The wave detox is for different types of detoxification. And, I don't have a lot of medical studies. We are starting those now.
Yep.
And that's really exciting to be connected with those. But I do have testimonies from people who have foot baths. Have you ever seen the foot?
I've seen that before.
And the foot baths are always dark, and, and they get all kinds of things
Stuff out
in
of their
them,
body
and
when
bodies.
they-
I had a lady that I did one on, and she was having trouble with blood clots, and her water looked like a giant blood clot.
Wow.
It was Jello, like almost. I mean, you can't tell me that
thicker than water.
Yes, you can tell me. You can't tell me that those foot detoxes do not work. But the testimonies I've had from people are to the effect of, I've had this for years and my water's always black. I got the Wave Watch. It's cleared out, or it's light, or it's completely different than it ever has been before. So that's all I can tell you right now on why I think that it is.
Colton's got a picture of one
thank
there.
you. Yeah,
Yep.
of why I think that it is working, because it clears up. It tends to be drastically different after you've gotten the Wave Watch. So we have a new watch.
Yes.
Maybe this
I'm
is
so
the time to
excited.
tell you about it.
Oh,
There we go. There's one.
So
Which
cool.
here that you came out with a new model with more sounds, it really shows. To me, it kind of validates the technology. Because it's like those are specific frequencies designed to do specific things.
Yes.
And look at this packaging, just so everybody sees it. It is absolutely beautiful. So the box is really nice. It makes me think of like Apple products when you get like an Apple phone or something,
but
nicer.
wrapped in leather.
Yeah, and it's leather. Yeah, so it's beautiful. Thank you for this, Linda.
There you go.
By the way, I'm so excited. So there's the beautiful watch, and then you have the extra band as well, and then the plug-in for it. So talk about the 2.2, because what we have is the 2.0. So what's the difference between the two?
So this is why it worked in right when we were going to be talking about Wave Detox.
Yes.
Because if you'll open your little booklet for this, you'll see that there are several more frequency sets for Wave Detox.
Now, how many sounds did this original one have?
The
or the two?
1,100.
1,100.
So now we're up to about
100
12.
more.
Yeah. Mhm.
Okay.
So we specifically have frequencies for plastics.
Okay.
Plastic detox.
Wow,
For
we just did an interview on that the other day, and what it's causing in bodies. Wow.
For vaccination detoxes, for detoxes for glyphosate, all kinds of, and heavy metals. And we had most of the others, but we took the ones that seem to be most important today, that people are paying the most attention to today. And we were able to separate them and make them so that people could actually just play them on a loop, by themselves if they wanted to. Before, most of these were worked into different categories, but you might have to play it for an hour and a half, to get the frequency that you were wanting, and you didn't know where it is. So now we've got it separated, and it's easier for you to see those detox frequencies.
Wow.
So that was one of the most important categories that we did.
If all there was just the brainwave section.
Oh, yeah.
That's a fascinating thing, just with brain fog, cognitive, wellness, recall.
Yeah.
How many people are like, man, I can't, it's at the tip of my tongue. I can't remember. And things are foggy, to them. I mean, just that section alone.
The spectrum balance, is this something that people with autism have used?
Yes. Definitely.
Wow.
So we've had some good testimonies on that too. And I think if Colton can find the testimony from Denmark, this is a great time to play that.
That'd be great.
Because it is all about brain recovery using this particular folder right here.
Hello, Denmark. I just lost this Wave Watch. When I got it, I have some tooth I have to pull out, and I have so much pain. And about 2 hours, it was gone. The pain was gone. This week, my fiance also has some tools to pull out, so she borrowed it, and it was gone, all the pain, and I'm just loving it because it was from heaven. My daughter has a lot of issues psychologically, but she tried the brain frequencies, and it was all gone. She could stand up and walk. She has been in bed for 2 years,
and she have a lot of people to help her to get her to a bathroom and all the things. And after 2 sessions with a watch, she could stand up, and we walked around 1 kilometer. She said, "Dad, I need a watch."
So tell us about that, Linda. That's amazing.
So it's just an amazing testimony, especially coming from Denmark, that somebody saw this product and ordered it. And he has several testimonies on there. He's talking about his wife and his fiance and his problem with dental. So, pain-wise, it helped him immediately with that. And then he finishes with this amazing testimony on his daughter, who I think was about 12 years old, and she'd been in bed for 2 years. She couldn't get out. She wouldn't get out, all kinds of brain problems. And they ran the frequencies for brain. And within a couple of sessions, which I'm not sure time-wise what that meant, he just said, 2 sessions, she got up and she walked 1 kilometer.
Wow.
And she hadn't been out of bed in 2 years.
Oh, that is
so that's, I cried over that one for days.
For sure. That's life-changing.
Yes.
Man,
So
it's interesting too. You brought up the dental. I think it was a couple of weeks ago. Here, our daughter Avery was having just some pain in her teeth, and so I took off my watch, had her use it, and the pain disappeared. So, and you were talking about that you'd had some pain in your tooth as well and had the same success. You kind of look at this and like, okay, how can I have somebody over here with this and somebody with this? But then when you describe the frequencies and what they're doing, because we can see, we've all seen the video where the music is playing or the sound is playing, not the music, but the sound, and it changes based on the frequency of the sound and the picture, it creates pictures. So if it's doing that, obviously it's doing something to our cells, which then is affecting the different parts of our body.
Creating different pictures.
Exactly. And that's why I love that image from Stanford Med that shows you exactly with a different, sound. There's a different picture created in our body. So we should not be doubting that frequencies can work in our body.
Yeah, that's remarkable. Okay, so another thing for me, obviously the gallbladder issue, put it on because I just went to organs, is what I did, and I saw the gallbladder, and again the pain disappeared. It hasn't come back that I was having there. And there's all kinds of things. You got thyroid support, thyroid health. That's I think a lot of problems for a lot of people. They're struggling with thyroid right now. So you're hearing a lot about that. So having something that helps with that.
And another thing I'd put together with that would be the radiation or the EMF support, because that's part of what's going on with our thyroid is all these tools that we're carrying around that we think that we can't live without, but they are actually very, very harmful to our body, especially if we're, I've had ladies come into my breast health office and they're wearing their cell phone in their bra, very, very dangerous. And the list goes on.
Just released some research on that. To me, it feels like the slow roll you kind of had on smoking. We're like, well, my doctor recommends smoking, and doctors did smoking cigarettes. And then it's like, well, who funded the smoking research? Well, the tobacco companies. And it's like, well, they came back, it's good to us. It's like, it feels like the radiation component to phones and devices feels like that same kind of slow roll, because they just, like a week ago, came out with a whole new wave of studies, that are saying, hey, this is not as safe as we've been told, and there is a lot more going on.
Yeah, that was something that's interesting because we started looking at that. We used to put on our phone, it was a shield that you could put on your phone to protect you from that, but this would have been back in early 2000s.
Yeah.
So we knew at that time that there was an issue, but it's now just coming out in 2026 that, maybe that was correct back in the early 2000s.
And they say sometimes it takes 50 years for a medical idea to turn over, I'm going, oh my gosh. So 20 years, maybe we're speedy on that. I don't know.
Kidding. Man, so you've actually seen, because you have bras and that you do the thermography with that women that have worn that, their phone in their bra, they might have something there where their where their phone sets.
Yeah. And a better way, we've even taken pictures of women who've, used their cell phone a lot.
Yep.
And you can just see the outline of their cell phone heat-wise on their head.
Wow.
So you're wondering why people have higher brain cancer rates and things like that? I don't think it should be a question.
Right.
We should be taking better care of
and men mostly carry it in their pockets.
Yeah, that's true.
And then that changes their
see, Colton
fertility
has
rate.
Look at that.
Yeah.
Yep. Wow.
I can thank you so much, Colton, for everything that you're bringing up there.
He's so good.
That is amazing.
Yeah, he's very fast. Man, that's so important that we're aware of it. So there's actually a frequency on the watch to actually help with that.
EMS?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
And radiation both. There's
And
two
radiation.
different, several different.
Okay, so let's talk about...
Because I don't think we're moving away from a world full of that
No.
stuff.
No.
You know, I don't think there's going to be less towers and
No.
Wi-Fi's and things, next year than this.
And I always tell people to do different things. I love stones. They have frequencies. So tourmaline is a stone that has a frequency for EMF protection.
Wow.
So if you want a necklace, you want a special necklace, wear a tourmaline one. You've got protection all the time.
That's a kind of stone.
It's a black one.
And it releases a frequency as well. Okay,
Yeah.
wow, that's so interesting.
Remember, even the stones will cry out my
That's
name.
true.
So they've known.
Yeah.
Every stone has a different frequency.
Wow.
You know what's crazy with just the area of faith is just how much space you give up to things that like the devil takes, and he didn't invent anything. The devil didn't speak into existence or create. There's so much like, oh, okay, well, I guess he's got the rainbow now. I guess he's got this.
He's got music.
He's got music.
Yeah,
you just kind of like retreat back, and then they'll use crystals and these kind of things and like direct them, those kind of things to becoming, to take people, away from God. But nothing that exists that they're repurposing and using was invented by,
by Satan.
By Satan, he doesn't
Sex,
have
you name it. Anything
he doesn't have a
that
lab.
God put for good, the enemy tries to turn and twist it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let's talk about going to the website. So let's say somebody has purchased the watch. When you do get the watch, so you guys know, inside here it does have all of the different, programs and all of that, which is wonderful. But you can also find it on the website as well. Linda, can you talk about that, like finding the frequencies on there and then how to use it? And then you can even type in a condition that you have and it will tell you which frequency to put it on.
So you just go to support across the top of the website, and then you can select frequency finder, and that will take you to an area. I think it's coming up here and and then you can type in, there you go. And then you can type in any idea that you might want to know if the watch has it on it or what folder it is in. So like right there, you can just type in
anything that you want. So let's say that somebody wanted to look up gallbladder, for example.
There you go.
Then when they type that in, it's going to tell them how to find it, I'm assuming, under organs.
See, and it's already came up.
Yep.
Okay.
Perfect.
And it will tell you which folder it's in, that
Okay.
kind of thing. So if you wanted, EMFs or radiation, you could find out where it's at. So there it is, gallbladder wellness right there. So you can do that for a lot of different ideas if you want to know.
And then let's say that somebody, you guys are wonderful at responding. I've seen it on Facebook ads. I've seen it, you guys will respond. Your customer service is excellent, which the cool thing about
compliments
your
to
customer
them.
services is a lot of them are our clients or customers of the Wave Watch, and then they became part of customer service because they loved it so much.
Yeah, that's what I was sharing with you earlier, that it just amazes me. People will call up and say, I love your Wave Watch. Are you looking for anybody to work? I would love to work with you. And they're fabulous,
And so if somebody has a question, they say maybe they are not getting results that they're hoping for, or maybe they're looking for something, they can get a hold of customer service and they'll walk them through that as well.
And their English is outstanding.
For sure.
And they're dedicated Wave Watch users, you know. And sometimes people say, well, how often should you use the Wave Watch? And I'm not really exactly sure how to answer that. It's safe to wear 24 hours a day. So we do have people that maybe wear it 22 hours a day because they're charging it the other two, but they wear it as much as they can. And then another person is going to say, no, I'm going to wear it out too quick. So I'm only going to use it for 8 hours. I don't really know what to say. It's not going to hurt you to wear it for a longer period of time if that's what you want to do. Or you can just wear it during the day, or you could just wear it at night. There's not a right or wrong. We hear sounds all day long.
Sure.
So.
Okay, so let me ask you a question. Let's go through the sleep too, because I know that's a concern for a lot of people. Why are there different times? Because, so I go to look at my sleep and I say, okay, it's 9 o'clock. I can do that. Or if it's 9:30, I can to the 9:30 even. Why the different times on sleep?
Because something different is happening in our body every hour of the night, So it is playing frequencies for those particular times according to the circadian rhythm or, say, the Chinese body clock. Like if you wake up between 1 and 3 normally, that's when your body is putting the most effort into working on the liver. So you're having liver problems.
Okay.
So that's what the frequencies are behind the scenes that we're trying to work for you. From 3 to 5, your body's working on the lungs. So that's me a little bit. I'm needing some help with that. I've been working on it. I've been waking up at 4 o'clock, and so it's working more on lungs. So I've been working on my lungs in the daytime a little bit too, because I'm still waking up a little bit. So that's what our body is working on. Plus, we have the vagus nerve built in there. At say 9 to 11, the thyroid is built in. Gallbladder's 11 to 1, I think.
What if somebody says, "Well, I don't go to bed till like 11"? You can still start at 9 and kind of get the body.
Yeah, you could start it when you're sitting there watching TV or whatever you're doing.
Put it on the 9 o'clock.
You can, whatever time it is, and then it will actually work on the correct thing for your body at that particular time.
That is so cool.
Isn't the body unbelievable? It would be hard to believe it just evolved from nothing.
I know. God is amazing.
It definitely bears witness to an intelligent design,
For sure.
It is.
Beautifully and wonderfully made.
Amazing bodies. We are still learning about them. We don't know anything, really.
Yeah, it's remarkable. Okay, so you have both watches on here. You have the 2.0 and the 2.2, and you were talking about the difference is about 100 frequencies. Is that right? And when they go to the website, wavewatch.com, and it's WAV watch.com, wavewatch.com. When they go there, either one are available. Is there a difference in price?
Yes, there is a little bit of difference. But the 2.2 has more frequencies on it, and it actually scrolls, and we were able to take it out, just work on it just a little bit.
Just a smidge more, though.
Yeah,
if somebody got the last one, it's not like, oh, this is twice as much.
No, that's why it's called 2.2. If it was a 3.0, then you'd be talking about.
There's no reason to, sell yours on eBay and get a new one or something. It's like that's it, but it is, the most current, best.
Yes.
Iteration.
It's our updated one. We were, ordering more, and we were at a stage at that ordering process where we could make some changes. Before that, we couldn't make any changes. So we were thrilled to make those.
I love it. And then you have given the Flyover family members a discount. So if you're a listener of the Flyover Conservative Show, when you use the promo code FLYOVER, you get 15% off and free shipping for the product. So that is so incredible. Thank you for being so generous with that. And I do feel like this, Flyover family, before we let Linda go and before we let you go, something that we heard from people was, as they were going to get the watch, one of the people I can even think of, she said, oh, the money was a little tight. And she said, but the money came in. And I would just want to pray for you guys. If you're looking at this and thinking, man, I want that watch so bad, but maybe it is tight. Let me pray for you right now that the money will come in if this is something that you're wanting to do. So, Heavenly Father, I just thank you so much for each one of the Flyover listeners. Thank you for Linda. Thank you for, God, what you downloaded to her so many years ago. And then, God, that she took steps and implemented it. And now people, not just in the United States, but internationally, that their lives have been changed because of it. Thank you, God, for that. And God, I just pray for listeners today. If there is somebody that's watching today and is like, man, Lord, I want that, but maybe money is tight. God, we just say that there's checks in the mail, that there's gifts and surprises, that the money's there when they need it because you are the best dad who supplies all of our needs. And so, God, we just say money coming in for ones that are wanting this and maybe aren't there. And we are so thankful for Linda. Thank you for what she's done, Father. And we just pray blessings over her and over this company. In the name of Jesus Christ, we pray. Amen.
Linda, thank you for coming,
yes,
and we love your product, love what you're doing. I love the fact that people can have so much hope and improvement in their life with no downside. It's a major win-win.
Thank you very much.
This has been so much fun. I always learn so much when we get together with you. Thanks again. Tell us about the Wave Watch. So you'd actually heard of it a few times before you actually saw it on the Flyover Conservative Show. Saw me interviewing Linda and thought, okay, I'm going to take a step forward. What were you experiencing at the time that made you think, okay, maybe the Wave Watch would be beneficial to me? And what's your testimony? What have you actually experienced?
All right. 20 years ago, I started out battling plantar fasciitis. For about 4 years, I had a stand-up job, in a store, customer service. And then in 2007, I contracted Lyme disease. We live out in the country, and I spend a lot of time outside working, gardening, just being outside, and it's like it was a surprise. Lyme disease, if anybody is aware, is very hard to diagnose, but thankfully I had a doctor who said, you have the symptoms, we'll treat you for it. So I was treated, but I was left with stiffness in my feet and lower joints that really hampered my mobility, hampered how long I could stay on my feet without pain. So you know how that goes. You take over the counter or even prescription pain meds just to get through your day. And then about the time of COVID, actually a little bit before then, I just decided that I didn't want to be on medications. And so I was looking for natural ways for all manner of helping my health and my immune system. And the interview that you did with Linda was very helpful to me because like I said, I had seen the Wave Watch mentioned on a couple of other shows. She really went into detail on that one, and I was riveted. I could tell you right where I was standing when she showed how to use the watch straight from the box, which is, by the way, gorgeous.
Yeah, it is. Isn't it nice?
And
it's so professional.
It is.
Yeah.
It is.
Yeah, we don't need our box, but we kept ours too.
Yes, and if it was ever off my wrist long enough or longer than just what it took to charge, it would find its way back in the box. But it's yep, I'm wearing it right now.
Me too.
And it's wonderful. But she showed that there was a frequency for Lyme disease, Lyme health, not disease, but Lyme health, and I was riveted. She had me at Lyme, and I just decided that I had to do it, and it's a little pricey, but God made a way, and I wanted to be able to try it out, see if it worked for me, and then share it with others, or at least share what it did for me. It's not going to do the same thing for everybody. And I've tried lots of the different frequencies. I'm working on my eye health. That hasn't come through yet, but I'm going to keep trying it. I have it on a program that I use every day. Actually, I use it every night. I play it at night when I'm sleeping. Because there's a favorites program, and you can put in the ones that you think are going to be most beneficial for you and just take them like vitamins.
I love that because you said you're not a real technical person, but you figured out how to do that. So the watch is actually easy to use, isn't it? I thought the exact same thing.
It's easy.
Yes.
It's easy and it's fun. And I've also actually called Wave Watch because I'm more of a phone call person than an email person. And the people who I've talked to there at Wave Watch are wonderful. They're helpful. They're friendly. If they don't know the answer, they'll find out and they'll get back to you.
Wow.
That is so good.
Nobody has anything to fear as far as the technicality of it. It is easy.
That's what I thought too. I agree. Because I'm like, okay, I'm not, my kids will tell you, I'm not a real techie person. Like if I'm like trying to figure something, I'll just hand them my phone or.
You can't pause the TV.
I can't. Yeah. Like I don't know. But the Wave Watch, so easy to figure out, so simple. So let me ask you, so you initially had gotten it for Lyme's disease, and what are you experiencing from that? But you've also, I think, had success with sleep too. So can you talk a little bit about that? Like what have you experienced?
Okay. So I was checking my email every day to make it was an order. So we had to wait until a certain time in December when she got them and sent them out. And it was just before Christmas season. So it's getting late on the day that they said it was going to come. And then all of a sudden and it's dark in New York, upstate New York. It is dark by 4:30. Dark. And big lights, UPS guy in my driveway, and like, yeah, it's here. So I got Christmas. It. I opened it up, and I'm sure I was probably supposed to finish charging it all up, but nope. I put it on, and right away I felt, and it was at the end of the day, and usually the end of my day is when I have the most discomfort. I immediately felt something. I'm not saying it's like a cure, It's not. It helps the issue.
Mm-hmm.
So I put it on First Defense, or what's the first one?
The first wave?
First wave.
First wave. And within 20 minutes, I felt more comfort. And I thought, it's psychosomatic.
Right.
I just built this up so much in my mind.
Right.
And so I thought, okay, well, we'll see. So by the next morning, Joe, my technical guy, actually my husband of 44 years,
That's so awesome.
and I were walking across the front yard, and he was saying, walk over here. It won't hurt as much. And I looked at him and I said, it doesn't hurt. He goes, what? I said, it doesn't hurt anymore.
Wow. That is awesome.
Well, we have some good news for you.
Yes, we do. So obviously one of the things is there's several different gifts that people are going to get for participating in this. But we did, because especially as you were talking about, you've let people try your watch. Well, we would like to give you a free watch yourself, that you can, a Wave watch that you can obviously share or give to someone that you love. So congratulations on being the winner of the Wave watch.
Well, thank you very much. I really appreciate that. And I really, really appreciated being able to share this with however many people would ever watch this show. God has put in this world, this beautiful world that he made for us, everything we need. And I don't completely understand frequencies yet, but Genesis says that God spoke this whole world into existence with his voice, which is a frequency. And I never thought about it before, but doesn't it make sense?
It does.
That frequency has something to do with our well-being. And, why we don't know about it doesn't really matter. Now we know to start learning about it. And I gave this watch a try, and I hope that others will do it as well. And here's another thing, which I learned from talking to the people at Wave Watch. They said, you have a 30-day warranty, money back guarantee. And I'm like, are you telling me that I'll know within 30 days? And they said, you'll know. It's that fast. It's that fast.
That. That's awesome. Well, now you can choose somebody else to get the same results that you've gotten as well, and bless them, or maybe producer Joe, whatever you want to do with it, it's yours. We'll let you talk to our producers offline. You can choose what color and what style that you want, and you can just kind of pay it forward and bless someone else, Valerie.
Valerie, again, we really
very much.
Yes, we really appreciate your time. Flyover family, if you're thinking, okay, I don't really know about this, we'll put in the notes below the interview that we did with Linda, so you get to see that as well. And then right now, she's giving a huge special for Flyover family. When you go to wavewatch.com/flyover and you use the promo code flyover, 15% off on your purchase. So thank you, Valerie, again for your time. We really do appreciate it.
I'm Linda Bamber Olson, the inventor of the Wave Watch, the world's first frequency therapy watch. It features over 1,100 targeted frequencies. These sounds are acoustical and they move through your body. You don't necessarily have to hear it. So that's why we have so many testimonies for ADD and ADHD, emotions, headaches, joints, and so many more.
Everyone is talking about this.
The one thing that's very important part of my portfolio all these years is gold.
As gold hit all-time highs already this year.
And get a free info kit on gold today.
It's called silver. Gold coin.
And though we are thrilled that everyone is talking about investing in precious metals, a lot of these 1-800 numbers will make you feel like just another transaction. That's why it's crucial to work with a person, not a faceless institution, when it comes to your finances. You deserve to be treated like family, not just another number. Dr. Kirk Elliott, who we've known for over 25 years, he doesn't just sell gold and silver. He offers trust, care, and a personal touch that an impersonal institution could never match. So when it comes to securing your financial future, don't just call a company, call a person. Call Dr. Kirk Elliott at 720-605-3900 or visit flyovergold.com. flyoverconservatives.com to learn more. We hope you've enjoyed this episode of the Flyover Conservatives podcast with David and Stacy Whited. Please subscribe, hit the notification bell, and leave us a comment below. Lastly, if you enjoyed today's podcast, share with those who came to mind. Be blessed and make it a great day.
This is Secret America.
Welcome, everybody. I'm Jack Danger along with Jay Gatling. And I don't know if you have noticed, but I am live in our Secret America studios. Jay is on location in New York State right now, but I am live at the headquarters in North Carolina. As you can see behind me, we've got the awesome Secret America studios. You know what I love about the green screen, Jay? If I was doing the regular background thing, I couldn't. You see how my hand goes back and you can see it going backwards?
Yeah.
If it was the regular thing, it would be going like this.
Yeah.
Like sideways.
Yeah.
There'd be no depth. You know what I mean?
Right. Now
But
it
here
actually
it looks
looks
like I'm in an actual studio.
Right. Like I think you should get up. I want you to get up right now. I want you to walk back to the Secret America screen. I want you to bang on it.
I can't. I'm not wearing pants.
All right. Never mind. Too much information. But anyway, go ahead.
Just so you know, that's how I do this show. I do it pantsless.
Oh, now we're really off the rails right away.
That's for everybody out there that wants the behind the scenes look at Secret America. Jack Danger, pantsless. All right.
Oh, man.
Real quick, let's talk about our sponsor, maxassociates.etsy.com, the #1 place for USA Pride gifts and patriotic apparel. Excuse me, I lost my train of thought there for a second.
So did I.
Make sure. Do what?
So did I.
Yeah, I know. I don't know why. I just lost my. Yeah, I know why you did, but for me, I don't know. But anyways, be sure to scan the QR code at the top right or go to maxassociates.etsy.com. They have everything you could possibly want. Father's Day has come and went, but it's never too late. Actually, it's never the wrong time of year to give somebody a gift that has to do with American pride. Go out there, get you some patriotic apparel, USA Pride gifts, get them for somebody else. You know, get it for, you've got the 250th anniversary of the United States coming up. There is no better time than that. You can't miss that. So make sure you represent America. The 2026 midterms, everything is coming up. 20% off and free shipping anywhere in the United States. You cannot beat that deal anywhere. You can get anything that you can get anywhere else. You can get at Max Associates. You can also get better stuff and free shipping anywhere in the United States and 20% off your order. maxassociates.etsy.com, the #1 place for patriotic apparel and USA Pride gifts. All right. So the first thing that we got to talk about, and it's actually our thumbnail today because it is the biggest story. I want everybody to see this. Take a look at this. This is our thumbnail today, okay? It says DEI will make you DIE. And there's a reason that that's our thumbnail. I don't know if you guys noticed, but in the far right, you can see Montreal police car. Okay, that's a Montreal police car. You have a female officer. You got a bystander who's been shot by the female officer, no less. And he's saying, I'm dying. She's saying, thank your politicians. But that's where Jay and I come in. You know, we swoop in our Secret America Superman uniforms saying, don't worry, we'll save you. Now, we're not literally going to save him because he's dead in real life. But we will try to save others by denouncing DEI and being sure that people like her are not hired. Jay, you got anything to say about this before I play the video?
No, not at all. Other than so far, you're exactly right. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's people like this. It's insane. Okay, so I've got actually multiple angles that I'm going to play this video on. The first one, though, is going to be the angle that most people have seen. I want to play the main angle. There's like, oh man, there are so many, because it was right next to either a hotel or an apartment building, because there are many, many different angles. But I want to play the very first angle. Okay, here's the first angle I saw, and I think that most people have seen. So I'm going to play it. We're not going to say anything about it while it's going on. I'm just going to let you watch for a second, okay? Unless there's no words, and then we'll talk about it. I probably should have given a little backstory on this for those of you that haven't seen it, because most people have heard about this, so that's why I didn't do the backstory. But this is an active shooter situation. You got a person in camouflage, in a camouflage outfit, who may or may not be Muslim. That hasn't been determined yet. It's been said that it is, but then it's been said that it isn't. There is no confirmation on that. The person looked white, as far as I'm concerned, but I don't have that great of a vantage point. But let's take a watch and see what happens. This is an active shooter situation.
Nice hit, he's hit. Non, il est touché, il est touché.
There's the active shooter right there. You can see the screen right there. He's on the right-hand side. That's the shooter. All right, the rest of it is off screen, so there's no point in watching the rest of that. Take a look at some other angles, though, Jay.
Jack, who's doing that camera? You're fired.
Yeah, I have no idea. But the other angles are way better because these people have much better vantage points. Okay, so let's take a look at, I want you guys to take a look at this right here. Actually, no, forget this angle. I want the even better angle. There are some angles, Jay, where you can actually see every little bit of it. Tell you what, let's look at this angle right here. I want you guys to see this from above. Okay, take a look.
Why is he walking?
Now, this person right here is obviously someone that's just coming out of the hotel or bank or whatever it is, doesn't know what's going on.
What's wrong with him?
That's the active shooter. But notice, Jay, the active shooter doesn't even harm this person. Right. The active shooter is gunning for specific people. Now you watch him go to the left. Right there. That right there is a police officer and a woman police officer, a male and a female. He is shot. The male officer has just been shot by the active shooter. And both he and the female officer go around the corner.
Guys, what the fuck? He's just shooting the cops.
Now watch this. That's the active shooter still shooting.
Holy shit.
Right there in the camouflage. And they got blonde hair. Looks like a white guy to me. Now right there. That officer is no longer breathing at this point. You can see the trail. Now watch the female officer crouched behind the plant. Watch what she does right here. You see the plant? You see that person to the top of the plant? That is an innocent bystander. Watch what she does.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. What the fuck?
She shoots and kills him. And how you know it's the police officer and not the active shooter? I'm going to show you one more time. It's all about angles. Take a look at this.
What the fuck?
When the person comes around the corner.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
When the person comes around the corner and is shot, you can see the person go backwards. Watch. It goes backwards and to the right. Had this person just been shot by the active shooter, it would have went to the other direction. Okay? This person went backwards and to the right. Back and to the right. That's why you know it's shot by the officer. Plus, he went down as soon as the officer turned around. But then the active shooter comes back around.
What the fuck? What the fuck?
Here comes the active shooter, and there's the female cop still crouched down after having killed
Why
the
is he
bystander.
walking?
That was the end of that.
What is wrong with him?
But there are other... Jay, tell me real quick. While we're playing this, by the way, this is the innocent bystander that was shot and killed by the cop. You see that picture right there? That's the innocent bystander that was shot and killed by the Montreal DEI female police officer. And there's one more angle I wanted to show you real quick, Jay, before we talk about it. There was one more angle. There's another angle of them breaking into have you seen this right here? Them breaking into I guess it's a supermarket. It says supermarché, whatever that means. But you can see them bust in here right here. They bust the windows right here. Watch. I don't know if they're on the other end of the building or what, but here's where they blast the windows.
They just broke open the glass.
By the way, look how slow they're moving.
Where is the active shooter right now while that's going on?
I believe they are trying to gain entrance on the other side of the building, if you ask me.
Yeah, we don't know for sure, but yeah.
I don't know for sure, but I'm just telling you that's what it looks like from that particular. Now watch this particular vantage point, okay? Here's another one. Watch this. This is after the active shooter has been killed. Take a look at this. The active shooter is up here on the right, dead. The other officer is right there, and this is after the active shooter has been killed. Take a look at this. That is insane. Look at that footage right there. Absolute insanity. Wow. Okay, Jay. We just played a bunch of footage that I would assume. I don't know why it keeps doing that. Just pause. Thank you. All right. So, Jay, after we saw this footage, I want to get your take on the female officer. I mean, you see this woman running away, first of all, from the active shooter around the corner. And then when the bystander comes around after her partner has been shot, who she doesn't help, by the way. So tell me what's going on.
All right. So do we know? First question: do we know for sure that she's the one that shot him? Do we know for sure yet from the investigation?
I can tell you based on video evidence. Yeah. I mean, I can see her firing the gun. I can see the spray coming out of the back of his head, and I can see him falling down at an angle that precludes somebody shooting in front of him.
All right. So we're going to assume that she did. We don't know for sure yet. Okay. That would be a major F up, obviously.
I guess if you want to, yeah. I mean,
yeah,
if it takes that much to be able to, yeah.
I'm just
we
saying.
used to go by common sense.
No. I'm just, as I said, we could assume that based on what we saw. Now we will hear officially at some point. Obviously, they can tell that quite easily.
Oh, yeah.
So that's a major F up. The fact that she ran to get cover, that's actually that's what you're supposed to do. Now you're supposed to take the guy out as best you can. You target the active shooter immediately, which she tried to do. Her partner got shot. He looked like he was bleeding real bad. Looked like
she offered no assistance.
Well, hold on. Here's the thing there. While she's getting shot at, I can't blame her for not trying to offer. She's not going to start doing CPR while she's got a guy shooting an assault rifle.
I'm talking about after they rounded the corner, knowing where he is at the moment. You know where he is. He's not in the line of sight.
Yeah, no, I'm not taking my eyes off him. Just telling you. I'm not
well,
taking my eyes off
the bystander that comes around and she kills?
That I don't know, and that's what she's going to have to answer for. If she shot him and killed him, she's going to have to answer for that. That's going to be part of the investigation and figure out what were you doing, why'd you do that? What were you thinking? You thought obviously she thought it was the active shooter. Probably
I'm sure she did. I think she was just scared. I think that she's an officer that should not have been in that situation.
Well, I mean, you could say that. I mean, there's plenty of female police officers that I worked with in my career that I would say shouldn't have been on the job, and there's some that should have been.
Of course, there's always an exception to the rule, Jay.
There are exceptions to that rule.
By and large, many females should not be in that situation. I'm sorry. There is a difference in the sexes. That is what it is.
Well, I saw a video. I wish I could tell you where it was. I think it was on Instagram, where it's even more to me, where there was this cop, a black cop, black perpetrator. The black perpetrator is big. The cop's not big. And he's by himself at the point, and he's trying to place this guy under arrest. And the big guy is like, Jack, I'm talking like a size difference, like a foot, maybe more. And he's kind of having a hard time with the guy, gets him on the ground. The guy gets on top of him. It's not looking good. And a civilian comes and helps him. And eventually they get the guy on his stomach and they're holding him down. Still haven't had him in handcuffs yet. And here comes a female cop just walking up, like slowly. I'm like, what the hell are you doing? You are running to that and you are pouncing on this guy and you are getting him in handcuffs. This whole thing to me was like, and if I saw a guy do that, I'd flip out. But I said, I've seen it in my career more than one time in my own career where female cops are just less aggressive when they have to be.
Less aggressive, less equipped to handle certain situations. I'm sorry.
Absolutely.
It is what it is.
Strength-wise, 100%. Strength-wise, it's just it's a rare, very, very rare instance where you have a female police officer in this country that can handle any male.
Absolutely. And Jay, not just that, but I'm going to say something you might disagree with, but also instinct-wise, mentality-wise, they're different. Sexes and different animals have different instincts for different reasons. We don't all have males and females don't have the same instincts. So when that guy comes around that corner, a male might have done something differently. She got frightened and pulled the trigger. A male might have tried to tackle him. Who knows?
No, I don't disagree with you about the instincts at all. I do think that males and females react differently. I think testosterone plays a role in that.
Oh, yeah.
I think it's a chemical reaction where a male is just going to, pounce. Like
That's why
said.
I think we would have tackled him as opposed to shooting him in the head.
Or right. I mean, here's the thing. I hate Monday morning quarterbacking right off the bat before I know everything. I hate doing that because I never wanted it done to me. And
But
I'm
in
sure
this
there were
instance,
times,
though, you got every angle, Jay. There really is nothing that you don't know at this point.
but no, I'm saying in the situation, we're looking at it from this bird's eye view. We're not looking at it from I'm face down. I'm looking at a guy that shot my partner already, and he's trying to kill me. She probably, here's what I'm going to say happened. Either way, she's going to answer for what she did. She lost sight of him. She lost sight of him. Obviously, it's a high stress situation. I don't care if it's a male or female, right? It's the highest stress you can
But
get.
how do you lose sight of the shooter? You know where he is, and he's the person trying to kill you.
It takes, well, like you said, you thought maybe she should have rendered aid to her partner. That's taking your eyes off.
But
You
she
can't
didn't even do that, and somehow she lost sight of the shooter?
She lost sight of him somehow. Maybe she lost sight when she ducked down to get cover, and all of a sudden, she goes like this. All of a sudden, there's somebody coming up on her. Oh my God, it's him! Bang!
Not even a split second, though. She fired at anybody that would have rounded that corner. She would have killed. Doesn't matter who it was.
Again,
this guy had no idea what was going on.
She's gonna have to answer for it.
Yeah.
That's all there is to it, and it's an F up. If looks like she shot him, if the official investigation reveals that yes, we're right and she shot him, she's gonna have a problem. Regardless,
And that's Canada. That's DEI Canada.
Listen, there should be certain physical standards, and if a girl can match the physical standards, then she belongs on the job.
You do not need to lower them for women, though.
They've been lowered.
That's the thing.
They've been lowered. They even lower them for age brackets and for men. And I don't.
If you can't do one standard, you can't. If everybody has to do the same job, why would you lower the standards for one age and one sex?
I totally agree with that. I totally agree with it, and I agreed with it when I was on the job. I mean, there were people especially in the NYPD Academy when I went through it, where especially in the physical, in the gym, you would run laps, and you'd have to run laps, and you'd have to complete a certain amount of laps in a certain amount of time, and every day you had certain people in the middle of the, they couldn't keep up, so they would send them into the middle of the gym, and they couldn't stop, but they would just like jog around slowly, blah blah blah, blah, so they caught their breath. And guess what, Jack? People that I never saw actually complete the run in the gym that we did, guess what? At graduation day, they were there like this.
Jay, I see 400-pound sheriffs in my city. 400-pound sheriffs that are doing court duty security, but still have the same power as any other sheriff. This person has a vest that comes to that at the bottom of the vest is at their nipples, okay? Because their belly is like this.
Yeah.
They actually have standards, Jay, at least here in North Carolina, or at least in my particular area of North Carolina. They have standards where if you weigh a certain amount, you don't have to run as far. You don't have to pull the body as far. The fake mannequin body as far. You don't have to go run the mile as fast. I mean, what the heck? If you're all doing the same job, how can you have different standards?
No, I agree. We call those with the guys with the vests we call those lobster bibs on those guys.
They were bras. It was a bra.
And I've always said it. No, you should have. Remember, I sent you a while ago, and it was, I don't know when it was. We were talking about something. I sent you that old ad from the Port Authority Police.
Yeah.
Where it said, this is probably from like the 1930s or 40s. And the ad for recruiting applicants to join the Port Authority Police, which is the department I retired from. But back then, the ad was for husky men. Literally said on it, husky men.
Why would you want to attract those people to your job?
They wanted big guys to do this job. Husky men. They said, we want guys that are big, brute, strong to be the cops. Now, of course, you can't do that. And somebody in LFA TV chat, is it Carl Bent? No, women can be cops if they can do the same physical standards that the men can do in the academy. That's how I see it. It's very simple.
It's absolutely for everybody out there. Just like Jay and I just said, there should not be lesser standards for women if they have to do the same job the man does. Now, if the woman had to do lesser of a job, like maybe she was just going to be like a bailiff, even then, you still got to worry about physical. You still got to worry about everything that every other cop has to worry about. So basically, there should not be any extra standards or less standards for men or women if they have to do the same job. If this woman wants to be a cop, and this guy wants to be a cop, they should have to go through the same stuff. Even if the woman is not as strong, even if the woman is smaller, she's not going to be facing smaller suspects than the guy. She's not going to be facing slower suspects than the guy. So it doesn't make any sense to have less standards.
No, it doesn't. With jobs like that, it absolutely doesn't, especially fire department too.
Oh, man, that's even worse.
It's absolutely. I mean, to lower standards physically for a fire department, I don't care. And that was a big thing a few years ago. Remember, I forget what it was. It was a huge thing.
LA has. Oh
and,
man.
And I said, I don't care who comes to drag me out of a burning building, as long as they can drag me out of the burning building.
That's the thing. They have to be able to.
Exactly. I don't care if it's a man. I don't care if it's a woman. I don't care if it's a Martian. If they got on the job and passed that standard and able to drag my ass out of a burning building to save my life, I don't care who they are. I'm not going to, hey, as you're dragging me out, hey, look, are you a white guy? You a white guy, right? I don't care. I don't care who you are. Just get me out of the damn building. I'm not going to ask what you are, what gender you are, what race you are. Just be able to do the job.
And it's the same for a female police officer. I don't care if this guy can kick my ass and this female police officer can come around and kick his ass, as long as she can do it. But if she can't do it, then she's just wasting there's no point in her being there.
It's true. With jobs like that, it should be treated like sports.
Yes.
You could either make the team or you can't. That's
there
it.
You go.
Listen,
well, nowadays I think everybody gets a participation trophy or something.
Well, I'm talking like pro sports. Professional sports.
Well, in the pros, it's still like that, at least, thank God.
That's what I'm saying. You either make the team or you don't. And guess what? Once you leave the academy, you're in real life. You're in the pros. That's how you got to see it. You go out into society wearing that shield and that vest and that gun belt. You're in the pros now. You know, it's no more academy where the instructor is going to come save your ass if you can't handcuff somebody, or if you're doing it wrong, or if you don't know how to use your baton, or how to defend yourself in a fight. It's the pros. It's the big leagues. So you better be able to do the job. I don't care who you are. And there's nothing wrong with saying that. The fact that we've gotten to a point in society where we think everybody should be able to have every job, it's nonsense. That's dystopian crap. It's not utopia, it's dystopia, because when you do that, you end up with situations like it looks like we ended up in Montreal.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened. And I think, honestly, I know it cost a bystander his life, but I think it may have cost a male cop his life too, if you want the truth. Because I think let's say there's another male there and not her. Let's say they do things differently, a butterfly effect, if you will. Okay? She's not there. Maybe a male is. Maybe he has testosterone pumping. Maybe he's doing something different. Maybe he's like, all right, tell you what, you go around there, fire a shot and distract him. I'll go around him and shoot him in the back of the head. Maybe that's what they do. Who knows? But I just know that things ended up about as bad as they could have.
Yeah, and I think it's a problem. And again, I hate Monday morning quarterbacking a situation. I always wait for the investigation. We'll see what they say. But the investigation should be honest too. And it won't be.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm not talking about who shot who. That will be. What I'm talking about, what won't be,
in Canada.
But you won't get anything we're talking about in the investigation. You'll get none of that will be factored in. None of the scenarios that we came up with, or why this might have happened, or was she capable? Hey, there are plenty of men that got on the job, Jack, that didn't belong there. No, physically. No. I'm talking physically. Day one. I'm not talking about when they got fat after a few years. I'm talking about day freaking one. They should have been there.
I once saw a 5 foot. This is the God's honest truth. I was going to the courthouse, and in this particular courthouse we have to go through, they have the metal detector, and you have to put all your shit up on the conveyor belt so it goes through the X-ray machine and all that. One of the court officers, who was a regular sheriff cop, the sheriffs have to do court duty. They rotate court duty. So this one happened to be doing the court duty today, or not today, but that day. He was, my God, he had to have been 5'1" and about 110 pounds. And I'm thinking, this is how, honestly, if you want the God's honest truth, if he's able to complete the same standards as all the other cops, he deserves to be there. But do I think he was able to? It's a long shot.
Right. I agree. I was, I guess, blessed with, I was 6'1", like 200 pounds. I could be a cop. I'm a normal person, like strong enough to do it. But Jack, can I pitch for the New York Yankees? No, I
never
can't.
seen your fastball. I don't know.
But trust me, I can't. Can I play quarterback for the New York Jets? Well, maybe the Jets, but any other
Jets
NFL
is possible, actually.
Anyway, any other NFL team other than the Jets, could I play quarterback? No, because I wasn't blessed with that. I don't have that ability. Like I said, every job isn't for everyone. That's just the reality of it. And there are places where, especially in this day and age, where female police officers, we need them. But we need ones that can actually do everything that everybody else can do. We need them for, when you got to
searching female, search
a female. When you have
seizures.
Quite frankly, when you have a rape case, I'd rather have a female police officer deal with that victim. To be honest with you, I would.
I don't even know if that should be an officer. It should be more of somebody else, like a.
But I'm saying it in reality.
But yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, it's got to be a female, regardless of what profession it is. It should be a female dealing with.
It doesn't always work out that way. I've handled rape cases where I had,
that'd be rough, dude.
It's horrible. It's one of the
guy
worst.
just rapes this female, and then you, as a guy, have to go talk to her. That would just be weird.
It is, and you feel like they would want to. You're trying to do an investigation. You got to ask tough questions, and you know that they would probably be more open to giving good information to a female than they would a male. Just naturally, just the way it is at that point.
I always thought about how they felt in that situation. You're there, and then. It's almost like being victimized again, because you got to go through every little thing that just happened to you. You gotta be like, all right, let me take this swab and let me do this, and it's like a whole nother victimization process.
It's horrible.
I mean, it's
probably
necessary.
the worst.
It's necessary.
Other than like children being involved, a rape. Anytime a child's involved in anything, that's worse. But anytime it was a rape, suspected rape or a rape call, and to have to talk to the person who was raped. Absolutely horrible.
Well, see, those are the things that bother me the most. That's why I can't watch SVU. Everybody says SVU is a great show. Sexual crimes are the things that get my blood boiling more than anything else. So it's hard for me to watch something like that, even on a fake television show. You still get angry, you still get upset. It's not something I want to see.
Yeah, it is. It's not a great thing. That's why a lot of people that deal with that kind of stuff every day to kind of go crazy sometimes.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh man, those people that saw what they see Anthony Weiner's laptop. How many cops killed themselves after seeing that laptop?
They said it was a lot.
7. I think it was at least 7.
Yeah. But talk about buried. My God.
All right, guys. That was our DEI will make you DIE. That was our top subject right there. We wanted to make sure everybody heard that, because DEI is still killing people to this very day. Even though we got Trump in, there's still people like a Mark Carney out there. I will say, Jay, some other big news, though. We did just get a right-wing president of Colombia. He was just the right-wing candidate. I don't even know how to pronounce his name, but he is now going to be the president-elect of Colombia, maybe. And I say maybe. I think his name is Abelardo de la Espriella. Abelardo de la Espriella. I think that's his name. Abelardo de la Espriella.
Very good.
Colombia. Say again?
Very good. Good job.
Oh, thank you. So it's a right wing, but he's a he's a right winger, and he won, and it's a huge thing. Even Trump, tweeted out, he's a smart, strong, tough leader. He fights tirelessly and loves his great country and people, yada yada yada. So Trump, even endorses this guy. So he won president of Colombia. That can be a huge help, but, and this is a huge but, Jay, the current president of Colombia, who is a far left fascist person, said he's not accepting the results. He will not accept the results because his person did not win.
Interesting.
He didn't say because this person didn't win, but that's what he meant.
Yeah. Imagine if it was the other way around. Yeah.
Oh, man.
You notice that since USAID has been kind of dismantled, that maybe these elections start going the other way in some of these countries. I wonder why that is.
Yeah, I know, right? And same with the Democrat cash flow. I think they got like $3 million, while the Republicans have like 120 or something.
Yeah. Interesting, isn't it? Like the money just doesn't seem to be flowing to these places to spread the propaganda as effectively.
Absolutely.
Or maybe fix elections.
Yeah, there you go. That's what a lot of it went to. It went to that, and then it also went to paying CIA Black Ops personnel to go over there and physically remove regimes, which they aren't able to do at this moment either. So right now, right wing is going well. I mean, we just got Keir Starmer, Jay. We just got Keir Starmer. Wait. Before you say anything, before anybody says anything, Keir Starmer, first of all, he cried like a bitch. Second of all, the person coming in is worse.
I was just going to say that.
Okay.
I'm just going to say, that's what I was going to say. It's going to be worse.
Worse. Much worse. The devil you know is always better than the devil you don't.
Going back to my former career, Jack, all the time with commanding officers, right? Or, anybody that's had a boss, right? Or the head of your company. And they're like, oh, this guy sucks. I can't wait till he's gone. And it can't get, and they go, it can't get worse. And I would say, yes, it can.
I'm in that current situation myself in life.
probably will. Right.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, it can. And it
Oh,
probably
yeah.
will. It was very rare when somebody that nobody liked left, that the person that came in, everyone's like, oh, this guy's actually better. No, it was usually like, oh, geez, where's the other guy? Bring him back.
It's always worse. And why is that? Why is it always somebody worse? First of all, they wanted this person out because of his horrible policies and what he does. So what do? They bring in somebody that does those things, but even harder, even worse, even more so. It doesn't make any sense.
I don't know. I don't know why it's that. It's almost like you got to go through like 3 or 4 of those before people wake up and like, all right, maybe we'll switch it up this time. Or maybe you just get lucky, because I swear to God, it was over and over again, the same scenario. And I'm not a pessimist. I'm a realist. And I would just say to people, no, it could get worse. And usually it does before it gets better, right? It'll get worse before it gets better. Where'd that come from?
Absolutely. Have you seen? I'm going to switch topics for a second. Have you seen the new footage of Carmelo Anthony stabbing Austin Metcalf?
Oh no. Is there more?
Now, this is not footage. You can't actually see the stab itself. What you can see is some commotion in the tent and then somebody bolt from the tent.
All right,
okay?
so this is actually real footage. This is not AI. This is
no, this is real footage.
Real footage. All right.
Yep. This actually occurred. So let's take a look and see what we can see. All right. Let's see right here. We see a commotion in the tent in a second, okay? And then you'll see somebody bolt from the tent. Let's take a look. I personally have not seen this footage, but all right,
I did.
There he is right there. He stabbed him and then he's running. Look, that's him right there. He's bolting. There he goes. Now tell me, if you're not guilty, do you stab someone and run home?
Well, no. What he was doing, Jack, he's heading to the track to do some.
You're right. You're right. It was his turn.
Yeah.
It was his turn. Coach called for him.
Exactly. Of course not. Of course you don't stab. So if you didn't think you did anything wrong, hey, he just hit me. I was defending myself. No, you would say to him, I was defending myself. Oh my God, he tried to kill me. I had to use my knife. No, when you just kill somebody knowingly, not in self-defense, you run.
Yeah, absolutely. You don't want to get caught. You don't want to get in trouble. You know you did something worthy of being getting in trouble for. So that's why you run.
Exactly. 100%. And that's what the jury saw.
Absolutely. All right. I'm going to run through another quick topic real quick. Check this out, Jay. This is how bad UK still is. All right. A UK lawyer cleaned up 200 bags of garbage waste from a polluted river. He's now facing 2 years in prison for doing it without a permit. Without a permit, he cleaned up 200 pounds or 200 bags, which is actually more than 200 pounds of trash from this polluted river. Didn't have a permit to do it. 2 years in prison is what he's getting.
Obviously. I mean, listen, Jack, you do the crime, you got to do the time. Okay. I mean, Come on now. I mean, really? He went and he made the neighborhood nicer, and you're not supposed to do that without a permit. Because I don't know, maybe he could have drowned. And then everything is about covering their ass these days. That's probably what it is, Jack. Hey, listen. You didn't have a permit to do that, and while you were doing it, you might have drowned, and then we could have been sued.
Oh yeah. No, they want to make sure that you can't do something, so that way it doesn't get cleaned up. That's the whole point. They don't want it cleaned up.
Right. Here's the other thing. No, would be interesting. Now somebody should go apply for the permit, and see if it's like not something that's impossible to get. Like, is it easy to get this permit? Because I'd like to clean the river. Can I get a permit? Well, it takes a little time. We'll get back to you in a few weeks. No, I want to do it like tomorrow. Can I have my permit, please? I want to clean the river. It's just me, and I got my trash bags. You guys can keep an eye on me, but I want to clean the river. Can I have the permit? I want to see if somebody does that. Yeah.
Unbelievable stuff, man.
It's crazy.
Unbelievable.
Absolutely crazy.
Okay, so real quick, I want to go back to what we were just talking about with the Colombian right winger that just won. Did you know that Colombia's current president, and I told you he did not recognize he said he's not going to recognize the results of the presidential election, but he says that it's because he was suggesting interference from Israel of all places. I mean, I honestly don't know. Now, I'm not going to say it's not true, but I'm also not going to say it's true.
Wait a minute.
You don't know one way or the other. Jay, something might sound fantastical, but we don't know. I don't think it's true.
Wait a minute.
I know it's true.
Why would that make sense? That doesn't make sense. So Israel wanted. Wait, Israel wanted the right wing guy to win. So Israel to fix the election.
Well, I know right wingers are pro-Israel, so
Yeah. So that's what they're saying.
Why.
So Israel fix the election in
No, I
Colombia.
don't know if he has actual evidence or not. I don't know. I don't know.
That would be great, huh? I mean, I don't know either, but it just seems to me this is another one of the ITJs. It's the Jews. It's the Jews did it, Jack. Just blame the Jews.
Well, I can tell you that I'm not a it's the Jews person, but I'm not a it's not the Jews person either. Because
person.
A lot of people try to say, oh, it's these people that are it's the Jews because they're it's the not the Jews. Okay, for me, I'm not going to say Israel did this, and I'm not going to say they didn't do it. I'm going to say, let's see if he has actual evidence. If he doesn't have evidence, then who cares?
Exactly. That's crazy. Exactly.
But the thing is, that's the difference, though, between you and me, Jay. I don't think it's crazy. He said it. If he doesn't have evidence, then it's different.
Right.
But if he's just saying it, then it's crazy.
If you're going to say something like that, I think right after you say it, you got to show me something.
And he may or may not. I don't know if he did or did not. All I have is the statement. I don't know if he showed anything. I don't know.
And I don't care if he said it's the Russians. If you say something like that, you better have evidence. If it's the Jews, it's the Russians, because we owe it, Jack. Not too long ago, it was the Russians. Remember?
Well, the Russians are just as
everything is Russian.
Just as denied. What was the word? Denied. What's the word I'm thinking of?
Undermined?
Huh?
What word?
Starts with a D. It's like they're just. Oh, never mind. Not denied. What am I saying? I'm an idiot. They are just as maligned group as the Jews. It's always the Russians did this. The Russians interfered with that, or it's Israel did this or Israel did that. Now, I'm not going to say that Israel and the Russians do nothing because they do, but I'm not going to say that they do everything either. It just it's got to take it on a case by case basis.
Exactly, because there's a lot of places that do a lot of things, but if you're gonna say something like that, I always say you got to come with something. And when we said in 2020 that the election was stolen, we actually had stuff we could point to, even on election night, where the chart went like that for Joe Biden. Mm-hmm. Hey, wait a minute, right there, I got a problem.
And for all I know, he may have pointed to something. I honestly don't know. All I know is this one little statement. I don't know. If you want to look it up and see if he actually provided any evidence, I don't know.
Well, listen, I'll put it this way, Jack. If the Israel helped the right-winger win, good job, Israel. Because how many times have we been screwed with a left-winger one because we know they was cheating? So let's chalk one up for us. Thank you. I'll say that.
At the same time, Israel helps them win only because they're pro-Israel, not because they're good for us.
Listen, but it is better for us to have a right winger in that position. It is.
And that's fine. It is better for us.
So it's fine.
But I want to separate those two facts. Okay? Pro-Israel is not pro-America.
I'm not saying it is. All I'm saying is if Russia would have helped the right winger get in, I would clap for Russia too.
And that's fine too. That's fine too. I just wanted us to separate those for everybody that, they might help them get in and it might help be good for us, but they're not doing it for us.
All right, listen, that's fine. I'll take the right winger. Jack, we need more right wingers. So Russia, Israel, whoever else wants to help right wingers get into governments around the world, please help us because it's better for the world.
I can tell you right now, though, that Vladimir Putin is the one, and I don't care what anybody says, Vladimir Putin is the one head of state in this world other than, well, I won't say the one because there are some other really good ones. Vladimir Putin is the one, let me put it this way. Vladimir Putin is the one head of state of a superpower. A major superpower, such as Russia, China, America. Those might be the only three. But he's the only one of a superpower other than Donald Trump that I would trust to take on the globalist cabal. Because even though Russia and my interests are not aligned, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. And his enemy is the globalism. His enemy is the global cabal and the globalist cult. And he's spoken on that to that end many times.
Yeah, he has. I mean, again, geopolitics is not my strong suit, but I understand what you're saying with him.
And that's why the left-wing media denounces him every chance they get, because he is against what they stand for.
Anybody that the left-wing media, it's kind of like a good gauge. If you're not like an expert on anything, and most of us aren't experts on a lot of things, right? But if you're not an expert,
I'm an expert on everything.
How about following with the whatever the left-wing media roots for? Mm-hmm. You should probably be against that.
Absolutely. Like today they rooted against Tulsi Gabbard, so you should be for Tulsi Gabbard releasing the.
Right.
They rooted against her releasing declassifying the documents, that means you should be for them declassifying the documents. You see, it is a good gauge.
It really is. Like, now they love Giorgia Meloni from Italy because she's like, muscle. I'm President Trump. I'm not, blah blah blah. And I told him, but now they love her all of a sudden. Meanwhile, they could
only
not
because she
stand-
said that. She's actually good. She's actually pretty good, though.
Listen,
she is.
she's okay. She's okay. She's been okay. And you could go back before this even. I said she's okay. She's better than
pretty
most
good.
in Europe.
Yeah.
Better than most, which is not. Jack, here's the thing.
I mean,
and
she
you
can
know this.
criticize people all she wants. She's still good for us.
In Europe, it's not a high bar to be okay. You just got to be like kind of okay to be like way above everybody else there because they're all so freaking bad. Starmer, Macron, go down the list. The guy in Germany.
That's why I really like Japan's prime minister. Really,
right? Like we like her now, right? We like her.
Yeah.
But Maloney, it's like, okay, now that the mainstream media is loving her, keep your eye on Maloney because once they start loving somebody, be careful because that's the gauge. If they like something, think about it before you go, oh, okay, yeah, that's good. No, it's usually not. It's the opposite.
Absolutely. And I want to address something that Kate just said right here. She said, I have it on good knowledge that Putin invaded Ukraine for a reason not made public. And that reason, I believe I talked about it on a previous episode, but that reason is because he was actually made aware of the biolabs in Ukraine and was actually trying to get evidence. And this because he wants to take down the globalist cabal more than anybody because they've maligned him more than anybody I've ever seen. But he wanted to get to that Ukraine biolab and get the evidence that COVID was manufactured there and taken to Wuhan to be released by America. And just so you know, COVID-19 was manufactured at that Ukraine biolab. That is declassified in the files. And it was taken to Wuhan to be released. At least that's my personal, from everything that I've seen. And I think he wanted to get to that biolab. That's the reason he invaded Ukraine in February of 2022, because he wanted to get to that biolab, so that way he could get the proof to destroy whatever narrative and notion they have. Maybe hell, it could have even led to tribunals. Who knows?
I think it came from a wet market with bats.
That's yes. You and Fauci. I think you're the only two.
Yeah, that's what I think. Obviously, it was a wet market, bats and dogs and cats. Bats.
Yeah, it was a bat. Someone ate a bad bat, and then that started, a pandemic. That, by the way, Jay, 99.7% of the people in the world survived, but yet we had to have massive lockdowns.
I thought it was even more than that.
No, it's 99.6. Well, I don't know. I'll tell you this. The survival rate of COVID was 99.7% total overall. It was 99.7. It killed less people than the flu, and yet we had to have lockdowns. We had to have literal people be put. I mean, you couldn't see your grandmother die. You had to watch her from outside the hospital window die alone.
Yep.
You had to see all your family, your older family members, shoved into nursing homes where everybody had COVID, so everybody would die together.
Correct.
They did that for those very reasons. And I believe I said why in a previous post or tweet or something, why they released it, and it had to do with all of that, to cull the population, the older population, cull them, which means to kill, to get them off Medicare and Social Security and all that stuff, to usher in the universal mail-in ballot so they can get Donald Trump out. Easy way to get him out. I mean, it had so many benefits for them that it's laughable to think it was accidental.
Yeah, and it was a test run, and it probably went
the
way
test
better.
run. Yes, the lockdown.
Way better than they thought. And it was the whole mentality during COVID. Everybody was Jedi mind tricked into this weird mentality. Jack, what do we usually try to do as a human instinct? You try to protect the young, right? You say the young need to survive because they're the ones that are going to carry on the planet. They're the ones that are going to carry on the race, the human race, right?
Yep.
During COVID, we were told your kid's got to get vaccinated because he can't kill grandma. Meanwhile, your kid was in literally zero danger of dying from COVID. But you had to protect grandma, so your kid's got to get some vaccine and nobody knows what the hell it does.
Hey, Jay.
That is insane.
That is insane. You want to see something cool? Check this out, Jay. So you know how I'm using the green screen, right? So I got a monster can here that's green. Check this out.
That's pretty scary. Goes right through it.
Is that not cool? Because the monster can is green. So any part of the monster can that's green, you can see through because it's a green screen. That's
Yeah,
badass.
I think Monster should make a can that actually does that in real life, like without.
How
a green
cool would
screen.
that? Monster, you should be paying me for ads. This is the one and only time you're going to get an ad for free from me, Monster.
There you go. There you go. Maybe that
That was cool though, right? Green
Yeah.
screen technology, baby.
Yeah. No, the green screen looks good. It doesn't warp into you or fade into you at all.
You can see Secret America logo in the back. You know, Jay, one of these days, though, I'm going to wear a green turtleneck, right? So I'll just be a floating head. I'm going to do that one of these episodes.
You'll be like, what was that movie with Kevin Bacon? Hollow Man. You'll be invisible.
Yeah.
Put it.
I'm going to be
put
just,
on
or
like
if
a
you've ever
green
seen Scrubs, floating
put on a
head
green
doctor.
ski mask. Put on a green ski mask with just the eyes.
You know what? That's actually a good idea, too. But it gets too hot in here to do all that for the show. You know how many lights you have to have on you for the green screen to work? Man.
Oh man, you're like you're going to start sweating like Elvis.
Actually, I'm not going to talk about that here, but it's cool, man. I mean, it really is cool because I got the studio back here. It looks like I'm in it because I can go far backwards, and I can, I'm going to have different backgrounds all the time.
That's going to be awesome, and we're going to get better and better.
Hell yeah. Yeah, and we're gonna be going to cities all over America. I'm gonna be on location. You'll be in the studio. I'm gonna be on location. I think tomorrow, Jay, I'm gonna be in Chicago doing the show live on the street.
Oh, I want the first show if you can. I want it to be at Skid Row in Los Angeles.
Skid Row. Okay, I tell you what, I will do the first show that we do live on location tomorrow. I will be in Los Angeles on Skid Row. I will do the show live out there on Skid Row. It's going to be pretty awesome.
Just be careful of the dogs that they're trying to test their drugs on, because those dogs.
I know, that's insane.
Vicious.
That's insane. If you're going to do that, I hope they at least find like a stray cat or something. Don't go pay for a dog from the animal shelter.
And what about maybe Spencer Pratt will walk up on the show, and
you know what? Maybe I will have him. I think I'll put in a call and see if he can just walk by and yell "Secret America."
Works. That'll work. That's a great.
I think we'll work on that. We will work
All right.
on that. But tomorrow, Jay, we'll go to Skid Row in LA. We'll make it
Sound
cool.
good. All right, that sounds good. Well, Jack,
All right.
Did you hear about Judge Sparkle?
I heard a little bit about it, but I saw your video. Why don't you go ahead and tell people about it?
Yeah, Judge Sparkle. All right, and Jack, that is her real name. That isn't like some name
Really?
she picked up.
I
Her
thought that was
name
the nickname you gave her.
No, her
Oh,
name
wow.
is Sparkle. Her first name is Sparkle.
What's your last name?
It is.
Could you imagine if her last name was Sparkle and you called her Judge Sparkle?
Her last name is. It sounds like. Let me just find her last name, because I was so hung up on the first name. Obviously. Hello?
Yeah, but I wonder what the
mean,
last name. What
I have it.
How crazy would it be
I
if it
have
was
it.
like if her last name was like Acid Sparkle
It's
Acid?
not. Okay, ready? Here you go. Today, U.S. District Judge Sparkle Sooknanan. It's Sooknanan. She's a Biden appointee, and she issued a ruling blocking the Trump administration from using a revamped version of the Department of Homeland Security's SAFE system, and that is to for
Why
state
did she
voter
do
roll
that?
checks for verification on the voter roll checks. So
what was her reasoning for doing such a thing?
Let's see. Why did she do it? It's a 75-page opinion by Judge Sparkle.
How in the hell?
It created she says she ruled it violated the Privacy Act, Social Security Act, and Administrative Procedure Act. Key concern, she said, created a prohibited centralized database of Americans' private data. Jack, don't they already have that?
Yeah, government has all of your private data for everything.
I mean, what?
Doesn't the Social Security Administration already have that?
Yeah, I
They
think
give
so.
us the private data.
I think so. And then her other reason, let's see. Citizenship data was, quote, known to be unreliable. Wait. We know it's unreliable. We're trying to make it reliable.
Yeah, but citizenship data. Interesting. Okay.
It's so vague. Then
Yeah.
some states had already used it, leading to erroneous removals of U.S. citizens. I want some examples of that.
Yeah, me too. And can't they just re-register on the spot? Can't you register the same day you're going to vote?
Right. If you're a U.S. citizen, you shouldn't have an issue. And here's a quote. The federal government has knowingly trampled on privacy rights of American citizens in a manner that threatens the sacred right to vote. Again, no, it tramples on the rights of illegal aliens to vote. That's what it does, which is what it's
Absolutely.
supposed to do. This is, I'm going to say it, a foreign-born person who, by the way, Jack, I believe still has dual citizenship from Tobago and Tobago, whatever it is.
Trinidad and Tobago.
Tobago
Trinidadian and Tobago.
Yeah,
She's
Tobago and
Trinidadian and
Tobago.
Tobago.
Tobacco and Tobago. Okay. How are you allowed to have dual citizenship and you're a sitting U.S. district judge?
I don't know how the hell you even have a country with two country names.
That too.
It's
But
Trinidad and Tobago.
Trinidad and Tobago and Tobacco and Tobago.
It doesn't
Now,
make- and Jay, about the opinion, you said it was 75 pages.
75-page opinion, pal.
How do judges, okay, you got the Supreme Court and other places writing 200, 300-page opinions. How could you have that much to say for 75 pages? Isn't it just like, okay, this is what you did wrong. This is the precedent, and that's it? What do you write for 75 pages?
Probably a lot of leftist tripe was in that opinion.
Wouldn't it have to be just a bunch of ideological stuff at that point? I mean, what? That's like a fucking manifesto, man.
100%. I bet you it's full of it. It's full of stuff, full of like I said, leftist drivel, social, probably, studies that were done and all the other crap that doesn't mean anything. Give us the bullet points of your decision and end it there. Okay.
It should be
As
3
bad as it
pages
is.
tops. That's all you need.
It's absolutely insane. And this, Sparkle, Judge Sparkle. Hey, John Thune, if this doesn't make you do something, nothing's ever going to, which is it won't. But
Nothing.
Judge
You were right when
Sparkle-
you said nothing's ever going to.
Yeah, Jack, Judge Sparkle. Okay, we had a sparkle or a sprinkle or something. Just tell us that illegal aliens can stay on voter rolls because that's what she wants.
Absolutely. Well, Jay,
Crazy.
It's insanity. But what's got me held up is the 75-page thing. I mean, because that's not even a big opinion as opposed to other many judges write 100, 200-page opinions. Jay, what I'm just thinking here. You're typing, okay, this is the case, this is the summary. Okay, this is my ruling, and here are my precedents, here are my reasonings. That should be 3-4 pages. What do you write for? And 75 pages, by the way, Jay, is a short opinion by a lot of judge standards. What do you write for that much? I would be interested to know what you could write for that many. A page is a lot of words. And I mean, what are you writing?
I don't know. Like I said, it's probably a bunch of drivel, and I bet you could look it up. You could probably find it, and you probably find it and like run it through an AI and be like, "What are some of the nonsense in here? Give me some." You could probably put in, "Give me some of the like leftist, socialist, communist tropes in this in this opinion." It'll probably find them for you.
Unbelievable. It makes no damn sense.
No
damn sense.
But yeah, Judge Sparkle, John Thune, you just told you, stick it up. You know what. Because you don't want to put the Save America Act through. You, John Thune, could tell Judge Sparkle to shove it, but you won't.
But won't. But hey, there is some good news on the Save America Act. Did you see the post from Representative Anna Paulina Luna?
No.
She put out a post with an entire list of names, a pledge. It says, myself and 24 other members have signed a letter pledging to vote no on any Senate bills unless the Save America Act is passed. Now the Senate is sending a housing package to the House, and to honor my pledge, I will oppose it unless Save America is attached. The Senate cannot keep obstructing President Trump's agenda while ignoring election integrity. I call on my fellow colleagues to stand firm and honor their pledge. These are the 25 members that have pledged to vote no until the Save America Act has been passed. We got Randy Fine. Somehow Chip Roy is on there, even though he's out the door. There's a bunch of people on here that are going to be out the door, so their votes really don't matter.
Mm.
And I don't see people on there that I think should be on there.
They should all be on there. Every last Republican should be on there.
Well, absolutely. But I see names that Eric Burleson, a fan of the show and has been on the show. He is on there. Great to see that.
Mm-hmm. I see Clay Higgins. Okay, good. Boebert. All right, Boebert. Good for you.
Why don't I see Tim Burchett on there?
I don't see Burchett
Did
on
she
there.
ask Tim Burchett?
I don't know.
She was on the committee with Tim Burchett. She is on the conspiracy committee with Tim Burchett.
Yeah, I don't see Burchett on there.
Interesting. Ding-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling. My bells are ringing.
All right, reach out.
I am going to reach out to him because I love Tim Burchett. Man,
yeah.
is awesome. He is beyond reproach. And quite honestly, he's probably pissed off at her for canceling the MK Ultra hearing, if you want the truth. If
It
you want
might
the
be it.
gods on it, she canceled it the day before that MK Ultra hearing was going to happen, and he wanted to ask some questions. He came on our show the week before the hearing. He wanted to ask some questions, and she shut it down, presumably because she was either threatened or whatever it is. I don't know.
Yeah, that's another thing we'd like to talk to him about.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, what
I'm
does
going
he
to see
think?
if we can get him on the show again soon. We need to get him back.
Yeah, definitely. The most honest man in Congress. And we could bring that up to him. Hey, why didn't you sign on to this? He'll give us a reason.
Remember this,
Well,
Jay. See if you can write it down from. You got a pen and a pad right there. Write that. It's because I want us to remember this the next time we have him on the show. So write this down. It's the pledge to stand firm for the Save America Act by Anna Paulina Luna, and then also his feelings on the cancellation of the MK Ultra hearings the day before they were supposed to happen.
All right.
Those two things we definitely need to talk to him about. Have him back on the show. As soon as we get off here, actually, I'm going to contact his people and see if we can get him back on the show.
Yeah, okay. MK Ultra cancellation. All right.
Yep. All right. While you're doing that, I'm going to go ahead and make sure you guys visit maxassociates.etsy.com, the #1 place for USA Pride gifts and patriotic apparel. You have Father's Day just passed, but you've got the 250th anniversary of the United States. It does not get bigger than that when it comes to America. This is the anniversary of America. It's not just July 4th. It's not a regular Independence Day. It's the 250th anniversary. It is a quarter millennium anniversary of the United States. It's the furthest we've ever gotten, 250 years. Get something from Max Associates. Show people where you stand. You've got that coming up in less than a few weeks. Show people maxassociates.etsy.com or scan the QR code at the top right. You can get anything that you can get somewhere else. You can get there, but you can also get much better stuff. But what you won't get anywhere else is the deal. 20% off your order and free shipping anywhere in the United States. You will not beat that deal. I can promise you that. You won't beat it. 20% off your order and free shipping anywhere in the United States. Also, make sure you guys follow us, subscribe and follow on X, YouTube, Rumble, Kick, and Instagram. We are Secret America TV. Same screen name on every single one of those. X, YouTube, Rumble, Kick, and Instagram. Make sure you subscribe and follow. We don't charge anything for this show. Okay, we don't charge people to watch the show or anything like that because we want to reach people. We want to know that we're making an impact. If you subscribe and follow, it lets us know that we are impacting you in a positive way. It lets us know that what we do matters to you. And it also helps us get it out there to even more people. So subscribe and follow Secret America TV on X, YouTube, Rumble, Kick, and Instagram. We are live every weekday, Monday through Friday at 7 p.m. Eastern. Today is only Monday, so you've got us the rest of the week, rest of Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, every single weekday at 7 p.m. Eastern. Make sure you check us out. Jay, we got about a minute and a half left. Anything else you want to say about anything we talked about?
I saw somebody putting in the chat on LFA TV about data centers. I would like to get for a show, if we could line up maybe a guest, a pro data center guest and a skeptic on data centers, so we get both sides of that story.
Let's do it right here. I am the skeptic and I've done a lot of research. You are a pro. You've done a lot of research. In fact, I go to a data center at least once a week, so I know exactly what they are and what they aren't. So, we could just do it ourselves.
No, but I'd like to get somebody I'd like to get other people to talk to us about it. I think that would be good.
I mean, we can try to find people. Who would you try to find that's pro and against data? I mean, you're talking about random people that are pro and against?
No, people that are known. I'm not saying world
famous.
Yeah,
but who would that be, though?
We could do a little research on that, maybe find a couple of guests.
Yeah, we have to, because I don't know anybody that I would say, hey, this guy has enough information to be pro, or this guy has enough information to be, anti. Huh.
But, it's such an important thing, and it's happening no matter what, whether people like it or not. It's going to happen because of AI. So I think it's just an important thing that get all the information out there to people. And here's what I'll say about it, whether you're pro or whether you're against. It's a local election thing. It's a local politics thing.
Absolutely. Well, I mean, it's a national problem, but it's a local thing.
Yes.
If that makes sense.
Yes, exactly. And and I saw somebody else. I think it was it Peter Thiel, Jack? He might have put something out recently about what you've talked about the underwater.
Yeah, now that to me makes the most sense because it does not use up any of the water because we don't use salt water. Okay, so it doesn't use up any of the water. We could talk about it another time. We got to go anyway. But anyways, yeah, Jay, we'll definitely do that. When we get off of here, we'll try to find some people we can line up for a data center show. That'd be very interesting to see. And I'd like to talk to somebody that's pro data center myself and just get their what they feel, how they feel, and why they feel that way. And I think it would be a lot of fun. Be a lot of fun.
So.
All right, Jay.
I
think we've solved all the problems we can for one day, Jay. What do you think? Have we helped some people today?
I think so, for sure.
I absolutely hope so. Anyway, so we're going to be back tomorrow. If we didn't help you today, we'll be back tomorrow and we'll try to help you then. For Jay Gatling, I am Jack Danger. Thank you for watching Secret America.
You've been listening to Secret America.